Chapter 1 Rebirth. In the city of Haidu, Wei Ming suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of fever. Shouldn't I've dead? Head hot, is it a dream? No, it's absolutely no dream. He had just been brutally murdered by his girlfriend, and therefore molothic excruciating pain could not possibly be a figment of his imagination. Could it be? He has still read the phone from the screen illuminating the time. November 3 RD, 10:43 AM, just as expected. Wei Ming forced himself to calm the tumultuous motions surging within him. Had been reborn. In just 6 months, a catastrophic solar eruption would unleash violent solar activity, intensifying sunlight unbearable levels and a global temperature is or above 60 degrees. Even more terrifying, the sun would emit awful unknown rays, leaving most rivers and lakes evaporated, and the sea level would drop by several meters. By nightfall, while it had sunlight dissipated, corrosive acid rain would fall, trapping humanity inside their homes. Humanity was on the brink of apocalypse, social order collapsing as individuals battled to feed over a bottle of clean water or a loaf of bread. Before the apocalypse, Wei Ming had a teddy girl named Zhuqingqing who had come to Haja with her parents and her brother to work on make a living. They rented an apartment conveniently located in some neighborhood, and through chance encounters, they became acquainted. Despite Zhuqingqing being merely a waitress with a modest monthly income of 5,000, her spending habits were anything but frugal. The crux of the matter was her parasitic reliance on her brother. She expected Wei Ming to give up his apartment for her brother's wedding. Thus a decent person, Wei Ming could not simply squander his parents' legacy, which he had inherited following their tragic death and non-accident year prior. No amount of servile affection could compel him to relinquish their inheritance. Hence, Zhuqingqing strung him along, neither discussing aberration nor addressing marriage. Ironically, in a bid to appease her vanity, Wei Ming took in food delivery jobs alongside his regular work to earn some extra cash, being in a relationship with a woman who exploited her family felt taken to bang drain dry a family for entirely reliant on him namaturhama, he could not support a lazy household. However, it seemed Wei Ming was bewitched, oblivious to his own detriment. Heblin lip resisted until the apocalypse erupted, at which point this girlfriend deceitfully lured him to open the door, only for him to be horrifically dismembered by Zhuqingqing and her family. Why had they killed him? Because of Asia by stockpiling cayenne water he'll waste kept 3 to 4 boxes of film on observations Zhuqingqing had made in the face of the incoming apocalypse. Clean water would become an invaluable source, and Thushaful victim to their merciless greed. In truth, had Zhuqingqing done lie approach at him, his skin nature would have ensured they'd share the clean water. Yet, she deemed his existence had rain on resources and chose to kill him instead, to claim everything for herself. For ungrateful vipers, Ishalmaki you pay in blood, Wei Ming gritted his teeth, his voice chilling as if born from the depths of winter. Having guidance, his approach to life had transformed erratically, no longer the subservient fool, possessing grander plans, has of vengeance. Bang, Wei Ming, it's barely past an Andioriel Redazingov if I are not committed to your work, resign leave immediately, the voice appears at his ear. He lifted his gaze, spotting a joltry woman in her 30s standing beside his desk. She had just retracted her hand, which had moments before slapped the double, crossing harems in a way that accentuated harem plebiscum. Lu Qing, his direct superior and the company's financial manager, was the object of his for Control's employees, many of whom fantasized about the rest they grifted and lumber. Wei Ming opened his mouth to respond but found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He realized that his consciousness was connected to vast, unfathomable space too immense to describe. Instinctively, Wei Ming slid his hand into his pocket, with Afacus taught his unique spatial ability swiftly enveloped his phone. In an instant, it vanished from his pocket, now floating effortlessly in 8 kiloreal fathium devoid of gravity. These was spatial manipulation, not only had he been granted asking chance at life, but he had also acquired an extraordinary space at his disposal. With health year until the apocalypse, how many resources could he miss within this peculiar expanse? Wei Ming, Lu Qing's voice shosho to panach, painful to his ears, your write our resignation letter these instant immediately. With that, she swayed her voluptuous figure into the private office, igniting the gaze of many men who dread to steal glances. Colleagues looked at Wei Ming with sympathetices, but none dared speak up, fearful of Lu Qing's wrath. How old rist Ironio over such a matter? Wei Ming couldn't help but smile. Ryasha to Japan made his way to Lu Qing's office. Having faced death, what could possibly frighten him? Moreover, with the impending apocalypse, all assets were destined to become worthless. What would constitute real wealth in the future? Clean water and food. He had 6 full months to prepare and couldn't imagine if their remarkable wealth would possess post-apocalypse. Seeing him stride towards Lu Qing's office, his co-worker assumed he was pleading for leniency, a typical response given the difficulty of securing a job in these times. Their monthly salaries were over 8,000 na small fortune. Wei Ming to read the room and closed the door behind him. Resignation letter read isoson, Lu Qing get dismissively, clearly skeptical. You have not said that's in same employment there, you have been consistently targeting me is that, Wei Ming replied calmly. Targeting you, Lu Qing scoffed, adopting an erratically, you think he aren't? IFS score of 60 represents the passing mark for attractiveness. She will be a surpass 80, qualifying as a captivating beauty. With her curvaceous figure that exemplified the perfect hourglass shape, she was soon undeniably breathtaking. How old suspect that such a woman could be thief at the art? Wei Ming remained unfazed, pulling Gasher closer before sitting casually. He's assessing Lu Qing. She was indeed tantalizing, and it was no wonder the Manine thief were mesmerized. In his previous life, he had been too meek before such a stunning woman. He had never dared to take a longer look. Now liberated from those constraints, he felt a newfound sense of exhilaration. Never again would he conform to societal norms. Sensing his intense gaze, Lu King instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, frowning. You've been slacking off during work course repeatedly. By company policy, I can dismiss you. What's wrong with that? Wei Ming smiled. Tell me why, and I'll write him a resignation immediately. I for resigned voluntarily. The company would owe him no compensation, creating a stark difference from being dismissed outright. Ario certain, Lu King graced any brow slightly taken aback but evidently pleased in truth. Wei Ming's habitually lacking did not warrant dismissal, and she had only intended to intimidate him of forcing Simeon out would have complicated labor arbitration matters. Now that they had proposed his own resignation, it suited her purposes perfectly. Indeed. Wei Ming nodded. You can record my statement. Cautiously, Lu King took out their phone, activating the recording function, prompting Wei Ming to repeat himself. Satisfied, Stefanelli explained, it's because you bear a striking resemblance to my ex-boyfriend. What hell, so you've been sabotaging me out of spite? All along Wei Ming had thought he must have offended her in some way, never realizing it was merely a case of lingering resentment directed at him for his resemblance to her former lover. You were wrong and behind and no take it out him, how utterly absurd. Well, now I can toy with you without a shred of guilt. Paper and pen, he said, leaning over Lu King's desk and promptly drafting his resignation letter. Ash wrote, Heckus will earmarked, you've been Marietto Sujian for 3 years now, haven't you? Lu King's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 2 Lu Qing's weakness. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qing forced herself to maintain her composure. Wei Ming chuckled. I have accurately stated that you have been married for 3 years, yet you still deny it. How pointless that is. Lu Qing's heart surged with emotion, and after a moment, she finally regained her calm. You need not resign. From now on, I shall not target you again, I promise. Wei Ming laughed heartily. A man of honor must keep his word. When I say I will resign, I certainly will. Even if Lu Qing refrained from dismissing him, he lacked the desire to work. With merely 6 months until the apocalypse, he had far too much to accomplish. Of course, there was no rush for the next hour or two, perhaps even 4 or 5 hours. Lu Qing felt a tremor in her heart and asked, what is it that you want? You. Wei Ming pointed at Lu Qing. Never, not in your wildest dreams, you must be delusional. Lu Qing immediately rejected him, her disdain evident. You, a mere toad, dare to covet a swan? Have you looked in the mirror to see your own standing, to presume to entertain such thoughts? Her expression was one of utter contempt, filled with disgust. Wei Ming was unfazed. He stood up, drew the curtains, and locked the door. Lu Qing panicked. Wei Ming, this is an office, don't do anything reckless. If I call out, everyone outside will hear. Wei Ming responded nonchalantly, so, you are not afraid of me revealing your in Su Jian's embezzlement of 30 million from the company? Lu Qing instantly stiffened, as if paralyzed. Wei Ming reflected on the situation. Lu Qing was the company's financial supervisor, while Su Jian was in charge of procurement. Naturally, if they were married, the company would have transferred one of them, which was why they concealed their marriage. Moreover, Su Jian had inflated procurement prices, knowing that his wife would approve them, resulting in a total embezzlement of 30 million over 3 years. In his previous life, it took them over 5 months to be caught, and Lu Qing was taken away by the police. It took them days to learn the truth. How do you know this? Lu Qing stammered, her throat dry and voice hoarse. Wei Ming, of course, would not disclose that he had returned from the future. This would become common knowledge in over 5 months. He merely smiled mysteriously. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Director Lu, how many years would one be sentenced for inflating accounts and embezzling 30 million from the company? Lu Qing collapsed, gasping for breath, her eyes vacant. Hearing Wei Ming unveil her secret marriage to Su Jian and the staggering sum of 30 million, she assumed he had concrete evidence, unaware that he only possessed information and did not know how they had orchestrated their deceit. Wei Ming remained patient, waiting quietly. Several minutes passed before Lu Qing finally regained her senses. How much do you want? Wei Ming shrugged. I do not want money. It wasn't that he disliked money. On the contrary, he needed considerable funds to stockpile supplies for constructing a safe house in the coming months. However, the couple's money was ill-gotten gains. In over 5 months, the truth would be revealed, and if he took the money, he too would end up behind bars. What good would that do him when the apocalypse arrived? He could not take the money. Lu Qing recalled what Wei Ming had said earlier and frowned. You're blackmailing me. That is illegal. Wei Ming chuckled. Since when did a one-night stand become illegal? Lu Qing felt utterly helpless. Though she was not a conventional woman, prior to marrying Su Jian, she had only had 2 boyfriends and had always been very protective of herself, never allowing anyone to take advantage of her, let alone engage in intimacy with someone like Wei Ming, whom she despised and looked down upon. But now, if she refused Wei Ming's demands, her husband's embezzlement of company funds would be exposed. What to do, how to persuade him? After a moment of contemplation, she said, let me think about it. This was merely a pretext. She needed to discuss strategies with her husband on how to silence Wei Ming. Wei Ming shook his head. Do you take me for a fool? He tapped the desk. I'll give you 1 minute to decide, either let me leave or allow me to stay. It's entirely up to you. With that, he took out his phone and started a timer. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the sound of the second hand in the quiet room became almost unbearable. Of course, this was only Lu Qing's perception. Wei Ming remained calm, relaxed, even propping his leg up casually. 30 seconds passed, and Lu Qing was visibly anxious, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Wei Ming nearly whistled. He truly regretted being so honest in his past life. Embracing freedom and indulging in one's desires was the true way to enjoy life. Goodness, do I possess some hidden trait of a rogue? Wei Ming pondered, somewhat surprised. As the timer reached 50 seconds, Luqing finally spoke. I will go to a hotel to book a room. You should go ahead. I need to find an excuse to leave the company. Ha! Another stalling tactic. Wei Ming shook his head. No, it must be here. What? Luqing nearly exclaimed, barely suppressing her voice. She quickly lowered it. Are you insane? This is the company, my office. Someone could walk in at any moment. Wei Ming shrugged. I've drawn the curtains and locked the door. As long as you keep your voice down, there's no issue. Seeing Luqing still glaring at him, he stood up. If you're unwilling, then so be it. I don't like forcing others. Not like forcing others? He might as well have a gun pointed at my forehead. Luqing bit her lip, appearing somewhat pitiable, yet Wei Ming felt no sympathy. How despicable this woman was. She used her position as his superior to boss him around, deliberately picking on him over trivial matters, her demeanor radiating disdain and contempt. What was there to pity? Had he offended her? No, he had merely reminded her of her former boyfriend. Now that he had leverage over her, she feigned innocence, hoping for his mercy? Ha, everyone must pay for their actions. Wei Ming turned to leave. Wait. Luqing called out, her voice trembling as she grasped the hem of her sweater, pulling it slightly. I agree to your terms. Wei Ming sat back down and played music on his phone. Let us have some music to set the mood. Do you think I am a hostess at a karaoke bar? Luqing nearly erupted in anger, but with the leverage in Wei Ming's hands, she had to relent, otherwise, she would end up in prison. Thus, she began to move to the rhythm, slowly pulling up the hem of her sweater. Wei Ming watched in appreciation. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door startled both of them. Director Lu, there is a document that needs your signature, a female voice called from outside. Luqing felt a surge of relief, hastily putting her sweater back on. Wei Ming, unfazed, smiled and opened the door. At the threshold stood their colleague, Xiao Li, wearing a curious expression. Chapter 3 Into the underground garage. Little Li wore an expression of sheer curiosity. With the door locked and the window shut, what were these two up to? Moreover, she noticed a hint of panic on Luqing's face, which only intensified her intrigue. Wei Ming leaned against the doorframe, yet made no move to leave. Luqing, hesitant to urge him away, turned to Little Li and asked, "Where's the document?" Little Li promptly handed it over. After a quick glance, Luqing signed her name. Once she had completed the paperwork, she had no choice but to dismiss Little Li, though a flicker of hope remained in her heart. Perhaps with Little Li's interruption, Wei Ming would refrain from causing a ruckus in the office. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, Little Li could only depart at a leisurely pace. Wei Ming, you mustn't act so recklessly, Luqing warned urgently. Wei Ming smiled and replied, I'll be waiting for you in the underground garage. You'd best come within 10 minutes, or else, he brandished his phone, I'll call General Manager Kong. General Manager Kong was the company's top executive, yet Wei Ming had no intention of actually contacting him. He merely sought to intimidate Luqing. Luqing dared not gamble on her luck. Her last thread of hope evaporated, and she could only bite her lip and nod in acquiescence. Wei Ming left behind a resignation letter, consisting of a mere 4 words, I quit. With nothing to pack, he proceeded directly to the underground garage, where he awaited beside an Audi. As he walked, he continued to experiment with his newfound superpower. Of course, the garage was under surveillance, so he dared not be overt about it. Placing his hand on the Audi, he concentrated, and an invisible alternate space enveloped the vehicle. With another thought, he could entirely transport the car into this other dimension, but could he perhaps extend this ability to larger objects? He pressed his hand against a pillar, attempting to envelop it, but found it impossible to encompass the entire building from within its confines. Nevertheless, he soon discovered a second application of his spatial abilities. He could create a door around his body, a door that was invisible and intangible, only perceptible to him, leading directly to the alternate space. He dubbed it the Door of Space. What would happen if someone stepped through this door into the alternate space? Wei Ming certainly wouldn't test it on himself. Perhaps he could buy a fish or some crayfish to conduct an experiment later. There was no need to rush. He envisioned his next steps. First, he needed to amass wealth to construct a secure shelter, one that was not only robust but also possessed formidable insulation. Following that, he would need supplies, primarily food and water, and then clothing, a computer, a movie library, and a gaming collection. But where would the money come from? Lottery tickets. Regrettably, he had never played the lottery, and even if he had returned to life with the winning numbers, what if the results turned out different? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Today was November 3rd, and the World Cup would commence in the Middle East tomorrow. Although he wasn't an avid football fan, he had watched every group match and could clearly recall each score. He could place bets on the matches. Could it be that the mysterious forces of the East could influence the outcomes of games in the Middle East? Moreover, few people typically bet on the lottery, and even if one won the jackpot, it might amount to only a few million. However, during the World Cup, the pool of bettors swelled, leading to astronomical prize amounts. If he placed 100 bets, it was highly plausible he might win 1 or 200 million. It was worth a shot. After all, placing 100 bets would only cost him 200 yuan. Just then, he heard the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. Wei Ming looked up towards the elevator and saw Luqing striding toward him, her figure swaying enticingly. Indeed, her physique was impressive. Did it rival that of Zhuoqingqing? What about after the apocalypse? Once he accumulated abundant resources, acquiring any type of beauty would be merely a matter of desire. Luqing, I beg you. I can offer you 5 million. You could easily use that money to support a young and beautiful girl. Luqing pleaded desperately. Alas, I dare not accept your money. Besides, I have already devised a means to earn wealth, and in 6 months, what good will extra money do? It would be as useful as a rock to wipe my backside. Wei Ming regarded the woman before him with the mindset of a hunter. She had often been arrogant and haughty, barking orders at him. He had thought of revenge on more than one occasion, and now, unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. How could he let it slip away? Luqing cursed inwardly, but what could she do? Reluctantly, she opened the car door and climbed into the back seat. After some time, Wei Ming left the company, his spirits high that he chose not to continue pursuing Luqing, for there was no need. The woman had already taken a step back, and retreating further would mean yielding 100 steps, 1,000 steps. He could simply arrange meetings with her in the future. In fact, he could eventually bring Luqing into his secure shelter after the apocalypse, and he could do as he pleased with her. However, the thought of keeping Luqing in the shelter during the apocalypse posed significant challenges. Unless he was absolutely certain of success, Wei Ming would never gamble with his future. For now, he decided to set aside thoughts of her. There was no reason to waste time on her. He needed to fully comprehend the capabilities of the alternate space. On his way home, he made a special trip to the market, purchasing several live fish and 2 pounds of crayfish, not for consumption, but for experimentation. Once he closed the door to his home, he found himself alone. It was time to begin the experiments. The testing process was tedious, yet Wei Ming remained wholly focused, showing no signs of impatience. At noon, he ordered takeout, resuming his research in the afternoon. By evening, he had gained preliminary insights. If he wished to collect items by enveloping them within the alternate space, he needed to first wrap the objects with it. But how large could these objects be? Enveloping the entire blue planet was out of the question, yet Wei Ming believed he could easily encompass the vast expanse of Huaxia within mere seconds. The challenge lay in the concept of enveloping. He could not wrap an isolated entity, nor could he collect an entire building without excavating its foundation. As long as it was an independent entity, he could collect it. Additionally, he needed to make contact with the object using his right hand. Contact from other parts of his body would not suffice. Furthermore, living creatures could also be drawn into the alternate space. He could touch a living being, then envelop it with the alternate space, or he could open the door of space, allowing the creature to enter on its own, be pushed, or tossed inside. However, the door of space was limited to a size of 3 by 3 meters. Anything exceeding the threshold could not be collected. Once inside the alternate space, living beings could survive for a maximum of 1 minute. Wei Ming could perceive everything within the alternate space and manipulate its contents with mere thought. For instance, if he collected a table, he could easily dismantle it in the alternate space, an endeavor that would be impossible to accomplish by hand outside of it. Extracting items from within was merely a matter of will. With determination, Wei Ming pressed his right hand against himself, drawing himself into the alternate space. He needed to ascertain the full extent of his abilities, for such knowledge could prove life-saving in critical moments. As darkness enveloped him, he found himself in a void where his eyes could discern nothing, yet, his consciousness extended throughout the space, as if he were a deity within it, observing everything with acute awareness and omnipotence. In the next instant, Wei Ming reappeared in his home, panting heavily. Chapter 4 Preparations. Wei Ming once again entered the alternate space. This time, he was certainly not in a hurry to depart. Why is it that living beings cannot endure more than a minute within this realm? He scrutinized himself, astonished to discover that he could examine the internal workings of his body through sheer consciousness, even down to the cellular level. The development of his muscles and the activity of his organs were instantly reflected in his mind. He felt entirely capable of performing any surgical procedure on himself. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that his blood flow had ceased, his heart had stopped beating, as if time had come to a standstill, or perhaps, there was no concept of time within the alternate space. Is this the reason why living beings cannot survive for more than a minute in this realm? It seemed not entirely accurate. Wei Ming brought another small lobster into the space, but returned to his room, observing solely through his consciousness. He felt like a deity within the alternate space, yet who knew if he would perish after 1 minute? That would be quite the injustice. 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 60 seconds. Wei Ming detected no change in the lobster. It was as if time did not elapse here, and thus no transformations could occur. Whether it was placed inside for 1 second or 100 million years made no difference. However, upon removing the lobster, he found it lifeless. It had been lively at 59 seconds, yet perished at 60. Curious indeed. Wei Ming chose not to dwell on this detail. He merely needed to understand this limitation. No living being, including himself, could remain in the alternate space for a full minute. The utilization of the spatial gate proved intriguing. Although it could expand to a maximum of 3 by 3 meters, it would halt upon encountering any obstacles. It could extend up to 5 meters away from Wei Ming, yet it was capable of reaching through walls, even multiple walls. Wei Ming brought a cup of hot water into the space, then retrieved a piece of ice cream that had been left untouched in the refrigerator, tossing it inside. After several hours had passed, upon extracting these 2 items, he discovered that the hot water remained scalding, while the ice cream was still solidly frozen. This further confirmed the non-existence of time in the alternate space. Thus, whatever condition an object was in upon entry, it remained unchanged upon exit. A smile crept across Wei Ming's face. Perfect. Next came the planning. It was now evident that as long as items were placed into the alternate space, their properties would be preserved. For instance, the boiling hot remained boiling hot, and the icy cold remained icy cold. What if he prepared a substantial quantity of ice? In the event of an apocalypse, ice could not only be used for cooling but could also melt into drinkable water for washing. Although the electrical systems would not collapse immediately, the sweltering heat of 60 degrees Celsius would render most air conditioning units inoperable. Even if the nighttime temperature dropped to the 40s, allowing for the use of air conditioning, the indoor temperature would still hover above 35 degrees, remaining uncomfortably warm, sufficient to prevent death by heat, but not much else. Yet, what if there existed a highly insulated dwelling, utilizing ice for cooling? How did ancient emperors stave off the summer heat? They employed ice stored during winter, placing it within hollow copper pillars. This was the ancient equivalent of air conditioning, notably without the direct blast of cold air, thus minimizing the risk of joint ailments. Therefore, the next steps were twofold: to construct a secure, insulated dwelling and to gather ice. Uncertain of how long the apocalypse would last, it was imperative to prepare for a prolonged struggle. Thus, the more ice, the better. Suddenly, Wei Ming's eyes gleamed with inspiration. Why not undertake a grand endeavor and collect icebergs from the poles? Both polar regions were enshrouded in snow and ice, forming a cohesive entity. He merely needed to approach any section of the ice layer to harvest the entire iceberg. In truth, the majority of icebergs resided in Antarctica. If time permitted, he would gather ice from both poles, but if pressed for time, he would settle for Antarctica alone. After hastily consuming dinner, Wei Ming rushed outside. What for? To purchase lottery tickets. Numerous lottery and sports betting shops dotted the streets, and he quickly veered into one. This year, the World Cup group stage only allowed betting on 14 matches. Drawing from his memory, Wei Ming selected 14 games and placed 99 bets. The maximum he could wager was 99 tickets. The first prize's total payout constituted approximately 45% of the prize pool, with a single ticket potentially yielding up to 5 million. Thus, if enough people participated, theoretically, Wei Ming could garner nearly 500 million in returns. Naturally, he was not so greedy. He merely sought enough to fund the construction of his secure dwelling. What about food? Since he had resolved to transport ice from the North and South Poles, why not also embark on a zero-cost shopping spree in North and South America, acquiring some supplies along the way? However, caution was advised when venturing into the Americas. He needed to avoid getting shot, after all. If he were to be shot, could he use the alternate space to heal himself? It seemed simple enough. He would give it a try using the lobster again. He first tore off one of its legs, then placed it into the alternate space. With a thought, he retrieved the lobster, and not only had the leg reattached instantaneously, but it also appeared completely unharmed, moving with remarkable naturalness. This indicated that as long as Wei Ming did not suffer immediate fatality, he could utilize the alternate space for self-healing, achieving instantaneous recovery. Well, the safety concerns were largely addressed. Wei Ming arrived at an unoccupied construction site to practice using the spatial gate. Although the gate could not actively ensnare enemies, it could certainly entice them into a trap. Moreover, with sufficient reflexes, he could even capture bullets, correct? What he needed to do was accelerate the process of opening and closing the spatial gate. Additionally, he had prepared some weapons for himself. He forcefully hurled a stone into the spatial gate, and since objects retained their original state upon entering the alternate space, their kinetic energy remained intact. When Wei Ming required it, he could open the spatial gate to release the thrown objects. Surely, these suddenly materializing bricks and stones could inflict harm. Subsequently, he devised an improved method. Since the spatial gate could extend up to 5 meters away from his body, he positioned himself atop a building, first opening the gate at the highest point to spill stones and bricks from within. Then, he opened the gate 5 meters below to collect the debris. In this manner, he effectively increased the velocity of these objects by 10 meters. A few repetitions of this process would yield significant results. Although air resistance would prevent these items from achieving bullet-like speeds, they would possess far greater lethality than a shot put thrown by a professional athlete. In addition to stones and bricks, Wei Ming also gathered some steel rods, accelerating them as well. These would act like javelins, capable of delivering fatal blows. Wei Ming toiled until midnight, utterly fatigued, and finally returned home, collapsing into bed or awakening abruptly around 4 in the morning, drenched in cold sweat. He had experienced a nightmare in which he was tormented by the family of Zhuoqingqing, causing his anger to reach a boiling point. He nearly lost control but ultimately managed to regain his composure. Now was not the time for vengeance. Just half a year, he fell back asleep, this time awakening at 7, guided by his biological clock. Logically, he should have gone to work, but then he remembered that he had resigned the previous day. Why would he need to go to work? He returned to slumber. When he finally woke again, it was around 10 o'clock. Deciding to linger in bed a little longer, he ordered takeout, merging breakfast and lunch into one meal. He continued to practice with the spatial gate. By evening, he had mastered the art of opening the spatial gateway to his desired location within a mere 0.1 seconds, and could instantaneously withdraw into another dimension to evade attacks. He decided to practice gradually. Wei Ming, feeling somewhat bored, contemplated the construction of a safe house, which would include collecting icebergs from the poles, but that endeavor would have to wait until he amassed sufficient wealth. However, the results of the 14 matches he had wagered on would take 4 days to materialize, leaving him with nothing to do but wait during this period. But perhaps that wasn't entirely true. Wei Ming retrieved his phone and sent a message via WeChat to someone, stating, 8 o'clock, meet at the Jinluan Hotel, or else. With that, he stepped out. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the city, Lu Qing was having dinner with her husband when suddenly a WeChat notification popped up. Upon seeing the sender's name, her expression shifted noticeably. Taking advantage of her husband's momentary distraction, she quickly replied, don't overstep your boundaries. It's up to you. If you don't come, you bear the consequences. Lu Qing furrowed her brow, and reluctantly told Su Jian, honey, Huan is drunk. I need to go see her. Huan was her close friend, known for her tendency to drink excessively and subsequently seek Lu Qing's assistance. Su Jian, accustomed to this scenario, showed no signs of suspicion and inquired, should I accompany you? No, that's unnecessary, Lu Qing quickly declined, grabbing her car keys and departing. Upon arriving at the Jinluan Hotel, Wei Ming had chosen this establishment for its proximity to his home, allowing him to walk there. After securing a room and sending Lu Qing the room number, he settled in leisurely, awaiting her arrival. Surely, there was no possibility that she would not come. The concept of boundaries was such that taking a step back meant an endless retreat. Thus, after Lu Qing had regressed in the garage yesterday, it implied that she had already fallen under Wei Ming's control. He chuckled to himself as he retrieved a collection of sheer stockings from the other dimension and placed them on the bed. Soon, he would have Lu Qing don them, only to violently tear them apart. At 7:57 p.m., a gentle knock echoed through the door. Peering through the peephole, Wei Ming's eyes gleamed as he recognized Lu Qing standing at the entrance. He couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 5 Agreement. Wei Ming exercised considerable caution, first ensuring that Lu Qing had not brought anyone with her. In truth, Lu Qing was too apprehensive to invite others. Why would she want the matter of the 30 million to be known by more people? Nevertheless, being cautious was not without merit. Once he confirmed that Lu Qing was alone, Wei Ming opened the door and allowed her to enter. As she stepped inside, Lu Qing exclaimed, "You cannot continue to harass me like this. You must assure me that this is the last time, otherwise, I shall report you to the authorities." Wei Ming smiled faintly and retrieved his phone, showing her the itinerary he had booked for a trip to the Antarctic. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. "You are going to Antarctica?" It was genuinely astonishing to her, as a trip to Antarctica was an extravagant affair, and Wei Ming's reservation, which included an island landing, cost over 180,000 yuan and would last at least 2 months. Was he out of his mind? Wei Ming remarked. "Therefore, prior to my journey to Antarctica, you must be at my beck and call. I shall no longer pursue you thereafter." After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Qing acquiesced. "You must guarantee that." "I assure you," Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he scoffed. This woman had targeted him for 3 years, trampling on his dignity all the while. How could he so easily let her off the hook? "Go change into those stockings," he pointed towards them. Lu Qing cursed internally, yet the sunk cost was too significant. Her presence here clearly indicated her desire to placate Wei Ming. How could she afford to turn hostile over such a trivial matter? As Wei Ming observed her changing into the stockings, he realized that the dim lighting in the car yesterday had prevented him from fully appreciating her figure. Curvaceous and alluring, her physique was indeed remarkable. As he admired her, he chuckled. "Do you know how many men in the company fantasize about you?" "Of course, I am aware," Lu Qing replied with a hint of arrogance, a dismissive smile gracing her lips. A toad wishing to eat swan meat, but she suddenly halted, her face flushing, for was not Wei Ming the very toad in her eyes, now having gained the upper hand? Wei Ming could not help but laugh heartily. "How did you attain your position? Have you ever slept with someone above you?" Lu Qing shot him an indignant glare. "I am not a prostitute. I am not so debased as to sell myself for advancement. I graduated from the best university in Haidu, and my professional abilities are evident. Indeed, it seemed rather convenient that you and your husband managed to embezzle 30 million from the company and kept it hidden for years, only for the company to eventually find out." Wei Ming continued to admire the stunning woman before him, grinning. "Then I suppose I have struck gold. If I were to tell those colleagues that I had bedded this untouchable goddess, I wonder what their reactions would be. Some of those fellows have even privately declared that they would take you by force one day. Even if they were sentenced to 3 to 5 years, it would be worth it. Ha, they ultimately lack the courage." The following day, Wei Ming luxuriated in sleep until 10 o'clock, then rose to enjoy a leisurely breakfast at the hotel buffet before strolling back home. Surprised at his own stamina after a sleepless night, he wondered if his physical condition had truly improved. Had he previously possessed such robust health? Certainly not. Was it possible that his rebirth had enhanced his physique? That was indeed a pleasant development. Wei Ming made a special trip to the gym for a fitness assessment, leaving the testing staff astonished at his exceptional physical capabilities, both explosive and enduring, reaching what could only be described as the pinnacle of human performance. Yet, previously, he had worked a 9-to-5 job and delivered takeout on the side, seemingly with no time for exercise. Where had he found the opportunity to train? It could only be the benefits of his rebirth. Regardless, I am now considered an evolved being. Attaining peak human physical condition seems only fitting. With his impressive abilities, the staff member had no reason to enroll him, instead inquiring if he was interested in working as a trainer, to which Wei Ming naturally declined. Upon returning home, he continued to practice utilizing the portal while also acquiring some new weapons. That evening, his phone rang, and upon glancing at it, a cold, menacing smile crept across his lips. It was Left Qingqing calling. As soon as he answered, she angrily exclaimed, "Wei Ming, you didn't call or send any messages yesterday, and today is no different. Do you no longer wish to be with me? I'll have you know that there are many who pursue me. If you do not appreciate me, then someone else will." After a brief pause, she added, "A colleague of mine bought a stunning bag today for only 20,000 yuan. If you buy me one, I might consider forgiving you." "You must be dreaming," Wei Ming scoffed. "Fine, let us break up." He decisively hung up the phone. Before the apocalypse struck, he had ample time to toy with this woman and her family. Meanwhile, Left Qingqing stared at her phone in disbelief. Wei Ming had hung up on her. How dare he? And he actually agreed to break up. Left Qingqing could hardly believe it. Previously, whenever she mentioned breaking up, Wei Ming would always yield, except for when he had given that apartment to her brother as a wedding gift. Yet she had not definitively ended things this time. How could he have agreed to the breakup? Had he lost his mind? No, he must be attempting to provoke her into taking the initiative, seizing control of the situation. I won't fall for your tricks. I trust that within a few days, Wei Ming will come scurrying back to me. That's the nature of a sycophant. That night, Wei Ming did not seek out Lu Qing. Although his physical prowess was astonishing, he could not indulge in such excess daily. Lust could be a double-edged sword. He decided to let Lu Qing rest for a day, intending to have some fun the following day. As the night passed, a new day dawned. The previous evening's 4 matches had resulted in unexpected upsets, undoubtedly leading many gamblers to the rooftops, yet Wei Ming remained unfazed, as the mysterious Eastern forces had indeed failed to influence the outcomes in the Middle East, precisely as he had anticipated. In just 2 more match days, he would be able to claim his winnings. That evening, Wei Ming messaged Lu Qing again. Same place as before. Since he had promised her that he would not contact her again after the trip to Antarctica, Luqing now endeavored to cooperate with Wei Ming, hoping to avoid incurring his displeasure and risking his sudden change of heart. She promptly replied, "On my way." Sure enough, she arrived at the hotel before 8 o'clock. Chapter 6 of The Neighboring Wife, Michelle. The following day, Wei Ming indulged in a much-needed sleep until 10 o'clock, and whether Luqing managed to do the same was of no concern to him. After enjoying a buffet breakfast at the hotel, Wei Ming returned home. However, just as he was about to step through his front door, the gate next door swung open, revealing a meticulously dressed and strikingly beautiful young woman. Her beauty rivaled that of Luqing, though her figure was slightly less impressive, boasting only a C-cup. Nevertheless, she stood about 5 centimeters taller than Luqing, her height approaching 170 centimeters, and her long legs were undeniably eye-catching. This enchanting woman was Michelle, who had been married for less than 3 months, yet she and Wei Ming had clashed on no fewer than 20 occasions. To be precise, these encounters were not truly clashes. Rather, they constituted her unilateral humiliation of Wei Ming. The reason, on one occasion, she had discovered Wei Ming donning the uniform of a delivery worker, realizing he was also working part-time as a courier. From that moment on, whenever they crossed paths, she unleashed a torrent of ridicule upon him, arrogantly demanding that he sell his apartment and vacate the premises to avoid tarnishing the property values with the presence of someone she deemed a low-quality and lower-class resident. Was this even human discourse? In his previous life, Wei Ming was not only honest but also averse to conflict. He would simply retreat into his own space, ignoring her taunts while continuing with his delivery work. However, Michelle grew increasingly brazen, spewing cutting remarks every time she encountered Wei Ming. He often found himself perplexed, wondering why such a beautiful woman felt compelled to wield her words like weapons. As anticipated, upon spotting Wei Ming, Michelle's expression morphed into one of disdain. She furrowed her brow and declared, "Why have you not moved out yet?" In his former life, Wei Ming would have silently opened the door, dismissing her entirely. But having been granted a second chance at life, he found himself transformed. The meek man who was once a target for bullying had vanished without a trace. He gazed unabashedly at Michelle's stunning visage and replied coolly, "This is my home. Why should I leave? You, a mere delivery boy, should reside in a slum. Your presence here diminishes the status of our community and adversely affects property values." Michelle retained her air of superiority, even donning a mask from her handbag, as if fearing that Wei Ming's very essence might taint her. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Wei Ming chuckled, "I reside here, and I have no intention of moving out. If anyone should leave, it ought to be you." "Wei Ming, how dare a lowly delivery boy speak to me in such a manner?" Michelle, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly leapt into the air in fury. Her outrage was palpable. Previously, Wei Ming had been so submissive, allowing her to belittle him without resistance. Now, he dared to retort. Was he attempting to ascend to the heavens? Suddenly, a sly smile crept across Wei Ming's face. "Very well. As long as you agree to one condition, I might consider selling my home." Michelle paused, taken aback momentarily, before quickly regaining her composure. Wei Ming was still the same Wei Ming, weak and easily manipulated. "Speak," she demanded, adopting her haughty demeanor. Wei Ming displayed a mischievous grin. "You must spend one night with me." Michelle's face turned crimson, and in a fit of rage, she lunged at Wei Ming, as if to claw at his face. "You filthy beggar, how dare you even think of such a thing?" Yet, with a simple push, she stumbled backward. Infuriated, Michelle realized that Wei Ming's shove had landed squarely upon her chest, and she could even feel his hand grasping her. She was being assaulted by a lowly delivery boy. "You are finished. You are absolutely finished." Michelle was too terrified to charge at him again. What if Wei Ming's intentions turned lecherous? Being toyed with by such a lowly individual was a humiliation that would haunt her for a lifetime, even if he were sentenced to death for it. She hurried back into her home and promptly called the police. Wei Ming merely smiled faintly. The earlier grab had been intentional, but he was well aware of the surveillance cameras. The footage would only capture him pushing Michelle away, and her attempt to scratch his face would justify his actions as self-defense. After all, he had not delivered a heavy blow. His actions were merely a display of restraint toward a woman. Go ahead, call the police, he thought. Although Michelle lacked the voluptuousness of some, her C-cup was still appealing, and the sensation was quite pleasant, full and elastic. He found himself intrigued. The police arrived swiftly, and after a brief wait of mere minutes, they knocked on Wei Ming's door. He opened it, and the officers asked him to explain the situation. So, he narrated the events of the encounter succinctly, omitting unnecessary embellishments, as there was no need. He had been in the right throughout the ordeal. Even the push he delivered was merely a form of defense against an aggressor, and it had been gentle. The surveillance footage would not reflect any inappropriate conduct on his part. "Oh, by the way, there are cameras at the entrance, installed by the property management. You may wish to review the footage," he added casually. The two officers exchanged glances before instructing Wei Ming to remain at home while they retrieved the footage from the management office. After a 20-minute wait, they returned, providing feedback to both Wei Ming and Michelle. To Wei Ming, they said, "Apologies for the disturbance." For Michelle, they offered a warning, advising her not to squander precious police resources. Though Michelle was indignant, the officers had already copied the surveillance footage onto their phones for her to view. As she watched, her fury reached a boiling point. Wei Ming, that cunning rogue, had managed to evade capture by the camera, yet, the officers had already classified the incident, leaving her to ponder how she could punish Wei Ming. She felt a mix of anger, frustration, and helplessness. What had she done to provoke him? Just because she deemed his job unworthy of respect, did that grant her the right to insult and demean him? Words have consequences. As an adult, one must face the repercussions of their actions. No excuses. Of course, Wei Ming's retaliation would not involve any physical weaponry, though one could argue it might be termed as such. He needed only to wait for the appropriate moment, and when the apocalypse arrived, he would merely present a bottle of water, and Mi Xiaolu would have no choice but to comply. Though Wei Ming was not a vengeful man, he would not allow himself to be bullied any longer. If she insulted him, he would retaliate in kind. This was the principle of reciprocity. In this manner, he would find clarity, for otherwise, his rebirth would be meaningless. Chapter 7 A couple returns home together. The police, adhering to the principles of justice, could not possibly detain Wei Ming without concrete evidence. However, Mi Xiaolu was certainly not one to let the matter rest. When her husband, Hua Hai, returned home that evening, Mi Xiaolu embellished the events of midday, emphasizing Wei Ming's rascality. As for the incident of the unwanted advance, she merely suggested that Wei Ming had intended to assault her, but had ultimately failed. The thought of being accosted by someone like Wei Ming, a lowly individual, was too humiliating for her to disclose, unless it could lead to his conviction. Thus, she reported the incident to the authorities, while concealing the truth from her husband. Upon hearing her account, Hua Hai was consumed with rage and immediately stormed out, pounding forcefully on Wei Ming's door. When Wei Ming opened it, Hua Hai barged in, reaching out to seize Wei Ming by his clothing. However, Wei Ming was not one to be easily subdued. With a mere flick of his hand, he deflected Hua Hai's grip and, in a swift motion, grasped the collar of Hua Hai's shirt. With a surge of strength, he effortlessly lifted the 175 centimeters tall man off the ground. Mi Xiaolu, who had just arrived, witnessed this astonishing display of power and instinctively cried out, "Let go of my husband! Release him!" Yet, Wei Ming paid her no heed, his gaze fixed coldly on Hua Hai as he stated, "I have never wronged either of you, yet your wife has repeatedly humiliated me. Today, I merely retaliated slightly. Is this now considered an unforgivable crime?" Seeing the confrontation escalate, Mi Xiaolu attempted to pry Wei Ming's hand away, desperate to rescue her husband. Nevertheless, Wei Ming merely extended his hand further, lifting her off the ground as well. His physical prowess was indeed formidable. He held both individuals with ease, as if he could bear even more weight. "Do not harass me again, or I shall not remain so courteous," he warned, as he carried them both outside. Upon reaching the threshold, he released his grip, and with a thud, they both landed on the ground, wincing in pain. With a resounding slam, Wei Ming closed the door, the sound echoing like a slap to the faces of the beleaguered couple, leaving them visibly shaken. "What do we do now, dear?" Mi Xiaolu asked, her voice trembling. After all, the first time Wei Ming had merely pushed her aside, but this time he had overpowered two adults with alarming strength. What if he decided to retaliate further? The thought of being harmed by such a man was terrifying, especially for her, a striking beauty. The very idea of being mistreated before being killed was appalling. Her nature was one of cowardice towards the strong, emboldened only by the perceived weakness of others. Yet now, confronted by Wei Ming's formidable resistance, her fear was palpable. Hua Hai, filled with humiliation, shot a furious glare at his wife. Had she not provoked Wei Ming, would they have found themselves in such a disgraceful predicament? "Should we call the police?" Mi Xiaolu suggested hesitantly. "Call the police? Are you out of your mind? We invaded his home, he merely expelled us. Do you think the authorities would arrest us for that?" Hua Hai retorted angrily. Mi Xiaolu was taken aback. "You dare to blame me? Are you not the foolish one?" Hua Hai snapped back. Fuming, Mi Xiaolu rose and stomped inside, slamming the door behind her. Hua Hai followed, only to be met with the door's abrupt closure, which struck him painfully in the face. Fortunately, the door could be unlocked with a fingerprint. As he pressed his nose, he opened the door forcefully, slamming it shut once again, and soon he was embroiled in a heated argument with his wife, their voices carrying to Wei Ming next door. A smile crept across his face. Was this all they had? Surely not. What had he done to deserve the continuous slander from Mi Xiaolu? However, he was not in a rush. Murder may be a crime now, but in 6 months, the entire social structure could collapse. Who would care then? At that point, a simple bottle thrown could bring Hua Hai to his knees, while Mi Xiaolu would willingly strip away her dignity. All he needed to do was enhance his own strength, ensuring that when threatened, he could strike back with lethal force while remaining unscathed. The following day, Wei Ming examined the results of 4 matches. Only one had produced an unexpected outcome, a significant upset that would likely send many to the rooftops in despair, as the data had suggested a foregone conclusion. He anticipated collecting his winnings the next day. He had chosen a secure location and identified a contractor for renovations. All that remained was for the funds to arrive. Throughout the day, Wei Ming practiced controlling the spatial door, as it was crucial for his survival. He had no desire to be ambushed when visiting the illustrious home of a certain beauty. That evening, he messaged Lu Qing, suggesting they meet at their usual spot. Lu Qing, understanding the unspoken agreement, refrained from responding. However, just 10 minutes later, Lu Qing called, "Please refrain from messaging me in the future. What if my husband sees? Let us simply arrange our next meeting directly." "No problem," Wei Ming replied, unwilling to dwell on such trivial matters. While waiting for Lu Qing, he pulled out a condom, which held its own purpose. Chapter 8 With whom are you using this thing? Early in the morning, Wei Ming made his way to the lottery center to claim his prize. He presented his identification card and lottery ticket, and after the staff conducted a thorough verification, he seamlessly proceeded to the prize redemption phase. Indeed, due to the World Cup, the number of individuals purchasing lottery tickets has surged significantly, contributing to the prize pool reaching an astounding 600 million. The jackpot for the current round, determined by the outcomes of 14 matches, amounts to 64 of the sales revenue, with the first prize accounting for 70 of the total winnings, resulting in an overall sum exceeding 268.8 million. This time, a total of 105 winning tickets were issued, each yielding a remarkable $56 million. Wei Ming single-handedly secured 99 tickets, amounting to a staggering $253.44 million. After paying the taxes, only $202.75 million remained in his account. He decided to donate all the leftover change, ultimately taking away $200 million. This amount significantly exceeded Wei Ming's expectations. He had anticipated a maximum of $100 million, with a bottom line of $50 million, which would suffice to purchase the property he had his eye on and immediately commence renovations. Leaving the lottery center, Wei Ming hurried back to the real estate agency in his neighborhood. The property he intended to acquire was a villa situated within his own residential community. Why his own neighborhood, you may ask? Well, why not? Indeed, constructing a villa in a remote area might offer safety, but even with an abundance of entertainment props at his disposal, a life spent solely playing video games and watching movies would be rather dull. The very reason for enhancing his abilities was to remain composed during conflicts, was it not? Moreover, if he lived far away, how could he exact revenge on the Zhou family? He could not attain clarity of thought without eliminating them. Wei Ming had thoroughly ascertained that there were 3 villas in the community, one of which was currently listed for sale at an asking price of $25 million. It comprised 3 floors above ground and 1 basement level, essentially a garage connected to the community's underground parking. The total area was 480 square meters, although the property deed recorded only 360 square meters, as the garage was considered a complementary addition. Calculating the figures, this made the price per square meter approximately $70,000, which was quite reasonable in Haidu. Swiftly, he signed an agreement with the owner and paid $30, insisting on receiving the keys that very day. The homeowner readily acquiesced. Thus, Wei Ming began contacting renovation contractors, and within an hour, a representative arrived, measuring all the dimensions in the villa and obtaining the construction plans while inquiring about Wei Ming's renovation requirements. First, it must be as solid as a fortress, impervious to explosions. Second, it should provide insulation, akin to those old ice cream carts that kept popsicles from melting even in scorching heat. On the foundation of meeting these 2 criteria, utilize only the finest materials available. The contractor, Xiaobing, was taken aback, pondering the exaggerated nature of these requests. Was there an impending war? If a war were to break out, what significance would such renovations hold? Could it withstand the impact of explosives, missiles, or even nuclear weapons? However, the customer is always right. As long as the payment was assured, transforming the place into a tomb-like structure was no issue. Next came the most critical aspect, the timeline. Approximately 8 months, Xiaobing estimated. Wei Ming shook his head. Too long. Xiaobing frowned. 5 months, but you will need to spend more. Wei Ming calculated that once the villa was completed, he would still have 25 days before the apocalypse descended, leaving ample time. All right. And the cost will be $30 million. Xiaobing declared. Wei Ming regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Xiaobing quickly added, this is truly a reasonable price, primarily due to the expedited timeline, otherwise, I could have saved you at least $5 million. Wei Ming pressed his hand down, asking, with $30 million, can we ensure the use of the finest materials? Ha? Xiaobing was momentarily perplexed. It seemed that Wei Ming's concern was not the high price, but rather the quality of the materials. He could not help but chuckle. Brother, rest assured, $30 million is indeed sufficient to procure the best I cannot guarantee protection against missiles, but I assure you, C4 will never breach a wall. Mark my words, if I fail to deliver, you may spread the word throughout Haidu, and I will exit this industry for good. A smile finally graced Wei Ming's face. That is reassuring. The two signed the contract, and Wei Ming made an initial payment of $10 million for Xiaobing to purchase materials. Once the walls, ventilation, and insulation were completed, they would discuss further details. After sending Xiaobing on his way, Wei Ming awaited the transfer of the villa, which needed to occur before his departure to Antarctica. Indeed, time was of the essence. Upon returning home around 6 p.m., he noticed the elevator doors opening, revealing Guohai stepping out. When Guohai saw Wei Ming with the door ajar, he hesitated momentarily before feigning nonchalance as he entered his home. Wei Ming heard Mi Xiaolu's voice welcoming him and could not help but smile. At that moment, he made his way to the bedroom and opened the spatial door through the wall. This house was a mirror image of the one next door, with the master bedrooms closely adjacent, allowing Wei Ming to distinctly perceive any activity from the neighboring unit. The spatial door could penetrate the wall, albeit not exceeding a distance of 5 meters. Wei Ming opened a small gap and released the condom he had used the previous night, which landed with a thud on the floor. Well, now it was time to sit back and enjoy the unfolding drama. As Guohai stepped inside, he exchanged a few words with Mi Xiaolu before retreating to the bedroom. Suddenly, he halted, fixating on the object on the floor. A condom. Yet, the issue was that he and Mi Xiaolu had only been married for less than a year and were diligently working towards starting a family. How could this item possibly be there? What the hell? Guohai's anger surged, instantly feeling the green envy creeping onto his brow. That wretched woman, despite being a stay-at-home wife, dared to betray him. Mi Xiaolu, you better explain this to me, he growled through clenched teeth. Mi Xiaolu, just entering, was bewildered and retorted, have you lost your mind, yelling at me like that? Smack, Guohai struck her across the face, pointing at the object on the floor, demanding, what is this? I ask you, what is this? Mi Xiaolu's eyes widened in shock. How could there be a condom on the floor? Then it dawned on her why her husband had slapped her, and she hurriedly exclaimed, I didn't use it. No, I haven't been unfaithful. Please believe me, you must believe me. Then why is this here? Guohai coldly retorted, did it sprout legs and wander over here by itself? You wretched woman, tell me, who did you use this with? How could Mi Xiaolu explain? Even if she had 800 mouths, she could not clarify. You scoundrel, I toil outside while you dare to betray me at home, putting me in a position to wear a green hat. Hua Hai, interpreting her silence as guilt, grew even angrier and could not resist delivering another slap. If Mi Xiaolu were indeed guilty, she would have to endure the beating, but the truth was, she was innocent. Wasn't this an outrageous accusation? Hua Hai, you better clean your mouth, she shouted while retreating. I come from a scholarly family, and I gave myself to you at marriage. You don't know my purity? By falsely accusing me, you not only insult me but also dishonor the values my parents instilled in me since childhood. Hua Hai trusted only what he had seen, unwilling to listen to Mi Xiaolu's feeble explanations. Did the condom sprout legs and wander here? If you had not used it with some lover, how could it possibly be here? Yet, you must be bold indeed to casually leave a condom lying on the floor, as if hoping I would remain oblivious. You wretched woman, I swear I will make you pay for this. Chapter 9. Harvesting icebergs from the poles. The commotion from the neighboring unit persisted throughout the entire night yesterday. Despite the cacophony, Wei Ming remained utterly unperturbed. Donning his earplugs, he enjoyed a remarkably peaceful slumber. Let us take our time. After 3 days of uproar, tranquility finally returned. Yet when Wei Ming observed the couple departing together, their expressions were far from pleasant. For them, infidelity is a grievous sin, capable of creating irreparable rifts in their marriage. Let it simmer for a while. Wei Ming, preoccupied with his own affairs, had no intention of stirring up trouble for the couple. He had recently amassed a significant stockpile of food and purified water. Indeed, while he could indulge in a zero-cost shopping spree after visiting the Grand City, he lacked confidence in his culinary skills, thus he deemed it prudent to prepare a substantial quantity of pre-cooked meals. Having ordered several hundred takeout meals, one delivery person, bewildered by the sheer volume, even questioned whether he should notify the authorities. Mistakenly assuming he had been taken hostage, Wei Ming proceeded to book a banquet at a hotel, arranging for a full 500 tables. At the designated time, he instructed the servers to serve the dishes and subsequently collected the plates, compensating for their cost upon settling the bill. Additionally, he acquired numerous warming items. One might ponder, why procure heating devices when the apocalypse is imminent and the temperatures are not lethally frigid? The reason is simple: he was bound for Antarctica. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, what if he found himself stranded there? Acknowledging the risks, he understood the necessity of thorough preparation. After 5 days, the real estate agent contacted him, announcing that the property transfer at the housing authority had been completed and he could proceed with the transfer today. Naturally, Wei Ming rushed over at once. After settling the final payment and the agent's fee, he awaited the renovation plans from Xiaobing, which would coincide perfectly with his acquisition of the property deed, allowing him to apply for renovations, an endeavor he would leave entirely in Xiaobing's capable hands once approved. His journey to Antarctica had finally arrived. Traveling to Antarctica proved to be quite a hassle. He needed to first fly to Argentina, a journey involving 3 layovers and totaling over 40 hours, crossing from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, a rather exhausting endeavor. Alone, Wei Ming boarded the plane. Having resigned from his job and lost his parents to an accident, he had no spouse or girlfriend to notify. Given the protracted nature of his travels, he opted for first. However, the journey from Haidu to Zurich, then from Zurich to Sao Paulo, and finally to Buenos Aires, culminating in Ushuaia, comprised entirely of international flights. Although the blonde, blue-eyed flight attendants were quite attractive and possessed commendable figures, the language barrier rendered any flirtation impractical, leaving Wei Ming to merely indulge in visual appreciation. Well, there are plenty of women in the world. The focus of this expedition is to harvest icebergs, so it is best to avoid complications. He certainly did not wish to encounter an armed boyfriend confronting him, as he was not particularly afraid of such encounters, but explaining the situation to the police would be another matter entirely. Thus, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. Could he truly not endure a few days without female companionship? Upon arriving in Ushuaia, he was naturally met by representatives from the travel agency. Wei Ming chose not to traverse the Drake Passage by boat but instead opted for a flight to King George Island, from where he would embark on a vessel. Life at sea was monotonous, with the scenery remaining ever the same. However, the buffet was quite lavish, offering an abundance of seafood, albeit lacking abalone, which he would have to defer until his return home. After several days, the ship finally reached the Antarctic continent. With a little extra payment, he could disembark and take a speedboat to view the emperor penguins. Wei Ming certainly paid for this opportunity, but his true intention was not to observe the penguins but rather to collect the seemingly infinite icebergs of Antarctica. Deliberately being the last to disembark from the yacht, Wei Ming subtly placed his hand upon the cold ice, activating a spatial rift that enveloped the iceberg's edge. The speed of this operation was astonishing. Within no more than 2 seconds, the entire process was completed. It is essential to note that the icebergs in Antarctica are interconnected, so just how massive was the expanse of ice he had encapsulated? Nearly the entirety of the Antarctic ice sheet was enveloped, harvested. Instantly, the Antarctic continent appeared stark and barren. The tourists who had just landed found themselves tumbling into the frigid sea, but fortunately, the yacht was close by. In a panic, they scrambled back onto the vessel, each one utterly bewildered. What happened to the vast expanse of white icebergs? Where did it go? They exclaimed, incredulous. Could it be that their eyes were deceiving them, or had they lost their sanity? Where are the icebergs? Where are the icebergs? Not only were the tourists bewildered, but the penguins of Antarctica also wore expressions of shock, lamenting the sudden disappearance of their abundant icebergs. In light of such a monumental shift, the tour guide promptly led the group back to the main vessel. Not only had the icebergs vanished from their landing site, but the entire Antarctic continent was similarly affected. Satellites in space corroborated this astonishing change. This phenomenon naturally became a global headline, prompting nations worldwide to dispatch research teams to investigate the enigma surrounding the disappearance of Antarctic icebergs. It is crucial to understand that Antarctica holds over 70 of the planet's freshwater reserves in the form of icebergs, thus, their sudden absence posed a grave threat, potentially instigating drastic climate changes across the globe. Wei Ming's Antarctic expedition concluded hastily, as the ship returned them to their point of departure. Though the trip was abruptly cut short, the travel agency would certainly refund a portion of the costs. However, Wei Ming was in no hurry to engage in disputes with them. He lingered, for this was the Pampas grassland, home to the finest natural pastures in the world. How could he leave without collecting a substantial quantity of beef and lamb? Wei Ming embarked on a shopping spree, clearing out one slaughterhouse after another. This, of course, sent shockwaves through Argentina, prompting police to search for the elusive meat thief. Yet, who would suspect a mere tourist like Wei Ming? Where could he possibly conceal such a large quantity of meat? Subsequently, Wei Ming journeyed to Chile, a land abundant in fruits, particularly cherries. After gathering a considerable amount of fruit, he ventured to Cuba, known for its cigars and rum, and then to Brazil, not for the soccer or the sandy beaches, but for coffee and other commodities, and of course, a fair share of firearms, given the region's chaos. Finally, Wei Ming departed South America and flew to the Grand City, having secured his visa prior to departure. Once again, he engaged in his zero-cost shopping spree. Wei Ming spent over 20 days in the Grand City, systematically emptying out large retail outlets, amassing goods valued in the billions. As before, no one suspected a mere tourist of such exploits. Wei Ming then traveled northward to the land of maple leaves, setting his sights on the Arctic to collect icebergs. However, unlike Antarctica, the Arctic is not a singular continent. Several nations inhabit this polar region. Wei Ming's task was straightforward: locate a large iceberg and harvest as much as possible by utilizing the interconnected nature of the icebergs. After all, the Antarctic icebergs were the primary target. Whatever he could gather from the Arctic was merely a bonus. With no high expectations upon departing the Arctic, Wei Ming ventured to Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam, all with the intent of gathering tropical fruits, especially durians, mangosteens, and coconuts. When the apocalypse strikes, these fruit trees will surely perish from the heat, leaving only the stockpiled reserves to sustain him. After nearly 4 months of travel, Wei Ming finally returned to his homeland. Chapter 10. Whispers of fame. Wei Ming found himself ensconced in first class, having summoned a car service at the airport, one of the most luxurious kind, no less. A lavish limousine whisked him away to Chidong City. The arrival of such an opulent vehicle inevitably drew the gaze of many, who paused to speculate about the identity of this affluent individual. When they beheld Wei Ming stepping out, their astonishment was palpable. How could it possibly be him? Could it be that the rumors were true? Did he really purchase that villa? Where on earth did he acquire such wealth? It must be illicit. Perhaps we should report this and have a thorough investigation. The residents of the community buzzed with chatter. Indeed, there exists no secret that does not eventually surface, especially since Wei Ming had not gone to great lengths to conceal his affairs. Within the community, there were always those with an insatiable curiosity, and upon noticing the renovations of the villa he had acquired for a staggering 25 million, they could not help but inquire further. It was said Wei Ming had paid in full, yet, with his parents long deceased and himself merely an ordinary office worker, where could he have obtained such funds? Thus, the neighbors remained skeptical. However, witnessing Wei Ming emerge from the stretch limousine, their disbelief began to wane. Even if they were unfamiliar with the car's emblem, a stretch limousine universally signified affluence in the minds of most. Some of the older residents felt their hearts flutter. Here was a young man, so wealthy and, notably, still unmarried. Thought a prompt approach was in order. One matron hurried forward and called out, "Young Wei, it's An Chang from Building 16. Have you just returned from out of town?" Wei Ming smiled and nodded but showed no sign of halting his steps. Typically, An Chang, who turned into a frail figure at the sight of a crowded bus, now seemed invigorated, dashing after Wei Ming, her face alight with joy. "Young Wei, I believe you are still single, yes? I could introduce you to my daughter. She is quite beautiful, a master's graduate, currently working at a bank, and just 3 years your senior. They say a woman 3 years older can bring fortune. Shall I call her now and have her cancel all her engagements for the evening, so you two can meet?" Wei Ming chuckled lightly. "An Chang, I am quite busy. I will certainly be unavailable tonight. What about tomorrow evening?" An Chang was clearly not easily deterred, quickly keeping pace with him. "We'll see," he replied, quickening his pace. However, An Chang was not a sprightly young woman. She could only pursue him for a few paces before conceding defeat. Yet, would she so easily give up? The allure of that 25 million villa was too strong. Upon her daughter's return that evening, she would certainly discuss matters with her. After all, if a woman were sufficiently proactive, how could a man possibly resist? She had unwavering confidence in her daughter's beauty. Upon returning to his residence, the same apartment he had always inhabited, as the villa was still undergoing renovations, Wei Ming stepped out of the elevator and unexpectedly encountered Michelle Lu, who was taking out the trash. Despite the bulkiness of winter attire, her figure remained enticingly slender, her curves accentuated as she bent down, eliciting a longing gaze. Michelle Lu was taken aback upon seeing Wei Ming, as it had been nearly 4 months since their last encounter. She had assumed he had sold his house and moved away, yet here he was again, true to form. She regarded him with disdain, her expression betraying her contempt. However, she quickly realized that her rigid posture might provoke unwarranted thoughts in Wei Ming, prompting her to hastily lift her trash bag and step into the elevator, as though a mere glance from him could lead to unintended consequences. As she descended to dispose of her garbage, she inadvertently overheard 2 neighbors discussing none other than Wei Ming. The topics of conversation, his villa, his luxurious car, left her in a state of shock. How could it be that this once impoverished individual had transformed into a wealthy magnate? She was flabbergasted. Wei Ming closed the door behind him and reclined on the sofa, now in possession of resources beyond measure, having acquired vast quantities of supplies from the southern and northern poles at no cost, along with an abundance of meat, fruits, and more, all meticulously arranged in preparation for the impending apocalypse. The groundwork was already 90% complete, leaving him with ample leisure time to indulge in recreation. In this post-apocalyptic era, time had become the most precious commodity, with nothing to do and boredom threatening to consume them. People could do little but wait for their fates. Thus, it was imperative to curate some forms of entertainment for oneself. A mischievous smile played on his lips. Lu Qing and Michelle were merely pawns in his game. In a prior life, they had humiliated him, but now they would serve his whims. As for Zhuo Qingqing, she was unworthy even of that status. She had lost her right to be regarded as a mere dog. Having perished once, Wei Ming had irrevocably embraced his darker self. The villa's renovations progressed steadily. Even while Wei Ming was abroad, Xiaobing would periodically update him on the status of the work. They had signed a contract, and should Xiaobing fail to complete the project on time, she would incur significant penalties, thus ensuring her utmost diligence without Wei Ming needing to oversee the process. Consequently, his sole focus remained on the acquisition of supplies, primarily food. Wei Ming possessed a vast stockpile of ingredients, yet he had no desire to cook for himself. He continued to book banquets, rotating through various hotels, often arranging for hundreds or even thousands of tables at a time. He needed to exhaust his financial resources before the apocalypse struck, otherwise, they would merely be numbers devoid of value. Even so, he could only spend 4 to 5 million a day, having allocated 55 million to the purchase and renovation of the villa, leaving little else spent in comparison. Therefore, to expend the remaining nearly 150 million, he must maintain a daily efficiency of 5 million for approximately a month. Well, time is certainly ample. After a long day's work, Wei Ming finally concluded his tasks and sent a message to Lu Qing, the usual place, 8 o'clock. Please ensure you take the day off tomorrow. After months of pent-up anticipation, he intends to indulge in a well-deserved release, thus Lu Qing will Chapter 11. The desperation of the supportive sister. Before Wei Ming could even step out of his home, his phone rang. He initially thought it might be Lu Qing returning his call, but upon checking the caller ID, he discovered it was Zhuo Qingqing. Was he about to be slapped in the face? Fine. Wei Ming answered the call and, before he could utter more than a simple hello, Zhuo Qingqing eagerly began her interrogation. Did you buy that villa on the 28th? Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, yes. How could you possibly afford a villa? Zhuo Qingqing expressed disbelief, her indignation barely concealed. After dating for over 6 months, he had never mentioned such wealth. What a scoundrel. Wei Ming chuckled lightly. Why should I tell you? I am your girlfriend. Zhuo Qingqing asserted with conviction. Not anymore, Wei Ming retorted coldly, abruptly ending the call. On the other end, Zhuo Qingqing stared at her phone in disbelief. How dare Wei Ming hang up on her? This was the second time. She nearly dialed him again to unleash a torrent of insults, but the fact that he had indeed. Beside him, Zhuomu Luo Guifan and her brother Zhuo Yan watched her expectantly as Zhuo Qingqing nodded slowly. That villa is indeed his. As soon as the words left her lips, Zhuo Fugui, Zhuomu, and Zhuo Yang erupted in excitement, with Luo Guifan quickly stating, wonderful. Let Wei Ming give the villa to Yang Yang as a wedding house, and you can marry him in your original place. Mom, Zhuo Qingqing frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. Although she was the supportive sister, she also yearned to live in a grand villa. How glorious it would be. Luo Guifan's expression darkened. What, are you unhappy about giving the villa to your brother? Don't forget who raised you. We're only asking you to vacate one room, it won't leave you homeless, and you're still reluctant? Besides, if that scoundrel can buy one villa, he can certainly purchase a second or third in the future. You should let your brother have a house for his wedding. Why are you hesitating? Zhuo Yang chimed in, it won't be a problem, my sister loves me the most. Zhuo Qingqing could only manage an awkward smile, nodding, fine, let Yang Yang live in the villa. Zhuo Fugui, Zhuomu, and Zhuo Yang cheered once more, as if they had already bid farewell to their rented living situation and moved into a magnificent villa, striding through the community with pride, ready to flaunt their status to anyone they encountered. However, Zhuo Qingqing quickly added, but Wei Ming broke up with me a few months ago. What? Zhuo Fugui nearly slapped her, his finger trembling as he pointed at Zhuo Qingqing. Are you foolish? Do you want me to beat you? Luo Guifan interjected, it's nothing at all. A breaking up doesn't mean you can't reconcile. Our daughter is so beautiful, which man could resist her? Qingqing, you must. Despite her authoritative demeanor around Wei Ming, she held a lowly status at home. Any defiance would result in punishment, and she had long since grown accustomed to being compliant. Once they had sent their daughter away, Zhuo Fugui excitedly exclaimed, let us go see our grand villa. Let us go, let us go. Zhuo Yan was even more thrilled. At just 22, he was about to live in a villa, reaching the pinnacle of his life. What a thrill. Wei Ming went directly to the hotel, ensuring Zhuo Qingqing wouldn't see him. However, en route, he received a call from Xiaobing. Boss, 3 individuals claiming to be your girlfriend's parents and brother insist on entering to take a look. Wei Ming smiled. No, if they didn't behave this way, it would defy his expectations. He said, I don't have a girlfriend, they're imposters, send them away, and if they make a scene, call the police. Also, don't forget to record it, some elders can be quite unreasonable. Understood, Xiaobing replied. Once she confirmed that the 3 individuals were not Wei Ming's girlfriend's family, there was no need for courtesy. 7 minutes later, Wei Ming received another call. This time, it was Zhuo Qingqing. Wei Ming. Zhuo Qingqing raised her voice, open the door quickly, I've been knocking for ages. Wei Ming replied coolly, I'm not home. I've gone out. Furthermore, we have no relationship anymore. Your actions are a disturbance. If you knock again, I will call the police. Zhuo Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, she retorted angrily, my parents and brother just came to check on the villa, to see if the workers are slacking off or stealing materials. We meant well, so why did you have the workers chase them away? What kind of logic is that? Wei Ming shook his head. What right do they have to enter my villa? I've shown great restraint by not reporting a burglary. Zhuo Qingqing, are you out of your mind? We broke up 4 months ago, we have no ties, why do you still act so presumptuously? Do you want to know how I became rich? Ha, let me tell you. During the World Cup, I placed bets and won over 200 million in the past 4 months. I used that money to invest in gold futures in Hong Kong. I've made even more, totaling over 2 billion. Wei Ming was, of course, intentionally deceiving her. Why, to make Zhuo Qingqing anxious. Had they not broken up, that fortune would have been hers as well, but now, over 2 billion, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. In truth, even 200 million would leave Zhuo Qingqing breathless and her mind blank. Just think about it, a limited edition handbag costs over 200,000. With 200 million, she could buy 1,000. Even if she bought one handbag a day, it would take her 3 years. Heavens, she was so overwhelmed with excitement that she felt as if she might explode, her face flushed with blood, her breathing heavy, and she felt faint. Then, it dawned on her that Wei Ming had mentioned not 200 million, but over 2 billion. Instantly, her tone softened. Wei Ming, I know you're angry with me, which is why you said that. In truth, I only said those things in a moment of anger. During these 4 months since you left, I think of you every day. How revolting. If he were still the naive version of himself from a previous life, such sweet words would have surely ensnared him. Alas, the current him was a vengeful, darkened soul. If it weren't for the fact that the apocalypse hadn't yet arrived, and murder was still a crime, he would have already subjected her entire family to the most torturous punishments. Wei Ming scoffed, you don't deserve it. With that, he hung up the phone once more. When the apocalypse arrives, you will truly understand the meaning of suffering. Chapter 12. When Su Jian received the message from Wei Ming, Lu Qing was on the verge of an emotional outburst. Didn't you say that once you went to Antarctica, you would no longer harass me? Indeed, for nearly 4 months, Wei Ming had not reached out to her, which had relieved her, yet at the same time, she felt a twinge of displeasure. How could someone so beautiful and enchanting as herself be so easily dismissed? What a scoundrel! Yet now that Wei Ming had re-established contact, her anger flared anew. How dare you go back on your word and entangle me again? Are you determined to ruin my life? She had long since realized that once a step was taken back, it would lead to 100, 1,000 more. To silence Wei Ming, she had already indulged him several times, and now, if she were to confront him, wouldn't that simply play into his hands? Thus, after much contemplation, she turned to Su Jian and said, darling, I'm going to check on Huan. I might not be back tonight. It is fine, Su Jian replied, his eyes glued to his phone, not bothering to look up. Little did he know that his wife was about to deliver herself into the hands of another man. Lu Qing thought to herself, feeling a mix of pity for her husband and anger towards him. After all, it was Su Jian's idea to pursue wealth, and she was merely a passive participant. Why should she be the one left to deal with the aftermath? But after having concealed the truth for so long, could she really reveal it now? No, she was determined to keep it hidden for a lifetime. Otherwise, the bond between her and Su Jian would undoubtedly fracture. Even if her infidelity was coerced, how could she justify it while striving to maintain their household? What man could accept such a betrayal? Admitting it would likely lead to divorce. With a heavy sigh, she swayed her curvaceous figure as she exited. At that moment, Su Jian finally looked up, his gaze lingering on his wife's alluring form, a complex expression crossing his face. It had been over 10 days since he had felt any semblance of desire, and an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. He had visited the doctor, who informed him that he had overindulged and that his kidneys were depleted. He would need at least 5 or 6 years of quiet recuperation, otherwise, he would truly be rendered impotent. There was little he could do, his wife was simply too enticing, and Lu Qing was difficult to satisfy, especially in the early days of their marriage when they would indulge multiple times a night. The root of his condition had likely been planted back then. Only 30 years of age, to be facing such a predicament was utterly humiliating, and he had kept this shameful secret from Lu Qing. He dreaded the thought of her demanding performance and relying on the little blue pill, but the doctor had warned him that further use could lead to irreversible impotence. Thus, when Lu Qing announced her plans to stay with her friend for the night, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. There was no choice but to have a serious discussion with Lu Qing in a few days. Enduring for 5 or 6 years was preferable to a lifetime of merely watching his captivating wife from the sidelines. Coincidentally, he discovered that the company had hired an external accounting firm to audit their finances, which could potentially expose the 30 million embezzlement scheme he and Lu Qing had orchestrated over the past 3 years. It was the perfect opportunity to emigrate, enjoying a life of luxury while evading legal consequences, and at the same time, he could recuperate abroad. Yes, a tropical paradise with pristine beaches and fresh air, free from industrial pollution. Perhaps his health would improve rapidly, as thoughts of his wife's seductive allure filled his mind. His heart ignited, yet his body remained unresponsive, solidifying his resolve to restore his health. After leaving the community, Lu Qing could not resist calling Wei Ming, shouting, "Didn't you promise me that once you went to Antarctica, you would stop bothering me?" Wei Ming offered no explanations. He was the one holding the reins. Why should he need to clarify anything? It's been too long. I've missed the way you used to tease me, he chuckled. Let us have a little fun first. Wei Ming, I warn you, Lu Qing seethed, but he interrupted her. Shall I have a chat with your husband instead? Wei Ming said languidly, you bastard. Lu Qing cursed. Wei Ming remained unfazed. This woman had unjustly made his life difficult for 3 years, often finding excuses to humiliate him, all because he bore a resemblance to her ex-boyfriend. You were the one who stirred this up. With no other option, Lu Qing reluctantly acquiesced, playing along. As she had previously stated, once a boundary was crossed, retreating became infinitely easier. A night passed. As Su Jian prepared to head to work, he received a phone call. He glanced at the caller ID and was taken aback. It was Huan, Lu Qing's close friend. But wasn't Lu Qing supposed to be with her? He answered the call. Su Gu, or as Jingqing, I can't reach her. Su Jian froze. Lu Qing should have been with you. A wave of foreboding surged through him, and his hands trembled, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope, feigning calmness as he replied, perhaps her phone is dead. By the way, back in November, Lu Qing wanted to invite you to New Zealand. Why haven't you two gone yet? Last November, Huan recalled, then laughed, we couldn't go. I was sent on a business trip. Buzz, Su Jian's mind went blank. Why was his wife deliberately deceiving him? Why had she spent several nights away? Could it be? Could it truly be? He had been betrayed. Hello, Sugu. Huan's voice broke through his daze. Oh, I was just lost in thought. Lu Qing has been quite busy lately. It's best not to disturb her. Let her rest well and we'll talk later. Su Jian gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury from the other end. Oh, alright then. Huan hung up. Wretched woman. Su Jian set down his phone, his eyes ablaze with resentment. Just yesterday, Lu Qing had claimed to be tending to Huan, but in reality? She had been unfaithful. Su Jian yearned to confront the man who had stolen her, to exact vengeance on him, but upon further reflection, he dismissed this thought. After all, his interests were intertwined with Lu Qing's. If their relationship soured, and she exposed their collusion in embezzling 30 million from the company, he would be facing prison time as well, but would he allow that wretched woman to escape unscathed? Su Jian's mind raced, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Coincidentally, he had also been contemplating emigration. Now was the perfect moment to discreetly transfer their assets into his name. Once abroad, he would pen a letter to report Lu Qing, ensuring she bore the full brunt of their crimes while he indulged in a life of luxury overseas. If he were still capable in that regard, of course, he would be loath to part with such a stunningly beautiful and alluring wife. Yet, the doctor had insisted he needed 5 or 6 years of quiet recuperation. With 30 million at his disposal, in 5 or 6 years, wouldn't he easily find a younger, more enchanting wife? Wretched woman, you brought this upon yourself. Chapter 13, to borrow money from Wei Ming? After the rain had passed, Lu Mei coldly remarked, I am well aware of your intentions. Your repeated invitations for me to spend the night outside are merely attempts to instigate suspicion in my husband, leading to our divorce, after which you would exploit my vulnerabilities to coerce me into marrying you. Am I correct? She was resolute in her belief that Wei Ming was coveting her beauty and body, a conclusion she arrived at from his insatiable desires. Such confidence you possess, but alas, you are merely my plaything. Indeed, a plaything I quite enjoy, Wei Ming chuckled, responding, do you believe that, in due time, even if I were to urge you to leave, you would not find yourself kneeling at my feet, begging for my mercy? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Qing laughed until tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Don't think that just because a toad has tasted swan meat, it can indulge in daydreams. Me, kneeling before you, Wei Ming, do you even know your own worth? Had it not been for your leverage over me, a person of your caliber would not even warrant my disdainful kick should you attempt to lick my shoes, Wei Ming replied, unfazed by her tirade. Instead, he gave Lu Qing a thumbs up, grinning, when the time comes for you to implore my assistance, mark my words, you will have to fulfill all the conditions you currently refuse. He had only entered through the front door. Such an arrangement was utterly unacceptable, Lu Qing sneered, dream on, Wei Ming, I have stated this before, and I will reiterate, even if you expose me and I find myself imprisoned, I shall never yield to you. She left the sentence hanging, unspoken, for it was too degrading. TSK, still maintaining that lofty demeanor, are we? Wei Ming laughed heartily. I do admire your tenacity. If you were to surrender too easily, my sense of accomplishment would diminish significantly. His enthusiasm surged. He was ready for another round. In the afternoon, after leaving the hotel, Wei Ming did not return directly to the neighborhood but instead acquired a dog. Why, you may ask? First, life post-apocalypse would undoubtedly be tedious, and a dog could alleviate that monotony. Second, dogs possess keen hearing, serving as a form of alert. Thus, he opted not for a conventional pet dog but had already set his sights on a native Chinese rural dog. Pet dogs were unsuitable. They were not meant for guarding the home. The dog was a black rural canine, recently weaned but already bearing a fierce demeanor, growling at Wei Ming. However, after spending some time with it, especially after feeding it, the puppy seemed to recognize Wei Ming as time to name it. With its entirely black coat, he chuckled, from now on, you shall be called Little Black. He carried the dog into the elevator, and upon exiting, he fortuitously encountered Mi Xiaolu. Upon seeing Little Black, Mi Xiaolu immediately displayed a look of disgust, unable to restrain herself. You actually own such a rustic pet. She held 100 reasons to look down upon rural dogs. Wei Ming would not indulge her, responding coolly, the reason the Chinese rural dog is deemed rustic is that it is indigenous to our country. What relevance does your understanding of rusticity have here? Have you been brainwashed into feeling superior, even to the extent of looking down on a dog? Mi Xiaolu was tempted to retaliate but, recalling Wei Ming's formidable prowess and the piercing gaze directed at her, she dared not provoke him further, retreating to her home without even bothering to dispose of her trash. When evening arrived, and Guahai returned, she could not help but recount her encounter with Wei Ming, expressing her utter disdain for Little Black, concluding with, a rustic simpleton is indeed only fit to keep a rural dog. 4 months had passed, and both chose to forget the trap incident, yet everyone was acutely aware that it had become a thorn, pricking at each person's heart. Their fade of reconciliation was merely superficial. However, Guahai showed no inclination to join her in her disdain, instead furrowing his brow, appearing deeply troubled. Honey, what troubles you? Mi Xiaolu inquired hastily. Gua Hai exhaled a long breath. We are about to incur a significant debt. How could that be? Mi Xiaolu immediately responded, honey, your previous investments were quite successful, were they not? Gua Hai could only manage a wry smile. It is precisely because my earlier investments were successful that I grew greedy. I not only invested all our savings but also borrowed heavily. Unexpectedly, the polar ice caps vanished mysteriously, triggering a global investor panic, causing gold prices to soar. If prices do not drop soon, I will face ruin and lose everything. To lose all their money and still owe a substantial debt, what were they to do? Mi Xiaolu grew anxious. How could you invest all our money? And borrow more? Gua Hai raked his fingers through his hair, equally distressed. How was I to know gold would skyrocket? From the robust economic reports, it seemed to be on an upward trend. Who would have anticipated the sudden disappearance of the polar ice caps, causing a global risk aversion? What shall we do? Mi Xiaolu was in a panic. After a moment of contemplation, Gua Hai suddenly had a thought. Isn't Wei Ming doing quite well? I heard from the neighbors that he even purchased a villa in our community outright. That seems likely. I have heard the same, Mi Xiaolu nodded. But what does his fortune have to do with us? Gua Hai fixed his gaze upon her. You should approach him and request a loan. I believe that once we weather this storm, international gold prices will surely decline. At that point, not only can we settle our debts, but we might also profit greatly, ensuring we need not worry about financial issues for the rest of our lives. However, Mi Xiaolu rejected this notion outright, retorting, we are hardly friends with Wei Ming. In fact, we have quarreled several times, leading to unpleasantness. Why would he lend us money? Moreover, why must I be the one to ask? She loathed that rustic simpleton. Gua Hai offered a conciliatory smile. With your beauty, which man could possibly resist your charm? If you ask, I am certain he will agree. Mi Xiaolu could hardly believe her ears. After a brief pause, she retorted angrily, what if he demands I sleep with him in return? You've slept with others before, haven't you? Gua Hai blurted out. This time, Mi Xiaolu was infuriated. She lunged at Gua Hai, wrestling with him. Gua Hai, I have told you countless times that I have never been unfaithful. Did you not promise to cherish our life together and refrain from bringing that up again? Gua Hai replied, do you think I wish to wear a green hat? But you must understand, if gold prices rise again tomorrow, I will be forced to liquidate my position, losing all the money invested. This house has already been mortgaged. Without funds to cover the margin, we will be evicted. Do you wish to find yourself homeless? Mi Xiaolu trembled uncontrollably. She was a woman of refinement, accustomed to a life of comfort, considering herself part of the elite class that surpassed ordinary people. But if she were to be homeless, how would those who once envied her react? Would she still hold her head high when encountering acquaintances? To avoid bankruptcy, there was but one solution: to beseech Wei Ming for a loan. Chapter 14. Are you adorned with diamonds? I will think about it, Mi Xiaolu conceded slightly. We must secure the funds today. Gua Hai insisted, we need to replenish our stocks tomorrow. If we fail to do so, we will have to liquidate our positions, and that would spell disaster for us. Mi Xiaolu slumped, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Gua Hai attempted to persuade her, saying, at worst, you can just close your eyes and think of it as me. It will be quick, merely a matter of minutes, right? However, you must ensure he transfers the money first. Mi Xiaolu, unable to restrain her sarcasm, retorted, how noble of you, actively encouraging your wife to sell herself. Gua Hai, feeling embarrassed, awkwardly defended himself, isn't this all for our family? Mi Xiaolu felt utterly exhausted, and after much contemplation, she resolved to borrow the money. She simply could not bear the thought of being cast out. If her classmates and friends were to discover her plight, she would rather perish. Fine, I will go find Wei Ming now, she declared through gritted teeth. It was evident that Wei Ming would not lend them money without a compelling reason, especially not several million, thus she would have to pay a significant price. Gua Hai also felt uneasy. What man would willingly allow his wife to sell herself? Yet, a nagging thought persisted in his mind. Mi Xiaolu had been with another man, and since she had already let someone else sleep with her, why not contribute something for the family? He merely nodded in response. Mi Xiaolu felt indignant. She was well aware of her husband's sordid thoughts, which she had clarified countless times. She was truly innocent and blameless. In her frustration, she deliberately began to apply makeup in front of Gua Hai. Moreover, she rummaged through her drawer to try on various seductive lingerie, asking, darling, as a man, which set do you think is the most alluring? Gua Hai seethed with jealousy. Mi Xiaolu, you're going too far. Ha ha ha. Mi Xiaolu laughed heartily. You've already sent your wife out to sell herself. What could be more excessive than that? With that, she provocatively swayed her hips as she moved to open the door, exuding an intoxicating allure. In that moment, Gua Hai felt an overwhelming urge to pull her back, but the looming debt, coupled with the fact that Mi Xiaolu had already strayed, made him hesitate. What difference would one more time make? Thus, he felt as though his backside was glued to the chair, unable to move. As she reached for the door, Mi Xiaolu's movements faltered slightly, providing Gua Hai with an opportunity to speak. Regrettably, even as she slammed the door shut, he remained silent. She approached Wei Ming's doorstep, adjusted her mindset, and gathered her courage to knock. This act was not solely for her husband. It was also for herself. After a moment, the door swung open. Wei Ming appeared somewhat surprised that Mi Xiaolu was knocking on his door. The world had not yet descended into chaos, and he had not offered her any bait of clean water or food. How had this woman come to him? He inquired. What do you want? He bore no goodwill towards Mi Xiaolu. Gritting her teeth, she replied, could you please let me in? Wei Ming, unfazed by the prospect of allowing a woman into his home, chuckled, come in. This was beginning to take an interesting turn. Once inside, Michelle settled onto the sofa, her posture rigidly upright, conveying a sense of unease. Speak, Wei Ming said coolly. Michelle bit her lip. The confrontation was unavoidable. Could you lend me some money? She asked. Huh? That's a novel request, Wei Ming remarked. He recalled that in their previous life, up until the apocalypse, this couple had not encountered any financial troubles. Why were they suddenly seeking his assistance? What do you need the money for, and how much? He asked. Michelle had no choice but to disclose the predicament her family was facing, concluding with, if we can just endure this phase, once the gold prices drop, we can make a substantial profit. If you lend me 5 million, I will return 6 million to you in half a month. She held a deep disdain for Wei Ming, viewing him as a mere country bumpkin, thus she preferred to offer him a higher interest rate rather than become his plaything. Of course, at this moment, it was merely a pipe dream. Would the gold prices indeed fall in half a month? Wei Ming's expression turned peculiar. The neighboring family's financial ruin stemmed from his actions. He had emptied the icebergs of the two poles, triggering a global flight to safety, which led to a surge in gold prices, causing severe financial difficulties for the once stable neighboring household. Goodness, the butterfly effect had escalated dramatically. Indeed, he had disrupted the equilibrium of the icebergs. How could the repercussions be negligible? However, lending money to them was out of the question. The effects of his actions could not be mitigated overnight, meaning gold prices would continue to rise rather than fall. Thus, the neighboring family would be forced to keep replenishing their stocks, essentially digging a bottomless pit. Wei Ming shook his head. I can't lend you any money. Why not? Are you dissatisfied with the interest? Michelle hastily countered. I can increase it. Wei Ming chuckled. The high interest you mention is predicated on the assumption that gold prices will drop. But what if they don't? Forget about interest. You won't even be able to repay the principal, so don't think you can persuade me with fanciful notions. Michelle bit her lip. This uncouth bumpkin was indeed not easily deceived. She was left with no choice but to resort to her final tactic. Then what if I add myself into the bargain? She declared, her neck arched proudly like a swan. If you lend me money, you can have me. Wei Ming burst into laughter. Do you have any idea how much it would cost to fill the hole your family has dug? As long as gold prices keep rising, that 5 million will barely make a ripple. You would need to throw in 20 million, or even 50 million. You must surely have diamonds embedded down there, he added. The preceding remarks left Michelle's face pale, while the final comment flushed her with embarrassment. This bumpkin's words were utterly crude. She quickly retorted, the gold prices will undeniably drop. They cannot keep rising forever. Wei Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let's forget about the loan. However, should you find yourself in dire straits one day, I wouldn't mind taking you in. After all, just like my little black dog, having another one around would be no trouble at all. Michelle could scarcely believe her ears. You dare compare me to a dog? She nearly exploded. Wei Ming chuckled. Isn't it you who brought this upon yourself? Furthermore, if others say your defenses crumble at a mere remark, then how should I address all the humiliation you've inflicted upon me in the past? Michelle was left speechless. In her eyes, Wei Ming was certainly no match for her. He was just a country bumpkin, while she was part of the elite class. However, if Wei Ming refused to lend her money, where could she possibly find the funds? Being in a position of need naturally placed her at a disadvantage, and she had no choice but to plead, Wei Ming, I beg you, if you don't lend me money, our family will be finished. Wei Ming remained unmoved, chuckling, you spend one night with me, and I'll give you 10,000. That's a pretty generous offer. Sleep with me 1,000 times, and that's 10 million. In your dreams, never. Michelle retorted defiantly, standing up and storming off. She was no common prostitute. Chapter 15 Inversion of Truth, a family of villains. Of course, Wei Ming would not pursue her any further. His interest in Michelle stemmed entirely from her perpetual air of superiority, which fueled his desire to trample her pride beneath his feet. He would never stoop to the level of supplication or pleading. What would he be, after all, having been reborn? Would he still play the role of a sycophant? He aspired to be a collector of goddesses, and Michelle, being far from a goddess, would merely serve as his plaything. Moreover, according to Michelle, as long as the gold price continued to rise tomorrow, and Guahai lacked the funds to replenish his stocks, he would be forced to close his position. The increase in gold prices was inevitable, thus, he awaited the imminent bankruptcy of the neighbor. Before long, he heard heated arguments erupting next door, with Guahai's voice roaring like thunder. He was undoubtedly blaming his wife for not putting in enough effort. Indeed, Michelle had merely painted a rosy picture for him, refusing to part with her garments, much less allow him to take action. To Guahai, it was clear that his wife had not performed well at all. You slept with other men, yet when faced with difficulties at home, you suddenly choose to cherish your body? How could Guahai not be furious? One must admit, the used condom from earlier had served its purpose beyond imagination. Wei Ming smiled slightly and soon drifted into a deep, blissful slumber, while Xiao He, having eaten his fill, lay contentedly in his dog bed in the living room, also fast asleep. While Wei Ming slept soundly, the Zhou family was in disarray upon learning that their daughter had failed to win Wei Ming back, and that the three of them had been roughly expelled by the renovation workers, who even called the property management and threatened to involve the police if they did not leave. The Zhou parents were furious, unleashing their wrath upon their daughter. You worthless girl, you can't even secure a man. What else can you do? Luo Guifan was about to slap her daughter, but upon realizing that her daughter's face was her most valuable asset, she forcibly held back. You, so foolish. If you had simply entered Wei Ming's home and stripped down, he would have naturally agreed to be with you. If he refused, just report him for rape. Let's see if he listens. This woman Zhufu Gui chuckled. What man doesn't stray, my daughter? I guarantee that if you strip down, that boy will be all over you. Exactly, sister, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Besides, we're family now, you won't be at a loss. Zui Yang chimed in as Wu Qingqing was not surprised at all. She had long since accepted her role as a mere tool in the household, existing solely to serve her brother. If a wealthy 70-year-old man were to take a liking to her, she had no doubt her parents would be the first to pressure her into marriage. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to selflessly giving for her brother, seeing it as her duty. She nodded. I'll go find him again. With that, she indeed set off to seek out Wei Ming once more. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted Wei Ming awake. He approached the door and peered through the peephole, promptly dialing the property management's number. Within 5 minutes, Zhu Qingqing was escorted away by security. Wei Ming then switched his phone to airplane mode, chuckling as he returned to his slumber, leaving Zhu Qingqing in a frenzy. As night passed, Wei Ming, uninterested in waiting for takeout, retrieved a meal from his alternate space and began to eat. He had no intention of feeding Xiaohei dog food. Whatever he consumed, the dog would partake in as well. Xiaohei, of course, was not picky and relished the meal. After breakfast, Wei Ming took Xiaohei for a walk. Strolling through the community, everyone he encountered greeted him with smiles and waves, as if he were a person of great significance. This filled Wei Ming with a profound sense of reflection. Previously, he had been nothing more than a transparent figure in the neighborhood, who would even spare him a glance, yet now, such a dramatic transformation had occurred. One could only attribute it to the overwhelming influence of wealth. Although no one could extract money from him, people behaved in the most peculiar ways. After a leisurely walk, Wei Ming settled onto a bench, allowing Xiaohei to rest momentarily. At that moment, an elderly lady approached, walking a small dog. The creature, a chihuahua, appeared diminutive but was already an adult, and it was well known that a dog's ferocity was not determined by its size. Upon seeing Xiaohei, the chihuahua erupted into a frenzied bark, baring its teeth aggressively. Despite Xiaohei being recently weaned, his inherent traits as a native dog showed through. He was a natural protector. This purebred chihuahua, undeterred, growled back at Xiaohei defiantly. The chihuahua's owner failed to restrain her pet, believing that her dog would not be at a disadvantage against such a small creature. However, after a brief scuffle, the chihuahua yelped in distress and ran back towards its owner, while Xiaohei stood his ground, growling with an air of dominance. Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle, giving Xiaohei a gentle pat on the head. Alright, today I'll reward you with a steak. Let us help you grow a bit faster. Oh dear, my son is hurt, the elderly lady exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. She noticed a scratch on the chihuahua's eye, faint traces of blood visible, and her fury ignited as she turned to Wei Ming, shouting, Your dog has bitten my son. How will you compensate? Your son, one might think I owned a vicious beast that mauled your child. Wei Ming was certainly not one to back down, he retorted coolly. First of all, you were walking your dog without a leash and it was your dog that charged at us first. Secondly, Xiaohei has only recently been weaned. Your dog is no match for a mere puppy, yet you dare to accuse me? You refuse to take responsibility, do you? You don't want to compensate, is that it? The elderly lady spat venomously. Wei Ming shrugged. Compensation is certainly in order, but it is you who should be paying. Your dog frightened Xiaohei. Her anger escalated as she retrieved her phone, calling someone urgently. Son, hurry over. My baby is hurt. I'm right outside, in front of building 14. Wei Ming casually crossed his legs and waited. If he attempted to leave now, this woman would undoubtedly throw a fit, ensuring he couldn't escape. Moments later, a hulking man stormed over. Upon seeing him, Wei Ming noted, so it's their family. This burly figure was Lu Kundong, notorious in the community for being a bully, and the elderly lady was Ma Yuelan, equally eccentric. She had received numerous complaints about walking her dog without a leash, yet whenever the property management confronted her, she would berate them, and if Lu Kundong was home, he would shove them out the door, displaying blatant arrogance. Rumor had it that Lu Kundong collected debts for a small loan platform, which explained his brutish demeanor and imposing physique. Upon hearing his mother's account of the incident, Lu Kundong glared at Wei Ming, saying, You'd better compensate. We bought this dog for 30,000. It's a prized breed. Over the past 3 years, we've spent tens of thousands just on dog food. We treat it like family. My mother dotes on it as if it were her son. Therefore, you must also compensate my mother for her emotional distress. Let us say a total of 200,000. After all, you're wealthy and one team is such a sum, right? He added, glaring menacingly at Wei Ming, his fingers cracking ominously, the threat apparent. Wei Ming was unfazed, calmly replying, You're attempting to extort me. Do you want me to resolve this in a less pleasant manner? Lu Kundong lunged forward, attempting to grab Wei Ming by the chest. Look at that, Wei Ming sighed and retaliated decisively. Bam, one punch landed, and then another. Lu Kundong swayed unsteadily, collapsing onto the ground. Regrettably, this wasn't the apocalypse, otherwise, Wei Ming wouldn't have needed to use his fists. He could have simply retrieved a weapon from his alternate space, and Lu Kundong would have been begging for mercy. You've killed him, Wei Ming has killed him. Ma Yuelan screamed at the top of her lungs, then sneered at Wei Ming, quickly compensate. If you don't, prepare to rot in jail. This family seemed to have money on the brain. Wei Ming pulled out his phone and called the police, saying, Yes, someone is trying to extort me. I have no choice but to report this. Despite Wei Ming's call to the authorities, Ma Yuelan remained unfazed. To her, blurring the lines between right and wrong was merely standard operating procedure. Before long, the security personnel arrived. Ma Yuelan wasted no time in accusing Wei Ming, claiming he had been walking his dog without a leash, which resulted in her dog being injured, and alleging that Wei Ming refused to take responsibility and even assaulted her son. She had called her son over, who was now feigning dizziness. I feel lightheaded. Lu Kundong declared dramatically. Ah, a concussion, that would be undetectable at the hospital, just wait for it, you'll soon find yourself paying up. Chapter 16. A dose of laxative. No matter how much Ma Yuelan chattered, the security personnel could not simply take the word of her and her son, they still needed to hear from Wei Ming. Wei Ming smiled slightly and said, it was actually her dog that was off leash, which led to a scuffle between two dogs. I had no intention of asking her for compensation, but she insisted that I pay her. When I refused, she called her son over, who immediately demanded 200,000 from me. When I did not comply, he threatened to attack me, and naturally, I had to defend myself. To my surprise, a grown man like him could not withstand a few blows and simply collapsed to the ground. I seriously suspect he was trying to extort me. Lu Kundong immediately panicked, exclaiming, I did not try to extort, I truly felt dizzy. He had indeed engaged in similar schemes before, but Wei Ming's punches had been too forceful. He still felt quite disoriented. What to do with such conflicting testimonies. It was simple. Wei Ming continued. When the dogs got into a confrontation, I did not have time to react. However, with such a large and menacing man approaching, I made sure to record the entire incident. What? Both Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan were taken aback. This fellow had secretly recorded the event. What now? While it was a fact that Lu Kundong had been struck, Wei Ming would have no choice but to compensate him, otherwise, he might end up behind bars. But now, Lu Kundong had not been seriously injured, and if he had provoked the situation first, whom would the police support? Wei Ming took out his phone, accessed the video he had just recorded, and handed it to the two security personnel. At that moment, Lu Kundong made a move that could be deemed either clever or foolish. He snatched the phone away and smashed it to the ground, shattering it to pieces. This man was tall and strong, even more so than the two security guards, and no one expected him to act so brazenly, allowing him to get away with it. Feigning innocence, Lu Kundong said, oh dear, I don't know what happened, I slipped, don't worry, I'll definitely compensate for the phone. A phone could not cost too much, but if he firmly insisted that Wei Ming had caused him a concussion, he could extort a significant sum from him. The two security guards were at a loss. With the phone destroyed, the evidence was gone. What to do now? Yet, Wei Ming merely smiled slightly and pulled another phone from his pocket. Oh, I must have taken the wrong one. This phone contains the video. He glanced at Lu Kundong, whose face had turned pale, and added, would you like to accidentally break it again? No worries, I have already uploaded a backup to the cloud. Lu Kundong was indeed contemplating using the same trick again, but upon hearing Wei Ming's words, he had to abandon that idea. Wei Ming handed the phone to the two security personnel. Was he truly that cautious or careful to retrieve an unrelated phone first? Not at all. In reality, he had simply taken out the phone earlier, and when Lu Kundong smashed it, he swiftly opened a spatial portal to store the phone inside, then switched it with another identical phone to throw out. If one were to observe closely, they would have noticed that Wei Ming's pocket had momentarily expanded, the result of the phone's kinetic energy impacting the fabric. After reviewing the video, the two security personnel had a clear understanding. Lu Kundong had indeed provoked the situation first, just as Wei Ming had stated. He was merely acting in self-defense. Wei Ming smiled and said, I do not require any additional compensation for emotional distress. I only ask for an apology from both of you. Additionally, this lady ought to reflect carefully on the matter and ensure she leashes her dog in the future. Of course, the damaged phone must be compensated. Seeing that they could not extort money from Wei Ming, Ma Yuelan and her son began to act brazenly. You expect us to apologize? No way. We might as well get arrested. Go ahead, arrest us. Faced with such a tantrum, even the two security personnel felt helpless. Wei Ming had not been injured. Could they truly take this mother and son into custody for such a trivial matter? It was simply inconceivable. Why were this mother and son so audacious? Because the cost of extortion was exceedingly low. If successful, they would reap a fortune, and if they failed, the worst outcome would be a mere apology. The risks were hardly proportional. Wei Ming scoffed, and with a thought, opened spatial portals at the esophagus of Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan, releasing a potent laxative that slid directly into their stomachs. He then said coolly, fine, I no longer require an apology. After all, the apologies of such individuals are as worthless as flatulence. However, I must insist on compensation for my broken phone. Lu Kundong certainly did not wish to pay, but since he had smashed the phone he had seized from the security personnel, how could he refuse? If the phone's value were high enough, he would surely find himself in police custody. I'll pay, he said begrudgingly. Wei Ming smiled slightly. 10,000. Will you transfer it via WeChat or Alipay? What? Lu Kundong jumped up. Are you robbing me? Wei Ming shrugged. The latest model, Pora 70 Ultra. You can check the price online. I've already discounted it by 999 yuan. Shouldn't you at least express your gratitude with a 666? Faced with Wei Ming's mockery, Lu Kundong could hardly muster a smile. One of the security personnel added, this phone is indeed Huawei's latest model. The high-end version retails for 10,999, and there's a shortage in supply. Scalpers are even marking it up by 1,000. Lu Kundong felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart. However, if he did not pay the sum, well, the amount was significant enough to land him in jail for several days. There was simply no way out. Grinding his teeth, Lu Kundong initiated the transfer, while Ma Yuelan attempted to create a scene, but Lu Kundong stopped her. This was money he simply could not afford to lose. After the transfer, Lu Kundong turned to Wei Ming with a cold smile. You better spend this money wisely. His clenched teeth made his resentment abundantly clear, laden with threats. Was Wei Ming afraid? Not only did he possess spatial abilities, but even in his current physical form, he could easily take on 10 men. A month from now, if you spoke to me this way, I would not hesitate to eliminate you at first opportunity. He would not permit anyone to threaten him. Better to mistakenly harm than to let a threat slip. For now, he would let them stew for a night. Wei Ming smiled and continued walking his dog at Ma Yuelan, and her son, fuming, returned home. As soon as they entered, Ma Yuelan's husband, Lu Feng, asked, "Why are you back so early today?" "Don't even mention it, I'm furious." Ma Yuelan exclaimed, hopping in anger, "That little brat, I will make sure he pays for this. From tomorrow on, I will spread rumors about him, tarnishing his reputation in the neighborhood." Just as Lu Kundong was about to speak, he suddenly clutched his stomach as it growled loudly. He rushed into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ma Yuelan's stomach began to rumble as well. She hurried to the bathroom door and knocked, saying, "Son, are you done? I need to go too." "I'm not done. I'm not done." Lu Kundong shouted, in agony, unable to relinquish the toilet, but Ma Yuelan could not hold it any longer. This was diarrhea, not something one could simply ignore. Desperate, she dashed to the balcony, pulled down her pants, and sat in the laundry basin. Pula pula. Lu Feng could not help but retch at the sight. Chapter 17 Debt Collection. Seeking help from Wei Ming the following day, Ma Yuelan had yet to commence her campaign of slandering Wei Ming, yet she inadvertently became the subject of ridicule within the community. It transpired that someone had captured a scene of her washing clothes in her balcony sink and shared it within the neighborhood's owner group. Was this not a colossal jest? How could one be so audacious as to defecate in their own laundry basin? Did this not suggest that the garments they don might also carry an unpleasant odor? Oh dear, henceforth, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from her family to avoid being afflicted by their stench. Thus, even if Ma Yuelan had intentions of spreading rumors and maligning Wei Ming, she would require an audience willing to listen. Currently, the residents of the community were avoiding her at all costs, with some pinching their noses upon her mere sight. Ma Yuelan was truly exasperated. Upon learning of this, Wei Ming could not suppress a chuckle. He had merely intended to administer a slight punishment to the two individuals, for after all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived. He was not yet prepared to resort to extreme measures. Even the thought of attracting suspicion, which could lead to him being summoned to the police station for assistance in an investigation, was daunting. What if the timing were unfortunate, aligning precisely with the onset of the apocalypse? Would he not find himself trapped outside? Unexpectedly, Ma Yuelan had gifted him a surprise. Alas, this surprise was imbued with a rather potent aroma. Deservedly so. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, Wei Ming was abruptly roused by a series of loud knocks at the door, though it was not his door that was being assaulted, but that of his neighbor. Curious due to the commotion, Wei Ming opened the door to find 4 men standing outside, each exuding an air of menace. Upon noticing Wei Ming, they fixed him with hostile glares. "Debt collectors, this does not concern you. Return to your dwelling," one man barked. Wei Ming was taken aback. The golden futures invested by Guahai must have collapsed, and the borrowed money had come due. Online lending platforms, while courteous during the borrowing process, transformed into vicious predators when it came time to collect debts. When borrowing, one acts civilized. Yet when repayment is due, they shrink back like a turtle? The man who had admonished Wei Ming turned to pound on Guahai's door, shouting, "Hurry up and repay your debts. You may evade the initial deadline, but you cannot escape the second. We will be here daily. Today, we are quite civil. Tomorrow, the day after, it may very well involve paint and filth. Furthermore, we shall unfurl banners throughout the community, announcing to all that you owe money and refuse to repay." With this declaration, the door finally swung open, revealing Mi Xiaolu. Her face was pale with fear as she stammered, "We currently have no money. Please, grant us some time, and we will surely repay you." Oh, a beauty indeed. The 4 men simultaneously displayed lecherous expressions. What a figure. TSK. So lovely, she could easily be the star at a high-end establishment. The man who had knocked appeared to be the leader of the group, smirking as he said, "With each passing day, interest accumulates. The principal is one matter, but the daily interest alone exceeds 2,000. How do you intend to repay? However, I have a proposition. You could spend the night with us each day, and consider it repayment for the interest. How does that sound?" Ha ha ha. Mi Xiaolu turned pale. She considered herself part of the elite class, accustomed to mingling with affluent individuals in high-end restaurants. She had never envisioned encountering such societal ruffians. Faced with their crude advances, her immediate reaction was not anger, but rather fear. The crux of the matter, after the futures investment collapsed, Guahai had vanished. Yes, he had fled alone, failing to return home for days, leaving her to bear the burden alone. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will repay the money, now please leave, or I will call the police." The 4 men erupted into laughter, clearly unfazed by her threat. "Go ahead and call the police," the leader scoffed. "We have neither harmed you nor forcibly entered. Rather, demanding repayment of a debt is a fundamental right. Surely the police would not prevent debt collection?" Mi Xiaolu promptly abandoned the idea of involving the authorities. Indeed, these 4 had not physically harmed her, so what purpose would calling the police serve? Even if the police chased them away, they would likely return. Would she continue to call for help? Her gaze swept over to Wei Ming, who stood by with his arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. She felt as though she had grasped a lifeline and urgently pleaded, "Wei Ming, please help me, I beg you." The leader of the group shot a glance at Wei Ming, his expression turning impatient. "Did we not tell you to return? Don't overestimate your worth, or we may just end you." Wei Ming ignored him entirely, focusing instead on Mi Xiaolu. "It's simple, come into my house, and I assure you they will not dare knock." However, he gestured towards the small black dog nearby, indicating that her entry would come at the cost of becoming his pet. Mi Xiaolu bit her lip, hesitating. "Damn it. The leader, seeing her indecision, grew furious and marched towards Wei Ming, attempting to shove him back into his house. Wei Ming, however, extended his hand not to push, but to deftly capture the man's wrist. Ah, ah. The leader emitted a pained grunt, as if caught in a vice grip, tears welling in his eyes from the agony. The other three men, witnessing this, rushed towards Wei Ming's bang, bang, bang. Wei Ming struck out with lightning speed, sending the three large men sprawling to the ground. Oof, they knelt, clutching their abdomens, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Did I not tell you to keep quiet and stay aside? Wei Ming patted the leader's shoulder before releasing him. He appeared remarkably amiable, yet the man recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a specter. Wei Ming paid him no further mind, instead fixing his gaze on Mixiaolu. Seeing that she remained unresponsive, he shrugged, preparing to retreat. Wait. Mixiaolu quickly followed him to the door, pausing briefly before ultimately deciding to step inside. Wei Ming turned his attention back to the four men. Your debt collection from next door is not my concern, but disturbing me is entirely unacceptable. Moreover, should I catch a whiff of anything unpleasant, well, let us just say I shall not be polite. The four men were understandably reluctant, yet they had just witnessed Wei Ming's prowess and dared not utter a word. Bang, Wei Ming closed the door, causing the four men to tremble in fear. Brother, what should we do? One inquired. Should we perhaps call the police? Another suggested. A smack, the leader struck the second man across the face. Do not forget what we are. Call the police? How absurd. Let us find the man of this household. He is the one who borrowed the money and signed the IOU. Who else should we seek? Chapter 18. Guahai was in tears, while Mixiaolu sat on the sofa, feeling exceedingly anxious and awkward. Yet, amidst her turmoil, a flicker of admiration for Wei Ming sparked within her. How had her husband dealt with the debt collectors? He had fled, yes, he had abandoned her and run away. But what about Wei Ming? Despite having no direct connection to her predicament, he had bravely stepped forward, even managing to chase off the four thugs. Women often harbor a yearning for strength, and at that moment, Mixiaolu found her. It was truly just a modicum. She still regarded herself as a privileged beauty, while Wei Ming was merely a poor wretch, inexplicably fortunate enough to suddenly acquire wealth. Yet, no matter how affluent he became, he would always be perceived as a nouveau riche, leaving her to feel they belonged to different worlds. Consequently, she was unwilling to let anyone know just how far she had fallen, even if it required a considerable sacrifice to maintain this facade of happiness. She was resolute. I cannot allow anyone to mock me. The mere thought of those who once envied her gazing at her with disdain upon learning of her downfall sent shivers down Mixiaolu's spine. No, she would rather die than let anyone discover her plight. Wei Ming casually inquired, "Where is your husband?" Upon thinking of Guahai, Mixiaolu felt not guilt but rage. She scoffed, "He has run away. The moment the margin call hit, he left home and has not returned since, nor does he answer my calls or messages." How utterly irresponsible of a man. Wei Ming chuckled heartily. "I actually have a way to make him come looking for you." How so? Mixiaolu was instantly intrigued. The thought of being toyed with by Wei Ming would undoubtedly be a deep humiliation for her, but who was to blame for her current situation? Guahai, had it not been for his reckless investments, would she have found herself in such dire straits? Wei Ming smiled slightly, then took her phone, prompting Mixiaolu to unlock it. He opened WeChat and pulled up the conversation with Guahai, selecting to send a photo. He took a snapshot, wrapping an arm around Mixiaolu's waist, and with a click, sent it off in one fluid motion. Within 3 seconds, Mixiaolu's phone buzzed. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Guahai. She answered the call. "Mixiaolu, how could you be so shameless?" Guahai immediately launched into a tirade. "I've only been gone a few days, and you're already so eager to find another man? What do you mean by sending me that? Are you trying to force me into a divorce? I'll tell you this, the money we borrowed during our marriage is still our joint debt, and even if we divorce, you cannot escape it. Moreover, when I asked you to lend me money, you refused to sleep with Wei Ming, but now that I'm in dire straits, you're offering yourself up?" Faced with Guahai's hysteria, Mixiaolu felt a rush of vindictive pleasure. She retorted coldly, "You owe a substantial sum to someone, yet you fled, leaving me, a vulnerable woman, to confront the thugs, and you still have the audacity to lecture me? You better come back and settle your debts. Otherwise, I might just end up in bed with Wei Ming, and it'll be in our home, in our bedroom, on our bed." Guahai trembled with rage, stuttering, "You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare." What was there for Mixiaolu to fear? Once a woman turns dark, she has nothing left to lose. She hung up on Guahai and immediately sent a video. Guahai answered, and Mixiaolu leaned in to kiss Wei Ming, nestling against him and casting a defiant glance at Guahai. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Guahai was seething with fury. Had she really sent him a video just to taunt him with her infidelity? Fine, he ground out through clenched teeth, attempting to salvage his dignity. "Wei Ming, she is merely a used shoe that I'm done with, and she comes with a mountain of debt. If you want her, take her." Wei Ming chuckled, "Isn't she still your wife?" Guahai was left speechless. Mixiaolu was furious and turned to Wei Ming, declaring, "I was brought here with a hefty bride price. You getting a bargain." Could Guahai bear to listen to this? Slut, he spat, cursing twice before abruptly disconnecting the video call. Did he dare return and catch them in the act? With so many debts hanging over his head, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, but upon reflecting on Mixiaolu's earlier words, he realized he was doomed to wear a metaphorical green hat, and his anger boiled over, rendering him nearly apoplectic. Yet, what could he do? Why, he broke down in tears. Why had the icebergs of his life melted away? Had they not, he wouldn't have lost everything, including his pants. Now, his wife was in their home with another man, and he lacked the courage to confront them. Hatred, utter hatred. Wei Ming had made a pact with Xiaolu. For every time he shielded her from the debt collectors, she would express her gratitude to him. Of course, this was only the beginning. When the apocalypse arrived, she would be the one calling him master. In truth, once the world was filled with chaos, there would be countless individuals vying for the chance to be Wei Ming as pet, whether they were glamorous starlets or esteemed socialites. When life itself was at stake, status meant nothing. Xiaolu was rather appealing, possessing a beauty that surpassed Lu Qing's, though her bosom was slightly less ample, yet, a C-cup was still quite satisfactory. Days turned into weeks, and Wei Ming either met with Lu Qing or Xiaolu, ensuring neither was aware of the other's existence, as he always discussed life with Lu Qing in hotels, while he spent time with Xiaolu at home. He planned to take them both to his villa when the apocalypse struck. Life in the end times would be unbearably dull without some form of entertainment. Taking his dog for a walk, Wei Ming descended the stairs with Little Black. Just a few steps out, he encountered an older woman approaching him, holding a person by the hand, and she called out, "Xiao Wei, I brought my daughter along, you two should have a good chat." Chapter 19. Where does the confidence come from? It is from Anchang. Wei Ming felt somewhat speechless. He had previously dismissed this lady, thinking that after a few days of absence, Anchang would have forgotten the matter. To his surprise, she showed up at his door with her daughter. Is this the allure of 25 million? If 25 million can provoke such fervor, what about 200 million? Alas, in just over a month, everyone's fortunes will be reset to zero, wealth and status will be entirely reshuffled. At that time, the more food and clean water one possesses, the higher their wealth will be valued, and with greater martial prowess, one may alter their fate, swiftly enriching themselves through plunder. Anchang hastily pushed her daughter forward, introducing her. "This is my daughter, Zhao Cece, 28 years old, a master's graduate, currently employed at a bank." Zhao Cece flashed a reserved yet haughty smile, saying, "Hello." Wei Ming appraised her. Zhao Cece stood at approximately 167 centimeters, slender, perhaps excessively so. Her chest was also rather flat. If her face were concealed, one might struggle to distinguish between her front and back. As for her looks, with makeup, she barely surpassed a score of 60, just managing to meet the minimum standard of beauty. Wei Ming greeted Zhao Cece and then turned to Anchang, saying, "Anchang, I am not interested in dating at the moment. It feels premature." "Premature, my foot." Anchang retorted dominantly, "Men should marry, and women should marry off. You two should chat and communicate well." "How proactive indeed." "Woof, woof." Little Black barked impatiently. "What is the matter with these humans, disrupting my master's leisure time? If it weren't for my master's command, I would have bitten you both." Wei Ming walked ahead with Little Black in tow, and Zhao Cece immediately displayed a look of dissatisfaction. However, upon Anchang's gentle push, she followed alongside Wei Ming. After a few steps, she adopted a condescending tone, stating, "Many pursue me, but my mother insists I give you a chance. Out of respect for her, I shall afford you this opportunity." Wei Ming chuckled to himself. Where does this confidence stem from? Very well, I shall see just how absurd you can be. Wei Ming inquired, "What are your criteria for a partner?" Height above 178 centimeters, local residency, under 30 years of age, with a car and house free of loans, and at least 2 million in bank savings, Zhao Cece replied in a rather nonchalant tone. Wei Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you making wishes?" Zhao Cece shot him a disdainful glance. "That is not amusing at all. Are you unaware of the gender imbalance in our country? There are 30 million men without wives. Given my criteria, is it unreasonable to select from among them? But why do you presume you can choose freely from 30 million men? Enough of this. It seems you have been thoroughly brainwashed by various types. What is there to argue about? The so-called 30 million men unable to find wives and the claims of 100 million leftover women are merely constructs of capitalism, fostering a divide between the sexes, manipulating unmarried men and women. However, once the apocalypse arrives, none of this will matter. Survival is humanity's sole concern. Moreover, when societal order collapses, will the existing marriage system even persist?" Wei Ming stated coolly, "I have no desire to waste your time, nor am I interested in you. Perhaps you should reserve this opportunity for someone else." Zhao Cece fumed, stamping her foot, but her anger had little impact. This alone rendered Wei Ming entirely uninterested. As he took several steps away, she hastily pursued him, saying, "Wei Ming, do not think that just because you possess some wealth, you can look down upon others. I handle at least several billion in transactions daily in my line of work. Incredible, is this something to boast about? Regardless of my financial standing, it is still mine." "The money you handle is not yours," Wei Ming replied, bemused, finding her intellect rather questionable. Is she truly a master's graduate? Just as Zhao Cece was about to continue, she was roughly yanked back by a woman in her 40s. She had just begun to express her anger when two men shoved her further back. "Son-in-law, when will you marry my daughter?" Ching with the woman, Luo Guifan, who had pulled Zhao Cece back, asked, completely ignoring her while maintaining a bright smile directed at Wei Ming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cece momentarily halted, displaying a vexed yet embarrassed expression. "You are already set to marry someone else, yet you still come to flirt with me. What a scoundrel. I must expose him." Yet, she failed to reflect that it was she and her mother who had approached him. It was no concern of Wei Ming's. Wei Ming stared coldly at Luo Guifan, finding this middle-aged woman to be brimming with commercialism and calculation, which was quite off-putting. He waved his hand dismissively. "I broke up with your daughter 4 months ago. Please do not make unfounded claims." Oh, they have already broken up. Zhao Sisi felt a twinge of disappointment that meant Wei Ming was not juggling two relationships, making it difficult to craft a narrative against him. No, wait, to flirt with her right after a breakup, that's a seamless transition, truly a scoundrel. Zui Yang, incensed, rushed forward intending to confront Wei Ming, but was stopped by Zui Fuguei. He angrily declared, "My sister has been involved with you for 6 months, and you think you can just walk away? Not a chance." Wei Ming had no desire to engage with this family, his brow furrowed. "Step aside." The Zui family members certainly would not relent. Zui Fuguei attempted to play the mediator, saying, "Son-in-law, it is normal for young people to bicker, but a few days of it should suffice. You are not getting any younger, perhaps you should consider getting a marriage certificate." If they obtained a marriage certificate, Wei Ming, being without parents, would be at their mercy. 20 billion. The thought of the wealth Wei Ming possessed sent shivers down the Zui family's spines. They had struck it rich. Finally, they were on the verge of prosperity. In fact, they no longer even coveted the 25 million villa. They were now certain they must purchase a luxurious residence worth over 100 million in the city center, as anything less would not suit their noble status. "Move aside," Wei Ming forced his way through. He had no intention of conversing with this family. He feared that if he spoke a moment longer, the overwhelming urge to eradicate them would become unbearable. It is still the era of law. Wei Ming continually reminded himself, gradually suppressing his murderous intent. After the apocalypse, you three, the Zui family, however, was not willing to let him go, relentlessly pursuing him. 20 billion. 20 billion, what shame could they still harbor in the face of such wealth? The three of them clung to Wei Ming, chattering incessantly about one theme, urging him to marry Zui Qingqing without delay. Wei Ming could not resort to overt violence, yet he could act subtly. A portal to an unseen realm opened, and then, ouch, 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 the Zui family members simultaneously stumbled over large stones. Had Wei Ming not found it distasteful and prepared, their faces would have surely been buried in cow dung. Dazed, the three of them wondered how such large stones could have appeared on the community road. What was the property management doing? They wished to pursue him further, but the fall had been too severe, leaving them with only the pain to lament. Chapter 20. The completion of the safe house. As the days passed, the Zui family remained entangled with Wei Ming, sometimes approaching him individually, other times as a collective unit. Wei Ming, on the other hand, continuously utilized the spatial portal to ensure their suffering. Initially, his preparations were insufficient, but subsequent encounters were markedly different. He deliberately amassed a copious amount of bird droppings and canine excrement, ensuring that they were met with an overwhelming deluge of filth. The Zui family, understandably bewildered, found themselves unfortunate enough to be targeted by bird droppings, but the addition of dog feces left them questioning the integrity of their neighbors. Which household could be so callous as to allow their dog to relieve itself on the balcony? Fortunately, it was not human waste, otherwise, they would undoubtedly suspect Mai Yulan, given her notorious past, as one capable of such audacity as defecating in a laundry basin. Nevertheless, the Zui family was resolute in their pursuit of the 2 billion, enduring the incessant onslaught of excrement without a hint of surrender, believing that their devoted companionship would eventually compel Wei Ming to capitulate. More than half a month passed before Wei Ming received a call from Xiaobing. "Boss, everything is ready for your inspection." Naturally, he rushed over without delay. His residential complex, Shidong City. Intriguingly, both villas 8 and 18 were identical in size to Villa 28, yet when marketed, they commanded an additional premium of 1 million simply because prosper sounds more appealing than to prosperity. Wei Ming found this utterly perplexing. Xiaobing awaited him at the entrance. Upon entering the villa, Wei Ming began his meticulous inspection from the basement level. This was a matter of life and death. In the event of an apocalypse, he would have to after thoroughly examining each floor, from the basement to the third level, he expressed his satisfaction and promptly settled the remaining balance. While fulfilling Wei Ming's requests, Xiaobing had also implemented significant enhancements, such as a cooling mechanism. Wei Ming initially intended to install hollow copper columns filled with ice cubes within the villa, but Xiaobing innovatively modified it to be integrated into the surrounding walls, allowing for convenient insertion of ice and drainage into the basement's reservoir. Of course, for Wei Ming, this was inconsequential. He could effortlessly transport ice cubes through the spatial portal, rendering any openings unnecessary. Should there be excess water, it would merely overflow. He chuckled at the thought, would he not simply absorb it into the alternate space? Indeed, it was quite commendable, although even with environmentally friendly materials, there lingered a slight odor. Wei Ming resolved to wait an additional 20 days before moving, and Xiaobing departed, assuring him that he could reach out for any issues that arose, and any damages not caused by human error would be repaired free of charge. Wei Ming stayed behind, primarily to connect his phone to the various cameras installed, enabling him to monitor the villa remotely. Once this was accomplished, he approached the villa's entrance, deactivating all accounts and establishing a new master password, ensuring that only his fingerprint and facial recognition would grant access. Satisfied, he prepared to leave when a Mercedes emerged from the neighboring Villa 18. The driver's side window was down, revealing a woman in her 20s with a stunning profile, whom Wei Ming would rate a solid 90. Moreover, a fleeting glance revealed her figure was nothing short of spectacular, at least a D-cup, if not more. Yet, the vehicle swiftly turned, leaving Wei Ming with only a glimpse of its rear. Was she the owner of Villa 18? He inquired with the security guard, who initially hesitated to divulge information. However, upon receiving a pack of cigarettes, the guard eagerly shared. Yes, the enchanting woman was indeed the owner of Villa 18, named Zhu Chutong, rumored to be a wealthy heiress who had purchased the villa alone 2 years prior, driving a luxurious Mercedes S-Class and adorned in high-end fashion, often ignoring the security staff altogether. Wei Ming further inquired about Villa 8. The guard revealed that its occupant was also a prominent businessman, recently divorced from his ex-wife, and now married to a university student of remarkable beauty, noted for her exceptionally long legs, as the guard demonstrated with a gesture at his waist. Having gathered insights about his new neighbors, Wei Ming returned to his residence. As time progressed, the funds in his bank account dwindled at an alarming rate, now totaling less than 20 million. Yet, Wei Ming found joy in this expenditure. The money transformed into tangible resources. He had already amassed sufficient supplies during the zero-cost acquisition phase, and with 20 million remaining, he felt the impending arrival of the apocalypse drawing near. What if the apocalypse never came? With such an abundance of resources at his disposal, would he truly fear hardship? Time flew by, and soon, another 10 days had passed. Wei Ming officially moved into the villa. After a brief arrangement of bedding and essentials, he ascended to the third-floor balcony, an extension of the villa that, in Wei Ming's view, posed a security risk. Nevertheless, even if an enemy could scale the balcony, the tempered glass, measuring 5 centimeters in thickness, would serve as a formidable barrier. Should this initial line of defense be compromised, the passage from the balcony to the interior was fortified with a robust, 10-centimeter thick alloy steel door, which would require an explosive force of several hundred kilograms, if not more, to breach. In fact, every wall of the villa was reinforced with alloy steel, rendering it an exceptionally secure fortress. What defines a safe house, if not one that is impenetrable? Of course, despite the insulation, excessive heat could transform it into a steam chamber, yet within Wei Ming's alternate space lay endless glaciers, readily accessible for cooling. Should the temperature rise above 30 degrees, it would signify his defeat. Seated on the balcony, basking in the sunlight, Wei Ming savored his tea, embodying leisure and contentment. When the apocalypse arrives, who would dare to indulge in such luxury under the sun? Suddenly, he noticed a young beauty on the balcony of the adjacent villa, also seated beneath a sunshade, sipping from a cup, though it appeared to be coffee rather than tea. Surely, this was the new young wife of the businessman from Villa 8. Wei Ming observed her youthful radiance, appearing no older than 20. Could she truly be of legal age? Perhaps she was merely youthful in appearance, yet already 22? Sensing his gaze, the young woman turned her head, briefly meeting his eyes before returning to her coffee, unfazed. In a few days, maintaining such tranquility would be remarkable. Wei Ming withdrew his gaze, counting down. The apocalypse would descend in 11 days. Chapter 21. Wei Ming takes action. Suddenly, the sound of a mobile phone ringing pierced the air. Wei Ming picked it up and was surprised to see that it was a call from Lu Qing. How rare it was for her to take the initiative to call him. Wei Ming had planned to invite her out in a couple of days and hide her in his villa. As long as he executed the plan discreetly, keeping it hidden until the apocalypse arrived would be no trouble at all. After all, who would concern themselves with petty theft in such dire circumstances? He could hardly wait to witness Lu Qing's adoration for him once the world had crumbled. He answered the call. Wei Ming, help me, you must save me. As soon as the line connected, he heard Lu Qing's frantic voice. He replied calmly, don't panic, take your time to explain. Lu Qing took a deep breath but still spoke with a quiver in her voice. That bastard Su Jian took all the money and fled to Malaysia. He said he would give me 2 hours, and at 4:30 p.m., he will email the company, exposing our theft of 30 million from the company. What? Wei Ming was taken aback. How could this be happening? In his previous life, it would have taken 4 more days for the truth about Lu Qing and Su Jian's hidden marriage and their embezzlement to come to light, and they had been taken away together. Why was this time different? Not only had it happened 4 days earlier, but Su Jian had also successfully escaped to Malaysia. This guy was rather clever, knowing to choose a country that had no extradition treaty with China. Should he help Lu Qing? If he did, he would also bear certain risks. Once the incident was exposed, he would undoubtedly be apprehended. What if this coincided with the onset of the apocalypse? However, as long as he concealed his identity well, hiding Lu Qing until the end of the world would pose no problem. In fact, he had already intended to bring Lu Qing over in a couple of days. It just needed to happen a bit sooner. Now leave the company immediately and wait for me at the entrance of Bread Talk in Yufeng, he instructed. Oh, okay, Lu Qing replied, her mind racing. At that moment, her sole thought was to avoid imprisonment. Wei Ming took a moment to groom himself in front of the mirror before heading to the entrance of the community, where he hailed a cab to Yufeng. In less than half an hour, he spotted Lu Qing. She was pacing anxiously, her face betraying her worry. Nevertheless, her beauty and figure still drew the attention of passing men, lingering on her curvaceous form. Wei Ming approached her, and unnoticed by anyone, he activated his spatial portal, smudging all nearby cameras with ink. This was an effortless task. As long as he poured the ink into the alternate dimension, he could release it after opening the portal, and with a maximum range of 5 meters, accurately targeting the cameras posed no challenge. He stopped beside Lu Qing and whispered, follow me. Lu Qing did not recognize him at first, but upon hearing his voice, she quickly realized and hurriedly trailed behind him. Wei Ming disabled the cameras along their path and led Lu Qing into a restroom, handing her a bag. Change into the clothes inside, and wear a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. Lu Qing nodded repeatedly, her expression finally showing a hint of relaxation. Wei Ming had indeed planned. Wei Ming had also changed his outfit, disposing of their original clothes in a trash can, which he would actually send into the alternate dimension, and now, that was what he called foolproof. Then, Wei Ming wrapped an arm around Lu Qing's waist as they exited. Lu Qing naturally leaned her head on his shoulder. With their sunglasses, masks, and hats, who could possibly recognize them? Once outside Yufeng, Wei Ming hailed a taxi, first heading to Wanda Plaza, before taking another cab back to Qidong City, entering Villa number 28 through the underground garage. Once inside the villa, Lu Qing gasped in astonishment, this is your home? As the financial supervisor of a major company, her discerning eye recognized that such a villa would be valued at a minimum of 20 million. How could Wei Ming possibly have such wealth? Are you still in the mood to be curious? Wei Ming chuckled. Lu Qing's expression shifted heavily, quickly turning into furious indignation. That bastard Su Jian, not only had he absconded with all their money, but he also intended to report her. How could such a venomous man exist? They say that a night of marriage can bring 100 days of kindness. Why was Su Jian so heartless? Wei Ming was also intrigued. In his previous life, this couple had not quarreled but had instead ended up in prison together. He ruled out the possibility that his resignation had triggered this, so was it that his repeated invitations for Lu Qing to meet in hotels had alerted Su Jian that seemed plausible? Otherwise, there was no reasonable explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ming said, "You will stay here for the next few days, but you can only remain on this floor." This was the second floor, and he had secured the doors and windows with the soundproofing of the safe house. Even if Lu Qing screamed at the top of her lungs, no one outside would hear a thing. Lu Qing could neither go downstairs nor access the third floor. She was confined to this level. Lu Qing trembled. Am I to hide like this for the rest of my life? Wei Ming smiled. Don't worry, I have already contacted a smuggler that if you stay here for about half a month, I can get you out. Yes, with the apocalypse looming just 11 days away, she would have to obediently remain his pet. Lu Qing's expression softened with gratitude. Had Wei Ming said this at the outset, she would have never believed him. What could a poor loser like him possibly do? Yet, after seeing the villa, her perception of Wei Ming had undoubtedly changed. This man could indeed make it happen. Thank you so much, Wei Ming, she said earnestly. Her husband had betrayed her, while the man she had always looked down upon was now rescuing her from peril. The contrast left her overwhelmed with emotion. How might one express gratitude? He replied with a knowing smile. Little Black was puzzled by the sudden presence of another person in the house. However, when Wei Ming offered it a piece of cut steak, the little creature happily devoured it. Wei Ming sat on the balcony, enjoying the refreshing night breeze, while Lu Qing dared not come out, remaining inside to watch television. Suddenly, the rich girl from next door returned. Her lights illuminated the room. Moments later, Yu Chutong stepped onto her balcony and, upon noticing Wei Ming sitting next door and gazing at her, immediately turned her back with a haughty demeanor. Wei Ming naturally didn't take her attitude to heart. This was her moment to be proud. In a few days, with a bottle of pure water in hand, would she come crawling back in desperation? He was curious. At that moment, 3 security guards arrived at the entrance of Villa number 28, ringing the doorbell. Chapter 22. A fruitless search. Why did Su Jian make a phone call to Lu Qing, specifically reminding her and granting her a 2-hour reprieve? It was not out of kindness, rather, he wished to instill a sense of urgency that could potentially drive her to despair. 2 hours, was it truly sufficient time to obliterate all evidence or flee abroad? How could that be feasible? In the span of 2 hours, one would struggle to even reach the airport. Thus, while he appeared to grant Lu Qing 2 hours, his intentions were decidedly malevolent. Moreover, he sent an email to the company after just 1 hour, using his own account, meticulously detailing how he and Lu Qing had colluded over the past 3 years to embezzle 30 million from the company. Once this email was dispatched, it naturally drew the company's attention, prompting immediate action from security to detain both Lu Qing and Su Jian, yet, neither were present at the office. Su Jian had taken leave several days prior, and Lu Qing had only recently departed. Faced with this predicament, they had no choice but to alert the police. Upon arrival, the law enforcement officers discovered that the amount involved had escalated to 30 million, prompting them to proceed with utmost caution. They swiftly headed to the residences of both Su Jian and Lu Qing, only to find them absent. The police surmised that this couple had fled in fear of impending charges and promptly issued a warrant for their apprehension. However, what baffled the authorities was Su Jian's decision to implicate his own wife. If his aim was to atone for his sins, why would he also choose to escape? Su Jian's whereabouts were relatively easy to trace, with immigration records indicating he had traveled to Malaysia, rendering him temporarily untouchable. As for Lu Qing, she was presumed to still be in Haidu. Utilizing advanced surveillance technology, facial recognition algorithms swiftly tracked Lu Qing's movements post-departure from the company, revealing her visit to the Yufan Mall. The police promptly arrived at the mall, successfully locating Lu Qing through surveillance footage. However, mere moments later, the screens inexplicably went dark. Initially suspecting a technical malfunction, they were later informed by the mall management that a number of cameras had been deliberately vandalized with ink by an unknown perpetrator. Thus, the trail went cold. Despite the police deploying their surveillance technology once more, Lu Qing seemed to have vanished without a trace. What could be done? There was still a potential lead. Lu Qing had made a phone call prior to her disappearance. While her mobile device remained elusive, the telecom company could provide her call records. Consequently, 3 officers made their way to Wei Ming's residence. Unfazed, Wei Ming pressed a button and calmly descended to the first floor, opening the door. What brings you here? He inquired. One officer promptly replied, we are executing our duties and would like to inquire about a situation. Wei Ming nodded. Please, come in. The trio entered. 2 men and 1 woman. One male officer, in his 30s, bore a mature demeanor, while the other, in his 20s, appeared to be a rookie, his eyebrows notably thick. The female officer was strikingly beautiful, possessing an extraordinary allure that could easily earn a score above 90. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated by a narrow waist, creating an exaggerated S-curve that was quite captivating. Wei Ming invited them to sit and offered each a bottle of purified water, contemplating the impending value of such commodities in the days to come. Though it was only April, the repercussions of the melting polar ice caps were already palpable, with room temperatures soaring to 30 degrees. He activated the air conditioning, settled down, and inquired with a smile, I shall cooperate fully. One officer then asked, did you receive a call from Lu Qing this afternoon? Indeed, Wei Ming admitted without hesitation. Why did she contact you? The officer pressed further. Wei Ming hesitated slightly. Is it necessary to disclose that? Absolutely. The assertive officer declared, this pertains to a significant case. Should you withhold information, we could charge you with complicity. Wei Ming smiled lightly. I have no qualms about assisting in your investigation. It is a civic duty, however. One cannot intimidate a law-abiding citizen. You. The female officer slammed her hand on the table, causing her chest to bounce significantly. Wei Ming could not help but admire the sight. Her colleagues quickly urged her to remain composed. After all, Wei Ming was clearly affluent. Please, Mr. Wei, we kindly request your cooperation. Wei Ming nodded, somewhat sheepishly admitting, Lu Qing and I share a romantic relationship. She called me this afternoon, stating she was in trouble and sought my assistance. However, upon her mentioning the embezzlement, I advised her to turn herself in. Did she not do so? The three officers exchanged skeptical glances, well aware that Lu Qing had immediately proceeded to the Yufan Mall after their conversation, which coincidentally experienced a surveillance blackout. Where were you this afternoon? The elder officer inquired. I remained at home, Wei Ming replied, liar. The fierce female officer accused, her expression fierce. Be honest, Wei Ming sighed, this is my residence. If you are this aggressive, what would happen if I were to visit the police station? You. The officer was visibly agitated. Wei Ming continued to observe, unashamed, this was his home, why should he feel compelled to hide? Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts? The younger officer inquired. Wei Ming shook his head, I was alone, no one can corroborate my story. The elder officer asked, may we conduct a search? Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, without a search warrant, I can refuse. However, as a good citizen with a clear conscience, feel free to look around. The trio wasted no time, scouring the premises. Wei Ming, meanwhile, turned on the television and relaxed. Half an hour later, the officers returned, disappointment etched on their faces. Was it possible that Wei Ming was indeed telling the truth, that he merely advised Lu Qing to surrender? By the way, the fierce female officer's eyes brightened suddenly. You own another property. She believed she had uncovered a flaw. Oh, would you like to visit that one? Wei Ming remained unfazed. Very well, I shall take you there. Leading the officers to the other residence, it was a smaller unit, and within 5 minutes, they had completed their search, yielding no results. The elder officer apologized. I sincerely regret wasting your time. It is no trouble, it is my civic duty. Wei Ming smiled, then turned to the fierce officer. May I know your name and perhaps exchange contact details? I am Song Qing Yun. Should you decide to turn yourself in, you can mention my name. The fierce officer retorted, convinced of Wei Ming's guilt, albeit without solid evidence for the moment. After parting ways with the officers, Wei Ming returned to his villa. As he passed villa number 18, he caught a disdainful glance from Yu Chutong, who was seated on the balcony. Clearly, she had witnessed Wei Ming exiting the villa in the company of the officers and had concluded that he was engaged in some illicit activity. Chapter 23 The Unfading Shadows. Why could the three security personnel not locate Lu Qing? The answer is simple, because of the hidden chamber. The three were unfamiliar with the villa, and with time being of the essence, it would have been remarkable for them to notice any discrepancy in the space, let alone the existence of a concealed room. Wei Ming returned home, opened the secret door, and found Lu Qing with a look of anxiety etched across her face. Have they left? Have they left? She was desperate to avoid imprisonment, and incarceration was not an option for her. Wei Ming nodded. They have departed. Lu Qing immediately exhaled in relief, then regarded Wei Ming with an incredulous gaze. Who exactly are you? What kind of person would construct a hidden chamber in their home? Wei Ming simply smiled. I am the one who saved your life, the one who has spared you from a fate behind bars. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. After all, she would be leaving in half a month. Ultimately, what did it matter who Wei Ming truly was? With that thought, she resolved to lavish him with attention in the coming days, ensuring he remained pleased, lest he suddenly change his mind and refuse to escort her away. Wei Ming, thank you. She swayed her alluring form, shedding her garments piece by piece. My, how pristine and ample they are. Wei Ming smiled faintly. It was destined to be a night of fervent passion. As the night passed, Wei Ming felt invigorated. He glanced at the woman lying beside him. Last night, Lu Qing had gone to great lengths to please him, attending to his every whim, yet, she could never fathom that her escape was utterly impossible. Of course, the true misfortune lay in leaving this place. She would either starve or die of thirst, or become the plaything of others, perhaps more than one individual. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, morality would dissipate, and humanity's primal desires would manifest. He rose, leaving a breakfast for Lu Qing before stepping outside. Naturally, Lu Qing could not leave. Wei Ming had not brought her back to create troubles for himself, for with merely 10 days remaining until the apocalypse, Wei Ming possessed over $1 million in funds, intending to spend it all today. He busied himself throughout the day, returning home only at night. However, before he could enter, he noticed the left family, Zhuo Qingqing and her family of 4, standing neatly at the villa's entrance, gazing greedily through the iron railing and into the 3-story villa. Their demeanor resembled that of beggars. Wei Ming scoffed. He had intentionally informed Zhuo Qingqing about his 20 billion in assets, merely to see this family act like starving dogs. Such a disgrace. Step aside, he commanded. Oh, Wei Ming is back. Luo Guifan seemed oblivious to the indifference and even disdain written on Wei Ming's face, still smiling radiantly. Oh dear, our Qingqing has not seen you for several days. She has lost her appetite. How shameless they are. No, this family is devoid of any sense of shame. Brother-in-law, please don't hold a grudge against my sister. Hurry and register your marriage. Zui Yang chimed in eagerly, more desperate than anyone. A villa valued at 25 million, no, compared to 20 billion, what was this villa worth? He wanted money, all the money. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuo Qingqing pleaded, Wei Ming, I was foolish before, please forgive me just this once, will you? Wei Ming waved his hand dismissively, step aside, or I shall call security. Son-in-law, please don't be angry anymore. Zhuo Fugui pushed his daughter toward Wei Ming, while Zui Yang stood by, capturing the moment with his phone. As long as he could snap a picture of the two colliding, they would spread it throughout the neighborhood. Ultimately, they aimed to manipulate public opinion and coerce Wei Ming into submission. Otherwise, they would lodge complaints to the Women's Federation and the police, accusing Wei Ming of abandoning his wife. They would resort to any means for 20 billion. However, as Zhuo Qingqing lunged toward Wei Ming, he graciously stepped aside, causing her to crash heavily to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Zhuo Fugui's eyes darted around. Instead of helping his injured daughter, he shouted, "Domestic violence, Wei Ming has committed domestic violence, everyone, come and judge." His cries inevitably attracted a crowd, including residents from villas 8 and 18, such as Yu Chutong and his petite wife, who appeared on their balcony. Zhuo Qingqing lay there, truly pained and unable to rise for a long while, yet none of her family members attended to her. Instead, they vociferously accused Wei Ming of being heartless, claiming he had abandoned his poor wife after acquiring wealth, hoping that the neighbors would champion their cause. Although few were willing to intervene, many were eager to witness the spectacle. Finding amusement in the Zhuo family's antics, Wei Ming had no interest in the onlookers. He pushed past the Zhuo family, entered his home, and when Zhuo Fugui attempted to follow, Wei Ming forcefully shoved him back. Bang! The courtyard door slammed shut. "Everyone, look, look!" Luo Guifan wailed dramatically, "What a sin! What a sin! How could our family encounter such a heartless individual?" Unfortunately, no one paid her any heed. The Zhuo family created quite a commotion yet received no response from Wei Ming, ultimately retreating home in disgrace. However, the thought of Wei Ming possessing 20 billion left them restless, unable to enjoy their meals or find sleep, tossing and turning in bed until the early hours. Plagued by insomnia, they risked exhaustion leading to their demise. Wei Ming remained unaffected. Observing the Zhuo family's clumsy performance over the past few days had allowed him to recoup some interest, but the true reckoning for the Zhuo family would only come with the arrival of the apocalypse. Upon entering his home, he turned on the television to watch the news. After the apocalypse, news reports lasted only 2 days before the signal was lost, so he cherished this fleeting moment. He caught sight of a report stating that a satellite had detected unusual solar activity, predicting significant impacts on planet Blue. Some experts suggested that the melting of the polar ice caps could likely be attributed to prior solar anomalies, which had gone unnoticed. Watching the expert speak with such confidence was almost laughable. Wei Ming thought to himself how amusing it would be to invite this expert into his alternate space to witness the consequences firsthand. Little did they know, Planet Blue had long been aware of the sun's irregularities, yet they could never have anticipated the calamity that would ensue. After watching the news, Wei Ming ascended the stairs. Lu Qing greeted him eagerly, serving him with flattering attentiveness before inquiring about the progress with the snakehead. Wei Ming merely repeated his earlier stance, indicating that with just a few days left, she could manage her own reduction. He chuckled inwardly, knowing full well that Lu Qing would not live to see that day. His act of rescuing her was hardly born of altruism. For 3 years, how had she treated him? In Wei Ming's mind, Lu Qing was merely a plaything. How could mere indulgence breed any genuine affection? Days passed, and temperatures continued to rise, swiftly bringing them to May 2 and Wei Ming intentionally stepped out of his home to dine. Chapter 24 of The Mischievous Child. The restaurant was air-conditioned, yet despite it being early May, the temperature had already soared above 30 degrees Celsius. Patrons were clad in short sleeves, while women flaunted their long legs and slender waists, each striding to outdo the other in a display of beauty that left onlookers entranced. Wei Ming sat alone, having ordered 2 dishes and a soup, along with a bottle of beer, which he consumed leisurely. However, the din within the establishment was overwhelming. A mischievous child was incessantly banging a spoon against his plate, producing an irksome clatter that drew the ire of many guests. The waitstaff attempted to intervene, only to be met with vehement rebuke from the child's parents. "Is there a rule against making noise while dining in your establishment?" one parent exclaimed. "There are no laws against it in this country." The mother continued, "Besides, our dear child is only 13. Isn't it natural for him to be a bit spirited?" The couple unleashed a torrent of insults, leaving the server no choice but to retreat. Yet, as she turned to leave, she felt a sharp sting in her thigh, akin to being pricked by a needle. She glanced back in disbelief, for the child's father sat directly opposite her, and it was impossible for him to reach her. Could the mother have done it? Unlikely. It must have been the mischievous child. The server addressed the child's parents. "Your son just pricked me with a needle." The couple erupted into laughter. "How shameless you are, to lay such an accusation upon a child." The mother sprang to her feet and doused the server with the water from her glass. Fortunately, it was merely lukewarm, but had it been boiling, the consequences would have been dire. The father glowered menacingly, hurling insults. "You vile creature, are you seeking your own demise?" The server, feeling deeply wronged, knew she had indeed been pricked, and the only likely culprit was the mischievous child. Yet, the parents were unreasonable, resorting to water throwing and verbal abuse. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she burst into tears and fled towards the kitchen. The child's parents, relentless in their pursuit, summoned them. The manager, eager to maintain peace in the bustling establishment, hastily promised that the server would come forth to apologize. Before long, the server emerged, her eyes swollen from crying. Whether it was a promise of a raise or a threat of termination that compelled her, she stifled her indignation and offered an apology to the mischievous child. "Is that all?" the mother said, her tone brash. "You have tarnished the reputation of an innocent child. If this gets out, people will speak ill of my dear son, and how can he possibly endure that?" The father chimed in, "My son is a sensitive child, you must kneel and bow to restore his dignity." This was truly excessive. Onlookers gazed at the mischievous child. Was he truly just 13? He stood over 1.6 meters tall, with a gaze that lingered uncomfortably on the female patrons. Today's children are precocious. At 13, he seemed to possess an understanding of the world that allowed for mischievous deeds. Even if the server had indeed wronged the child, demanding that an adult kneel before him was nothing short of humiliation. The server, resolute in her refusal, exclaimed, "I shall not comply." She yanked off her scarf and hurled it to the ground before storming out of the restaurant. "What a disgrace," others murmured. "To wrongfully accuse a child and refuse to apologize, unbelievable. I hope she gets hit by a car on her way out." The mother continued her tirade, spewing vitriol, which drew further condemnation from the crowd. She, however, remained undeterred, holding her ground, while the father revealed a tattoo of a tiger on his back, suggesting a rough past. The tattoo was indeed intimidating, prompting speculation that he might be involved in unsavory activities or recently released from prison. Regardless, the server had already resigned, leaving the crowd to ponder why they continued to engage in this quarrel. As the clamor subsided, patrons resumed their meals. Wei Ming, seated at a distance, overheard a couple at the adjacent table discussing the family in question. To his surprise, he learned they were also from Chidong City. That explained their choice of restaurant. They lived nearby. The family's patriarch, Lu Dalong, was not, as the crowd had surmised, a figure in the underworld, but rather a shady car rental business owner. After customers rented vehicles, he would find ways to damage them under the cover of night, leading to hefty repair costs. The tattoo served to intimidate. When faced with reluctant customers, he would brandish it while banging a knife, ensuring compliance. However, Lu was indeed a troublemaker, known for engaging in fights, earning him the moniker Brother Long. He was quite robust, living in Building 15, and had clashed with nearly every resident in the complex. He often resorted to threats with a knife and had spent time in jail, only to return more emboldened. Residents of Building 15 spoke of him with palpable disdain. Wei Ming had no intention of intervening. He was savoring what might be his last meal in the establishment. Just as he thought the commotion had settled, the mischievous child struck again, this time pricking a young woman as she walked past. "Ah!" she yelped, startled. The young woman, in her early 20s, gazed incredulously at the child. "Baby, what's wrong?" she asked, turning to her male companion. "He pricked me with a needle," the young woman exclaimed, pointing at the mischievous child. Her voice carried, drawing the attention of many. While some had been skeptical of the server's claims, it was hard to dismiss the coincidence of two unrelated individuals being similarly aggrieved. Outrage rippled through the crowd, voices rising in indignation. Brother Long pounded the table, commanding silence. "What's all this ruckus? Whoever dares to speak out will face my wrath." His fierce demeanor was indeed intimidating. Most patrons recoiled from provoking such a rogue and urged the young couple to call the authorities. The mischievous child stood defiantly, mimicking his father's threatening posture. "Whoever wants to call the police, step forward. I'll take care of you. I'm not yet of age, so I won't face any consequences." Chapter 25 of the situation escalated. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Who would not be astonished by such fierce words emanating from a 13-year-old child? What has become of the youth of today? Has their immaturity somehow become a shield for their malevolence? Indeed, a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped the crowd, for despite his tender age, the boy's stature was strikingly close to that of an adult, and his physique mirrored that of his father, robust and formidable, indicating that his strength should not be underestimated. Engaging him in a confrontation would surely invoke hesitation on the part of any adult, while he remained utterly unrestrained. What if this impudent child were to inflict a fatal wound? As he so brazenly stated, there would be no need for him to face capital punishment. At worst, it would merely result in civil compensation. This realization compelled the onlookers to retreat, pondering the futility of quarreling with a little demon. His current audacity would surely be tempered by society as he matured. The crucial point was that the boyfriend of the injured girl also recoiled. He was merely a few centimeters taller than the boy, yet he appeared frail and bespectacled, not so easily toppled by a gust of wind, but undoubtedly weaker in strength than the child. He hastily urged his girlfriend, "Let it go. Don't stoop to the level of a child. Someone will take care of him. Let us leave." Smack, however, in his moment of surrender, the boy retaliated with a sharp slap that nearly sent the man tumbling. "Who will take care of me? Tell me, who will?" The boy pursued the man, raining down blows upon his head, while the girl shrieked in terror, "Quick, someone help, we need assistance." Yet, it was evident that no one was inclined to intervene, although a call to the authorities was soon made. Within 10 minutes, the security personnel arrived. Though the frail man bore the marks of the altercation, his face bruised and battered, before the security officers, the boy remained unflinching, embodying defiance and aggression. The fact that a minor had assaulted an adult was, in itself, a troublesome matter. Ultimately, the family of Dragon Brother compensated the couple with a sum of 1,000 yuan, ostensibly for medical expenses, with further costs to be addressed later. As for the boy's violent actions, they were conveniently overlooked. After all, he was not of age. What could be done? It was merely a matter of admonishment and education. Fuming with rage, the girl stormed out and immediately broke up with her boyfriend, leaving in a huff. The young man, disregarding his own injuries, rushed out in pursuit of her. Soon after, the security personnel departed, bringing this episode to a close. However, Dragon Brother's family remained, seemingly unfazed by the absence of tangible repercussions for the boy. It appeared that he had been chastised by the officers, leaving him in a foul mood. He stood up and approached a neighboring table, and to everyone's dismay, he spat into their food. How could one possibly eat under such circumstances? Yet, who would dare confront such a brazen child? What had the police's attitude and actions been just moments ago? Was another confrontation truly necessary? Better to avoid conflict altogether. Consequently, the patrons at the table decided to leave, even if the owner offered to replace their meals. Their appetites had been thoroughly spoiled. As they departed, the boy was undeterred, moving on to another table to repeat his repugnant act. Witnessing their son's atrocious behavior, Dragon Brother and his wife not only refrained from intervening but wore expressions of pride. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. As the boy continued his rampage, the remaining customers hastily exited, some settling their bills while others left without a word. What could the establishment possibly say? To dine in such a venue and endure this sort of disruption was already a stroke of misfortune. The restaurant owner was beside himself with frustration but dared not intervene, opting instead to call the authorities once more. At that moment, the boy approached Wei Ming's table, clearing his throat. He prepared to spit again. Wei Ming, initially an observer, had no intention of intervening, considering the impending collapse of societal norms as the end of the world approached the following day. However, the moment the boy's antics encroached upon him, enough was enough. "How dare you!" With a swift kick, Wei Ming sent the boy flying, who, in his attempt to spit, found his mouth agape and inadvertently bit down hard on his own tongue upon impact. The scene unfolded swiftly, as Dragon Brother and his wife, who had been gleefully admiring their son's mischief, suddenly witnessed him being hurled across the room, landing on the ground and wailing, blood spilling from his mouth. It was not that Wei Ming had delivered a particularly vicious kick, but rather that the boy had nearly severed his tongue in the process. Dragon Brother could hardly contain his rage, leaping to his feet and seizing a chair, charging at Wei Ming. "How dare you kick my son, I'll kill you." Wei Ming had countless ways to dispose of Dragon Brother. However, with 12 hours remaining until the world's end, was it wise to engage in murder now? Perhaps it was not out of the question. After all, it was the final day. Why not have some fun? Dragon Brother lunged, wielding the chair as a weapon against Wei Ming, who deftly sidestepped and retaliated with another kick. Dragon Brother staggered but remained upright, his considerable weight ensuring he did not topple completely. Suddenly, Dragon's sister rushed forward, undeterred by her husband's predicament. Fueled by a mix of hysteria and maternal instinct, she lunged at Wei Ming, aiming to claw at his face. Smack! Wei Ming's palm met her cheek with resounding force, leaving her momentarily stunned, frozen in place for at least 3 seconds. Yet, 3 seconds later, she regained her composure and attempted to retaliate. Smack! Wei Ming struck her again, and though she appeared fierce, her attempts to strike back were thwarted repeatedly by his swift blows. After several resounding slaps, her face was swollen, yet her inherent ferocity remained unchanged, her visage as menacing and unattractive as before. At this juncture, Dragon Brother had risen, alongside the now crying boy, and both made their way toward the kitchen. Upon their return, they each brandished a kitchen knife. "Ah, so you've chosen to wield a blade? Then do not blame me for acting in self-defense." Wei Ming's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent boiling within him. Just then, the security personnel finally arrived. Having not strayed too far, they responded promptly to the alarm. Upon witnessing Dragon Brother and his son armed with knives, the officers swiftly brandished their batons, with one even drawing a firearm, instructing them to drop their weapons. At Dragon Brother, despite his bravado, was intimidated by the gun and promptly relinquished the knife, while the boy, fearless as ever, continued to act defiantly until Dragon Brother forcibly snatched the weapon from him, tossing it aside. The 3 security officers breathed a sigh of relief and began to ascertain the situation. It was not a complicated matter, and given their recent arrival, they were already familiar with Dragon Brother's family and held a negative impression of their behavior. They promptly reprimanded them for their actions. Nonetheless, the fact remained that Dragon Brother had attempted to assault Wei Ming with a chair, and Wei Ming's retaliation was undeniable. The officers resolved to detain both parties for further questioning, the conclusion being that a brawl had occurred. Should this be their final assessment, Wei Ming would face at least 3 days of detention. With the world's end looming, Wei Ming had no intention of spending time in a holding cell. In an instant, a plan took shape in his mind, one that would allow him to indulge in a moment of mischief while also reaping additional rewards. With resolve, Wei Ming acted with lightning speed, seizing the firearm from one of the armed security officers. In that moment, shock rippled through the crowd. Chapter 26 Designated negotiation. With Song Qing Yun on the other side, the commotion was incessant. In a place where gunfire echoed daily, the sight of ordinary citizens wielding firearms was alarmingly commonplace. However, in Huaxia, firearms were strictly prohibited. Wei Ming, seizing a security officer's service pistol, naturally incited widespread astonishment. Particularly, the security officer from whom the weapon was taken, attempted to reclaim it, but a mere gesture from Wei Ming, directing another security officer hastily interjected, "Do not act impulsively, this is merely a trivial matter. If you relinquish the gun now, we can pretend this incident never occurred." This was, of course, an attempt to placate Wei Ming. Yet, before he could respond, Sister Long interjected, "You are blatantly shielding a criminal. He has stolen a gun. We must eliminate him immediately." Such a proclamation left the 3 security officers exasperated. What folly was this? With a weapon in hand, she dared to incite further chaos. Did she seek death? Indeed. Wei Ming smiled at her and remarked, "Before I am eliminated, I will ensure your demise first." At this, Sister Long trembled, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. She, along with her husband and son, were also among the hostages held by Wei Ming. She faltered into silence. In stark contrast to the palpable tension surrounding them, Wei Ming remained remarkably composed. In the instant he had seized the firearm, he had meticulously calculated every possible outcome. Thus, he maintained an air of interest. A security officer's radio crackled to life, inquiring about the situation at hand. The officer hesitated to respond, fearing to provoke Wei Ming. Unperturbed, Wei Ming remarked, "No need to worry, just reply. Regardless, they will know something is amiss." The officer looked at him in disbelief, questioning how such a young man could remain so calm and collected. Nevertheless, with Wei Ming having spoken, he relayed the circumstances. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire precinct. A gun theft, a significant incident, a malevolent occurrence. Immediately, they mobilized a substantial force to respond while simultaneously reporting to higher authorities when firearms were involved, who dared to be negligent. Wei Ming pointed his gun at one of the security officers and cheerfully instructed, "Please lock the main door for me, and also draw the curtains." The officer had no choice but to comply, locking the door and drawing the curtains. The establishment's staff, the owner, and a few lingering patrons inwardly lamented their ill fate at having encountered such a calamity, casting reproachful glances toward Brother Long's family. If it weren't for your family, would we have found ourselves in this predicament? Wei Ming chuckled. Do you find them insufferable? No worries, feel free to give them a good beating. However, the crowd hesitated to act. Go on. Wei Ming's expression darkened, and with a loud bang, he fired a shot into the ceiling. Instantly, the crowd surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Brother Long's family. Initially, their actions were half-hearted, merely fulfilling a task, but as the blows rained down, their pent-up anger and grievances erupted. Damn it, it's all your family's fault, otherwise, would we have become hostages? They felt justified in their actions, believing that inflicting serious injury upon them was of no consequence. Brother Long and Sister Long dared not retaliate, yet, their son, being a mere child, foolishly attempted to resist. However, despite his youthful vigor, he was quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants and soon began to wail in despair. Naturally, Brother Long and Sister Long felt pained by this, but their own precarious situation left them powerless to intervene. That should suffice, Wei Ming declared, gesturing with his hand and tossing 3 rolls of transparent tape to the 3 security officers. Bind everyone up. The officers were taken aback. Where had he procured such materials? Despite its thin appearance, the tape, when wrapped tightly, could bind even the strongest individual beyond escape. Of the officers, realizing Wei Ming intended to treat these individuals as hostages for negotiation with the police, understood he was exhibiting a level of rationality, though they couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely a typical brawl that had spiraled into a gun theft and hostage situation. Wei Ming was undoubtedly insane, yet, they feared provoking a madman. Once everyone was securely bound, Wei Ming instructed one officer to bind the remaining 2 as well. With that, he took matters into his own hands, ensuring that all were restrained. Wei Ming hummed a tune, feigning a trip to the kitchen. When he emerged, he astonishingly bore several bomb vests. The 3 security officers stood in shock, realizing that Wei Ming's actions stemmed not from a mere altercation, but rather from premeditated intent. Wei Ming proceeded to fit the bomb vests onto each individual, smiling as he explained, "The detonator for these vests is linked to my heartbeat. Should my heart cease to beat, the vests will explode. Do you understand?" The crowd nodded frantically, their faces ashen with fear. Particularly, Brother Long and Sister Long, who were accustomed to being domineering and arrogant, now faced a true menace, causing them to nearly lose control of their bladders. Finally, Wei Ming blindfolded each person using eye masks, a task made simple that he did not have to wait long before one officer's radio crackled to life. "Hello, hello." Wei Ming picked up the radio and replied, "I am the boss here." "Who is on the other end?" "Wei Ming, this is Ma Tao, the director of the 4th precinct. You are surrounded. Immediately release the hostages," the voice on the radio commanded sternly. Finding the noise bothersome, Wei Ming moved. On the other end, they were utterly bewildered. Bomb vests in such abundance. Was this a scene from a police drama? How could such things occur on the soil of Huaxia? However, Ma Tao quickly grabbed. "We will do our utmost to accommodate you." "Alright, my first request is for some durian," Wei Ming stated. Before long, a durian was delivered. Of course, Wei Ming had no intention of consuming it. Rather, he stored it in a spatial dimension, knowing that with everyone blindfolded, there was no risk of being discovered. Yet, once in the spatial realm, all secrets became evident to him. A quick inspection confirmed the durian was untainted. Even so, he opted to switch it out for another, requesting a microphone from Ma Tao, and soon they were engaged in a video call. Wei Ming displayed his hostages and leisurely began to enjoy the durian. Ma Tao, maintaining a casual dialogue, aimed to discern Wei Ming's demands. What were Wei Ming's demands? To buy time, waiting until dawn would suffice. Additionally, he requested another person. He continued to list various requests for food and drink until the early hours of the morning. Finally, he declared, "I no longer wish to converse with you. Send someone else." Song Qingyun, "From this moment, I will only negotiate with her. You have 30 minutes to deliver her, otherwise, I might have to, He abruptly ended the video call. This was his true objective. Ma Tao was naturally furious, having spent 6 hours listening to his demands, which numbered no less than 12, yet, with Wei Ming refusing to engage further, he found himself at a loss. "Song Qingyun," he signaled to an aide, who promptly checked the computer, reporting, "Song Qingyun is from the London police station." Ma Tao instructed, "Call her and have her come immediately." Understood. Ma Tao wished to continue questioning Wei Ming, but the latter ignored him, leaving him no choice but to wait for Song Qingyun's arrival. Within minutes, a police car sped in at 180 km/h, and Song Qingyun, having nearly vomited from the speed, was ushered before Ma Tao before she could regain her composure. To cut to the chase, there is a bandit inside named Wei Ming, who has taken numerous civilians hostage, outfitting each with bomb vests connected to his heartbeat. Should he cease to live, the vests will detonate. Ma Tao succinctly summarized the situation. "He has specifically requested you for negotiations. Do you know him?" "Wei Ming." Song Qingyun gasped in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that he was capable of such a brazen act. However, this further confirmed her suspicions. Lu Qing was undoubtedly hidden away by Wei Ming. Chapter 27 Inquiry and Response. Ma Tao furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Song Qingyun, realizing her lapse in composure, quickly replied, "Report." I do not know Wei Ming, however. A few days ago, there was a case of commercial theft, and this Wei Ming is suspected of assisting a female suspect in evading capture and providing her with a hiding place. Ma Tao was slightly taken aback. It seemed that this Wei Ming was indeed no ordinary individual. Let us set that aside for now. The utmost priority is to rescue the hostages, he stated. You will negotiate with him, understood. Song Qingyun promptly took the walkie-talkie and said, hello, I am Song Qingyun, Officer Song. It's been a long time. Wei Ming's relaxed voice came through. Without hesitation, Song Qingyun readily agreed. Alright, absolutely not, Ma Tao interjected. We cannot afford to give him more hostages. This remark was made while Song Qingyun had not yet pressed the talk button, ensuring that Wei Ming would not overhear. Yet, Wei Ming's voice immediately followed. As long as you step inside, I will release 3 of your colleagues first. Exchanging 1 for 3 was a profitable deal. Ma Tao hesitated, while Song Qingyun's resolve was unwavering, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, Song Qingyun quickly donned a bulletproof vest before putting on her police uniform, transforming her formerly commanding figure into a more Above all, do not provoke the criminal. He is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Could an ordinary person procure such a substantial amount of explosives? Song Qingyun had initially been filled with fervor and a sense of justice, but now, donned in a bulletproof vest, equipped with a camera, and with a mini communicator in her ear, she felt a surge of anxiety. For justice and bravery could not shield her from bullets, nor could they withstand an explosion. She was facing a ruthless criminal. It's alright, Song Qingyun, you are the best. She encouraged herself and, under the encouraging gazes of her colleagues, slowly approached the dining area. Upon reaching the door, she knocked. I'm here. Inside, Wei Ming smiled slightly, removing the bomb vests from the 3 security personnel with casual indifference, as they were all mere fakes, mere toys. He then removed their blindfolds, and as they emerged from the darkness into the blinding light, the 3 instinctively squinted. Wei Ming cut the tape binding one of them and said, "Go open the door." The security officer complied, and Song Qingyun immediately peered inside. Indeed, each individual was strapped with bomb vests that could only be seen in movies, causing her heart to plummet. This was not a film. It was reality. You 3 may leave now. Wei Ming waved his hand. The 3 security personnel exited, while Song Qingyun took a deep breath and stepped inside. Close the door behind you, Wei Ming instructed. Song Qingyun turned to shut the door, and threw the camera on her person. Ma Tao and the others outside were observing the situation within the room. They felt a surreal sensation as they watched Wei Ming calmly sipping on a cola. This man was undoubtedly insane. Wei Ming looked at Song Qingyun with a grin. Take off the bulletproof vest, your figure is splendid, and wearing that is simply a waste. Song Qingyun was certainly reluctant to comply, but upon seeing Wei Ming point a gun at one of the hostages, she quickly declared, I'll take it off. Her movements were swift. She removed her outer jacket and then the bulletproof vest, revealing a white shirt underneath, accentuating her ample curves. Wei Ming admired her figure and inquired, what are your measurements? Wei Ming, Song Qingyun nearly leapt in anger, but she realized that such a response would only play into Wei Ming's hands and might even stir his baser instincts. What if this man attempted to assault her? With the hostages at stake, could she refuse? She had no choice but to suppress her fury and said, you haven't truly harmed anyone yet, there is still a chance for redemption. If you surrender now, you may still receive leniency. Wei Ming merely chuckled. How about this? As long as you answer my questions, I will release 1 hostage every half hour. Song Qingyun could not help but look at Wei Ming in astonishment. Wei Ming shrugged. I keep my promises, and to demonstrate my sincerity, I can release 1 person first. However, if you fail to adhere to our agreement, I will immediately execute a hostage. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qingyun replied, agreed. Thus, Wei Ming promptly released the first hostage, a middle-aged woman. He removed her bomb vest and then took off her blindfold. With Song Qingyun's assistance, the woman exited, trembling, and once escorted to safety by the SWAT team, her back was already soaked, and her pants were wet. She had soiled herself, perfectly understandable. Song Qingyun closed the door behind her. Wei Ming smiled. Now it's your turn. Song Qingyun gritted her teeth and stated, 36E, 22, 33. Wei Ming could not help but whistle. No wonder she exuded such dominance, being a true E-cup powerhouse, a presence that was difficult for him to control. With a slim waist, ample hips, and an impressive bosom, her figure surpassed even that of Lu Qing. When was your first time? Wei Ming asked again. What first time? Song Qingyun looked at Wei Ming in confusion, her expression surprisingly adorably naive. Wei Ming feigned surprise. No way, you're still a virgin? Song Qingyun quickly realized, and her cheeks flushed crimson. You are shameless. Wei Ming raised a hand. Don't forget your current identity. Do you truly intend to provoke me? Song Qingyun felt a chill run down her spine, forcing herself to regain her composure. Her heaving chest gradually settled after a long while. I have never been in a relationship. She bit out, and if looks could kill, Wei Ming would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Wei Ming responded with an amused oh, his eyes sparkling with interest. He had stumbled upon a treasure. He smiled and continued, why not? You're not unattractive, not merely unattractive. Song Qingyun was a stunning beauty, scoring over 90 points, and combined, little Song, don't let the opponent lead you by the nose. Suddenly, a voice rang in Song Qingyun's ear. She jolted, finally regaining her full rationality, and calmly stated, you release 1 hostage every half hour, and during such a lengthy interval, you could ask far too many questions. That is unfair. Oh, Wei Ming chuckled. What do you propose? 1 question, and you release 1 hostage. Song Qingyun offered. Wei Ming laughed. I'm the one holding the detonator. If you continue with such trivial demands, I might just start killing someone. Instantly, the hostages shook their heads in unison, their faces turning pale with fear. Song Qingyun, feeling helpless, finally remarked, "I believe all men are filthy." Chapter 28. Again why? Wei Ming inquired with curiosity. Song Qingyun bit her lip, hesitating to respond, her entire being trembling with anticipation. It seemed there was quite a tale behind it. However, I felt no intrigue whatsoever. Wei Ming opted not to press further, instead shifting the conversation. "Do you believe in the apocalypse?" Song Qingyun quickly regained her composure, scoffing, "Just because the polar ice caps are melting, you think the end of the world is nigh, allowing for lawlessness and unbridled freedom?" Ah, such a strong sense of justice and morality. Yet, the more fervently she held on to these ideals, when the apocalypse truly arrives and societal order is ruthlessly shattered, might she not simply crumble? Xiao Son, do not The other party was likely an apocalyptic theorist, and such individuals, akin to being possessed, might drag a multitude down with them. Realizing her emotional slip, Song Qingyun swiftly recalibrated her mindset, declaring, "I do not believe. However, even if the apocalypse comes, I maintain that we can endure." Bravo! Wei Ming clapped his hands. "What a splendid sentiment, I commend your naivety and at 23 years of age, to be described as naive, was that not an insult?" Wei Ming paid no heed to her indignation, casually stating, "Do you really think that if the apocalypse arrives, it will be as simple as you envision, that we could weather it through sheer unity? I ask you, in extreme heat, when most plants wither under the sun, and the sweltering conditions render you unable to step outside, what good is your so-called endurance? Food and clean water will dwindle." Wei Ming laughed heartily. "If you were the one, I would gladly double the price. Considering your first time, I would offer you 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water." Song Qingyun nearly drew her weapon to end the life of this man before her. However, as she was there for negotiations, it was inconceivable to bring a firearm. If she had one, Wei Ming would surely demand she relinquish it, effectively handing him a weapon. Yet, should Wei Ming choose to unveil his arsenal, Song Qingyun would undoubtedly be left aghast. "At that time, I would rather take my own life," she declared resolutely. Wei Ming shrugged, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Why had he summoned Song Qingyun for negotiations? Without her presence, who would he find in the aftermath of the apocalypse? He could not risk venturing out into the oppressive heat, the deadly rays, or the corrosive acid rain, merely for a woman. However, since the situation had escalated, he might as well bring this exquisite beauty into the fold. Could she truly escape his grasp? "You may feign courage now, but when the apocalypse genuinely descends, after days of hunger and thirst, when I appear before you with a bottle of water, will you still maintain that bravado?" Wei Ming felt no urgency. The apocalypse must thoroughly test this woman, so that when he brought her back to safety, she would comprehend the sheer luxury of merely residing there, subsisting on even the most rudimentary of sustenance. Half an hour has passed. "You ought to release the hostages," Song Qingyun suddenly stated. Wei Ming nodded, casually signaling for someone to leave. Then, he turned to Song Qingyun and said, "Let us play a significant game." Wei Ming smiled. "You remove an article of clothing, and I will release one hostage." Song Qingyun trembled with anger. Wei Ming shrugged. "I am not coercing you to play." After contemplating, she resolutely replied, "I will play. However, I need to prepare first." "Very well, proceed," Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. "But I advise you not to overexert yourself, the heat is quite oppressive, and wearing too much could lead to heatstroke." Ignoring his words, Song Qingyun donned a jacket once more and slowly exited. However, as soon as she returned to the command vehicle, Ma Tao reprimanded her fiercely. "Song Qingyun, as a law enforcement officer, how could you agree to such terms?" Ma Tao exclaimed, seething with anger. Yet, Song Qingyun remained steadfast. "Director Ma, if I wear more, I can rescue all the hostages, and then we can apprehend this madman." Ma Tao shook his head. "He is indeed deranged, but certainly not foolish. How could he possibly release all the hostages?" Song Qingyun, however, was unyielding. "When the time comes, I will be his hostage, and I am confident he will acquiesce. Director Ma, do not concern yourself with me. Simply send in the reinforcements and ensure this insane criminal is captured." Her insistence, coupled with Ma Tao's intense pressure to rescue the hostages, ultimately led to his reluctant agreement. Where as much as she could, after nearly half an hour of preparation, she made her way to the restaurant, gasping for breath with each step, sweat pouring down her body. The heat was unbearable. She forced herself into the establishment and eagerly began to disrobe. Goodness, she had worn 3 outer garments alone. After shedding them, she discarded several shirts, finally revealing the one she originally wore, now completely soaked, clinging to her curvaceous figure, accentuating every contour. Yet, she proceeded to remove her skirts 1, 2, 3, all exceedingly loose, wrapped around her slender waist. Fortunately, her waist was sufficiently slender, otherwise, most could manage only 4 garments, but she? 9, following the skirts, she still had her uniform beneath. Surely that was the end. No, she had several pairs of stockings as well. 1 pair counts as 2 hostages, she declared to Wei Ming. Though the final decision rested with him, he merely nodded. How many pairs of stockings could one wear? The answer was 4. However, after discarding the stockings, Song Qingyun hesitated. According to their agreement, Wei Ming should release 24 hostages, yet there were 32 in total. She still needed to remove 8 more pieces. The issue was, she had only 1 shirt, 1 bra, 1 pair of trousers, and 1 pair of underwear remaining. Even if she was willing to strip completely, Wei Ming would still have 4 hostages in his possession. What to do? Release the 24 hostages first. Song Qingyun urged, contemplating how to resolve the remaining 8. Chapter 29, The apocalypse has arrived. All right. Wei Ming readily released another 24 individuals. He was not a genuine criminal. Rather, he had been inadvertently swept into this incident and immediately thought of seizing the opportunity to draw Song Qingyun closer. Now that his objective had been achieved, all that remained was to delay for a while longer until the sun rose. Hostages? What purpose would they serve him? Certainly, he had no intention of releasing the Long family. Scoundrels like them were better off eliminated. The moment the sun appeared would mark the end for the three of them. Wei Ming had spoken. The 24 individuals had their blindfolds removed and their bomb vests taken off, subsequently being ushered out one by one. Wei Ming turned his gaze towards Song Qingyun, who was still hesitating. Unfortunately, it was already past 5 o'clock. The sun was on the verge of rising, leaving no time to play games with her. Indeed, to savor such exquisite goods within this restaurant would be an utter waste. He could take them back and enjoy them at his leisure. Wei Ming unbound the last 5 hostages, excluding the Long family, and with a smile said, "Go on, you are free." The 5 individuals, momentarily stunned, hastily fled outside. Song Qingyun, believing he had given up, quickly exclaimed, "If you've come to your senses, I will report truthfully." Wei Ming chuckled, "You have misunderstood." With that, he locked the restaurant's door once more. Song Qingyun frowned. "Wei Ming, how long do you intend to resist?" Wei Ming smiled, pointing at the Long family. "Do you know that these 3 are scum?" Song Qingyun was taken aback. Wei Ming recounted the events that had transpired, which would infuriate any rational person upon hearing them. Although Song Qingyun did not doubt that Wei Ming would deliberately deceive her, her gaze, now directed at the Long family, was clearly laced with disdain. Nevertheless, she replied, "Even so, you cannot resort to armed robbery. Moreover, your preparation of so many bomb vests indicates premeditation." Ha. Wei Ming chuckled, casually removing the bomb vest from the child and tossing it towards Song Qingyun. She dared not catch it. Her mind momentarily blank. Thud, the vest fell to the ground. Wei Ming, exasperated, remarked, "Is this the extent of your courage?" Song Qingyun's face flushed, yet reason returned to her. A thought struck her. She picked up the bomb vest only to discover, it's fake. It was nothing more than a toy. Everyone had been played by Wei Ming, however, who could blame her? Wei Ming had previously seized weapons and fired shots, exuding the aura of a ruthless bandit, naturally instilling fear in everyone. Besides, who would prepare so many toy bomb vests? In truth, Wei Ming had not specifically prepared them, they had simply been collected during a previous zero-cost purchase, serendipitously proving useful at this moment. Song Qingyun stared at Wei Ming, astonished that such a man could toy with an officer from the bureau so effortlessly. Suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced through from outside, and it was not just one voice. After the initial cry, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as screams erupted in succession, unceasing, as if everyone had plunged into a hellish nightmare. Song Qingyun felt her hair stand on end. She had no idea what was unfolding outside. "Hey, Director Ma, Instructor Liu," she shouted, her ears fitted with a miniature earpiece for convenient communication, yet all she could hear were the chilling cries. She attempted to rush out the door to investigate, only to hear Wei Ming's voice, "I advise you not to act impulsively, otherwise, I might just kill a hostage." Song Qingyun halted abruptly. The sun had risen. Wei Ming silently mused that history had unfolded without deviation. The apocalypse had indeed arrived as anticipated. He sighed inwardly. The collapse of human civilization commenced at this very moment. After a considerable time, Song Qingyun finally grasped the situation outside. As sunlight poured in, it seemed as though everyone had been doused with sulfuric acid, writhing in indescribable agony, forced to take cover. Upon glancing at the exposed skin, she was horrified to see it had turned black and wrinkled, as if it were already necrotic. Had someone other than her colleague spoken such words, Song Qingyun would have dismissed them as delusional. How could sunlight transform into poison? Was this not the apocalypse? She suddenly lifted her head, gazing at Wei Ming. This man had alluded to the end of the world several times. Could it be that he was indeed right? Wei Ming smiled faintly. "All right, it's time for me to head home. You still wish to escape?" Song Qingyun attempted to draw her weapon, only to realize she could not find it. Her gun had been temporarily surrendered. How could she thwart this man? "Oh." Wei Ming raised the gun in his hand and, with a casual shot, fired. Bang! Longo collapsed in response. Song Qingyun's hair stood on end, her eyes widening in shock. Previously, although Wei Ming had taken hostages, he had not harmed anyone. Moreover, the subsequent revelation that the bomb vests were fake led her to believe he was merely a highly intelligent criminal, rather than a murderous maniac. However, she now understood her grave error. Wei Ming was indeed capable of killing. Bang! Bang! Wei Ming fired 2 more shots, annihilating the Long family. They were the epitome of evil in this apocalypse. He then casually tucked away the gun and smiled. "Song Beauty, let us keep in touch. Don't forget to charge your phone." With that, he made his way towards the kitchen. Momentarily stunned, Song Qingyun quickly pursued him. Even though Wei Ming wielded a gun, she was a law enforcement officer. Pursuing a criminal was her duty of fear, certainly, but she could not afford to hesitate now. Yet, upon entering the kitchen, she found no trace of Wei Ming. Where could he be? As Song Qingyun searched frantically, but his presence was utterly elusive. This restaurant was part of a commercial complex in Shidong City, with residences above, thus, there was no second floor accessible. Below was the community garage, leaving no possibility for an underground passage, and naturally, there was no back door leading to the community. It was impossible for one to exist. So where had Wei Ming gone? How could a living person simply vanish without a trace? Was she perhaps dreaming? Had she been led to believe Wei Ming was a villain, resulting in a bizarre dream? Where had Wei Ming gone? He had arrived at the community's underground garage. How did he get there? Simple. The restaurant was situated directly above the garage, allowing Wei Ming to open a spatial portal there. As for the height above ground, he could determine it by whether the portal was obstructed, thus ceasing its expansion. Consequently, Wei Ming could accurately open the spatial portal flush against the garage floor. He then pressed a button on himself, transporting himself into the alternate space. Following that, he emerged from the portal, naturally finding himself in the underground garage. Would he be seen? Given that the apocalypse had already commenced, what was there for Wei Ming to fear? Although the garage was occupied, there were not many people present, and he appeared at a particularly opportune moment, perfectly concealed behind a pillar, thus evading all notice. He smiled faintly. Time to go home. Chapter 30. Soaring temperatures. Wei Ming returned to the villa, having overheard the residents of the community fervently discussing alarming news about the sun's newfound ability to inflict harm. Yet, it was apparent that they remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, their sentiments more rooted in curiosity than concern. He entered the darkroom and released Lu Qing. Have you seen the news? Lu Qing's face was etched with terror. Wei Ming, fully aware of the circumstances, feigned ignorance and inquired, "What's the matter?" "The sunlight, how should I put it? It seems almost toxic. A mere exposure can cause skin necrosis. Even wearing clothes offers little protection, only slows the process." Lu Qing spoke in a hurried tone. "It started in the island nation, and now the sun has risen here too. Could it be?" She left her thought unfinished, her face a mask of fear. The aberrant sunlight had begun its assault on Blue Star, and there was an order to its devastation. Initially, it struck the island nation, serving as a grim harbinger to the world, and now, as Blue Star rotated, the rays had reached the land of Huaxia. Wei Ming nodded, turning to watch the television. Every channel was broadcasting a singular emergency news report. Even the sixth princess had ceased her defiance, underscoring the severity of the crisis. In truth, the situation was far worse than anyone had anticipated. Currently, it was merely harmful rays, but soon, global temperatures would surge uncontrollably. Once the temperature breached 50 degrees, despair would truly commence. Although the sun had only just appeared, the temperature was already on the rise. Wei Ming checked his phone. The outdoor temperature read 35 degrees, while the indoor climate was a comfortable 26 degrees thanks to the air conditioning. Experts on the news repeatedly urged everyone to remain indoors, warning that those already outside should seek shelter immediately, as temperatures would escalate rapidly, and remaining in vehicles would lead to dire consequences. Not only on television, but also on the radio and through mobile alerts, people were incessantly reminded to stay indoors, with notifications popping up every 10 minutes. Even the city alarms had been sounded, and the entire nation had entered a state of heightened alert. Despite having foreseen this, Wei Ming let out a long sigh. The apocalypse was upon them, inevitable. "Wei Ming, what is happening?" Lu Qing asked, her voice trembling. "Just days ago, the polar— Is this the end of the world?" Wei Ming nodded gravely. "It is a possibility." Lu Qing sank into a chair, overwhelmed by the weight of this harsh reality, struggling to accept it. Wei Ming, attempting to console her, remarked, "But think of your husband. Although he may have absconded with all the money, at this point, perhaps he won't be able to spend a single dime." Lu Qing's eyes brightened momentarily, finding a flicker of humor amidst the despair. She immediately reached for her phone to call Su Jian, but Wei Ming stopped her. "The sun in Malaysia rises later than ours. If you remind him now, he might still have time to stock up on supplies," Wei Ming suggested mischievously. Lu Qing nodded in agreement, discarding the thought of calling. Wei Ming led her to the first floor for breakfast. He deliberately allowed her to see the storage room filled with ample rice, flour, and preserved goods, while the refrigerator brimmed with vegetables and frozen foods, which eased her worries. With these provisions, the two of them could sustain themselves for at least a month. After breakfast, Lu Qing went to practice yoga. However, she had no authority within the safe house. As long as the door was locked, she could not open it neither from the inside nor the outside, as it was a dual lock requiring Wei Ming's fingerprint to unlock. Wei Ming took out his phone and sent a brief message to Song Qingyun. "Good morning, beautiful, have you had breakfast?" After a while, Song Qingyun replied, "Where are you, where are you?" She was nearly frantic in her search for Wei Ming, quickly realizing she was not dreaming. "Of course, I'm at home, just having breakfast," Wei Ming responded. Song Qingyun could hardly believe it. She immediately initiated a video call. Wei Ming chuckled and answered. On the screen, Song Qingyun's beautiful yet anxious face appeared, her expression frozen in disbelief, as the surroundings behind Wei Ming unmistakably confirmed that he was indeed at home. She had visited just days ago and remembered it vividly. She could scarcely fathom it. Wei Ming was at home. How was that possible? "How did you manage to leave?" she demanded. Wei Ming flashed a wicked grin. "Give me a striptease, and I'll tell you." "Scoundrel." Song Qingyun abruptly ended the video call. Ah, quite fierce. Indeed, Wei Ming wondered if she would maintain this fierceness after a couple of days. Surely, there should be an abundance of food and bottled water in the restaurant, right? Unfortunately, he had gathered it all into another dimension, leaving Song Qingyun with a mere 2 bottles of wa. He laughed, curious if she would find it amusing. It was time to let her endure a little hardship to temper her temperament. Wei Ming set down his phone and resumed watching the news. The situation was escalating rapidly. By 9 a.m., the temperature had already soared to 40 degrees, a level rarely experienced even during the hottest days of summer. But this was merely the beginning. As the clock struck 10, even with air conditioning, the heat was palpable, with the outdoor temperature hitting 50 degrees. Under such extreme conditions, standard air conditioning units ceased to function, while the more robust models struggled to maintain efficacy, failing to provide effective cooling, resulting in a significant rise in indoor temperature. Wei Ming's safe house was no exception. Due to its excellent insulation, the temperature differential rendered the air conditioning ineffective, blowing forth air that was warmer than the indoor climate. Luqing, succumbing to the heat, rushed downstairs. How could one possibly practice yoga in such sweltering conditions? Wei Ming chuckled and switched off the air conditioning. Why is it so hot, Wei Ming? Luqing could no longer tolerate it, beads of sweat cascading down her face. The outdoor temperature is too high. The air conditioning is now blowing warm air, Wei Ming explained. Let us take a stroll in the garage. What? Luqing hesitated. She was a wanted person. Wei Ming laughed. Is anyone even looking for you now? Luqing paused, nodding in realization. Indeed, with the door locked, was there any chance of law enforcement coming for her? Having confined herself to the villa for days, she felt stifled but had endured it to avoid a life behind bars. Now, with the prospect of stepping outside, she felt a surge of excitement. Thus, both donned summer attire and entered the garage from the basement. To their surprise, a crowd had gathered. The heat in the villa was unbearable, and in the absence of effective air conditioning, the underground garage was comparatively cooler. Everyone was cursing the dreadful weather, oblivious to the fact that this catastrophe would linger for a long time. Wei Ming had no intention of playing the prophet. He merely wanted Luqing to experience the oppressive heat outside, allowing her to appreciate the fortune of residing in the villa. It's too hot. Let us head back, Luqing exclaimed, drenched in perspiration. Wei Ming nodded. For now, Luqing could still sweat, but once the temperature exceeded 50 degrees, that would be a different story. Sweat would evaporate before it could even surface. So, they retreated. As the basement door swung open, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, and Luqing shivered, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 31 Facing Reality. Why is it so cool in here? Luqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Even in the basement, the temperature would exceed 40 degrees, yet here, it was even slightly chilly. She gazed incredulously at Wei Ming. Wei Ming chuckled, casually shutting the door behind him, and remarked, "Oh, I added some ice to the house, so of course the temperature has dropped." Ice? Indeed, when air conditioning proves futile, ice cubes are the most effective means of cooling, primarily gentle, unlike the ferocity of dry ice, and certainly not as terrifying as liquid nitrogen. Luqing still found it perplexing and asked, "Where did you acquire so many ice cubes?" Was there a refrigerator producing ice? However, she was aware that running a refrigerator consumes electricity, thus expending energy. Therefore, the heat generated must exceed what is absorbed. Furthermore, a refrigerator cannot be placed outdoors, so no matter how many ice cubes are manufactured, the indoor temperature would only rise rather than fall. Although she had graduated many years ago, she had not forgotten the most fundamental principles of physics. Wei Ming smiled lightly. Just know that being able to stay here is sufficient. Luqing shivered involuntarily. To have secured the position of financial supervisor indicated her remarkable capabilities. She was undoubtedly an astute individual. Wei Ming's meaning was quite clear. The outside world is in chaos now. No one will pursue the matter of your embezzlement from the company. You may leave. Wei Ming said with a cheerful smile. Had she not taken a stroll outside moments ago, Luqing might have happily acquiesced. There is no comfort in residing under someone else's roof compared to one's own home. However, at present, she harbored no such thoughts. Under the relentless heat, or even air conditioning could not perform its duties. Every room felt akin to an oven. While it may not be fatal, for those accustomed to air conditioning, what do temperatures of 40 or even 50 degrees signify? A desire for death, therefore, at least until the ice in Wei Ming's possession was exhausted. She had no intention of leaving. She could not be driven away. For this, she was willing to pay any price. I wish to stay, she declared to Wei Ming. But this is my home. On what grounds should I shelter you? Wei Ming replied coolly. Luqing promptly knelt down, gazing up at him. I can do anything for you. Anything? Wei Ming asked with a smile. Anything. Luqing clenched her teeth. Wei Ming leisurely opened his phone to check the messages in the community owners group. A staggering 999 unread messages awaited him. He casually skimmed through them. Everyone was lamenting when this dreadful weather would come to an end. Some were even questioning why the government did not deploy rain-inducing agents to create artificial rainfall, as once it rained, the temperatures would not be so high. Yet, immediately someone countered that given the current extreme temperatures, even if artificial rainfall were realized, the water would evaporate instantly, resulting in a true steam chamber with high temperatures and high humidity. However, due to the bizarre disappearance of the polar ice caps, this was global news, and for the already cautious populace of Huaxia, encountering such events warranted stockpiling provisions at home. Thus, not every household, but at least 90 of families had stored some supplies. Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that his preparatory actions would trigger a butterfly effect, enabling the entire community to endure for a longer duration. Nonetheless, for the time being, everyone was merely complaining about the excessive heat, with air conditioning being nearly ineffective, and had not yet descended into a state of panic, believing that this abnormal weather was merely temporary and would soon pass. They only needed to endure for a little while. Wei Ming saw no reason to contradict the sentiment at the moment. He sent a video to Song Qingyun. Moments later, she answered. When the screen displayed the policewoman, Wei Ming inquired, Song Beauty, have you had breakfast? What to eat? Though this was a restaurant, it was oddly devoid of any ingredients. The freezer was entirely empty, leaving her speechless. She had not turned off the freezer but had opened its door to let the cool air escape, even though this would raise the ambient temperature further. At least the area around the freezer remained a touch refreshing. The condition was that the power supply remained uninterrupted and the freezer was not malfunctioning. One could only imagine how long the freezer could endure continuous operation under such high temperatures, even if the country made every effort to ensure power supply. Fortunately, temperatures would drop at night, allowing her to turn off the freezer and let it operate only during the day, thereby extending its lifespan. Initially, Song Qingyun glared at him in anger, but her expression soon shifted to one of astonishment as she noticed Wei Ming clad in a bathrobe. Did he not find it hot? Yet, judging by Wei Ming's composed demeanor, he certainly did not appear on the verge of fainting from the heat. "Oh, should I ask if you are preparing to have lunch?" Wei Ming laughed, walking to the dining area. As he slightly adjusted the camera angle, a spread of delectable dishes appeared on the dining table, including Song Qingyun's favorite mapo tofu. Previously, during a QA game with Song Qingyun, Wei Ming had learned many of her secrets. Having only dined last night and worked tirelessly throughout the night, she was quite hungry. Now, with breakfast skipped and lunchtime approaching, her hunger was palpable, and upon seeing her beloved dish, she could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, Little Black scampered over, and Wei Ming generously rewarded it with a piece of steak and poured a bowl of milk, naturally capturing it all on camera for Song Qingyun to see. This drove her nearly to madness. Humans were treated worse than dogs. Wei Ming also made a point to show her the temperature reading. 24 degrees, Song Qingyun realized. No wonder Wei Ming did not find it hot even in a bathrobe. "Would you like to come stay at my place?" Wei Ming smiled. "No, I do not want to." Song Qingyun gritted her teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. Wei Ming applauded. "Song Beauty, you truly possess remarkable willpower. I am curious to see how long you can endure. Do you remember what I said before? I am willing to trade 3 bottles of water and 3 pieces of bread for your first time. This offer is valid indefinitely. Contact me once you come to your senses." With that, Wei Ming did not end the video call but set his phone aside and began a live eating broadcast. As he sipped cola and enjoyed Australian lobster, particularly the steaming mapo tofu, Song Qingyun finally could not restrain herself and abruptly ended the video call. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile. He was genuinely curious how long Song Qingyun could last. Oh, and what about the haughty Miss Yu Chutong next door, who had always regarded him with disdain? He wondered how long her arrogance would endure. And Zwitching, the moment of revenge had finally arrived. However, Wei Ming was not inclined to simply annihilate this family. Instead, he intended to make them experience endless torment. First, he would let them stew in the heat for a few days, and only then would he reveal his lifestyle photos to achieve the most impactful effect. Chapter 32 Su Jian's regret. And then there is me Xiaolu Shun Ti. This toy be brought back. I haven't yet tried the two together. Wei Ming pondered for a moment, deciding to hold off for now. After all, Mi Xiaolu is not like Lu Qing. Lu Qing is already at her wit's end. If she were cast out, she would have no food, no drink, and no place to stay. But Mi Xiaolu is different. She at least has a home. What is the rush? The apocalypse has just begun. As long as one stays in this world a few more days, anyone will come to terms with reality. A mere bottle of water or a piece of bread will reduce them to groveling. At that moment, Lu Qing descended the stairs, clad in a fitted set of undergarments. In a room temperature of 24 degrees, this outfit was sufficient, not too hot, nor too cold, yet it clung to her figure, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Speaking purely of her physique, this woman truly is stunning. Currently, only Song Qingyun could rival her. Wei Ming felt his heart race and beckoned Lu Qing with a finger. Lu Qing had been following him for several days and knew what he desired. Yet, she hesitated, for contraceptives were no longer obtainable, and the thought of an unintended consequence loomed over her. Wei Ming chuckled, placing a bottle of medication on the table. Yuting. Lu Qing recognized it immediately. She had consumed it numerous times, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, cursing him internally as a dog of a man. Just how much has this dog of a man prepared? She understood that Wei Ming held no regard for her. The root of it lay in the targeting and humiliation she had inflicted upon him during their 3 years at work. Ironically, she couldn't bring herself to be defiant prior to today. Stepping outside would have only resulted in her getting caught by the police, and now, she had personally experienced the scorching heat outside, where the sun emitted deadly rays, with the news advising against venturing outdoors, urging everyone to stay home. If Wei Ming were to take her outside, where would she stay? Would she not be cooked alive in that heat? Thus, she found herself under his roof, compelled to heed his every word. An hour later, the food had undoubtedly grown cold. Wei Ming could have easily reheated it, but he was not one to waste. Cold food is still food. After all, in the future, one might fight tooth and nail for a mere piece of bread. What does a bit of cold food matter? He made no complaints, and neither did Lu Qing dare to. Hastily devouring the meal, once finished, thoughts of her callous husband surfaced, invigorating her spirit. She turned to Wei Ming and asked, "May I video call Su Jian now?" "Go ahead," Wei Ming replied. Lu Qing excitedly initiated a video call with her husband, and just seconds later, the connection was established. Su Jian's face appeared on the screen, clearly astonished. "You haven't been incarcerated?" Impossible. After she reported the company, the very next day he had tried to reach her via video call, but his attempts went unanswered, and his calls were met with a deadline. He naturally assumed Lu Qing had been locked up, her phone out of battery, hence unable to receive calls or video. Lu Qing's phone had been swiftly secured by Wei Ming in a different dimension to prevent police tracking, but now it had been returned to her. Lu Qing smirked. "Su Jian, after all we've been through as a couple, why did you betray me?" "Betray you?" Su Jian retorted with a scoff. "You were the one who betrayed me first." "Who is that scoundrel?" Lu Qing offered no reply, instead pivoting her phone to showcase the storeroom filled with food and the current room temperature, before stating, "What if you've taken all the money? Can money feed you or cool you down?" Oh, I just remembered, you're in Malaysia, a tropical region, it must be even hotter there, right? Ha, you certainly know how to run, deliberately choosing the hottest place on the planet. Su Jian was infuriated, but curiosity gnawed at him about where his wife was. Are you with that scoundrel? Lu Qing shook her head, that is my master. Indeed, I am here with my master, who helped me escape the police's clutches and avoid imprisonment. Su Jian, you should be disappointed, otherwise, I would be languishing in jail. Who is that scoundrel? Tell me at once. Su Jian bellowed, his voice laced with hysteria. Wei Ming, intrigued, leaned closer to the camera. I feel I've seen you before. Su Jian's face contorted with rage as he contemplated, then suddenly exclaimed, you're from Lu Qing's department, named Wei Ming. Yes, Wei Ming. He recalled Lu Qing's grievances about a colleague resembling her ex-boyfriend, who often sabotaged her, never anticipating that his wife was entangled with the very man she despised. Wei Ming smiled slightly. Indeed, I am Wei Ming. You bastard. Su Jian erupted, jumping to his feet. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Even though he and Lu Qing had fallen out, she was still his wife. What man could tolerate being cuckolded? Why had he callously pushed her into the fire? It was all because of her infidelity. After all that, he sought revenge, to punish Lu Qing, but now, Lu Qing had not been punished. She was with her lover, living a life far superior to his own. What had he truly avenged? Lu Qing, equally furious, retorted, Su Jian, you are utterly despicable. She laid bare the truth of being coerced by Wei Ming into intimacy. Upon hearing this, Su Jian was left dumbfounded, then broke down in tears. Wife, I was wrong. Regret washed over him. First, he had wronged Lu Qing, sending his beautiful, enchanting wife into another's arms. Second, he had foolishly fled to a tropical country, effectively leaping into the fire himself. Lu Qing's revelation was not driven by lingering affection, but rather to deepen his remorse. With her aim achieved, she could not help but smirk. Wei Ming exacerbated the situation, adding salt to the wound as he addressed Su Jian. Rest easy, my dear Su, I shall take good care of your wife. Unsurprisingly, far away in Malaysia, Su Jian spat blood in fury. Aha! Vile woman! Adulterous couple! You shall not have peace. Ugh. Su Jian cursed vehemently before once more succumbing to tears. Chapter 33 High-priced procurement of supplies. As evening quietly descended, the temperature finally ceased its relentless rise, 59 degrees, however, with the sun's temporary retreat, the heat began to wane, particularly following the onset of rain, which would further diminish the temperature to a more stable 45 degrees. While still sweltering, the air conditioning could resume its function, offering at least a semblance of comfort for a restful night's sleep, provided the power held out. Some individuals sought to seize the opportunity presented by the fading sunlight to venture outdoors for supplies, but as the sun vanished, a fine drizzle began to fall. The moment it touched their skin, cries of alarm erupted. This was acid rain, possessing a potent corrosive effect on living organisms, but seemingly affecting only organic materials. Items like umbrellas, raincoats, and shelters proved effective shields against this acidic precipitation. Consequently, those who had intended to venture outside were swiftly deterred. The news promptly reported that the rain following sunset bore corrosive properties. Those who absolutely needed to go outside were urged to take extensive protective measures. Moreover, officials advised residents to stockpile water, as the acid rain would undoubtedly contaminate water sources, making future supplies potentially unfit for consumption, unfit even for washing one's hands. Wei Ming shook his head, pondering that there was no need for such concern, as lakes and rivers would dry up in a matter of days, leaving the water treatment plants devoid of water to purify. Turning on a faucet would yield nothing. The prospect of drilling deep wells for groundwater remained uncertain to Wei Ming, as he had not lived to see that future. Yet, even with the acid rain falling, there were still those brave enough to risk going outside. How by car? However, upon arriving at the garage, they were met with dismay. The daytime heat had caused all the vehicles to suffer blowouts. What to do now? Venture out in raincoats? Who would dare? At least, no one seemed willing at that moment, until one reached the point of utter desperation. Who would gamble their life on such risks? Wei Ming noticed someone in the owner's group offering to buy food and clean water at exorbitant prices. It was Yu Chutong. A wealthy heiress who ran her own company. She had plenty of money to spare. Her asking price was an astounding 100 yuan for a bottle of water, with food starting at 100 yuan as well, varying by type, vegetables, rice, and so forth. Surprisingly, there were indeed individuals bold enough to capitalize on such opportunities. They were betting that this disaster would soon pass and that the government would not turn a blind eye, but would instead provide timely aid to help everyone through this crisis. Thus, enduring the calamity would yield substantial profits. Following Yu Chutong, another individual began hoarding supplies. Zhengshi from Villa No. 8. Another affluent figure, he was not one to shy away from spending during such a time. After all, even though government assistance would soon materialize, what did it matter to spend tens of thousands or even millions for peace of mind? The competition between these two wealthy individuals naturally drove prices upward, with the cost of a single bottle of water skyrocketing to 1,000 yuan, prompting other owners to refrain from selling their supplies. What if prices surged to 10,000 yuan? Selling now would result in a loss. Wei Ming observed this with a knowing smile. Collecting supplies in the group was, in fact, courting disaster. For in a few days, as everyone's food and clean water dwindled, and the promised government aid remained elusive, the reality of the apocalypse would slowly dawn upon them. This calamity would not pass swiftly. The harsh truth would soon reveal that rescue would not come, nor would law enforcement appear to maintain order. The societal fabric would unravel. Thus, those possessing substantial supplies would become targets. They could hardly fend off the ravenous and parched residents of the community, could they? Yet, when the time came to extend a helping hand, might it not earn them a fair maiden's gratitude? The opportunity for favor was ripe for the taking, and Yu Chutong would surely respond favorably indeed. Wei Ming could forcibly claim Yu Chutong's allegiance now, but he understood that coercion bore no sweetness. Instead, he could leverage the supplies he possessed to ensure her compliance, savoring the experience even in the face of impending doom. Even having succumbed to darkness, Wei Ming still held on to his principles. A life devoid of morals was akin to that of a beast. Regardless of circumstances, he aspired to remain human, albeit a selfish one. No matter, for in this dire time, resources equated to life. The thought of indulging in the company of beautiful women was merely a beckoning finger away. Do not rush, it is only the first day. Most are still enveloped in illusions, they must be thoroughly disillusioned by reality. Let us see how Officer Song is faring. She mustn't take unnecessary risks, otherwise, any skin damage would be regrettable. Wei Ming initiated a video call with Song Qingyun. This time, an inordinate amount of time elapsed before she finally accepted the call. What do you want? Song Qingyun replied, her tone brusque. I want. Wei Ming nodded. Song Qingyun was momentarily taken aback before realizing he was teasing her. With a huff, she retorted, do not get too smug. This calamity is temporary. Once it abates, I will lead a team to apprehend you and ensure you face legal consequences. TSK, still so righteous. Wei Ming chuckled, relishing her spirited resolve. It added to the thrill. What if this disaster never passes? Wei Ming inquired. What then is your plan? Song Qingyun was momentarily speechless before asserting, the disaster will surely pass, even if it doesn't. We will find a way to endure. Wei Ming chuckled, noting her unwavering determination after just one day. Impressive, very well, I look forward to playing the game of cops and robbers with you, he quipped, fueled by her fervor. Song Qingyun took the opportunity to scold Wei Ming before angrily ending the call, mainly due to her waning energy, as hunger had left her feeling faint. Wei Ming stepped onto the balcony on the third floor, where the glass kept the acid rain at bay. The raindrops were small, making little sound as they struck the glass, nearly creating rivulets that flowed down. The entire city remained as vibrant as ever, illuminated by lights, yet how long could such a scene endure? In just a few days, the power, gas, and water supplies would be cut off. At that point, Wei Ming shook his head. He glanced next door and noticed Yu Chutong on her balcony, adorned in a floral dress, sipping red wine, her balcony also enclosed in glass, for who would dare stand outside unprotected at such a time? Yu Chutong spotted Wei Ming, her expression shifting to one of disdain before she quickly averted her gaze. She must have amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, likely drawing the attention of others. Once societal order collapses, a beautiful, resource-rich single woman like her would undoubtedly become a prime target for attack. Wei Ming paid little heed to her arrogance and disdain. No matter, it would not be long before she would lower her proud head, compelled to act as circumstances dictated. As he scrolled through his phone, he noticed that many long quiet groups had suddenly come alive with chatter. Chapter 34 Yu Chutong's craving. As Wei Ming traversed his way, he was naturally part of numerous groups: elementary school, middle school, high school, university, and even work-related groups. Additionally, there was a community group for homeowners, and due to his penchant for fishing, he had joined a fishing group as well, populated by several esteemed figures who would traverse the treacherous Shudao Mountains just for the sake of angling. The most vibrant of these groups was undoubtedly the fishing one. We had plans to go fishing tonight, what are we to do now? Indeed, I devoted 5 consecutive days to public grilling. Wei Ming felt a twinge of nostalgia. With acid rain pouring down, even if the lakes and rivers weren't dried up, would they still be able to catch fish? Yet, in the face of an apocalyptic scenario, he found himself preoccupied with the triviality of fishing. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, casting a glance at Yu Chutong and reflecting, aren't you quite proud? With that, he retreated into the house under the pretense of fetching something, but in reality, he retrieved an assortment of fruits from a different dimension. He then placed them meticulously on the small tea table and settled into a reclining chair, indulging himself in grapes, cherries, and watermelon, relishing every bite. Had he been consuming something else, Yu Chutong would have looked upon him with disdain, but fruits were an entirely different matter, igniting a glimmer of desire within her. Although she had prepared some in the refrigerator, the scorching sun had led her to devour all of it. Watching Wei Ming savor the fruits, particularly the cherries, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Subsequently, she picked up her phone and began typing. Mere seconds later, Wei Ming received a friend request. The note read, Yu Chutong, building 18. With a chuckle, Wei Ming accepted her request, and she promptly messaged him, I wish to purchase your fruits. I do not sell, Wei Ming replied curtly. Yu Chutong's temper flared noticeably, yet she retorted, feel free to name your price. Very well, he grinned, for one evening? Yu Chutong paused momentarily, then realized the implication, rising abruptly to glare at Wei Ming through the window. Wei Ming, holding his phone, waved at her, reminding her that it was she who had prompted him to state a price. Infuriated, she stormed back into the house, leaving him to smirk as he continued to enjoy his fruits. After finishing his feast, he returned to his room. He hadn't shared a bed with Lu Qin. One must remain vigilant, after all, there was no need to court unnecessary risks, was there? That night, everyone found it difficult to slumber. While none wished for the calamity to persist, thoughts inevitably drifted to the possibility of enduring such dreadful weather for tomorrow, the day after, or even weeks beyond. What then would they do? In stark contrast, Wei Ming slept soundly, residing in a secure haven, surrounded by abundant resources. What could he possibly fret about? The protracted night finally drew to a close, ushering in the second day of the apocalypse. Many were roused by the oppressive heat. As the sun ascended, temperatures soared rapidly, soon surpassing 50 degrees Celsius. Numerous households found their air conditioning units merely blowing hot air, rendering sleep an impossible feat. Climbing out of bed, drenched in sweat, many gradually came to the realization that the previous day's events were not a mere figment of their imagination. The silver lining was that they were spared the obligation of work today, yet the adverse news was that the heat was so unbearable it would have been preferable to go to work instead. Wei Ming got up, checked the surveillance, and noted that Lu Qing was still asleep. He unlocked the door via his phone, then pondered what to have for breakfast. The options were overwhelming, a source of annoyance. Never mind, a simple donkey meat pastry it shall be. He retrieved a meat pastry and paired it with a bowl of savory soy milk. The distinction between savory and sweet soy milk was not merely a matter of sugar versus salt. The savory variant also required the inclusion of shrimp skins, shredded pickled vegetables, and was far thicker than ordinary soy milk. Wei Ming devoured it, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Noticing the room temperature had climbed to a staggering 31 degrees, he remarked, the ice is nearly all melted. He promptly added fresh ice, allowing the melted water to flow into the basement reservoir, subsequently reclaiming it into the alternate dimension. In these times, clean water was an invaluable treasure, yet he pondered whether the ice, derived from polar glaciers, might harbor ancient viruses. Regardless, entering the alternate dimension effectively sterilized it. Within this space, Wei Ming was akin to a divine being, effortlessly obliterating bacteria and viruses with a mere thought. Now, turning on the faucet, he found no water flowed forth. Should one deploy drones for reconnaissance, they would discover every river and lake had run dry, even the grandest of lakes and rivers reduced to barren beds, barely clinging to life. After today, it was assured that no river or lake would remain on land. In truth, upon witnessing this, the astute should have realized that the apocalypse had irrevocably arrived. As Wei Ming munched away, he switched on the television to catch the news. Clearly, the authorities had also recognized the vanishing water resources. It was a reality that could not be concealed. The news repeatedly urged the public to conserve water, to cease all washing, hands, faces, and showers alike. The only remaining purpose of water was for drinking. The government was drilling deep wells, genuine deep wells, in hopes of extracting clean water from the depths of the earth. Additionally, citizens were encouraged to collect acid rain at night, utilizing filtration devices to purify it, or employing distillation methods, striving to salvage their own lives by any means necessary. Upon hearing this, many felt a pang of dread. We're doomed. If the authorities were urging self-rescue, what did that signify? It meant no rescue would be forthcoming. At least, not in the foreseeable future. Considering the sun's fierce heat and the lethal rays emanating from it, how could anyone approach? Should we send in tanks? One might fear the deadly rays, yet what would the internal temperature of a tank reach? It would be akin to an oven. Who could withstand that? Despair washed over the crowd, leading many to a frenzied state. With no hope for rescue, they resolved to find ways to save themselves. What did one require to survive? Water and food. Thus, they began devising plans to purchase or borrow. If that failed, they would resort to theft. Who would dare obstruct them? Then we shall kill. Wei Ming mused. Once this news of self-rescue spread, countless individuals would embark on the path of thievery and murder, marking the inception of societal chaos. In his previous life, he had been blissfully unaware of the implications of such news, but having lived 2 lives, he now discerned the core of the issue with clarity. At that moment, Lu Qing awoke and descended the stairs for breakfast. Naturally, Wei Ming was not benevolent enough to prepare food for her, instead allowing her to gather her own ingredients to cook. However, he was quite generous, permitting her to choose anything from the refrigerator to prepare as she wished. After all, Lu Qing had yet to earn the privilege of knowing his secrets. Ding! Suddenly, Wei Ming received a message. Upon glancing at his phone, he discovered it was from Zhuoqingqing. Ah, you rascal, what good is 2 billion if you can't spend it? Chapter 35 is Zhuoqingqing's envy. Oh, are you here to gloat? Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. What a pity, I shall disappoint you. He took a photograph of the leftover food on the table, then proceeded to the storage room, capturing images of the mountain-like pile of ingredients, along with the frozen foods and fruits in the refrigerator. Lastly, he recorded the indoor temperature, 24 degrees. It's quite chilly, perhaps I should remove some ice. He then sent these photos to Zhuoqingqing. Naturally, Wei Ming had no intention of blocking Zhuoqingqing. The coming days were long, and it would be a waste not to torment this woman a little. Mere seconds later, Zhuoqingqing initiated a video call. Wei Ming displayed a mocking smile before answering. Brother Wei. Zhuoqingqing's voice was sweet. I was just joking earlier. You wouldn't take me seriously, would you? Oh brother, how could it possibly be only 24 degrees on your side? She was incredulous, yet, on the screen, Wei Ming, clad in casual attire with a calm expression, certainly did not appear to be suffering from intense heat. To her astonishment, she watched as he poured himself a glass of cola, added a few ice cubes, and drank it down with audible gulps, making her swallow hard. However, her mouth felt parched, as if all her saliva had vanished. When she observed him pouring a bowl of milk for his dog, she could no longer contain herself. You actually feed milk to a dog? Wei Ming smiled nonchalantly. It's my milk, I can give it to whomever I please. At that moment, Zhuoqingqing not only believed that Wei Ming's villa maintained a comfortable 24-degree environment but also confirmed that he possessed ample supplies, for he could not possibly be using milk to feed a dog otherwise. She quickly donned a sweet smile and said, Good brother, I was wronged. I said not enough to admit my mistake. Over the past couple of days, I have reflected deeply. The truth is, I still like you, which is why I wanted to win you back, but it only made you think I am a gold digger. That is not the case, I simply like you for who you are. Good brother, I am definitely not a gold digger, you must believe me. Can I come over to your side? Her face flushed a deep red. Previously, you always wanted me to, but I wanted to test you, which is why I held back. However, it seems like the end of the world is upon us, and I don't want to die a virgin. TSK, she certainly knows how to act. If you're still a virgin, I flip your name backwards. Wei Ming was, of course, skeptical. Nevertheless, he did not delete Zhuqingqing and genuinely wanted to enjoy her clumsy performance. He feigned hesitation and after a moment said, "It's too late, I already have a woman." Ah. Zhuqingqing was taken aback, nearly ready to leap up and scold Wei Ming for finding a new love so quickly. Yet, considering everything Wei Ming possessed, she swiftly suppressed her anger, saying, "But this dreadful weather came so suddenly, she must not be with you, right, brother? We are both trapped in this community, unable to go anywhere. You must be feeling lonely, yes? Let me keep you company, shall I?" Wei Ming feigned surprise. "She is, of course, right here with me." With that, he switched to the rear camera, revealing Lu Qing, a housekeeper dressed as if she had stepped out of a movie. In that moment, Zhuqingqing was truly enraged. Despite her lack of affection for Wei Ming, he had been her pet for nearly a year, and now this pet had leapt into someone else's pond, fattened beyond expectation. The breakfast Lu Qing prepared was too lavish. In addition to the staple foods, there were even vegetable and fruit salads, along with a box of chilled milk. She felt ravenous. Moreover, Lu Qing appeared exceptionally clean, unlike Zhuqingqing, who hadn't bathed yesterday and hadn't even brushed her teeth today, her face a mess. But this woman, impeccably clean, recalling the abundance of supplies Wei Ming had shown her earlier, perhaps he had a substantial reserve of water as well. This thought drove her into a frenzy of jealousy. In her mind, as long as she had not severed ties with Wei Ming, he was rightfully her boyfriend, and all he possessed belonged to her. Now, the luxuries that should have been hers were instead enjoyed by another woman. How could she not be furious? "Wei Ming, you are being too much," she could not refrain from exclaiming. "It has only been a short while since we broke up. How could you find a new love so quickly?" she questioned, her tone accusatory. TSK, indeed, she was utterly oblivious to the need for introspection. Wei Ming adjusted the camera back and replied coolly, "We have already broken up. What right do you have to question me?" Zhuqingqing was momentarily speechless, quickly lowering her stance. "I was just worried you might be deceived. With all your wealth, it's only natural for some vain women to target you, but they only love your money. I am different. I love only you, brother. Goodness, I can feel my skin crawling." Wei Ming barely managed to suppress his nausea and said, "Do not contact me again. She might misunderstand and become jealous. Besides, I am busy." With that, he ended the call. By dealing with Zhuqingqing in such a manner, she would undoubtedly continue to harbor fantasies, racking her brain on how to win back Wei Ming's heart, only to be played. Yet, in the face of immense material temptation, even a glimmer of hope would lure Zhuqingqing into repeated traps. Let her be the one to lick wounds until she is battered and bruised, only to reap the consequences for her family. He was currently too idle and naturally sought something to occupy his time. Wei Ming found it peculiar. After his rebirth, his needs in certain aspects surged to an astonishing degree. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a debauched ruler, likely to perish before turning 30. Yet, Wei Ming did not perceive any issues with himself. He had even entered an alternate space, utilizing his omnipotent abilities to examine himself. The only conclusion was that he was as strong as an ox.no, he was even stronger than an ox. Where were the signs of indulgence harming his health? Strange, after his rebirth and acquiring spatial abilities, had his body changed as well? "I can't shake the feeling that the changes in my body are related to the alternate space," Wei Ming speculated, but this was impossible to verify. Aside from serving as a repository and a weapon, what new functions had this alternate space acquired? Teleportation. He could withdraw himself into the alternate space from one location and emerge from the spatial door, even passing through walls. Was this not teleportation? The only limitation was the short distance, no more than 5 meters, and healing. Before he went to collect the polar icebergs, he had conducted experiments. He could heal his injuries instantly through the alternate space. But could this be applied to others, if the ailment was not an injury, but something else, for instance, cancer, or AIDS? This is excellent. I would never need to carry an umbrella again. Wei Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with exhilaration. Chapter 36 Song Qingyun's feigned surrender. Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi resumed their procurement of supplies within the property owners group. However, this time, neither of them had any success. The sweltering heat persisted, and the water source from the faucet had run dry. The authorities issued repeated announcements urging everyone to find ways to fend for themselves. If there were still those yesterday who did not grasp the gravity of the situation, today they could no longer remain oblivious. Thus, even though Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi raised their offer to 10,000 yuan for a single bottle of water, no one was willing to part with their precious supply. Water and food had become synonymous with life itself, whose life was worth nearly 10,000 yuan. More importantly, what could one do with money at this juncture? Cash was nothing more than a pile of worthless paper, hardly fit for wiping one's backside, while bank transfers amounted to mere virtual digits. In fact, those property owners who had sold food and water to Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi the previous day were now filled with regret, desperately wishing to reclaim their goods. Yet, how could Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi acquiesce? These individuals resorted to vociferous insults in the group chat, their words laced with venom. Wei Ming, of course, harbored no sympathy for them. Who was to blame for their greed? Today, could Song Qingyun still endure? Wei Ming sent a video message to the beautiful policewoman. After a considerable wait, the video finally connected. Oh my, it's only been a little over a day, yet how has the beautiful policewoman wilted into such a state? She clearly had not rested well, her dark circles betraying a lack of sleep. Dehydration had left her lips cracked, and after more than a day without sustenance, she appeared terribly weakened, a mere shadow of her former self. Wei Ming, I've surrendered, you must come to rescue me, the alluring policewoman declared. Ah, such a swift capitulation, a thought crossed Wei Ming's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of realization. He chuckled softly. If she wished to play, he was more than willing to indulge her. Wei Ming emerged from the basement and made his way to the garage, proceeding to the restaurant where Song Qingyun was located. He activated the spatial portal, of course, from behind a wall, then tossed out a camera to survey the surroundings via his phone. It was secure. With a press of a button on his body, he vanished from his original spot, concealed behind a stone pillar. No one noticed his sudden disappearance. No one was currently focused on him, their attention fixated on either Song Qingyun or Zhang Shi, both of whom were engaged in procurement activities within the group. It was sweltering. Wei Ming was clad in summer attire, a sleeveless shirt above and beach shorts below, yet even the scant clothing offered little relief from the oppressive heat. With temperatures soaring to 60 degrees, he found himself devoid of sweat, as it evaporated almost instantly. He had just exited the kitchen when he spotted someone lying on the floor in a police uniform. It was Song Qingyun. The bodies of Long Gu and his family had seemingly vanished, presumably dealt with by her. After all, sharing a space with 3 corpses was one matter, but at this temperature, the rate of decomposition was alarmingly rapid, and the stench would be unbearable. Wei Ming approached her. As he neared, the woman suddenly stirred. She wrapped her arms around Wei Ming's legs and forcefully pulled, attempting to topple him. However, rather than falling as she envisioned, Wei Ming complied and fell, but not in the manner she had anticipated. He landed heavily atop her, rather than her mounting him and attempting to restrain his arms. "Oh? Are you so eager to get close?" Wei Ming teased. He understood that Song Qingyun would not easily yield, so she must have been plotting something, but without a weapon, could she truly hope to subdue him? He wasn't boasting. With his current physical prowess, even a single hand could effortlessly handle her. His admiration for her physique was undeniable, curvaceous and alluring, soft yet firm, a delightful sensation even through clothing. Her embrace was intoxicating. He could only imagine the ecstasy of their union. Wei Ming eagerly anticipated the moment. "Get off!" Song Qingyun pushed with all her might, yet, the truth was that a woman's strength could not rival a man's, and after more than a day without food or drink, how much energy could she possibly muster? Rather than a push, it felt more like a feeble press, a pitiful attempt. Suddenly, Song Qingyun's expression changed, as she sensed Wei Ming's overwhelming intent. He laughed heartily, not immediately taking advantage of the enchanting policewoman. Instead, he rose to his feet. Song Qingyun struggled to sit up, gasping for breath in the chair. Her face was etched with despair. Realizing that her lack of sustenance would only exacerbate her weakness, she sought to entice Wei Ming, hoping to seize the opportunity to subdue him. Yet, she had clearly underestimated his strength and overestimated her own. The disparity between them was akin to that of a lion and a sheep, if not greater. "How did you get here?" she inquired. Previously, Wei Ming had mysteriously vanished, and now he had reappeared just as enigmatically. She had scrutinized the premises thoroughly. Apart from the main entrance, there were no other exits. Wei Ming grinned, through a hidden passage. "Where?" Song Qingyun pressed, desperate to unravel the mystery of his comings and goings. Wei Ming flashed a grin. "Kiss me, and I'll tell you." Song Qingyun glared at him, clearly a rose with thorns. "Alas, I come to check on you, and you truly show no gratitude." Wei Ming shook his head, retrieving a plastic bag filled with fruit from the kitchen. He extracted a box, revealing watermelon, and took a bite, exclaiming, "It truly is hot today. It was still cold when I took it from the fridge, and now it's already warm. What a shame." His face was one of distaste, yet Song Qingyun could not help but swallow in anticipation. She had gone a full day without food, and though Wei Ming had left her 2 bottles of water, the oppressive heat had led her to finish them yesterday. Now, the sight of the vibrant watermelon was an unbearable temptation. "Would you like some?" Wei Ming displayed the remaining fruit, pears, apples, and cantaloupe, gesturing invitingly. "As long as you follow me, you can indulge in these every day." Song Qingyun stared at the fruit, her mouth moving involuntarily. For someone parched and famished, the allure of these fruits was immense, yet ultimately, she resolutely turned her head away, embodying the principle of not being swayed by poverty. Wei Ming gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive. Impressive, in light of your steadfast principles. Here, this box of watermelon is my gift to you." With that, he packed the remaining fruit into the plastic bag. "Are you leaving?" Song Qingyun felt a pang of anxiety. Truth be told, being trapped in this restaurant for over a day had left her feeling somewhat lonely and frightened. "What, do you intend to come back with me?" Wei Ming chuckled. Song Qingyun merely huffed and turned away, yet when she looked back, she saw that Wei Ming had already stepped into the kitchen. She hurried after him, but her hunger rendered her weak, and she could not run fast enough. By the time she reached the kitchen, he had already vanished without a trace. Determined not to give up, she began searching frantically, but no matter how she looked, she could not find the entrance to the hidden passage. Reluctantly, she retreated. Gazing at the box of watermelon, her lips involuntarily moistened. Rationality told her it was left by Wei Ming and should not be consumed, yet ultimately, her body's instincts prevailed. She approached, picked up the watermelon, and devoured it in a few bites. Yet, instead of quelling her hunger, it only intensified it, providing but a slight relief to her thirst. It was over. If she could not find food, that would be one thing, but after consuming a few slices of watermelon, she despairingly realized her will to resist was waning, even feeling an impulsive urge to summon Wei Ming back. Could she truly continue to endure? Chapter 37 of Forcing the Wife into Prostitution. Wei Ming returned to the garage, hastening his steps towards home. Although Song Qingyun maintained a facade of defiance, her resolve had evidently begun to waver. Within a mere 2 or 3 days, he anticipated reaping the rewards of his efforts. Was this reward truly legitimate? He quickened his pace, for the heat outside was unbearable. Despite the underground garage offering a marginally cooler respite, it was still far from temperate unless one could excavate a cavern several dozen meters deep, shielding it from the sun's relentless heat. Such a refuge seemed unattainable within the city. Perhaps a cave might provide such solace. As he proceeded, he overheard numerous individuals engaged in anxious discussions, rife with concern. What if this dreadful weather persisted for an extended period? How would they procure food and water? The oppressive heat was terrifying. Thankfully, temperatures would drop at night, and with the air conditioning, it could be alleviated to around 35 degrees, provided the power remained uninterrupted. Should there be a blackout, the nocturnal hours would become an ordeal of sweltering discomfort. Would survival even be feasible? Suddenly, a group of individuals rushed by, each clutching bags, their footsteps echoing as they quickly vanished from sight. A robbery, they're robbing. Moments later, a man nearing 50 staggered towards him, his forehead marred by a significant wound, blood still flowing, though the initial trickles had already begun to congeal. Isn't that old he from the delivery station? Who inflicted that injury upon him? I saw several people rush past just now. Hiss. The crowd, initially perplexed, soon grasped the situation. This man, He Chingguang, managed the community's delivery station, where a plethora of individuals collected parcels daily. To augment his income, he had started selling snacks and beverages, albeit with modest sales. Thus, it appeared that someone had indeed robbed his delivery station. The expressions of those gathered shifted, a pallor of concern settling upon their faces. What has become of this world? The security personnel are unlikely to arrive. With hunger and thirst looming, what choice do we have? To survive, one must resort to robbing others. So, you advocate for robbery? Ha, if I were in dire straits, I would undoubtedly do the same. The crowd buzzed with chatter, none willing to defend He Chingguang. Rather, their darker impulses had been sturdy indeed. Was there any longer a consequence for wrongdoing? Even if the apocalypse were to pass, how many lives would be lost? Would the state seek retribution in the aftermath? If accountability were truly pursued, it seemed unlikely that many would remain unscathed. The essence of law is to impose constraints, binding the inner demons of humanity, yet now, those very demons were quietly being unleashed. The robbery at the delivery station was merely a precursor. Such incidents would proliferate. Robberies and murders would no longer be confined to fiction but would seep into reality. Wei Ming sighed. The news had just proclaimed the necessity for self-rescue, yet some had indeed rescued themselves by seizing from others. Chaos was unfolding. He recognized that the announcement urging self-rescue had undoubtedly sounded the alarm for the collapse of social order, yet the speed of this descent was alarming. Should he check on Mi Xiaolu? Wei Ming pondered briefly before deciding to make the trip. This was a treasured toy he had yet to fully enjoy. He could not allow others to seize it. Thus, he veered towards the building where his former residence was located. Entering the elevator, he swiped his card, and it ascended. In truth, riding an elevator was perilous, for one could never know when a power outage might occur. If trapped within, the oppressive heat could quickly lead to heatstroke. Yet, Wei Ming felt undaunted. With his newfound ability to teleport, as long as the walls were not thicker than 5 meters, entrapment was not a concern. Ding, the elevator halted, and the doors opened. Wei Ming approached, intending to knock, when he was met with the sound of a fierce argument emanating from within him, a man's voice. Wei Ming was taken aback. Was Mi Xiaolu so reckless? No, that voice belonged to Guahai, her legitimate husband. When had he returned? He paused to listen, and soon his expression turned peculiar. Guahai was actually urging his wife to sell herself, claiming that the man upstairs, old Wang, was willing to trade a bottle of purified water and a packet of instant noodles, while old Zhang downstairs was prepared to offer 3 kilograms of rice, not to mention others from the adjacent building. That so many men would rather part with food and drink for the chance to bed Mi Xiaolu was hardly surprising to Wei Ming. The woman was undeniably attractive, tall and slender, devoid of any excess flesh, with an alluring hourglass figure that drew the attention of many in the community, much like how every man in the office would fantasize about Lu Qing. Yet, it was astonishing that Guahai had devolved to the role of a pimp. Is it possible for a man to become so utterly spineless? Mi Xiaolu was, of course, unwilling, screaming at Guahai, vehemently asserting that she was not a prostitute, berating him with fervor. What kind of husband was this? Guahai, however, remained unfazed, retorting, "You have no idea how many men you've been with. Now you pretend to be pure, you shameless wretch. I have already promised old Wang that he will be coming over soon. You'd better entertain him properly, or I won't hesitate to hold you down." Mi Xiaolu was on the brink of collapse. Guahai had returned a day before the catastrophe, and she had hoped for reconciliation, feeling moved, even deciding to sever ties with Wei Ming. Yet, Guahai turned out to be such a scoundrel. Bang! At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Mi Xiaolu shrieked in terror. She truly was not a prostitute and did not wish to be paraded before the men in the community. Guahai, however, merely smirked. Did it matter to him whether his wife was with one man or many? The cuckold's cap was already firmly in place. He might as well profit off his beautiful wife. He approached the door and opened it. However, upon opening, he found not old Wang but Wei Ming standing there. "Oh, what brings you here?" Guahai was momentarily taken aback, then, as if coming to an understanding, he turned to Mi Xiaolu with a lewd grin. "Your market value is quite high. Here's another one eager to have you." He then directed his gaze at Wei Ming. "At least a bottle of water and no less than half a kilogram of food for the night, but you're late. Go back and wait your turn, and I'll call for you when it's your time." Originally, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wei Ming, yet now that he had resorted to selling his wife, as long as Wei Ming could meet the price, it mattered little that he had once worn the cuckold's cap. Wei Ming was astonished. Was Guahai truly so adept at being a pimp on his first attempt? Once a person transcends their moral boundaries, do they become so shameless? He shook his head and, looking through Guahai at Michelu, asked, "Do you wish to come with me and be my woman?" Chapter 38. Bringing home another 1-inch, damn it. Guahai raised his fist in anger, ready to strike, but as his hand was poised in the air, he halted upon meeting Wei Ming's icy gaze. This was a notorious figure, one he could not provoke. Michelu looked at her husband in despair. Coming from a privileged background, she had never faced hardship throughout her life. Coupled with her beauty, many suitors had vied for her affections, yet Guahai, though not the most exceptional among them, had shown her the most devotion. Thus, she had chosen him, believing they would share a lifetime of love. However, after merely a year of marriage, how had he transformed into a stranger before her eyes? Gritting her teeth, she resolutely approached Wei Ming. Being toyed with by Wei Ming was preferable to being a prostitute. "You dare!" Guahai, though intimidated by Wei Ming, still attempted to assert himself against his wife. He raised his hand, intending to strike Michelu, but found himself unable to bring it down, as Wei Ming had firmly grasped his wrist. Wei Ming offered a faint smile. Even when beating a dog, one must heed its master. "What gives you the courage?" Enraged, Guahai retorted, "She is my wife." "And what of it?" Wei Ming scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent Guahai flying, causing him to tumble on the ground. Observing her husband in such a pitiful state, Michelu felt no sympathy, only satisfaction. She spat at Guahai, declaring, "From this moment forth, my husband is dead." Guahai felt as if the kick had shattered his very insides, rendering him incapable of rising. All he could do was groan in pain, his gaze filled with resentment as it flickered between Wei Ming and Michelu. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the stairwell, revealing the... With a creak, the fire door swung open, and a man emerged. Wang Xingjian, known as Old Wang to Guahai, was in his 40s, unattractive, and still unmarried. His lack of charm had deterred women from engaging with him in the decade since he turned 30. Now, he found himself in a position to pursue one of the most beautiful women in the community. How could he not be thrilled? He even found himself grateful for this calamity. Otherwise, he would have never had such an opportunity. However, upon exiting the stairwell, he was taken aback. Why was there another man? Oh, had the deed already been completed? He wouldn't mind taking over. After all, Michelu was no longer a virgin. He approached her with a smile, intending to grasp her hand, only for Michelu to hastily retreat behind Wei Ming, her face displaying unmistakable disgust. Wang Xingjian's expression darkened as he addressed Guahai. "Xiaogua, what is the meaning of this? I've already paid you. Are you trying to renege on the deal? What did a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles represent? Life. At least it could grant a person an extra day to live. You took something so precious from me and now wish to evade your obligations." Guahai felt a storm of turmoil within him, unable to respond, yet Michelu spoke up. "Guahai accepted your payment. You can demand it from him. If he refuses, you can pursue me instead. It has nothing to do with me. Wei Ming, let us go." She was utterly hopeless regarding Guahai. Though Wang Xingjian had spent many years as a bachelor, he had no interest in fencing off Michelu, hastily blocking her path. "I don't care. I've already paid. I demand to have my turn with you." Wei Ming intervened, kicking Wang Xingjian away with a forceful thud. "Get lost." With that, he pressed the elevator button, ushering Michelu inside. "Vixen, return my food and water." Wang Xingjian shouted after them, but the elevator doors closed, leaving him to howl in frustration. Ding! The elevator arrived at the basement level. Chidong City was a vast community, and the underground parking lot was impressively large. It took them several minutes to reach Villa number 28. How delightful! Michelu's eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring the reaction of Lu Qing from the previous day. Quite normal, indeed. Wei Ming chuckled, pushing Michelu inside before closing the door to prevent the cool air from escaping. Though he had an abundance of ice, there was no need to waste it. "How can it be so cool in here?" Michelu finally asked, wearing a dress that surprisingly felt a bit chilly. Wei Ming smiled. "I used ice to lower the temperature, not air conditioning." Michelu understood, but soon became puzzled again. Such a spacious villa, how many ice blocks would be necessary to maintain a cool atmosphere in such high temperatures? Ice blocks? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. If the ice melted, it would turn into water. Just how many ice blocks were needed to lower the temperature of an entire villa? "May I have some water?" she asked, her gaze filled with hope. Following Wei Ming, she had only wished to avoid becoming a commodity, never anticipating such delightful surprises. Wei Ming laughed heartily. "I thought you might have higher expectations. There are drinks and fruits in the refrigerator. Help yourself." To eat freely, in that moment, Michelu was enveloped by overwhelming happiness. Wei Ming led her to the kitchen. He was indispensable, as every door required fingerprint access. She immediately began to feast. After her meal, Wei Ming instructed her to take a shower. In such sweltering weather, anyone would have an odor after more than a day without cleaning, no matter how beautiful they were. However, halfway through her shower, Wei Ming entered the bathroom. Was he truly going to bring her back, provide food and drink, and not expect anything in return? Did he think of himself as a good person? He chuckled, envisioning the imminent realization of his desire for a dual encounter. Wei Ming brought out some food, and Michelu was naturally delighted. Having only consumed some fruit and endured over an hour of Wei Ming's antics, her stomach was understandably empty. She began to devour the food ravenously. Just then, her phone rang. She picked it up and glanced at it before asking Wei Ming, "Should I answer Guahai's video call?" "Of course," Wei Ming replied with a smile. Michelu accepted the call, and when Guahai's face appeared on the screen, he exploded with rage. He had clearly seen Michelu, and though she was clad in a bathrobe, the red marks on her neck were unmistakable, making Guahai realize what his wife had just experienced. You shameless woman, you truly are a disgrace, he seethed, his teeth clenched. Now that he was safely at home, he had no fear of Wei Ming coming to confront him, and he was ready to vent his fury. Wei Ming, I'm done with this woman. You merely picked up the scraps I discarded. He truly managed to console himself, as if he had gained an advantage. Michelu felt no anger, merely a cold smile as she switched to the rear camera, showcasing the delectable spread on the table, allowing him to glimpse the comfortable indoor temperature. Without uttering a word, she abruptly ended the video call. Let him stew in envy. Chapter 39 of The Encounter of Two Women, joy multiplied. Once Michelu had eaten her fill, Wei Ming led her upstairs. Wei Ming, Lu Qing, who was watching television, turned around and was taken aback by the sight of Michelu. The moment their eyes met, both women instantly recognized that they shared a similar sentiment. However, she is so beautiful, her figure is exquisite, both women thought simultaneously, as a surge of intense rivalry and tension arose within them. Although the villa was spacious, the available supplies were limited, an additional mouth would inevitably consume more food and water. In the short term, it was inconsequential, but what of the long term? What could sustain 3 months would dwindle to 2 with one more person. Wei Ming, perceptive to their unease, reassured them, rest assured about the supplies, with me here, you shall never go hungry or thirsty. However, if you wish to reside here, you must adhere to one rule: obedience. Both Lu Qing and Michelu nodded in unison, each feigning compliance. What were they most afraid of? Being cast out by Wei Ming. They were acutely aware of the grim reality outside, and not only was there food and drink here, but the cool temperature alone was sufficient to compel them to surrender their dignity and cling desperately to the prospect of staying. Wei Ming adjusted the indoor temperature slightly higher. This was a simple task that involved merely removing a few ice blocks. He set the temperature to 29 degrees, ensuring that even in their lightest attire, they would not feel cold. If I were transported back to ancient times, I would undoubtedly be a tyrant. Should Wei Ming choose, he could easily win over everyone in the community and become their sovereign. Yet, he held no interest in amassing power. Managing people was a cumbersome endeavor. It was far more enjoyable to simply close the door and relish his solitude. During dinner, Wei Ming sent a video to Song Qingyun, showcasing the lavish spread before him, which included 3 bottles of beverages alone. Get lost, just get lost. Song Qingyun retorted, refusing to engage with him. She shut her eyes, refusing to look, for she realized her resolve was waning. If she glanced any longer, she might find herself capitulating to Wei Ming. No, she would rather perish than surrender to a criminal. Yet, Wei Ming smiled, for he knew that deep down, she had already surrendered. After all, she could have ignored the video call entirely. Why accept it if not for the tacit acknowledgement of her defeat? It was only a matter of time before she would unfurl the white flag. Starving and parched, coupled with the oppressive heat, who could endure such torment? Wei Ming chuckled, if you find it unbearable, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Song Qingyun abruptly ended the video call, only to burst into silent sobs. Not a single tear fell, for she was severely dehydrated, devoid of moisture to shed. Her cries were a mixture of grievance, despair, and fear that her will was slipping away, that she would succumb to Wei Ming. Curled up, she awaited the setting sun, and as the temperature outside began to drop, the air conditioning could once again operate. However, the cooling air could not alleviate her hunger and thirst. She licked her parched lips, but there was scarcely any saliva left. Was she destined to perish here, or should she seek out Wei Ming? To survive, to live, to endure, she incessantly questioned herself, drifting in and out of sleep, plagued by nightmares, her consciousness in disarray. Hua Hai gradually emerged from his fury into a state of calm reflection. He recalled the previous scenes, the sumptuous food, the comfortable temperature. Wei Ming possesses a vast stockpile of supplies, and somehow, he also has the means to cool the environment. Hua Hai's heart raced. If I could just get my hands on it, controlling food and water was tantamount to seizing the lifeblood of everyone. Just as he would sell his wife, would others not also relinquish their wives and daughters? Yet, I alone cannot contend with Wei Ming. Having been easily subdued twice by Wei Ming, he had come to accept this reality. But would he give up? He could no longer endure his current plight, he had to take risks. Old Wang could be swayed, he has been wronged by Wei Ming and failed to win my wife, so he must harbor deep resentment. 2 people are insufficient. At least one more is needed. Hua Hai racked his brain. Old Zhang, no, he is far too old, nearing 70, a mere shove could topple him. That he might have been useful in the past, but not now. Ah! His eyes lit up suddenly. Lu Kundong. A formidable character, feared by many in the community, and he bore a grudge against Wei Ming. That makes 3 of us. However, Lu Kundong is a rogue. I must first forge an alliance with Old Wang to prevent Lu Kundong from monopolizing everything once Wei Ming is out of the way. That's settled then. He promptly sought out Wang Xingjian. Although he initially faced a barrage of scorn from Old Wang, upon hearing Hua Hai's scheme, Wang Xingjian gasped in astonishment, you truly are ruthless. Humph, he stole my wife, is it not justified for me to eliminate him? Hua Hai replied coldly. Wang Xingjian thought to himself, how is your wife being a harlot any better? Nevertheless, he too desired to rid himself of Wei Ming and covet the resources in his possession, thus aligning himself with Hua Hai. The two set off to Lu's residence. Lu Kundong was quite security conscious. After some persistent knocking, he finally opened the door. Does Wei Ming truly possess a vast amount of supplies? Lu Kundong inquired. Hua Hai thumped his chest confidently, I am absolutely certain, in a previous video from my wife, I saw Australian lobster and steak among the bounty. Just imagine, Wei Ming could afford to lavish such food upon a mistress. He must have a significant stockpile. Lu Kundong nodded slowly. Everyone in the community knew that Wei Ming had won over 2 billion in gambling, thus, it was not surprising that, in a fit of nouveau riche extravagance, he had stocked up on copious amounts of stakes. Although Lu Kundong had some provisions at home, who would ever complain of having too much food? Lu Kundong glanced at Guahai and laughed. Once our plan succeeds, your wife will be mine, agreed? Mi Xiaolu was the belle of the community, and many desired her. Lu Kundong, not being a virtuous man, openly expressed his desires. Guahai's forehead twitched with irritation, yet he managed to force a smile. Agreed. Chapter 40 of The Green-Hatted Husband Seeks Revenge. Lu Kundong and his companions brandished kitchen knives as they crept through the night. Individually, they had all been bested by Wei Ming, but did they stand a chance against him when united? Moreover, they wielded knives. One of the distinguishing traits of humanity over beasts is the ability to use weapons, is it not? Without weapons, a man before a tiger is merely prey, yet, armed, the balance of power shifts. Even in the age of cold steel, a tiger would find itself reduced to a mere pelt before a skilled hunter. Now, with knives in hand, could they truly not handle Wei Ming? The sole dilemma remained how to entice him to open the door. They couldn't simply break it down. Such an action would alert him prematurely, and the modern doors were far too sturdy to breach easily. It's simple. Just knock on the door and claim you have something to discuss, Lu Kundong suggested with a fierce glint in his eyes. Once he opens it, strike him with the knife. Guahai and Wang Xingjian nodded in agreement. It was clear, there was no need to overthink this. They intended to kill Wei Ming, and he remained blissfully unaware. The chaos had only just begun. Who would suspect them of such audacity? The underground garage was stifling at around 35 degrees Celsius, yet bearable and nevertheless, after a short walk, beads of sweat dotted their brows. Finally, they arrived at their destination. You go and knock, use your wife as an excuse, say you wish to have a word with Wei Ming. Lu Kundong devised a plan for Guahai. Despite his rough exterior, he possessed a cunning intellect when it came to treachery. Guahai nodded and approached the door. Wei Ming, resting on the second floor, had chosen that level for its perceived safety. Ideally, the villa's soundproofing would render him oblivious to Guahai's knocking. However, due to the surveillance system linked to his phone, he noticed the notification on his screen. Upon checking the app, he observed 3 figures at the basement entrance, one standing at the door while the other 2 lurked nearby, each brandishing a kitchen knife. The latter 2 believed they could evade detection, unaware that Wei Ming had installed 3 cameras in strategic locations. Were they truly intent on ending his life? Wei Ming felt no fear. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Guahai, Wang Xingjian, and Lu Kundong. How curious that Lu Kundong had allied himself with them. Yet, it mattered little. This was merely the second day of the apocalypse, and already, they sought to confront him with weapons. How swift they were. Wei Ming chuckled softly. If they sought their own demise, he would oblige. He descended to the basement, made a few adjustments, and called out, "Who goes there?" "It's me, Guahai," came the voice through the speaker. The door's soundproofing was impeccable. Even a shout would struggle to penetrate it. Wei Ming continued to toy with them, asking, "What brings you here?" "You bastard, you stole my wife. How could I not come to confront you?" Guahai seethed. "But since you've already bedded that wretched woman, I no longer desire her. Just compensate me with 10 boxes of instant noodles and water, and I'll be rid of her. Otherwise, tomorrow, I'll spread the word throughout the neighborhood, and let us see if you two can face the public." Wei Ming chuckled inwardly. 10 boxes is excessive. I can offer you a maximum of 5. 5 boxes of water and noodles. Guahai and his companions felt a surge of excitement. Wei Ming's willingness to part with such supplies indicated he possessed far more than that. Feigning contemplation, Guahai responded, "Fine, 5 boxes will do." All they needed was to trick Wei Ming into opening the door, and then they could dispatch him and claim his belongings. At that moment, a click resonated as the door unlocked. Guahai swiftly pulled it open, and as the door swung wide, all 3 lunged forward, knives raised, ready to strike. But where was Wei Ming? "Huh, what are you doing?" Wei Ming's voice echoed, and they found him seated at least 4 meters away, wearing a mocking grin. He had remotely opened the door. What a cunning fellow. Lu Kundong was about to speak when he paused. "It's so cool in here." Indeed, although Guahai had already seen the temperature displayed in a video from Mi Xiaolu, experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. "How did you manage this?" Wang Xingjian inquired. Wei Ming kindly indulged their curiosity. "I used ice.do. You see the metal encircling the walls, behind it are brass pipes filled with ice. As the ice melts, it naturally lowers the temperature in the room." "You actually have ice?" No, you use precious water to cool the place." Good heavens, Lu Kundong was initially stunned before bursting into laughter. "Very well, Wei Ming, thank you for your generous gift. I'll take this villa, and as for your woman, I'll gladly accept her too." Wei Ming had already used the remote to seal the basement door, exuding confidence as he smiled. "Oh, just the 3 of you with those flimsy knives? That's enough to kill you." Lu Kundong snarled. "Let's go." Guahai and Wang Xingjian immediately followed suit, their faces contorted with fury and insatiable greed. They aimed to slay Wei Ming and seize everything he possessed, yet, as they pressed forward, Wang Xingjian suddenly exclaimed in shock before vanishing into thin air. What just happened? The basement was brightly lit, yet Lu Kundong and Guahai felt a chill run down their spines, a sensation of dread enveloping them. A living person had just disappeared. Was this some supernatural occurrence? "What is happening?" Guahai shouted at Wei Ming, his composure faltering. "You did this, didn't you?" Wei Ming chuckled softly. "In my home, it is certainly my doing. Guahai, I really didn't wish to kill you. You see, when I play with Mi Xiaolu, it adds to the thrill knowing she belongs to someone else, but since you insist on seeking your own demise, I have no choice but to eliminate you." In his hand, a phone materialized seemingly out of nowhere. What the hell? Hua Hai, terrified, stumbled backward, but as he retreated, he too vanished without a trace, just like Wang Xingjian at that moment. Lu Kundong trembled in fear. Two living beings had disappeared right before his eyes. Could he endure such terror? He dared not move. After all, Wang Xingjian had vanished while advancing, and Hua Hai while retreating, perhaps remaining still would unravel Wei Ming's magic. 5 seconds passed, and Lu Kundong remained rooted in place. He exhaled softly, though the tension only heightened his restlessness. As if ants were crawling all over him, he felt unbearably uneasy. What to do? He could only yell at Wei Ming to distract himself from his growing terror. What happened to those two? Did you make them disappear? Wei Ming smiled faintly. You guessed correctly. Chapter 41 of The Experimenter. Wei Ming's response did little to assuage Lu Kundong's unease. On the contrary, it deepened his trepidation. Despite the considerable distance between Wei Ming and the two individuals, how could he possibly make two living beings vanish? Wei Ming remained nonchalant, extending his hand to reveal a bottle of cola, which he uncapped and took a sip from, only to frown. Indulging in sweets at night tends to lead to weight gain. Oh well, it's inconsequential. He could effortlessly metabolize any accumulated fat by merely traversing into the alternate space. Lu Kundong stood in stunned silence. Where had that cola come from? You're performing a magic trick, he suddenly realized. In fact, Hua Hai and Wang Xingjian are still nearby. You've merely employed some sort of sleight of hand, which is why I cannot see them. They likely feel the same way. Your intention is to sow confusion amongst us, leading to our defeat without a fight. Your reasoning is so compelling that I almost find myself persuaded. Wei Ming chuckled lightly. Then, how about you take a few steps? Would Lu Kundong dare to move? He hesitated. Speculation was one thing, but what if he were mistaken? That would be no trivial matter. Wei Ming shook his head, as if believing that would suffice. Allow me to assist you. With a mere thought, a massive stone materialized and hurtled toward Lu Kundong. What? Before Lu Kundong could even process the situation, the stone struck him, causing him to stagger back. Yet, he vanished after taking just one step. It was simple enough. Wei Ming had first opened a portal in front of him, sending the kinetic stone flying, then opened another behind Lu Kundong, effectively propelling him into the alternate space. Upon inspecting with his consciousness, Wei Ming found Hua Hai and Wang Xingjian had perished, while Lu Kundong remained unharmed, though his heart had ceased to beat, and blood no longer coursed through his veins, as if life itself had been suspended. In a mere minute, he would meet his end. A thought crossed Wei Ming's mind, and he too entered the alternate space, eager to conduct some experiments. He focused on Lu Kundong, and with a flick of his will, an additional object materialized beside him, a heart. Strangely enough, though it was filled with blood, no crimson liquid surged from the severed vessels. In the alternate space, time ceased to exist, and all physical laws became ineffective. Thus, despite the blood vessels being severed, no blood gushed forth, for pressure was a requisite for such an occurrence, and here, with time nullified, pressure was an impossibility. Wei Ming, following his own design, extracted Lu Kundong's organs one by one, but before the minute elapsed, he reinserted them all, and then they both re-emerged into the outer world. Lu Kundong, still imbued with the kinetic energy from the stone's impact, stumbled and rolled on the ground. He scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of fear and confusion. What had just struck him out of thin air? Where was the stone? A hallucination. He stood frozen, trembling from the unknown terror. Wei Ming, however, smiled indeed. In the alternate space, he was akin to a deity. Previously, he had extracted all of Lu Kundong's organs, even removing his brain, yet here Lu Kundong still appeared intact. The experiment was a success, and Lu Kundong had outlived his usefulness. Wei Ming unleashed another kinetic stone, and in the next instant, Lu Kundong was thrust once more into the portal, disappearing without a trace. This time, however, he would not return. Wei Ming smiled faintly. He had yet to employ the arsenal of thermal weaponry within the alternate space against ordinary individuals. The mere manipulation of the portal sufficed to orchestrate a massacre of many. He stretched languidly and returned to his slumber. As night gave way to dawn, temperatures soared to a staggering 58 degrees Celsius. Such oppressive heat could prove fatal. Only industrial air conditioning units could possibly function under such conditions, rendering everyone irritable and frantic, with not even a bead of sweat to be seen. And what of Wei Ming's abode? A comfortable 29 degrees. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qing and Michelle Lu awoke, prompting Wei Ming to unlock the doors on every level, granting the two women freedom of movement. Naturally, Wei Ming sought breakfast in the alternate space, while Lu Qing and Michelle Lu were left to forage through the refrigerator or storage room. As he admired the resplendent forms of the two women, one adorned with ample curves and the other boasting long, lithe legs, Wei Ming felt an undeniable stir of desire. Moments later, he heard Lu Qing exclaim in surprise, but he merely smiled. He had filled the storage room to the brim. For him, the supplies he had brought forth were negligible, yet for Lu Qing, the impact was monumental. Just yesterday, they had barely filled a third of the space, and now it overflowed. Good heavens, Michelle Lu, new to the scene, was bewildered as Lu Qing explained, leading her to a state of shock. What did this signify? Wei Ming possessed another cache of resources. It was astonishing. Were it not for the sheer absurdity of it all, they might have suspected he had returned from the future, so meticulously had he prepared. Wei Ming, however, remained indifferent to their thoughts. While savoring his noodles, he opened his phone to scroll through. Someone from the homeowners group had tagged him. Upon inspection, it was Ma Yuelan, questioning where her son had disappeared to, as she had been unable to contact Wei Ming since last night. But why would she demand answers from him regarding her son's absence? The group buzzed with curiosity. Of course, Ma Yuelan could not reveal the truth. She claimed Lu Kundong was merely conducting business with Wei Ming, trading food for water, yet had since gone silent. A classic case of the villain crying foul, turning the tables. The homeowners were aflame with indignation. What did everyone despise the most at this moment? Food theft. Ma Yuelan had already begun her tirade in the group half an hour prior, and a few self-righteous individuals eagerly positioned themselves as champions of justice, denouncing Wei Ming. Due to Wei Ming's silence, he appeared guilty, which led most to believe Ma Yuelan's narrative. With a scoff, Wei Ming posed a question in the group chat. "Oh, may I inquire how much food your son brought with him?" Ma Yuelan pondered briefly before responding, 2 boxes of biscuits. To her, those 2 boxes represented a fortune. Wei Ming strolled to the storage room, recorded a video, and shared it in the group without uttering a word. No words were necessary. The group erupted in chaos. My heavens, so much provision. An entire room full. Ma Yuelan. I'm dying of laughter. It's akin to having 10 million yet attempting to swindle someone out of $100. The exchanges continued, effectively silencing Ma Yuelan, yet more began to entertain ulterior motives. The allure of wealth was intoxicating. Who still cared about legality? Just yesterday, a home invasion had occurred, yet did any security personnel come to take notes? Absolutely not. Thus, it became evident to all societal order had collapsed. And what did food signify? Life. Who would not wish to survive? Consequently, with Wei Ming revealing such an abundance of supplies, it inevitably ignited the covetous desires of many, planting the seeds of insidious thoughts. Did Wei Ming remain unaware of this? Of course not yet. His confidence in his actions was unwavering. In his eyes, even if the entire community united against him, disregarding the marvels of the portal and his extraordinary physical prowess, the vast arsenal prepared in the alternate space could cleanse the community of its inhabitants countless times over. Come now, he found himself rather bored. Chapter 42 Wei Ming's abundance of supplies. After delivering a stinging slap to the buffoon Ma Yuelan, Wei Ming ceased to peruse the messages in the homeowners group. A barrage of friend requests inundated his notifications, all originating from that very group, with the sole intent of soliciting supplies or borrowing provisions. Your resources are plentiful, surely, parting with a fraction would not be detrimental to you, they implored. Naturally, he dismissed the mail requests outright. With his current surplus, what more could he possibly desire? It was only the allure of a beautiful woman that might stir his interest. Of course, he would not let his baser instincts override his caution. Ensuring his safety remained paramount before indulging in any pleasures, for during intimate moments, his defenses and alertness were at their nadir. Upon discovering Wei Ming's ostentation within the homeowners group, the Zhou family's outrage was palpable. To them, all of Wei Ming's possessions rightfully belonged to them. How dare he flaunt his wealth in public, they seethed. One must remember that wealth should not be paraded. By doing so, he has undoubtedly attracted unwanted attention. It is said that while a thief may operate for 1,000 days, the defenses against him cannot last that long. Surely, now everyone has set their sights on him, and how ruthless the populace can be. Just because he locks his door does not guarantee safety. A few determined adults wielding heavy hammers could easily obliterate it. What a fool. Has he lost his composure merely because he has struck it rich? The climate has only shifted for a few days, and he already cannot restrain himself from showing off? Yet rather than allow others to seize it, we might as well benefit ourselves. The family exchanged glances, each reflecting a glint of malice and greed. We must not delay. We shall act tonight. Agreed. Why under the cover of night, the scorching daytime heat rendered everyone akin to lethargic felines, barely able to lift a finger, consumed by a desire only to sleep. By nightfall, temperatures would drop to around 40 degrees, with most individuals retreating into their air-conditioned sanctuaries, making it improbable for them to venture out. Thus, nighttime operations promised both comfort and safety, ensuring they would not draw attention to themselves. Otherwise, they would be inviting others to partake in their spoils. Qingqing, your task is to coax Wei Ming into opening the door. Luo Guifan began assigning roles. Zhou Qingqing nodded, confidence radiating from her. Wei Ming cannot possibly forget about me. If I express my willingness to assist him, he will surely be eager to let me in. Luo Guifan then turned to her husband and son. You two shall handle the physical confrontation. We must eliminate that wretch. After all, I have beseeched him countless times. My dignity has been utterly compromised, and I am resolved to see him dead. Consider it done, Zhuo Yang readily affirmed. Zhou Fuguwei hesitated, not out of moral qualms but from a flicker of apprehension. What if they failed to subdue Wei Ming, and he retaliated? Zhou Qingqing pondered briefly before adding, there is a woman in Wei Ming's abode. Should we eliminate her as well? Is she attractive? Luo Guifan inquired. She is passable, Zhou Qingqing replied, unwilling to concede that the woman surpassed her in beauty, especially in physique. Luo Guifan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Then we shall consider her as Yang Yang's companion. Since his girlfriend is absent, a man cannot be without a woman for too long lest he become pent up. Zhuo Yang nodded fervently, his anticipation palpable as Zhou Fuguwei felt his resolve wavering, intrigued by the notion of such a woman. Perhaps he could indulge himself just this once. Tonight, they must secure Wei Ming. Having finalized their plans, the four awaited the day's end in silence. Haha, that fool accepted my friend request. Li Jing laughed heartily, brimming with pride. A 37-year-old single mother, her daughter Li Xiaoxiao was already 18. The duo were seasoned con artists. Li Jing did not hold a traditional job, instead, she lured men online, yet, those who assumed they were engaging in a mere transaction were gravely mistaken. Once a man was ensnared in a hotel room, she would have him pay up front, then drug him, seizing the opportunity to abscond while he lay unconscious. However, she was not greedy, only taking the agreed-upon fee. Would the duped men report her, that would only entangle them in their own misdeeds. If furthermore, Li Jing's modest demands ensured her continued success. Hee hee, Li Xiaoxiao chimed in, equally amused. She was well aware of her mother's exploits and had no interest in her studies. She had already resolved to follow in Li Jing's footsteps. With Wei Ming's plethora of food supplies, once they infiltrated his home, they would feast to their heart's content. After her laughter subsided, Li Jing signaled her daughter to prepare for the act. Li Xiaoxiao understood immediately, sitting obediently to the side. Had it not been for the oppressive heat, she would have donned her school uniform. Li Jing adjusted her neckline, satisfied with her appearance. Then, 2 seconds later, the call connected. Li Jing adopted a sultry tone. Wei Ming, would you consider taking in my daughter and me? If you do, I would be willing to do anything for you. Moreover, Xiaoxiao is at the age to find a boyfriend. She left her statement hanging, as Li Xiaoxiao timely displayed a bashful expression, perfectly fitting her age's persona. In truth, she had been honing this ruse since the age of 14, and over the years, countless men had fallen victim to her charms, without exception. Wei Ming surveyed the mother-daughter duo on his screen, a faint smile curling his lips. Not a chance, even with the beauty filter, you two barely scrape a 70. Do you genuinely believe you can entice me? His acceptance of Li Jing's friend request stemmed from her stunning profile picture, but upon seeing her in real time, it was apparent that she was an entirely different person. It was akin to browsing a profile of a stunning beauty only to find an unappealing visage at the door. Such stark disappointment. I must decline, he decisively ended the call. What a deceiver. Li Jing's face remained adorned with a seductive smile, yet it felt as though she had been struck. Bewildered, she turned to her daughter. He actually hung up on me? Li Xiaoxiao, equally astonished, nodded numbly. He did hang up. In that moment, they both spiraled. 2 women against a formidable man, was that feasible? Mom, I'm so hungry. Li Xiaoxiao clutched her stomach. Li Jing, her mind racing, eventually declared, wait here, I shall procure something to eat for you. If they could not deceive Wei Ming, perhaps other men would prove more amenable. Surely, not all would be as shrewd as he's. Chapter 43. Yet to acknowledge reality, Wei Ming had accepted 3 friend requests in total. The second was from Zhang Shi, a prominent businessman. As soon as Zhang Shi's request was approved, he promptly messaged, Wei Ming, I require a substantial amount of food and water. Name your price. Wei Ming replied, Mr. Zhang, does money still hold value in these times? Of course it does. Disasters will eventually pass, it's merely a matter of time, Zhang Shi asserted, brimming with confidence. Wei Ming understood that those with wealth and power were most eager for the calamity to end swiftly, for it was essential to preserve their money and influence, allowing them to maintain their status. While ordinary people might have come to terms with the collapse of societal order, individuals like Zhang Shi were entirely unprepared for such acceptance. He remarked, I'm afraid I cannot accommodate that. Naturally, Zhang Shi was incensed, but realizing that the resources lay in Wei Ming's hands and that he was in a position of need, you provide me half of the supplies, and I will share half of my stocks with you. Of course, this includes only the dividend rights, not voting rights. Goodness, does he still believe that once the disaster passes, things will revert to normalcy? Wei Ming found himself at a loss for words. Such a person, in a bid to avoid falling from grace, was truly living in a fantasy. He shook his head, feeling there was little left to discuss with Zhang Shi. If Mr. Zhang cannot offer something enticing, then this is where we part ways. Zhang Shi was furious. He had built a vast company from the ground up, employing over 500 people who depended on him for their livelihoods. Typically, everyone catered to his whims, yet here was Wei Ming, a mere youth who had won a little money from gambling, daring to speak to him in such a manner. Under normal circumstances, he would have ensured that Wei Ming learned his place and understood that conversations with someone of his stature required humility and deference. However, he took a deep breath, for this wretched weather had disrupted transportation. Otherwise, with a simple phone call, he could summon his security team, and Wei Ming would be left groveling at his feet. I still possess a considerable amount of gold bars, Zhang Shi chose to concede. As the saying goes, in prosperous times, jewelry. In chaotic times, gold, regardless of the turmoil, gold remains a hard currency. What do you think? Will you accept this exchange? Wei Ming chuckled. The notion that gold could serve as a hard currency in tumultuous times was predicated on the existence of some degree of social order, at least allowing for the movement of people. But what about now? This was an apocalyptic scenario. Was an apocalypse the same as chaos? In chaotic times, one could still forage for wild fruits and dig for roots, but now even those options were unattainable. Gold, merely a shiny metal. Mr. Zhang, it appears you have yet to grasp that we are in an apocalyptic era. Wei Ming replied. This statement left Zhang Shi speechless for an extended period. Wei Ming assumed he would not respond further and was about to accept a third friend's request when Zhang Shi finally replied, then what do you desire? Sigh, if only he had realized this sooner. I have wasted so much time. It was inevitable. Mr. Zhang was so accustomed to his lofty position that issuing orders came naturally. Wei Ming smiled slightly and typed, I am only interested in beautiful women. What more could he possibly want in his villa? Beautiful women, exquisite beauties. Zhang Shi, of course, was no fool. He was momentarily taken aback but quickly discerned Wei Ming's implication, erupting in fury. You dare set your sights on my wife? Wei Ming, you have some nerve. If this were a few days ago, you wouldn't believe how much I would spend to end your life. Wei Ming remained unfazed, not allowing Zhang Shi's anger to affect him. Mr. Zhang, you are mistaken to take this personally. I have no interest in you. Should your charming wife find herself unable to resist temptation and seek me out, what would that have to do with you? Moreover, should you threaten me again, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Enraged, Zhang Shi tossed his phone aside, ignoring Wei Ming. He turned to his young wife, a beauty in her early 20s, whom he regarded as a prized catch. Her name was Chengya, a campus belle from a nearby university, undeniably lovely, especially with her alluring figure. Otherwise, she would not have captivated someone like Zhang Shi, who was accustomed to beautiful women. She quickly inquired, "Darling, why are you so upset?" Zhang Shi snapped, "That ungrateful brat Wei Ming has rejected all my proposals." Chengya was taken aback. "Our food and water can last at most 10 more days," after which she fell silent. "I am well aware," Zhang Shi replied darkly, "but that kid is impervious to reason. Can I resort to theft?" As he uttered this, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps that was indeed a feasible approach. However, could he manage to breach Wei Ming's door alone? Even if he succeeded, could he truly contend with a 20-something, in the prime of their physical prowess? He risked losing even more than he sought to gain. Then, his gaze shifted toward his young wife, and a cunning thought began to take shape. "You, Wei Ming, are you not a lecher? Ha, little do you know that the allure of desire often bears a sharp edge." The third individual who had sent a friend request was known by the online handle A Leaf in a Lonely Boat. Wei Ming primarily accepted this request due to the name and avatar, a cover from an online novel, fortuitously one that he was currently following. There was a slim chance that this person was the novel's author, and if so, Wei Ming would not mind trading some supplies to encourage them to continue writing, at least to see the story reach a conclusion. "Hello," the other party initiated the conversation, though the greeting lacked substance, serving no purpose in guiding the discussion. Wei Ming directly inquired, "Did you write the urban quest for fragrance?" "Oh, you read novels too?" The other party seemed taken aback, pausing for a few seconds before responding, "Yes, I am the author." "Indeed." Wei Ming mused, "The world is truly small." He promptly initiated a video call, intending to use supplies as bait to entice the individual to write 10 to 20 chapters daily for his enjoyment. After approximately 5 seconds, the video connected. "What?" Wei Ming was momentarily stunned by the sight of a woman appearing on the screen, seemingly in her 30s. "Please do not tell me you are a leaf in a lonely boat." This woman possessed an appearance scoring around 90 points, exuding a mature charm that transcended the typical older sister allure, instead embodying the enchanting quality of an aunt. Her captivating almond-shaped eyes sparkled with emotion, and her presence was remarkably imposing. Though only her upper half was visible, Wei Ming surmised that with such a figure, she must surely surpass 90 points in attractiveness. "Are you a leaf in a lonely boat?" he inquired. Chapter 44 Song Qingyun's will crumbled. "Ah, I am but a solitary leaf upon the waters," the enchanting ant murmured, her lips parting in a beguiling smile, her voice hauntingly intoxicating. Wei Ming could hardly believe his ears. Why had he pursued that novel? Because it pushed boundaries to the extreme, yet the author's skillful navigation kept it tantalizingly close to the edge, igniting his very blood. He had always assumed it was penned by some LSP author. But now, to learn it was crafted by an alluring ant, his worldview felt shattered. "Is it truly you who authored Urban Pursuit of Fragrance?" Wei Ming inquired, seeking confirmation. "Indeed, I have 3 chapters in reserve. Would you like me to send them for your perusal?" the enchanting ant replied. "By the way, my real name is Lin Wanqiu." Wei Ming nodded. "Very well, please send the manuscripts over once you can. The plot is reaching its climax, with the protagonist about to seduce the enemy's wife. Oh, and since there are no reviews now, feel free to be even bolder in your writing." "Alright, I shall enrich the content and send it to you shortly," Lin Wanqiu responded, her compliance evident. The woman possessed intelligence. Wei Ming smiled. "If you update 3 chapters a day, I shall provide you with a meal and water. 6 chapters will earn you double, and 9 will yield triple. Beyond that, I won't engage in such folly as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs." "Thank you, boss, I shall get to writing right away," Lin Wanqiu exclaimed. "By the way, which building and room number are you in?" "I will send the provisions via drone," Wei Ming mentioned. "Wow, how impressive, boss," Lin Wanqiu effusively praised. After concluding the call with Lin Wanqiu, Wei Ming couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity of encountering the author of his beloved novel in his own neighborhood, and to discover that the author was an enchanting and exceptional ant only added to his astonishment. Well, it was time to check on Song Qingyun. Wei Ming retrieved a drone from the alternate space, confirmed its battery life, and prepared a meal along with 2 bottles of water, securing them in a plastic bag attached to the drone. He then skillfully maneuvered it out of the villa. On the other end, he initiated a video call with Song Qingyun. After a considerable wait, the video connected, revealing Song Qingyun in disarray, her hair unkempt and her face haggard, her lips cracked from severe dehydration. "Open the door. I have sent you something via drone. Don't worry, it's complimentary," Wei Ming said with a smile. Having endured enough suffering from hunger and thirst, Song Qingyun, realizing her dire state, made her way to the door and opened it, her spirit diminished. The restaurant entrance provided shade from the blistering sun, and after a brief pause, she heard the unmistakable buzzing of the drone. Moments later, a drone descended, carrying a plastic bag. As it landed, Song Qingyun hastily unfastened the bag and tore it open, immediately drinking half a bottle of purified water in desperation. Once quenched, she turned her attention to the meal. After finishing the boxed lunch, she sipped the remaining water slowly, yet after consuming 1 bottle, she hesitated to open the second. As she ate and drank, tears streamed down her face, evaporating before they could touch her cheeks. In that moment, her will completely disintegrated. Wei Ming, observing through the drone, chuckled, "Don't cry, I will come to collect you tonight, and I assure you, you shall suffer no more." From the moment he seized the gun, they were now approaching the time for reaping the bountiful rewards. Song Qingyun remained silent. Her lack of opposition was tacit acceptance. After all, he was a security officer, and one must maintain a semblance of pride. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Why wait until night to fetch her? He wished to keep the secret of the alternate space concealed, so he planned to drive and retrieve Song Qingyun. The sun posed a threat with its lethal rays, and the heat inside the car would be unbearable, risking heatstroke. Nightfall it would be. He also delivered a meal to the enchanting ant, fulfilling his promise. With nothing else to do during the day, what was he to do? He chuckled. There were 2 young women at home. Boredom was far from his reality. A bit of exercise, perhaps some television, and news updates. The television stations had ceased operations, yet self-media outlets continued to upload videos and stream live discussions about the calamity, drawing in numerous donations. Alas, money held no value now. As night fell, with the last rays of sunlight fading, a gentle rain began to fall. It was time to retrieve the police flower. Just as Wei Ming was about to step out, his phone emitted an alert. He glanced at the screen and saw 2 figures standing at the basement door. Zhang Shi and his petite wife. Was this a delivery of a wife? Unlikely. Wei Ming shook his head. Someone like Zhang Shi would never easily capitulate. Thus, Wei Ming noticed that Zhang Shi was carrying a bag, and upon examining its shape, a realization dawned upon him. He understood it very well. Since you brought your wife to me, I shall entertain you for a while. Song Qingyun could wait. After all, she had eaten and drunk at noon. A few hours' delay would be inconsequential. He made his way to the basement, remotely unlocking the door as Zhang Shi pushed his wife inside. Bang! The door closed automatically behind them. Zhang Shi promptly removed the backpack, extracting a compound bow and aiming it at Wei Ming. Surprised? Unexpected? Wei Ming chuckled lightly. Indeed, a minor surprise. Don't play games with me. Now, get out obediently, or I will be forced to eliminate you. Zhang Shi declared ominously. He wasn't being merciful, he simply didn't want Wei Ming's blood staining the premises, as this would soon be his residence. Transporting supplies was cumbersome. Why not simply claim this villa as his own? Wei Ming remained unruffled. Every door here requires a fingerprint to unlock. If I leave, you won't even be able to exit the basement. Oh? Zhang Shi glanced around. Indeed, the garage door lacked a handle. He was left with no choice but to demand, immediately record my fingerprint. Don't try anything clever. Wei Ming smiled as he approached the door, fiddling with the mechanism before stating, please, go ahead and record your fingerprint. Step aside. Zhang Shi commanded. Wei Ming complied, stepping aside as instructed. As Zhang Shi faced Wei Ming, slowly retreating towards the main door, instructing his petite wife, keep an eye on him. If he makes any move, scream. Okay, his wife nodded. The basement was refreshingly cool, and coupled with the resource images Wei Ming had shared in the group, along with the impressive security, she felt a surge of ambition for this place. Zhang Shi turned back, placing his finger on the scanner. Careful, his wife screamed. Chapter 45. President Zhang delivers his wife. A surge of electricity coursed through Zhang Shi, rendering his entire body numb, causing the composite bow in his grasp to clatter to the ground. As the current surged, he regained his senses and attempted to retrieve the bow, only to find a foot firmly planted upon it. It was none other than Wei Ming. Indeed, Wei Ming possessed countless methods to deal with Zhang Shi, yet this time he opted not to wield his supernatural abilities, but rather utilized the villa's built-in defensive capabilities. Bang! With a swift knee strike, Wei Ming sent Zhang Shi flying across the room, blood streaming from his nose. The young wife trembled in shock, utterly taken aback by the scene unfolding before her. How could it be that Zhang Shi, who seemed so assured of victory, had suddenly found his fortunes reversed? Wei Ming remained unperturbed, casually retrieving a length of rope to bind Zhang Shi before remarking, President Zhang, you truly lack decorum. I treated you as a guest, yet you sought to rob me. Zhang Shi panted heavily, filled with an intense desire to devour Wei Ming, yet he was left powerless to do anything but lament his helplessness. Wei Ming paid him no heed, instead turning his attention to Chenya. The woman had indeed caught Zhang Shi's eye. Her beauty and figure were exceptional. He whistled, but since President Zhang has brought his lovely wife along, I shall not hold back. You dare. Zhang Shi hissed, if you so much as touch a single hair on her head, I will kill you. I will kill you. Wei Ming smiled, having gone to great lengths to subdue Zhang Shi, naturally with the intention of claiming this lovely wife for himself. Whether or not I touch her hair is no longer for you to decide, he chuckled. Of course, I prefer not to use force, as a fruit that is forcibly plucked is seldom sweet. I much prefer to let the fruit come to me. Approaching Chenya, the woman stood frozen in fear, unable to move. As he reached out to assess her, Wei Ming turned back to Zhang Shi and remarked, President Zhang certainly has discerning taste. Your wife possesses remarkable beauty. An E-cup, completely natural, not a product of artificial enhancements. Zhang Shi felt as though he might vomit blood from rage. In that moment, he regretted everything, not the decision to target Wei Ming as villa, but rather his failure to act decisively and eliminate Wei Ming outright. No fingerprints meant no fingerprints. Now that he was inside, could he not simply reset the password? Wei Ming chose not to dwell further, instead addressing Chenya, come, allow me to show you around. Chenya lacked the unyielding spirit of Song Qingyun. Upon seeing her man subdued, she was rendered utterly distraught and obediently followed Wei Ming. Zhang Shi was frantic, but with his hands and feet bound, all he could do was shout and curse in vain. Chenya was initially terrified, yet Wei Ming's constant smile calmed her heart somewhat. Once her mind settled, she began to think she was a quintessential beauty, having received countless love letters from boys since middle school and enjoying the status of campus belle during her university days, pursued by numerous admirers. However, she was also a woman of high ambition, dismissing ordinary wealthy heirs entirely until Zhang Shi's fervent pursuit won her over. Thus, she possessed immense confidence in her beauty and allure. Now, with Wei Ming treating her so courteously, what could his intentions possibly be? A mere moment of contemplation made her aware, and she grew increasingly composed and calm when she laid eyes on the storage room brimming with food and clean water. Her heart raced with excitement. Indeed, she had seen the pictures, but witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. How long could such a bounty last? 6 months, even a year? In the midst of her exhilaration, she made a decision. Upon returning to the basement, Zhang Shi relaxed slightly at the sight of the two looking well-dressed. It had only been 5 minutes, after all, and they should not have accomplished much in that time. Wei Ming approached, loosening Zhang Shi's bindings, and said with a smile, "There you go, President Zhang is free to leave." Zhang Shi was taken aback. Was Wei Ming truly releasing him? Was this some sort of trick? Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, "I am not like President Zhang. I have always believed in repaying kindness with kindness." He pushed Zhang Shi out the door as Zhang Shi stood there, utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. Was Wei Ming genuinely such a good person? No, foolish, at such a time, he still believed in kindness? What a fool. Very well, next time I shall deal with you. Bang, the alloy door closed behind him. Wait, Zhang Shi suddenly realized and began pounding on the iron door desperately. "Wei Ming, let my wife go, you bastard. I swear I will kill you, I will kill you." Wei Ming activated the intercom, chuckling, "Alright, let me ask your wife if she wishes to return with you." With that, he stepped aside for Changya. Changya understood that Wei Ming was asking her to pledge allegiance, yet having married Zhang Shi for money, she would now readily abandon him for better material conditions, declaring without hesitation, "Honey, I'm so sorry, but I will be following Wei Ming from now on." "You shameless hussy. You shameless hussy." Zhang Shi fumed, veins throbbing in his forehead. He finally comprehended why Wei Ming had released him. He was destined to taste the bitter fruit of betrayal. "President Zhang, you see, I did not coerce your wife. This was entirely her own decision." Wei Ming laughed. "We are all adults here, each person is entitled to make choices about their own life, are they not?" Zhang Shi was on the brink of explosion, continuously pounding on the door, but what good would it do? "Wei Ming, I will definitely kill you." After venting his rage for a while, he stomped his feet and returned home. Wei Ming wrapped things up hastily. He still needed to fetch Song Qingyun, the police flower, who was his grand feast, after arranging for Changya on the 3rd floor where there were 3 bedrooms, perfectly allowing her, Lu Qing, and Michelle Lu each their own space. He ensured she could only remain upstairs without his consent, as he would lock the passage doors to each floor at night. After all, he was quite vulnerable while asleep, even his bedroom door would be locked, but what harm was there in adding another layer of defense? After securing Changya, Wei Ming made his way to the garage, summoning a pickup truck from his alternate space. This vehicle had been acquired from Depleting for 0 cost and had yet to be registered. He opened the garage, drove the vehicle out, and closed the garage door behind him. Was it not the case now that only his vehicle could function, the others could not withstand the daytime heat, causing the tires to burst? Well, it could drive a bit slower. Even with 4 metal wheels, it could still traverse a fair distance, provided someone was brave enough to try it out. If they dared, they could venture out in search of supplies. At that moment, on the 18th floor, Yu Chutong stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, seemingly unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. Wei Ming's vehicle was still operational. Chapter 46. Bringing the exceptional police flower home. To Wei Ming's astonishment, he possessed a vehicle. No, it is not unusual to have a car, but a car that is operational is quite extraordinary. Yu Chutong had secretly taken a look at her beloved car, yet despite it being a luxury S-Class, a flat tire remains a flat tire. How could Wei Ming's battered pickup still be running? In this day and age, what does owning a means of transportation signify? It signifies survival. It allows one to venture out and gather resources, thereby ensuring one's continued existence. Surviving, this is the singular thought occupying everyone's mind. It's no wonder Wei Ming had fresh fruit. It was evidently gathered through such efforts. She couldn't help but ponder how to borrow this vehicle from Wei Ming. As Wei Ming drove into the community, he naturally garnered much attention, though only those in buildings 8 and 18, due to their proximity, could see him emerging from the underground garage. The rest could only speculate about the identity of the individual in the vehicle. Wei Ming, however, paid little heed to others. His primary focus was on bringing Song Qingyun back. This exquisite yet thorny flower had occupied his thoughts for several days. Upon arrival, Wei Ming first sent a video call to Song Qingyun. Once connected, he instructed, "Step back and avoid standing at the door." He then reversed the vehicle. A bang, the pickup crashed through the restaurant's entrance, forcing its way inside. Not far off, Song Qingyun stood in stunned silence, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. Wei Ming opened the passenger door and urged, "Why are you still dawdling? Get in." After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Qingyun climbed into the passenger seat and shut the door behind her. "Let's go," Wei Ming declared as he revved the engine and drove out of the restaurant, heading toward the community entrance. The restaurant was part of the community's commercial area, and within minutes, the pickup re-entered the vicinity, arriving at the front of Villa 28. Wei Ming remotely unlocked the car doors, drove the pickup inside, and secured the garage door. After disembarking, Wei Ming leaped out of the vehicle while Song Qingyun hesitated before following suit. To access the villa itself, one could not merely use a remote, a fingerprint unlock was required. As the 10-centimeter thick alloy door swung open, Song Qingyun gasped in astonishment, "Are you preparing for a world war? Who, in their right mind, would install such a robust alloy door?" In truth, Wei Ming had considered a 20-centimeter door, but Xia Bing had advised against it, citing the excessive weight and the difficulty of installation, especially with such a tight time frame and limited materials. Wei Ming chuckled internally while saying, "Come on in." As Song Qingyun stepped into the villa, she was immediately enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. Although it was nighttime and the air conditioning could be operational, the sun had only recently set, rendering the cooling effect quite slow. Wei Ming found himself explaining the situation yet again. Like Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, Song Qingyun displayed a look of disbelief. Given the current scarcity of resources, who would use ice to cool down? Such extravagance. Leaning closer to her ear, Wei Ming whispered, "Stay with me, and you shall live without worries regarding food and sustenance." Conversely, you surely don't wish to relive the past 3 days, do you? While I may not be a good person, I do have principles. I never force anyone. You may choose to accompany me, and I will provide for you, but the condition is that you must heed my every command. If you are unwilling, well, you may leave at this very moment. Song Qingyun bit her lip in silence. The fact that she had climbed into the pickup spoke volumes, yet to verbally agree in front of Wei Ming proved to be a hurdle she could not leap. After all, the man before her was a suspected accomplice of a wanted criminal, and he had even brandished a firearm, nearly instigating a significant incident. Wei Ming did not pressure her. After all, once she entered his home, there was little chance of escape. Just then, an alarm rang out from his phone. Alas, how disappointing. How many visitors were to arrive today? Upon glancing at his phone, a smirk crept across his lips. It was the left family of 4. Had it been anyone else, he might have dismissed them entirely, but this particular family, since they had come knocking, how could he possibly ignore them? He turned to Song Qingyun and asked with a smile, "Do you think I am a villain?" Song Qingyun retorted, "Are you not a good person?" Oh, so now that she had a full stomach, she was ready to spar with words? Come, allow me to show you just how treacherous the human heart can be. With that, Wei Ming led Song Qingyun to the basement, opening the door with the remote once more. The left family stood bewildered, as Left Qingqing had yet to introduce herself or her intentions. How could Wei Ming have opened the door? Look above. Left Yang pointed at the ceiling, where a surveillance camera was mounted. Now, the left family understood why Wei Ming had opened the door so readily. "Hey, that guy still holds a candle for my sister," Left Yang proclaimed triumphantly. "Excellent, Qingqing, when the time comes, use your charm on him. If necessary, consider shedding some clothing to entice him, then you and your father can seize the opportunity to eliminate him," commanded Luo Guifan. But Left Qingqing hesitated. "What is there to fear? One is your father and the other your brother. What harm could possibly come from that?" Luo Guifan expressed her dissatisfaction with her daughter's reluctance. Left Qingqing had no choice but to acquiesce. In her household, she held the least authority, having been indoctrinated from a young age. Otherwise, how could she have become a brother's helper? Thus, the 4 of them ventured inside. The basement was shrouded in darkness, where one could hardly see their fingers. Suddenly, the room was illuminated, and as they adjusted to the blinding light, the Left family beheld 2 figures within. One standing and the other seated. The seated figure was Wei Ming, while the standing figure was a woman they did not recognize. However, this woman was undeniably stunning, more captivating than many celebrities, and her figure was simply breathtaking. Left Yang immediately recalled what his sister had mentioned. Wei Ming had brought home a woman, his girlfriend, before the calamity struck. A realization washed over him, igniting feelings of jealousy that Wei Ming could be with such a beautiful woman, swiftly followed by excitement, for this woman was soon to be his possession. Left Fugui's eyes gleamed with desire, unable to suppress his lustful thoughts, yet, with Wei Ming in the company of another woman, their plan to seduce Left Qingqing was rendered impossible. Moreover, it wasn't that they looked down upon Left Qingqing. The 2 women simply existed on entirely different levels of beauty. "Let us not overthink it. We're already here. All we need to do is eliminate this guy," Left Yang declared, brandishing a kitchen knife with a fierce expression. Initially, Left Fugui had feared the possibility of injury, but upon seeing Song Qingyun, his lust overwhelmed him, and all he could think was to kill Wei Ming and seize this enchanting beauty. He quickly turned to Luo Guifan, saying, "I want that woman too, otherwise, I'll just watch." How dare this old fool make demands at a time like this? Luo Guifan was furious, and Left Yang was equally displeased. "Dad, we agreed this woman is mine. Let your father have a turn. It won't cost you anything." Left Fugui's eyes sparkled with greed. "I've lived so many years without having such a beautiful woman." Luo Guifan, resigned, finally suggested, Yang, behave, you can have her from Monday to Friday, and your father will take her on Saturday and Sunday." Could Left Yang alone possibly restrain Wei Ming? Thus, Left Fugui's proposition was clearly timed to perfection. Knowing Luo Guifan would acquiesce, though Left Yang was reluctant, 2 days of sharing was better than having nothing, so he nodded in agreement. Chapter 47 Wei Ming's Vengeance. Song Qingyun listened to these words, but could scarcely believe them. These 4 individuals were the epitome of ordinariness, clearly a family unit consisting of parents and a pair of siblings. Yet, what were they discussing? The primary target remained her. How revolting! Song Qingyun gazed at Wei Ming in bewilderment. She had merely been trapped in the hotel for just over 2 days, totaling 3 days at most, and yet the world had transformed into something so alien. A typical family of 4 was conspiring before her eyes to commit murder, seize wealth, and even divide a woman among themselves. Wei Ming smiled broadly, stating, "These 4 are my ex-girlfriend's family. This is her name, Zhu Qingqing, a leeching sister who insists I relinquish my house for her brother's wedding. Her brother is utterly incompetent, lazy, and refuses to attend classes, claiming he aspires to start a business and earn vast riches. In reality, he is the quintessential freeloader, living off his sister. And these 2 old fogies are Zhu Qingqing's parents. Their character should be evident from their previous remarks. I need not elaborate further." The Zhu family erupted in fury upon hearing Wei Ming's introduction. "Wei Ming, are you seeking death?" Zhu Qingqing screeched, "You professed your love for me, claiming you would do anything for me. Yet, when I merely asked you to vacate the house for my brother's wedding, you broke up with me and quickly entangled yourself with this shameless woman. You are disingenuous, a scoundrel, and still have the audacity to criticize me? Luo Guifan tugged at her daughter's arm, saying, no need to waste breath on this scoundrel. Have your father and brother kill him, haha, it would be best to leave him barely breathing, then let him witness your father and brother with his woman, driving him to madness. How venomous. However, Zhuo Fugui and Zhuo Yan were positively exhilarated at the thought of toying with Wei Ming's woman right in front of him. Kill him. Zhuo Yang charged forward, while Zhuo Fugui unwrapped the cloth from around his knife, both father and son wearing fierce expressions as they approached greedily. Song Qingyun promptly declared, I'll handle the elder, you deal with the younger. As a security officer, she had indeed undergone combat training. While confronting an adult male posed challenges, she believed she could take down Zhuo Fugui, who was in his 50s, even if he wielded a knife. Wei Ming merely smiled nonchalantly, no need, I can manage alone. This was the truth, his physical prowess was at the pinnacle of human capability, and even if he were injured, a brief entry into another dimension would allow him to heal rapidly. This was the foundation of his confidence. Just be my little woman and find ways to please me. He pinched Song Qingyun's exquisitely delicate chin before striding towards the Zhuo family. Seeking death. Zhuo Yang swung his knife. Zhuo Fugui hesitated, primarily concerned about accidentally harming his son. In a flash, Wei Ming struck, bang, bang. With just 2 punches, the world fell silent. The Zhuo family lay sprawled on the ground, rendered unconscious. This, Luo Guifan was dumbfounded. This was far beyond her expectations. 2 against 1, both armed, yet Wei Ming had effortlessly subdued them all with his bare hands. She quickly forced a smile. Good son-in-law, we were just joking. You are truly formidable. No wonder you dared to post resource photos in the group with your strength. Who would dare to lay a hand on you? Now I can rest easy. Your villa is so spacious. Accommodating 4 more people will surely be no problem. Wei Ming found himself somewhat impressed by this woman, whose shamelessness knew no bounds. He approached and, with a swift motion, knocked Luo Guifan unconscious as well. Zhuo Qingqing trembled momentarily before leaping up. Wei Ming, my mother just said we were joking. How could you strike so harshly and put my father, mother, and brother out cold? Song Qingyun felt as though her entire worldview had shattered. They had genuinely intended to take a life, resorting to violence, yet how could this mother-daughter duo brazenly claim it was merely a jest? How could humans sink to such depths of shamelessness? Wei Ming turned to her, smiling, you are a security officer, tell me, how should we punish such behavior? Song Qingyun blurted, first, arrest them and hand them over to the prosecutor's office for charges, with the court determining the penalty. They were only responsible for apprehending individuals and gathering evidence. Prosecution and sentencing were beyond their purview. Wei Ming chuckled, very well, I shall take on that role, the garage judge. He patted Song Qingyun, just wait here for me. Song Qingyun wanted to say something but found herself at a loss for words. Though she was a security officer, the Zhuo family had set their sights on her, enduring this for 2 days while they tormented her for 5. Who could endure such treatment? Moreover, having gone days without food, her spirit had naturally taken a toll. How could she possibly harbor no negative emotions, even if she refrained from turning dark? Expecting her to repay malice with kindness was utterly unrealistic. Thus, she ultimately remained silent. Wei Ming glanced at Zhuo Qingqing, feigning hesitation before seemingly making up his mind. You may leave. I believe this matter does not concern you. He had no desire to eliminate this woman too quickly. It wouldn't be satisfying enough. By deliberately stating this, what would Zhuo Qingqing think? Wei Ming still harbored feelings for her. She would cling to hope, fostering unrealistic expectations, while Wei Ming would oscillate between granting her hope and extinguishing it, until he drove her to the brink of mental collapse. As for the other 3 members of the Zhuo family, Wei Ming sought only their physical obliteration, but for Zhuo Qingqing, a dual destruction of both spirit and body. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Zhuo Qingqing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She glanced at her unconscious family on the ground, bit her lip as if steeling herself, and declared, Wei Gu, you were so kind, and you understand me best. You know I was coerced by them. I shall take my leave now, believing I can win back your heart. At the opportune moment, Wei Ming opened the basement door, and Zhuo Qingqing dashed out, covering her face, seemingly torn between being moved and regretful. Song Qingyun was taken aback. Had Wei Ming truly shown mercy, even acting so naively? Then, she immediately noticed the mockery and murderous intent on Wei Ming's face, realizing he was merely toying with this woman, granting her a false hope that held no substance. Wei Ming exited the basement, unceremoniously tossing the 3 members of the Zhuo family outside. At this hour, the garage was devoid of people. Everyone was at home, enjoying the cool air conditioning, relishing the rare reprieve from the heat. Who would take the trouble to venture into the garage? With a thought, 3 large iron cages materialized before him. He threw each member of the Zhuo family into separate cages, locking them securely, a smile gracing his lips. Let them languish in confinement, subjected to public scrutiny, ultimately perishing from hunger, thirst, or heat. Any form of demise would suffice. They would surely suffer. Chapter 48. The arrival of relatives. Wei Ming returned to the villa. At this point, not even the King of Heaven could thwart his intentions of indulging in the exquisite police flower. Deprived of any authority, Song Qingyun had no choice but to remain in the basement, waiting for him. How did you handle them? Song Qingyun inquired. Wei Ming wrapped his arms around her, saying, such matters of violence and bloodshed are best left to men. You should focus on contemplating which positions I might prefer. What positions? Song Qingyun initially appeared bewildered, but then, as realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Wei Ming's heart raced as he embraced the stunning beauty, showering her with kisses. Naturally, his hands were not idle, but as his desires began to surge, he paused, declaring, "Let us take a shower. Such a magnificent beauty deserved to be savored slowly. After all, she was his. Why rush?" Song Qingyun, initially bashful, suddenly exclaimed, "We can still take a shower." "No, how much water had you stored to afford such luxury?" However, she quickly added, "Water is life now. I'll just wipe down my—" This woman was unlike Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu. The latter two, upon learning they could bathe, only expressed joy and astonishment, never considering the implications of running out of water. It must be noted that the water supply had ceased, and although it rained every night, that was acid rain, who would dare use it for washing or drinking? Thus, clean water was a precious commodity to be conserved. Wei Ming laughed heartily, nibbling on her earlobe. "Rest assured, your man is quite capable. Material concerns are the least of your worries. As I mentioned earlier, just focus on my preferences." With a gasp from Song Qingyun, he swept her off her feet. The two made their way to the bathroom for a romantic bath, though they soon transitioned from the tub to a shower. Why, Song Qingyun had her monthly cycle. At that moment, Wei Ming wished he could transport Song Qingyun to another dimension and reverse her condition, yet he refrained from doing so. The alternate space was his greatest secret, one he would never divulge unless absolutely necessary. After all, it was merely a matter of waiting a few days. Song Qingyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Please wait for me a few days." She was a woman of her word. Having returned with Wei Ming, she was determined to keep her promise. Wei Ming chuckled. Did a visit from relatives not warrant collecting some interest first? He busied himself exploring every detail of the police flower, while Song Qingyun, despite her flushed cheeks, made every effort to cooperate. What a treasure! In truth, the four women residing in the villa were all exceptional beauties, and even the least attractive among them, Lu Qing, was a goddess in the company, the object of many fantasies. Countless men longed to be with her, yet Song Qingyun, in both beauty and figure, utterly eclipsed Lu Qing. Even her personality was irresistibly charming. Wei Ming couldn't help but reflect on how, had it not been for this calamity, such a breathtaking creature would have remained entirely beyond his reach. From the moment he seized the gun, he had orchestrated his path to win this enchanting woman. Moreover, who said that relatives couldn't be enjoyed? Over an hour later, Wei Ming carried Song Qingyun to the balcony on the third floor. Her face was flushed, and she bore an expression of existential crisis, realizing just how many intricacies existed between men and women. Lu Qing and the others were in their respective rooms, and Wei Ming would lock every florist door at night, limiting their movements to one level, but they had already fallen asleep. Wei Ming retrieved fruits and drinks from the refrigerator, placing them on the table, while he and Song Qingyun nestled together on a lounge chair, enjoying snacks and the night view outside. Song Qingyun marveled, in just 3 short days, this world has become so alien. The night was far from tranquil, distant explosions echoed intermittently, and flickering flames could be spotted, a stark reminder of the current turmoil and chaos. Wei Ming merely smiled in response. Suddenly, Song Qingyun turned to him, asking, "Did you deliberately bring me here for negotiations? You're not as naive as you seem." Wei Ming replied with a grin, "Indeed." Song Qingyun wore an expression of realization but quickly restrained his wandering hands, saying, "But how did you know the apocalypse would come? If it hadn't arrived the next day, what would your plan have been?" "That's because I knew the end was nigh that very day." Wei Ming chuckled. "If the apocalypse hadn't come, I would have simply wandered the earth. So you were gambling?" The thought of Wei Ming having risen through betting made Song Qingyun somewhat believe him, yet his propensity for risk made her wonder what would happen if he placed a wrong bet. That could lead to utter ruin. Just then, as they were engrossed in each other, they noticed the light from the neighboring balcony flicker on, revealing a woman in a nightgown, Yu Chutong. However, Yu Chutong clearly hadn't anticipated that someone would be awake next door at this hour. She froze momentarily, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. The nightgown was slightly sheer, and she had no desire to give Wei Ming any advantage. Instead of retreating immediately, a thought crossed her mind about borrowing Wei Ming's pickup truck. Then she noticed he was not alone. He was embracing a woman, both clad in bathrobes, seemingly on the verge of merging into one another. "How shameless!" Song Qingyun gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of someone next door, and instinctively tried to rise, only to be held back by Wei Ming. "Fear not, there is only one woman next door," Wei Ming reassured with a laugh. "Is this merely a question of men and women?" Song Qingyun's face burned with embarrassment, yet she found herself unable to escape, covering her face with her hands. Even with just a fleeting glance, Yu Chutong beheld Song Qingyun's beauty. What a stunning woman! Though Yu Chutong considered herself exquisite, she had to admit that Song Qingyun's looks were equally striking. Her figure remained obscured, as the bathrobe was quite loose. Where had this man procured such a breathtaking beauty? Was it through luring her with supplies within the neighborhood? Surely that must be the case. With this thought, disdain for Song Qingyun began to blossom in Yu Chutong's heart. Wei Ming, seizing a grape, waved it towards Yu Chutong, the meaning unmistakable. "Would you care for a taste?" Yu Chutong certainly desired it. Fruits were her favorite. However, she was all too aware that nothing came without a price. She huffed disdainfully, her expression one of arrogance. Chapter 49. The neighbors are in a panic. Yu Chutong had initially intended to retreat to her room, but upon further reflection, she realized that it was Wei Ming and Song Qingyun who were utterly shameless. Why should she be the one to withdraw? As the female CEO, she felt a sense of pride and chose to remain seated, resolute. However, should she still borrow a car from Wei Ming? The thought left her tongue-tied, for it was evident that he was a lecherous man who would likely propose terms that would infuriate her. To Wei Ming's mild surprise, she poured herself a glass of red wine and began to savor it while swirling the goblet. Did affluent families not all possess a wine cellar? Although Wei Ming could drink, he did not particularly enjoy it. He preferred tea, soda, or plain water. Thus, when he was renovating the safe house, he had not considered preparing a wine cellar. Nevertheless, his alternate space contained a plethora of red wine, beer, and brandy acquired during a zero-cost shopping spree, though he had not managed to procure any white liquor due to the lack of such opportunities domestically. However, Yu Chutong's composure did not last long. The two shameless individuals next door continued their flirtation, and she found it intolerable, prompting her to concede defeat. With a snap, the lights on the neighboring balcony were extinguished. Song Qingyun turned back and playfully chided Wei Ming, "It's all your fault, I'll never be able to face anyone again." Wei Ming laughed heartily, "Rest assured, no one is interested in such gossip at the moment." After indulging in fruit for a while longer, Wei Ming arranged a room for Song Qingyun on the second floor, but of course, it was not to share with him. They could play, but one must never toy with their own safety. Wei Ming fell asleep almost immediately, but was soon roused by the alarm on his phone. Was there no respite from sleep these days? He activated the monitoring software on his phone only to see a woman lurking about, appearing as if she were afraid of being seen. Wei Ming recalled that she resided in building 15, though he could not remember her exact unit number. She was undoubtedly married, so what could she possibly be doing here alone in the dead of night? Wei Ming chuckled softly, assuming she wished to engage him in a multi-billion yuan business deal. Unfortunately, he had lost interest for the day. He turned off his phone and returned to sleep, finally relishing the tranquility. A night passed without incident. Time progressed to the fourth day of the apocalypse. The three members of the Zhou family found themselves stripped and imprisoned in an iron cage, which quickly became sensational news. Moreover, the trio was vocally cursing, swiftly revealing to the public who was responsible for their predicament: Wei Ming. In their eyes, Wei Ming transformed into a thoroughly despicable villain, having lured them in only to seize their daughter and subject them to such treatment, more inhumane than any invader. The onlookers, unaware of the full story, had a few who would believe them, though many others began to think rationally. With the vast resources in Wei Ming's possession, the populace gradually recognized that supplies equate to survival. Hence, how many women would be eager to throw themselves at him if he merely spoke a word? As for their daughter, she was merely average-looking, not a celestial beauty, so why would Wei Ming bother? Furthermore, societal order was beginning to unravel, reports of robbery and murder proliferated on social media, and despite stern warnings from authorities that accountability would follow the calamity, the primal instincts of many could no longer be suppressed, leading to increasingly audacious behavior. Thus, it seemed likely that it was the Zhou family who sought to eliminate Wei Ming, only to be outmaneuvered by him instead. Yet, Wei Ming's ruthlessness was evident. Rather than extinguishing their lives, he chose to humiliate them by imprisoning them in such a state, subjecting them to relentless torment. Deprived of food and water, coupled with the sweltering heat, how long could they endure? Whether they perished from hunger, thirst, or heatstroke, none of those fates would be pleasant. How cruel Wei Ming is! The crowd felt a chill, their fear of Wei Ming growing palpable. "Let us out," the Zhou family clamored. Did anyone pay heed? No one did. Even those with overly compassionate hearts, upon observing the sturdy bars and locks, would wisely suppress their altruistic urges, who possessed the strength to intervene. The weather was unbearably hot. Even though the underground garage provided slight relief, it was insufficient to rouse anyone's motivation to assist. The Zhou family, having exhausted their pleas, found no one willing to extend a helping hand. Now, true panic set in. Upon waking to discover themselves caged, the trio initially felt anger rather than fear, convinced that once daylight broke, the residents would discover their plight and rescue them. Yet now, so many had gathered, merely watching them like a spectacle. The Zhou family was engulfed in both rage and terror. Were they to remain imprisoned indefinitely? To starve? To die of thirst? To succumb to the heat? "We beg you, go fetch Wei Ming," the Zhou family pleaded. The one who tied the knot must also untie it. Since it was Wei Ming who had caged them, he naturally possessed the key, making their release a trivial matter. Some particularly idle individuals took it upon themselves to mention Wei Ming in the community group chat, articulating the Zhou family's desperate plea. Would Wei Ming respond? Certainly not. He had deliberately imprisoned them, and why would he release them? He was far too busy for such trifles. Let them suffer in plain view of everyone. It was what they deserved. Seeing that Wei Ming remained unresponsive, another resident established a separate group, pulling individuals from the main chat, excluding Wei Ming, of course. Wei Ming is truly ruthless. The Zhou family is in a dire predicament. They will either starve, thirst, or roast alive. But the Zhou family has two men. Why couldn't they overpower Wei Ming? This fellow is formidable. You all remember Lu Kundong, the debt collector. He once clashed with Wei Ming and was effortlessly subdued. Now it makes sense. Wei Ming is practically committing murder in broad daylight. Are you all just going to watch? Zhang Shi interjected. Currently, it is the Zhou family, and you can sit back and enjoy the show, but what if one day, you find yourselves in the cage? At this, the discussions fell silent. Zhang Shi smirked. I have no qualms about airing my dirty laundry. Wei Ming has taken a fancy to my wife. Yesterday, under the pretense of selling food, he tricked me into opening the door and then made off with her. I fought desperately, but he still overpowered me. How many of you have wives or daughters? Ask yourselves, if Wei Ming offered food, would you open the door? At that moment, Zhang Shi was somewhat well known in the community, having previously engaged in resource trading with Yu Chutong and being quite affluent. Even those unfamiliar with him would recognize his name. Yet now Zhang Shi claimed that Wei Ming had abducted his wife. A chill ran through many. Indeed, as societal order crumbled, those with strength could easily bully the weak. If Wei Ming could imprison the Zhou family today, could he not do the same to them tomorrow? He had taken Zhang Shi's wife. Would he show mercy to the wives and daughters of others? Panic spread like wildfire. Zhang Shi seized the moment. Is there anyone willing to join me for the sake of their families? Let us eliminate Wei Ming and eradicate future threats. We shall share the spoils. Chapter 50. Assassinate Wei Ming tonight, divvy up the spoils. What truly tugged at one's heartstrings was the final proclamation uttered by Zhang Shi, let us share the resources equally. Thanks to the vanishing of the polar icebergs, a sense of crisis had taken root in many minds, prompting them to stockpile essential supplies at home, sufficient to last for half a month. Yet, regardless of the abundance of provisions, they would eventually be depleted. What then, if Wei Ming were to declare that the price of survival was the sacrifice of one's wife and daughter, would they be left with no choice but to comply? Thus, it seemed prudent to take the initiative and eliminate Wei Ming, seizing his resources for themselves. I'm in, count me in for the gamble, me too. Regardless of the circumstances, whenever there was potential for gain and a leader to rally behind, a formidable force would swiftly coalesce. The crux of the matter was whether there would be any repercussions for their misdeeds. The answer was a resounding no. Alright, everyone, gather at my place. We shall convene and deliberate, but we must also be wary of any informants in our group who might tip off Wei Ming, Zhang Shi declared. Understood. Many responded in unison. Before long, 21 individuals had assembled at Zhang Shi's villa. Only 21. Zhang Shi felt a twinge of disappointment, yet upon reflection, he realized that 21 was still a considerable number. Surely, they could subdue Wei Ming with this force. More participants would only complicate the division of spoils. If we do not act, Wei Ming will slaughter us and seize our wives and daughters. We are merely defending ourselves. No, we are ridding the world of a menace. They concocted a grandiloquent justification for their actions, no matter how far-fetched, as long as they believed it themselves. After much discussion, they resolved to strike under the cover of night. The cooler evening air would be preferable, otherwise, they might tire quickly after just a few swings of their iron hammers. With a full 21 individuals, they possessed the strength to easily overpower Wei Ming. Even if he were to learn of their impending invasion, what could he possibly do in response? Tonight, eliminate Wei, divide the spoils. Wei Ming soon received several messages alerting him to the fact that there were individuals in the neighborhood plotting against him. Some were acquaintances, others strangers. Among those he recognized were Lin Wanqiu and Zhuqingqing. How amusing it was that this so-called supportive sister now only seemed concerned for herself. Despite her family being confined in the garage, she showed no inclination to plead on Wei Ming's behalf. Once she turned callous, she truly became a sight to behold. Brother Wei, Zhang Shi is organizing people against you. You must be cautious, Zhuqingqing warned. Unfortunately, they have all gone to Zhang Shi's house for a meeting, so I am unaware of their specific plans. In her mind, as long as Wei Ming accepted her back, everything he possessed would rightfully belong to her. Now that Zhang Shi sought to usurp Wei Ming's belongings, wasn't he, in essence, stealing from her? I understand, Wei Ming replied with a few terse words. It was crucial to maintain a delicate balance, keeping Zhuqingqing hopeful yet ultimately unfulfilled. Lin Wanqiu also sent a message. Zhang Shi is plotting against you. Be careful. By the way, I wrote 3 chapters last night, and along with 3 revised chapters, I'm sending them to you. Following this, Wei Ming received a Word document. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but marvel at the newfound audacity of her writing. The narrative had taken a thrilling turn. Just as he became engrossed in reading, Song Qingyun and the others gradually awakened, prompting Wei Ming to unlock all the doors, allowing them to roam freely within the villa. When Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu saw that 2 additional women had joined the household, they were taken aback, silently thinking that Wei Ming was rather lecherous. It was only the 4th day since the disaster, and he already had 4 women in his home, 1 added each day. At this rate, in just a few more days, wouldn't the villa be overcrowded? Changya and Song Qingyun were equally bewildered, having not anticipated that Wei Ming had already taken to keeping a harem. Especially upon seeing Lu Qing, Song Qingyun nearly lost her composure and rushed forward to confront her. Ha, everyone, let us introduce ourselves. We are family now, Wei Ming chuckled, while feeding Xiaohe. Yet, in his heart, he believed that perhaps Xiaohe was the only one worthy of his trust, while the 4 women might betray him at any moment. Should someone present a better offer, Lu Qing and Changya would undoubtedly jump ship. Mi Xiaolu, though not as mercenary, had been coerced into joining him. Her loyalty was thus inherently unreliable. As for Song Qingyun, she was even less trustworthy. Despite her temporary descent into darkness, her innate sense of justice remained intact. Should social order be restored, she might very well be the first to drag Wei Ming to the police station to confess. Fortunately, no one can surpass my wealth, and the extent of my abilities is beyond anyone's comprehension. Wei Ming paid little heed to the thoughts of Song Qingyun and the others. As long as they obeyed, they could maintain their place within the villa. Should they defy him, well, he would simply show them the door. The 4 women felt quite awkward, as they could easily surmise that the other 3 were also Wei Ming's women. Essentially, they were all in the same boat. Lu Qing, as a minor leader in her company, was the first to adapt, smiling as she introduced herself. I am Lu Qing. May I ask how to address the 2 lovely ladies? With one breaking the ice, the atmosphere became amiable, and others began to introduce themselves in turn. By afternoon, Wei Ming was exercising on the treadmill, perspiring profusely. As they watched him work out, the 4 women were filled with a sense of admiration, while others would wish for nothing more than to hibernate to conserve energy. Wei Ming was still diligently exercising. The disparity between individuals was truly infuriating. If it weren't for this, wouldn't he have an endless reserve of energy? Lu Qing suddenly shifted the topic. This caught the interest of Mi Xiaolu and Changya, and they eagerly joined the discussion. Having grown so familiar with one another, there was no longer any room for embarrassment. The ensuing conversation was delightfully candid. Meanwhile, Song Qingyun listened from the side, her face flushed with embarrassment. The arrival of her relatives had temporarily spared her from being devoured, yet the lewd banter of the 3 women made her cover her ears in distress. Lu Qing and the others exchanged glances, igniting a mischievous desire to tease her. Chapter 51. Zhang Shi smashed the door, while Wei Ming encouraged, keep it up, strive harder. Lu Qing and her 3 companions deliberately started discussing, leaving Song Qingyun in Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Was this truly the topic she could engage in? Seeing Song Qingyun's embarrassment, Lu Qing and her friends erupted into laughter. They were well aware that Song Qingyun had relatives visiting and that she was not truly consumed by Wei Ming. In fact, she was still an innocent little girl. They chuckled mischievously as they shared tidbits about the affairs between men and women. Oh my goodness. Song Qingyun quickly covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. I won't listen. I won't listen. Lu Qing, admiring her beauty and innocence, coupled with an enviable figure, remarked with envy, "You're so stunning and have such a great figure, that fellow must be utterly smitten with you. Indeed, if I had your attributes, I wouldn't be a security officer. I would definitely pursue a career as a star." Chunya chimed in. Mi Xiaolu also expressed her envy, as Song Qingyun's beauty was beyond reproach. When the conversation turned to her profession, Song Qingyun perked up, saying, "What is wrong with being a security officer? We catch bad guys and protect the safety of the public." Yet, as she spoke, her voice dwindled, and her spirits fell. She contemplated the current state of the world, where people brazenly persecuted one another, indulging in robbery and murder, and where such malevolence had become commonplace. For someone with a strong sense of justice like her, the impact was profoundly disheartening. Wei Ming returned to his room, locking the door behind him to conserve his energy. That night, Zhang Shi, having someone to keep him company, alleviated his boredom. Although the villa was lively with games of mahjong and dou-di-zhu, Wei Ming found pleasure in outsmarting others. After all, he was not the maid for Song Qingyun and her friends. The ingredients and water were readily available for them to prepare their own meals. Going outside, that was out of the question. The controls were in his hands. They could only move within the confines of the villa, as none of the four had their fingerprints registered. In fact, even if they were allowed outside, would they dare? The temperature was nearing 60 degrees. Who would willingly seek suffering? Wei Ming fell into a deep slumber and awoke after 7 in the evening. Rising from his bed, he exited his room to find Song Qingyun and the others engrossed in card games. He made his way straight to the kitchen, where he discovered they had already finished dinner but had left him some food. However, Wei Ming opted not to eat that, instead retrieving a generous portion of grilled meat from another dimension and placing it in the air fryer. The delectable aroma wafted through the air. How fragrant! The four girls abandoned their game, flocking over with expressions of eager anticipation. Wei Ming distributed 2 skewers to each of them. They wouldn't be able to eat more, having just dined, and they were keen on maintaining their figures. After their meal, the 4 girls proceeded to practice yoga. In truth, Song Qingyun had intended to work out, but she was easily swayed by Lu Qing and the others, who insisted that exercising alone was pointless. It was far more enjoyable to practice yoga together. Thus, she was pulled along. As Wei Ming observed the 4 girls don their yoga pants, showcasing their exquisite figures on the mats, he couldn't help but gaze intently. Yoga attire, akin to form-fitting garments, accentuated the female form entirely, rendering beauty and flaws starkly visible. Such aesthetics were undoubtedly the creation of the indulgent monks from the East, captivating the eye, with each pose imbued with a hint of seduction. Just as Wei Ming was about to take action, his phone blared an alarm, accompanied by a loud thud. Zhang Shi, quite early. Indeed, Wei Ming had anticipated their arrival around 10 or even in the early hours, considering the heat would be less oppressive then. The sun had only just set, and the temperature remained above 45 degrees. Could they withstand such heat? Perhaps it was time to offer them a heat allowance? What is that sound? The 4 girls asked, momentarily halting their activities. Nothing much, just a few fools attempting to break in, Wei Ming replied with a chuckle. What a world! The 4 girls couldn't help but reflect on the audacity of these individuals. It was merely the 4th day of the apocalypse, yet people in the community had become brazen enough to force their way in, engaging in nefarious acts. The establishment of civilization required eons, yet its collapse could occur in mere days. Wei Ming reassured them. Continue, don't let it distract you, I will be over shortly. Though the 4 girls felt a twinge of concern, it was not due to any deep affection for Wei Ming. Rather, their fates were intertwined, bound by mutual interest. If the villa were compromised, what fate awaited them? They would likely become mere tools for countless men's desires. However, they had witnessed Wei Ming's capabilities and understood that he was not an impulsive individual. On the contrary, he was remarkably cautious and would never risk his life recklessly. Thus, they nodded in agreement and resumed their yoga, albeit with slightly distracted minds. Wei Ming descended to the basement, closing the door behind him, eager to avoid any interruptions from Song Qingyun and the others. The basement was equipped with a comprehensive surveillance system, featuring 9 screens displaying not only the footage from 3 cameras in the basement but also from the front door and throughout the villa. In fact, the total number of cameras exceeded 20, and he could only select 9 to display. Naturally, he switched to the basement surveillance and projected it onto the large screen. 1, 2, 3. 21 individuals. Zhang Shi was among them, and several burly men were bare-chested, wielding hammers as they hammered away at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Ming shook his head. If they could actually break down the door with a few hammers, then his millions would truly be wasted. Oh, he noticed Zhang Shi staring at the monitor, seemingly speaking, so he activated the speakers, and Zhang Shi's voice resonated. Wei Ming, I know you are inside, and I can see and hear you. Do you know why I haven't destroyed the surveillance? Because I want you to hear and see this, to embrace your impending demise in fear and despair. TSK, such resentment, and perhaps a bit too premature in his confidence. Wei Ming chuckled, addressing the microphone. Old Zhang, you really lack wit. You brought your wife right to my doorstep, armed and intent on killing me and robbing my home, yet I haven't laid a finger on you. Isn't that enough? And your wife willingly came with me. Did I force her in any way? Upon hearing this, the 20 individuals outside displayed expressions of intrigue, as this contradicted Zhang Shi's prior claims. Zhang Shi, now furious and embarrassed, retorted, Wei Ming, do not spout nonsense, you have stolen my wife and dare to turn the tables on me. Humph, I shan't say more, today is your day of reckoning. Wei Ming laughed, well, you still need to get in to make that happen. Keep it up. Strive harder. Chapter 52 Wei Ming, surrender, for I have captured your girlfriend, are you all intending to join in? This is nothing short of blatant provocation, isn't it? Zhang Shi and his companions were incensed, swinging their hammers with renewed fervor. 80, 80, 80, Wei Ming counted for them, announcing each strike. This undoubtedly further incited the crowd, who yearned to drag Wei Ming out and exact their vengeance upon him. Yet, after hammering away for some time and with several waves of individuals taking their turn, they found no signs of damage upon the grand entrance. They were left astonished. This door must have been reinforced. It's no ordinary door, crafted from solid metal, not merely a wooden door clad in iron. This cannot be breached. It would be quicker to smash through the wall. Thus, the group altered their strategy, forsaking the door to target the wall instead. Bang, bang, bang. Their efficiency surged as bricks and stones began to tumble down. Soon, they had created a breach. However, upon further demolishing the wall, their curses erupted. For behind this wall lay yet another, composed of metal. It possessed the same texture as the grand entrance, and it was evidently no run-of-the-mill metal, likely an alloy of remarkable strength. Zhang Shi and his companions were left in a state of disbelief. What on earth do we do now? Someone murmured, are the villas in our community all of this caliber? Surely the developer would incur a loss, another speculated. Pfft, how could this possibly be the developer's doing? This is the work of that bastard Wei Ming himself. Goodness, how fearful must he be to have reinforced his villa so thoroughly? What now? The group found themselves at a loss. If it weren't so surreal, they might have suspected Wei Ming had returned from the future. How else could he have made such preparations? All eyes turned to Zhang Shi. You initiated this? What brilliant idea do you have now? What recourse did Zhang Shi possess? He could only provoke. Wei Ming, have you truly resolved to be a coward? Humph, you may have fortified the walls, but what about the windows? Tomorrow, we shall prepare to shatter your windows from the first floor. However, if you step out to surrender now, I might consider sparing your life and even allowing you to retain half of your supplies. As the crowd was poised to speak, Zhang Shi cursed them internally for being fools and discreetly signaled the group, realizing Zhang Shi's intent to deceive Wei Ming, fell silent. Wei Ming chuckled, alright, you may give it a try tomorrow. Will you come during the day or at night? If by day, prepare for sun protection. If by night, prepare for rain. However, brother Zhang, your wife is here with me, and you can endure until tomorrow. Should you find yourself out of options, I may have to become acquainted with your wife. Zhang Shi was immediately incensed, cursing vehemently, you scoundrel, if you dare lay a finger on my wife, I shall kill your girlfriend. Brother, you finally mentioned it. Wei Ming smirked inwardly, yet feigned anxiety as he declared, you wouldn't dare. I warn you, should you touch Zhuqingqing, I shall not let you off. He was concerned Zhang Shi might mistake someone else, thus he kindly provided Zhuqingqing's name. In truth, Zhang Shi was merely driven by rage. He had never considered Zhuqingqing a threat to Wei Ming, yet, Wei Ming's palpable anxiety invigorated him. The wisdom and composure of the master returned, and he spoke with newfound confidence, you can execute your plans, while I can't enact mine? Wei Ming, will you emerge of your own accord, or shall I bring your girlfriend here and force you out? I will give you 10 seconds to decide. Wei Ming stifled his amusement, reclining comfortably with both feet on the table, yet he still needed to maintain his act, addressing the microphone, I warn you, do not act recklessly. Zhang Shi laughed heartily, turning to the crowd, it seems we need to find another door to smash. Excellent. The group was electrified. 10, 9, 8 Zhang Shi began his countdown, deliberately slowing as he reached the final 3 numbers to intensify the pressure on Wei Ming. Wei Ming struggled to suppress his laughter, yet managed to speak in a tense tone, Zhang Shi, this is between you and me, why involve innocent parties? 2. Zhang Shi ignored him, continuing his count, 1, 0. Alas, you have forced our hand, brothers, let us go. With a wave of his hand, the 21 individuals departed. Wei Ming smirked faintly, knowing that your parents and brother are suffering, you cannot remain idle at home. It is time for you to face some hardship as well. The 21 of Zhang Shi stormed towards the entrance of the Zhuo residence. With such a number, it was certain someone would know where the Zhuo family resided. Without a word, they brandished their iron hammers and began to smash. Bang, bang, bang. No ordinary door lock could withstand such an assault. Within 5 strikes, the lock shattered, and the group surged in like ravenous wolves. Zhuqingqing was awakened from her slumber, startled by the cacophony, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was seized, clad only in her undergarments. Fear gripped her as she shielded herself with trembling hands. Who are you? What do you want? Zhang Shi merely smiled coolly, fear not, we merely require your assistance. Move. He waved his hand. The group shoved Zhuqingqing forward, who pleaded, at least let me put on some clothes. Clothes? We've all seen you already. Zhang Shi had no time to indulge Zhuqingqing's request and refused to comply. The group made their way back towards the villa. Upon arrival, Zhuqingqing quickly grasped their intentions and began to scream, her panic bordering on hysteria. She did not wish for Wei Ming to witness her in such a state. It was not that she was particularly concerned about her modesty, but rather she feared that being seen by so many men would lead Wei Ming to perceive her as tainted, prompting him to abandon her. Zhang Shi, however, was undeterred, pushing Zhuqingqing into view of the surveillance cameras as he laughed, Wei Ming, take a look at who this is. Wei Ming's roar echoed forth, Zhang Shi, you have gone too far. She is unrelated to our grievances, release her at once. You claim it is unrelated, yet here we are. Zhang Shi scoffed, open the door quickly, and I promise to let you both leave safely. To his astonishment, Zhuqingqing cried out first, Wei Ming, you cannot open the door. Once the door is opened, the villa and its supplies will undoubtedly be divided among Zhang Shi and his crew. What use is it to her to have Wei Ming? Would she truly desire him? Absolutely not. What she sought was the resources in Wei Ming's possession, and of course, this chilly villa. Therefore, Wei Ming must not open the door to surrender. It was a matter of principle, followed by the need to devise a means of escape from these men. Slap. Zheng Shi immediately delivered a resounding slap to Zhuo Qingqing, taken aback by her words. But, with Zhuo Qingqing's apparent deep affection, how could Wei Ming remain cold-hearted? Wei Ming, I shall grant you another 10 seconds to contemplate. He issued his ultimatum. Chapter 53 of Brothers. Charge. Left Qingqing is in deep trouble. Wei Ming reclined leisurely, legs crossed, yet at this moment he transformed into a dramatic character, exclaiming with fervor, Zhang Shi, I warn you. I warn you. Zhang Shi, feeling triumphant, let out a hearty laugh. After several encounters with Wei Ming, he had finally gained the upper hand and had Wei Ming in his grasp. Wei Ming, open the door quickly. Time is running out, he said nonchalantly. Left Qingqing, displaying a fierce resolve, interjected, Wei Ming, you mustn't listen to him. If you open the door, we are all doomed. Your only option is to remain inside. If they cannot access your supplies, they will think twice before harming me. Ah, how considerate of you to provide me with such a rationale. Splendid. Wei Ming, gritting his teeth, was actually stifling laughter. I understand, I will not come out. Damn it. Zhang Shi roared, striking Left Qingqing with a resounding slap. The sound echoed as she tumbled aside, blood trickling from her mouth, yet she wore a smile. Her selfless concern for Wei Ming surely elevated her standing in his eyes, did it not? The woman he had seen yesterday was indeed stunning, her figure undeniably alluring, but she was merely a pretty face. Did she possess the same willingness to sacrifice for him? Therefore, once this predicament was resolved, if she moved into the villa, she could easily oust that little vixen. In such chaotic times, does Wei Ming require a mere ornament or a devoted wife who considers his needs? I am truly clever, Left Qingqing thought smugly, yet she overlooked one critical point. How to extricate herself from Zhang Shi and his ilk? That detail eluded her for the moment, as she was preoccupied with scoring points in Wei Ming's eyes. As Zhang Shi, fuming, addressed the surveillance camera, Wei Ming, if you do not come out soon, I will be quite unrestrained. Your girlfriend, though not exceptionally beautiful, is certainly of interest to many of us simply due to her association with you. TSK, don't blame us for being heavy-handed. At this, Left Qingqing's complexion drained of color. Setting aside her own sullied reputation and whether Wei Ming would disdain her, there were 20 burly men here. Could she withstand such an ordeal? Would she not be utterly ruined? Oh, Zhang Shi, how you always manage to voice my deepest fears. Wei Ming stifled a laugh inwardly, proclaiming, here's the deal, I will offer you 5 boxes of water and 50 pounds of rice. In return, you must release her. Wow, how generous. Just how valuable are 5 boxes of water and 50 pounds of rice nowadays? The crowd was noticeably stirred, yet Zhang Shi already had reserves, and being the boss, his appetite was naturally greater. Why would he settle for such a meager bargain when he had the upper hand? Zhang Shi surveyed the eager faces around him, sneering, are you all fools? We're merely scaring him for now, and he is willing to offer such substantial resources. What does that indicate? First, this brat cares for this woman. Second, Wei Ming's supplies far exceed this amount. Do not be so short-sighted. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had been hasty. Left Qingqing was worth far more than this. The more Wei Ming valued her, the greater the price he would have to pay to redeem her. No, they could not agree. On the other hand, Left Qingqing felt profoundly touched. Wei Ming truly cared for her. Look, he was willing to sacrifice such significant resources for her rescue. Thus, she was determined to hold her ground. Wei Ming observed the expressions of the crowd through the surveillance feed, nearly bursting into laughter. It was also amusing. Would he really part with such resources for Left Qingqing? Of course not. First, he was certain Zhang Shi's greed would prevent any agreement, and secondly, even if Zhang Shi did agree, he would likely retract it later. What would it matter if he couldn't manipulate them? Zhang Shi chuckled, Wei Ming, you truly are a coward, choosing to witness your girlfriend's humiliation from afar. Her brothers, since Wei Ming is so generous, let us take liberties with his girlfriend. Why hold back? Charge. Yet, a few still possessed a faint sense of morality, at least unwilling to act in public. However, darkness resides in some hearts, and one stepped forward. No. Then tell Wei Ming to open the door. Zhang Shi shouted. Left Qingqing fell silent. Was it truly meaningful for Wei Ming to come out and save her? In that case, she would gain nothing. So, she sealed her lips. Oh, how considerate you are of Wei Ming. Zhang Shi sneered, go on, don't hold back. All right. Left Qingqing immediately let out a wretched scream. Wei Ming, are you watching? Zhang Shi laughed heartily, this fellow has already gone in. It's too late to stop him now. Besides, we have 20 others lined up behind him. But if you don't want all of us to become your brothers-in-law, open the door quickly. Wei Ming merely responded with a few pained sounds, feigning agony while actually suppressing laughter, then muted the feed. Adopting a stance of I see nothing, I hear nothing, he chose to ignore the unfolding chaos. Zhang Shi's incessant taunts met with silence from Wei Ming. That guy likely doesn't dare to watch. He must have turned off the surveillance, he speculated. No worries, we'll head back and make a little film to send him. The group agreed, pushing Left Qingqing along. Moments later, a freshly created video file was sent to Wei Ming via Zhang Shi's phone. What was Wei Ming doing at that time? He had already ascended the stairs, engrossed in admiring Song Qingyun's fashion show. He had requested Song Qingyun to don a qipao. Heavens, it was utterly enchanting. The qipao hugged her form flawlessly, accentuating her figure without revealing a hint of skin, exuding an air of refined sensuality. Wei Ming's heart raced. However, at that moment, he received a message. Glancing down, he saw it was from Zhang Shi, and he clicked to view it only to find it was a video file. Upon seeing this, Song Qingyun hurried over, her cheeks flushed, blaming Wei Ming for insisting she wear the qipao. While it was indeed beautiful and undeniably alluring, the embarrassment was all too real. What did Zhang Shi send you? She inquired curiously, deliberately trying to divert Wei Ming's attention from her. Wei Ming chuckled, you can see for yourself, I find it too eye-watering. Chapter 54 Song Qingyun's awakening. Song Qingyun remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation as she casually opened the video, only to be struck with shock that rendered her numb. How disgusting, she exclaimed, hastily shutting off her phone screen. Wei Ming could only shake his head in disbelief. If he were to turn on his phone, wouldn't he also be subjected to the same repulsive imagery? It was she who initiated the video, yet she failed to close it. Furrowing her brow, Song Qingyun remarked, Zhang Shi, after all, is the husband of a prominent company, how could he be so shameless as to send you such material? As Wei Ming savored the exquisite charm of Song Qingyun, he chuckled, did you not recognize the leading lady in the video? A flicker of remembrance crossed Song Qingyun's face as she suddenly exclaimed, Zhuo Qingqing. Wei Ming grinned, saying, Zhang Shi intends to use Zhuo Qingqing to coerce me into submission. Is he foolish? Song Qingyun interjected promptly. Having personally witnessed the shamelessness and malice of the Zhuo family that fateful night, she understood well that while Wei Ming had spared Zhuo Qingqing, it was clear to her that he harbored no pity for her. Rather, he intended to torment her gradually. Thus, how could Zhang Shi presume that Wei Ming cared for Zhuo Qingqing? I see now, it's you. Song Qingyun's expression shifted. Wei Ming playfully delivered a few light slaps, smirking, I certainly won't allow Zhuo Qingqing to meet a swift end. In his previous life, Zhuo Qingqing had inflicted the most grievous wounds upon him, her betrayal cutting deep, and he still vividly recalled the heart-wrenching pain. Thus, how could he bear to let Zhuo Qingqing die easily? If vengeance were his sole aim, he could have annihilated the entire Zhuo family the previous day. Why then grant Zhuo Qingqing her freedom, fostering a false sense of security? Now, Zhuo Qingqing believed that if she could only endure, she would eventually bask in the comforts of a villa. He chuckled at the thought. When she ultimately realized that her perseverance was merely a painful charade, would she not be driven to madness? Song Qingyun, of course, could not fathom the depth of Wei Ming's animosity, for she had never experienced death, let alone the betrayal by a girlfriend that led to her demise at the hands of that very family. The pain, the hatred, no amount of punishment meted out to the Zhuo family would ever satiate Wei Ming's thirst for retribution. He could only hope that Zhang Shi would exhibit a modicum of patience, lest their game be cut short. With a smile, he suggested, let us not dwell on these disheartening matters, instead, let us attend to more pressing affairs. Song Qingyun had deliberately donned a qipao, radiating beauty, elegance, and sensuality. How could he allow himself to be distracted by someone like Zhuo Qingqing? That would be an utter waste. After an hour, Wei Ming departed, returning to his own quarters. Song Qingyun sighed inwardly, pondering how deeply Zhuo Qingqing had wounded Wei Ming to instill such distrust in him. Despite their intimate connection, he still chose to sleep alone, underscoring his profound mistrust of others. He sought only pleasure, devoid of any emotional investment, a sentiment undoubtedly rooted in his experiences with Zhuo Qingqing. Suddenly, Song Qingyun resolved to take action. She would employ her body and spirit to influence and transform Wei Ming, restoring his faith in humanity. In her view, this was a form of salvation. It felt more akin to paradise. Thus, she felt compelled to do something for Wei Ming, using her warmth to gradually thaw his frozen heart. The road ahead may be long, but she was resolute in her determination. Wei Ming, of course, remained unaware of Song Qingyun's intentions. Even if he were to learn of them, he would merely chuckle that he was not a cynic, merely someone who had seen through the facade of human nature. Especially in times of calamity, the ugliness, desires, and darkness within the human heart are laid bare. Observing the behavior of the residents in the community over the past few days was akin to witnessing beasts at their worst. He would not place his trust in others, nor did he aspire to be a savior. He simply wished to safeguard himself. Perhaps it would suffice to invite a few more beautiful women into his home to alleviate his boredom. Sleep beckoned. Checking the time, Wei Ming noted it was already past midnight. Zhang Shi, do your best to torment Zhuo Qingqing on my behalf, and I shall ensure your lovely wife is well taken care of. However, upon viewing the video of Zhuo Qingqing suffering without any reaction, he realized it contradicted the persona he had crafted. Thus, he sent Zhang Shi a voice message, unleashing a torrent of expletives before switching off his phone, contentedly drifting off to sleep. At last, the lengthy night drew to a close. On the fifth day of the apocalypse, Wei Ming awoke and, as was his custom, checked the homeowner group chat. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, for an event had transpired the previous evening that did not concern him directly. A certain Zhao Jihu had ventured out into the acid rain and, remarkably, not only returned but also brought back a considerable amount of supplies. Wei Ming was taken aback upon reviewing the chat logs. He learned that Zhao Jihu had been audacious enough to repurpose his raincoat and rain boots to withstand the corrosive effects of the acid rain. While he had succeeded, it came at a perilous cost. He had sustained several drops of acid rain on his skin, causing painful burns that nearly rendered him unconscious. Moreover, he had only ventured to the convenience store at the edge of his rain gear would undoubtedly have succumbed to the rain, leaving him with no chance of returning alive. Yet the crucial point was that he had returned. Consequently, everyone was adding him as a friend, eager to glean from his experience. Sitting idle would only deplete their resources. They needed to devise a means to acquire supplies. It was likely that more individuals would venture out that evening. The earlier one set out, the greater the potential bounty. However, in a few days, the nearby convenience stores would be emptied, necessitating longer journeys for resources, which would undoubtedly heighten the danger. Wei Ming shook his head. With so many individuals seeking supplies, it was inevitable that some would succeed while others would not. Would those who came up empty-handed not succumb to greed and resort to robbery? Furthermore, one need not even venture out. If a group united to guard the community entrance, they could extort a toll from anyone who wished to enter. Would they pay or refuse? In this manner, one could reap the rewards without risking their own safety. This world would only descend further into chaos. Just wait and see. Chapter 55 is Wei self-bua Zhanggu. Our food supplies are dwindling, and Wei Ming refuses to surrender. Perhaps we should consider selling this woman to him, one individual suggested to Zhang Shi last night. Despite their desire to launch a ground assault on the villa, they hesitated to take a single step due to the acid rain. Indeed, Wei Ming possessed a substantial stockpile of resources, yet this fellow remained holed up inside the villa. What could they do about it? Zhang Shi shot him a fierce glare, his expression a potent warning. If we can't even take one villa, what will we do in the future? Zhang Shi pondered for a moment, revealing a cold smile. First, we act at night, shattering the glass of Wei Ming's residence to force our way in. Second, if we cannot breach Wei Ming's villa, why not target someone else's? In these chaotic times, having already resorted to robbery, why limit themselves to plundering Wei Ming alone? With a group of 21, predominantly robust adult males, they possess the strength to raid any household. The crowd's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, if they couldn't rob Wei Ming, surely they could raid others. Let's take action now, they urged. However, Zhang Shi raised a hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. There's no need to rush. Many have been clamoring to venture out in search of supplies tonight. Let them go. Once they return with resources, we can systematically loot one household after another. Upon hearing, it was a brilliant strategy, effortless gain, devoid of risk. Zhanggu is truly remarkable. Such a sharp mind. Incredible. With Zhanggu leading us, we shall surely navigate through these trying times. The flattery flowed freely, and Zhang Shi reveled in it, accustomed to giving orders in his company and having been spoiled by praise, oblivious to any impropriety in their admiration. Zhang Shi opened the door and tossed a mobile phone onto the bed, addressing Zhuqingqing. If you wish to avoid further suffering, promptly contact Wei Ming and persuade him to surrender. These past 2 days had been a torment for her. Though not a paragon of virtue, she certainly did not consider herself a mere plaything. What was most crucial, this man had barred her path to Wei Ming's villa. Zhang Shi, of course, paid no heed to her silent protests, merely chuckling coldly as he exited the room. Bang, the door slammed shut, and after a brief moment, Zhuqingqing used the mobile phone to send a video to Wei Ming. She needed to express her grievances, to elevate her own standing. This phone was rightfully hers. Moments later, the video connected. Wei good, Zhuqingqing called out, only to pause abruptly, for in Wei Ming's eyes, she spotted another person. In that instant, she nearly erupted. Here she was, suffering, while Wei Ming luxuriated in the comfortably warm villa, entwined with another woman. She yearned to annihilate that pair of lecherous lovers. However, she quickly began to rationalize her feelings. It is the apocalypse, Wei Ming also needs companionship, and with Zhang Shi's wife in his clutches, he must be bullying her on my behalf. Yes, Wei Ming is surely avenging me. She concocted a justification and swiftly regained her composure. Please, think of a way to rescue me. I am on the brink of collapse, she implored pitifully. The heat, hunger, and thirst were unbearable, compounded by relentless brutal torment. She was truly at her wit's end. I am devising a plan, Wei Ming panted. Hey, why is there no signal? We shall speak again later. He abruptly ended the video call, switched to airplane mode, and tossed the phone aside. After all, he relished witnessing Zhuqingqing's suffering and had no inclination to comfort her. Setting aside her past malice in the previous life, even considering her recent actions, she had led her family to deceive Wei Ming into opening his doors, driven by motives of greed and malice. Did such a woman deserve even a modicum of sympathy? Meanwhile, Zhuqingqing gazed blankly at her phone. Wei Ming had hung up just like that. He didn't even bother to offer her consolation. No, Wei Ming must be plotting her rescue, hence his lack of time for comfort. It had to be that way. Wei Ming emerged clad in oversized shorts, while at that moment, Song Qingyun and the 3 others were preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him, Lu Qing teased, finished with your morning exercise? Care for an increase in your workout? Sure, Wei Ming replied with a smile, striding over to lift Lu Qing into his arms. Ah, Lu Qing gasped in surprise, then turned to smile at Song Qingyun and Ni Xiaolu. The emperor has summoned me. Breakfast will have to be managed by you too. After the playful banter and breakfast, the 4 women resumed their yoga practice. Except for Song Qingyun, the 3 expressed that they felt they had gained weight due to a severe lack of exercise and needed to shed some pounds. Wei Ming mused whether he could conduct a fat reduction procedure if he transported them to another dimension. It should be feasible, yet, he had no intention of exposing his superpowers over such trivial matters. The thought was fleeting, and with nothing pressing to do, it would be dreadfully dull not to find something to occupy his time. He simply enjoyed watching the 4 women exercise in their yoga pants, indeed a sight to behold. At noon, the 4 women prepared lunch together, but during mealtime, Lu Qing, Ni Xiaolu, and Changya coincidentally filmed their food and promptly uploaded it, reveling in the flood of likes and comments that followed, their pride swelling immensely. Chapter 56. Yu Qiaotong stunned. Do you still have the heart to post on Douyin? Song Qingyun was equally astonished. Lu Qing chuckled and replied, we are living well now, why shouldn't we let others know? We are all human after all. While I indulge in sumptuous feasts daily, you are left to nibble on the grass. Showcasing such stark contrasts is quite exhilarating. Qingjie, could you take a photo for me? Changya handed her phone to Lu Qing, while she herself lifted a wineglass filled with red wine, striking a pose for the shot. Once Lu Qing captured the moment, she began editing the photo to share with her friends. A glass of red wine each day, keeping all troubles at bay, she added as a caption. Mi Xiaolu, not to be outdone, chose the balcony of the villa as her backdrop, revealing a glimpse of the community beyond, emphasizing that this was indeed post-apocalypse, not just old photos for the sake of showing off. Naturally, Lu Qing followed suit. A mere post on Douyin was insufficient for such ostentation. Her circle of friends deserved to see it too. Wei Ming leaned in to take a look. Indeed, the number of likes was astonishing, and the comments were a chorus of envy, with inquiries about how the three women managed to maintain such lavish lifestyles. Lu Qing and her companions certainly would not divulge that they were actually being kept by someone. Alongside three other women, they only needed others to envy them. Negative remarks were best left unsaid. At this juncture, it sufficed for them to fill the screen with expressions of envy. Wei Ming chuckled to himself. Should he flaunt a little as well? Countless resources, a charming villa, for stunning beauties, and one of them was truly exceptional. Yes, perhaps a little display was in order, but only for Zhu Qingqing to see. Thus, he arranged for the four women to stand on either side of him, capturing a photograph, followed by numerous images of the abundant supplies. After a bit of editing, he posted them in his friend circle, restricted to Zhu Qingqing alone, with the caption, "Life may be arduous, yet the human spirit is resilient, always pushing forward through difficulties." The text appeared quite motivational, while the images were purely ostentatious. That was precisely the effect he desired. Once posted, he left it be. It was time for him to engage in some exercise. Wei Ming had fashioned a small gym for himself, equipped with several pieces of equipment. Naturally, the villa was limited in size, with most of it designated for bedrooms, thus compressing the gym space. Including the basement, the villa boasts 11 bedrooms. I could have one for myself and share the remaining 10 with others, accommodating 20 beauties, Wei Ming mused, recalling the rationale behind constructing so many bedrooms. However, could he truly find 20 women he found appealing within the entire Qidong city community? It seemed quite challenging, if not impossible. Oh dear, I almost forgot about the alluring ant. Wei Ming retrieved a drone, packaging up the leftover food to send to Lin Wanxiu. Lin Wanxiu was industrious, having written 7 chapters yesterday, claiming it had exhausted her to the point of sagging. That was her own description. No wonder every chapter of her novel was filled with steamy content. She was indeed a queen of lewdness. Wei Ming hesitated, pondering whether to invite such a lewd queen over. While he did not mind a woman being a bit provocative, having them all be similarly so would surely become tedious. He still preferred each girl to retain her uniqueness. Never mind, he decided to disregard the sultry ant for now. Wei Ming eagerly anticipated the changes in the community that night, where by the next morning Zhao Jihu had successfully brought back supplies yesterday, so undoubtedly, many would venture out tonight in search of resources, and he believed someone would succeed. Yet, those willing to risk themselves in search of supplies would inherently be a minority, while the majority would remain behind, hoping for easy gains. What kind of bloody turmoil would unfold that evening? Only time would tell. The ugliness of human nature was destined to be fully revealed this night. Wei Ming set up a high-powered telescope on the balcony, as the three villas were quite close to the main gate, allowing for clear observation through the lens. If one were to intercept individuals retrieving supplies, the gate would be the optimal point, though Qidong City was vast, with 3 major entrances. Wei Ming could only monitor one of them. Nonetheless, this particular entrance was the main gate, leading directly to the most bustling street, flanked by the most commercial establishments. Exiting through this gate, one could find convenience stores, supermarkets, and more along the shortest route. After a sweaty day, Wei Ming had a sudden inspiration, asking the 4 women to bring the dishes to the balcony, which was spacious enough to accommodate a round table for 10. The 5 of them prepared 8 dishes along with a soup, complemented by an array of fruit platters, featuring watermelon, papaya, strawberries, and an assortment of other fruits. As Wei Ming dined, he glanced toward the gate. The lights at the entrance were automatic, illuminating at the designated time, thus he could ascertain if anyone was passing through without needing the telescope. Here they came. Within half an hour of sunset, someone was the first to step out, heading toward the gate. Naturally, they were clad in a raincoat, wrapped from head to toe. Wei Ming shook his head slightly. Acid rain was most feared for its corrosive effects, yet it did not imply that materials like plastic were immune. The degradation would simply occur at a much slower pace. However, raincoats were designed with openings, otherwise, how could one wear them? Wouldn't one suffocate? The best one could do was to seal those openings as much as possible after donning the raincoat, to prevent the acid rain from seeping in. Yet, regardless of the method, these seams were easily compromised by acid rain, and when the rainwater flowed over, it was akin to having sulfuric acid splashed upon the skin, hence the term acid rain. Moreover, even at night, the temperature remained around 40 degrees. One could only imagine how stifling it would be to wear a suffocating raincoat. Setting aside the threat of acid rain, how many could endure such sweltering heat? Wei Ming sighed, but he merely held a spectator's mentality. Before long, another fully armed individual exited the community gate. This was merely one of the 3 exits. There were still 2 more gates, and surely someone would dare to venture through those as well in search of supplies. Song Qingyun and the others also took note, equally astonished. Had it not been for Wei Ming, would they have been compelled to seek out supplies? Naturally, as beauties, they had the option to refrain, but at what cost? It could only be their bodies. Indeed, beauty was a resource in this post-apocalyptic world. At that moment, the light next door suddenly illuminated. Yu Qiutong emerged, still the same as before, her left hand clutching a bottle of red wine, while her right hand held a tall wine glass. In such dire times, few could enjoy life as leisurely as she did. Moreover, the wine contained moisture, particularly red wine, which also included sugars, providing a certain level of sustenance. Her lifestyle could evoke envy in 99 of people, however, not for Wei Ming. Upon seeing Yu Qiutong, Lu Cheng and Mi Xiaolu revealed expressions of astonishment. It was their first encounter with this beauty. Chengya had been neighbors with her for quite some time, so the two were certainly familiar with one another. However, Yu Qiutong would undoubtedly look down upon Chengya, for she had married a man who could nearly be her father. As for Song Qingyun, there was no need to elaborate. She had been observed by Yu Qiutong while being affectionate with Wei Ming on the balcony. Wei Yu Qiutong had noticed the situation on the neighboring balcony and was momentarily left speechless. Chapter 57 Steel-plated windows. Zhang Shi was on the verge of tears. For women, in Wei Ming's villa, there were unexpectedly four stunning beauties: Lu Qiying, Mi Xiaolu, and Changya, who, though slightly less alluring, could not overshadow Song Qingyun, who was her equal in beauty. Yu Qiutong immediately realized that these four women were undoubtedly lured by the resources in Wei Ming's possession, willingly becoming his gilded canaries. This thought filled her with disdain. However, the material conditions they enjoyed were indeed extravagant. For individuals feasting on 8 dishes and a soup, accompanied by an abundance of fruit, the sight of the fruit was almost unbearable for her. Unfortunately, Wei Ming was unwilling to sell her any, and given the current malevolence of humanity, even if he consented to sell fruit, would Yu Qiutong dare to let him in? It was a choice between inviting a wolf into her home or offering a sheep to a tiger. The past few days had left Yu Qiutong particularly anxious, for resources could only last so long. What was she to do? She was blessed with beauty, yet the people in the community had become as madmen, devoid of humanity. Yet if she were discovered and captured while out, she could only imagine the grim fate that awaited her. Wei Ming flashed her a slight smile, gesturing toward the table laden with food, beckoning her to join. Did Yu Qiutong wish to go? Certainly, yet she was acutely aware of the price she would have to pay. Having been pampered like a princess since childhood, accustomed to having everything at her fingertips, how could she possibly deign to offer herself for a mere meal? She would never acquiesce. Humph, she haughtily scoffed, taking a seat and pouring herself a glass of wine, savoring it slowly. Lu Qing, unable to contain herself, remarked disdainfully, "Oh, look at her, still pretending to be high and mighty. I wonder how long she can maintain that charade." Changya added caustically, "I wager it won't be more than 3 days before she joins us in vying for Wei Ming's attention." Lu Qing exchanged a knowing glance with Changya, and the two of them nestled into Wei Ming's embrace, taking turns to feed him. Wei Yu Qiutong caught a glimpse of this scene and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How shameless! After shooting Wei Ming a fierce glare, she turned on her heel and retreated inside. Ha ha ha! Lu Qing and Changya laughed triumphantly. As the clock approached 10, the villa entered curfew mode, and the four women obediently retired to their rooms, while Wei Ming lingered on the balcony, keenly observing the potential spectacle that might unfold at the entrance. After more than half an hour, he noticed a group of about 20 individuals emerging from the underground garage, not heading toward the community's gate but rather making their way toward his villa. Clad in raincoats and holding umbrellas, they were heavily bundled against the elements. Were they Zhang Shi and his cohorts? Wei Ming could not be certain. Dressed like that, even their own mothers would struggle to recognize them. They brandished hammers and kitchen knives, exuding an air of menace. Wei Ming chuckled softly, manipulating his phone to lower steel plates over every window on the first and second floors of the villa. "Oh, you wish to smash it? Be my guest." The group noticed Wei Ming, illuminated by the balcony lights, and flashed him the middle finger, as if to imply that his triumph would be short-lived. Then, they stormed into the garden and began smashing at the windows. The sound of the hammer striking sent vibrations through the air, nearly shattering the teeth of those wielding it, and when someone shone a flashlight, they were left dumbfounded. Was this glass? No, it was steel. You dare to protect glass with steel? Given their current predicament, how long could they endure outside? The threat of acid rain and the sweltering heat loomed large. If they lingered too long, they could even succumb to heatstroke. Thus, the notion of breaking through the steel plates was nothing short of a joke. What now? Retreat, retreat. Zhang Shi had no choice but to issue the command, tears threatening to spill. This was a fortress. The group hastily withdrew, but it was too late. Some had not even reached the garage before they cried out in agony, evidently harmed by the acid rain seeping into their raincoats. Once they finally made it into the garage, they discovered that one man's eye had been seared shut. The corrosive nature of the acid rain was far too potent. Even reinforced raincoats could not withstand it for long, even with the addition of umbrellas. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth and said, "That guy has fortified his villa like a tortoise shell. We can't move against him for now. We'll implement plan B. We won't sleep tonight and we'll see who returns with supplies so that we can raid him." Understood, everyone responded in unison. 2 hours later, Wei Ming noticed someone returning to the community. The individual, burdened with a backpack, was entering through the underground garage. Since the garage entrance was closest to the community gate, this route theoretically provided the safest passage to the entrances of the various buildings. However, this person had evidently forgotten that many others in the community were eager to prey on the unwary. Thus, they were swiftly ambushed. Wei Ming watched as the shadow cast by the garage multiplied from one to several, quickly overwhelming the initial figure. This was the merciless reality of the apocalypse, yet this was merely the beginning. Darker and more brutal events lay ahead. Losing interest, Wei Ming turned and returned to his bedroom. Sleep, sleep, let them raid and kill to their heart's content. He remained perched on high, watching the storm unfold, and when necessary, he could even hold a goblet aloft, playing the part of a grandiose spectator. A night passed, and on the 6th day of the apocalypse, Wei Ming awoke to find his phone buzzing with notifications. Goodness, the owners group was in an uproar. Everyone was denouncing Zhang Shi and his crew. How despicable, they had the audacity to rob those seeking supplies. Did they not wish to eat and drink for themselves? Such actions were more repugnant than those of common bandits. Each member of the community vociferously condemned Zhang Shi and his associates, and when some from Zhang Shi's faction retorted, it only served to exacerbate the conflict. The anti-Zhang alliance was formed. Such blatant thievery could not be allowed to continue. Everyone wished to survive. What could be done? They could only unite in resistance, yet not everyone joined the anti-Zhang alliance. Some chose to align with Zhang Shi, for that faction had already taken shape, and it was preferable to join a solidified power than a disorganized mob. In the span of a single morning, the once cohesive community fractured, resulting in the formation of over 20 factions. However, these new alliances were primarily based on building units. For instance, buildings 1, 2, and 3 formed coalitions comprising hundreds of households, pledging mutual support. Wei Ming observed this with a mere smile. For now, they were united, but over time, hierarchies would emerge, with the upper echelons exploiting the lower. If women were added to the mix, these alliances would not endure for long. The 20-plus factions would gradually dwindle to a mere 10, then even fewer. Ultimately, there would remain either a single dominant faction or 2 or 3 in opposition. It was impossible for too many to coexist. Yet even if only one faction emerged victorious, Wei Ming remained unconcerned with the terrifying firepower he had amassed. Wiping out an entire community would be all too easy. Chapter 58 of The Enchanting Ant comes seeking refuge. Brother Wei, when will you come to rescue me? Zhuo Qingqing sent another message. Wei Ming, of course, casually replied, I'm figuring out a way, just hold on a little longer. What else could Zhuo Qingqing do? She could only rely on Wei Ming. Besides she certainly saw the social media post Wei Ming made yesterday, but she chose to ignore it. It wasn't that she was foolish, rather, the sunk cost was too substantial, compelling her to trust Wei Ming unwaveringly. In her quest for Wei Ming's affection, she even went so far as to insist that he not open the door, while enduring the torment of over 20 men daily. If she were to turn against Wei Ming now, wouldn't all her sacrifices be in vain? Thus, she had no choice but to place her faith in him. Wei Ming chuckled softly. The fact that Zhuo Qingqing had seen his post yet didn't inquire about it spoke volumes. It indicated that she was already engaging in self-bua. Naturally, Wei Ming had no intention of easing Zhuo Qingqing's plight. He summoned Chengya, took several provocative photographs of his little wife, and sent them to Zhang Shi. This, of course, incensed Zhang Shi, prompting him to order his subordinates to ruthlessly torment Zhuo Qingqing. Perfect. Boss, the situation is becoming precarious, Lin Wanqiu messaged. Our building has begun enforcing authoritarian measures, demanding everyone hand over their supplies, otherwise, they will forcibly break in and seize them. From now on, resources will be distributed uniformly. In the wake of the alliance, it is only natural that resource distribution would be centralized, and whoever holds the power to allocate resources ultimately controls the lives of others. Thus, class divisions arose inevitably. With the emergence of classes comes conflict, and when such conflicts escalate to a certain degree, it either results in civil war to overthrow the ruling powers or external warfare to divert tensions and plunder external wealth, thereby maintaining the class structure. Consequently, Wei Ming had already foreseen the impending clashes among the 20 factions within the community, leaving only 1, or perhaps 2 or 3, standing in opposition. The Enchanting Ant was in grave danger. If one did not comply with the demands for supplies, they would face violent intrusion. Given Lin Wanqiu's captivating charm, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. Those who wield power are naturally inclined to extend their grasp toward the beauty among their subordinates. Very well, Wei Ming replied, you can move in, but once you enter my villa, everything must adhere to my rules. You are the boss, naturally, what you say goes, and I have no issue with the unspoken rules, Lin Wanqiu responded immediately. Wei Ming hesitated. This was no mere enchanting ant, but rather a seductively brazen one. Bringing this woman home could lead to an entire household of alluring vixens. That would be disastrous. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to allow Lin Wanqiu to come over. After all, she was an exquisite beauty, how could he let others benefit from her? Come over now, Wei Ming instructed. All right. Under Wei Ming's directions, she brought nothing with her, as if merely stepping out for a stroll. However, she did tousle her hair and deliberately donned a loose dress to conceal her figure. At this moment, the inner demons of everyone had been unleashed, and she dared not be careless. The underground parking garage was still teeming with people. During the day, it was the only place that offered a semblance of coolness. Inside the rooms, the air conditioning couldn't function, transforming them into veritable ovens. Yet today, over 20 alliances had formed, with residents from each building clustering together. Any passerby from another building would be met with hostile glares. Lin Wanqiu hurried along, her heart racing as she drew nearer to Wei Ming's villa, nearly leaping from her throat. Hey, which building are you from? Suddenly, a man blocked her path. He was in his 30s, with a somewhat fierce demeanor. His name was Zhou Xing. However, he was not a homeowner in the community but a tenant, single and in his 30s, who had previously sought solace in salons, though such avenues had been severed since the onset of the apocalypse. Having been pent up for days, he felt quite uncomfortable and now, as a woman walked past him, not only was she from a different building, but despite her oversized attire obscuring her features, when she lifted her leg, the fabric clung tightly to her rounded form, revealing a curvaceous silhouette that sparked his interest. In the current climate, he would have been thrilled to encounter a Sal, let alone a woman boasting such an alluring posterior. Thus, he instinctively blocked her path. Lin Wanqiu's heart raced. Seeing that she was merely meters away from Wei Ming's villa, she gritted her teeth and began to flee. A fear propelled her, worried that this man might thwart her efforts and render all her hard work futile. Zhou Xing initially sought only to take advantage, but as Lin Wanqiu ran, he instinctively pursued her. If you're innocent, why are you running? Don't run, he shouted as he chased after her. Others, witnessing the commotion, instinctively joined the chase. As more men pursued, Lin Wanqiu's panic escalated, and she ran for her life. As she sprinted, her disheveled hair danced in the wind, revealing her enchanting, captivating face. Zhou Xing's desires ignited at the sight. What a beauty! Absolutely stunning! Catch her, let us have some fun, he exclaimed excitedly. Of the group behind him, initially unsure of the situation, became energized upon hearing Zhou Xing's words. What could possibly excite them? Food, water, and beautiful women. Lin Wanqiu ran swiftly, and as she neared the basement door, she pounded on it with urgency. Wei Ming, open the door, hurry. Just then, Zhou Xing caught up and reached out to grab her. Lin Wanqiu instinctively kicked and pushed, trying to fend him off and buy herself some time to get the door open. Haha, such a beautiful woman, I'll have my way with you tonight. Zhou Xing growled menacingly. Daylight offered no reprieve, it was too hot, and he lacked energy. Only at night, when the air conditioning could cool the room to around 30 degrees, would it feel akin to a normal summer. At that moment, others began to close in, encircling Lin Wanqiu. Upon seeing her bewitching face, they were utterly entranced. Haha, still hoping to seek refuge with Wei Ming? Not a chance. Why should he be the only one to have fun? Exactly, we're all men. Why should it be just him? We want in too. Take her away. Faced with a pack of ravenous men, Lin Wanqiu felt a wave of despair wash over her. Even if Wei Ming emerged now, could he truly rescue her from these men? She was acutely aware of her own beauty and figure, fully comprehending the depths to which these men might degrade her. In this apocalyptic world, the darkness of human nature had been fully unleashed. With a loud creak, the basement door swung open. Chapter 59. Wei Ming actually has a gun. Wei Ming stepped out. For a moment, everyone was taken aback, but then a wave of joy swept over them. Wei Ming's villa was stocked with an abundance of supplies. Seizing this opportunity to storm in and claim the villa would be a tremendous windfall. Lin Wanqiu, however, felt deeply moved. In such dire circumstances, Wei Ming had the audacity to open the door. Yet, this would only lead to his own demise. Kill him. Zhou Xing bellowed, his face contorted with overwhelming greed. Bang! The sound of a gunshot silenced the commotion. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhou Xing collapsed backward, a bullet hole appearing on his forehead, his face still twisted in a grotesque grin that, paired with the wound, exuded an eerie aura. Wei Ming blew at the muzzle of the gun and cheerfully inquired, who else? Damn it, a gun. Instantly, the crowd involuntarily recoiled. Although Wei Ming possessed but a single firearm, and its ammunition was limited, there were more than a dozen of them. If they dared to advance, how many could Wei Ming possibly kill? Yet, who would dare to approach? The metaphorical bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Thus, with merely one gun, Wei Ming managed to intimidate them all into retreat. Of course, should they truly muster the courage to charge, Wei Ming would not hesitate to utilize the spatial portal. In such a confined space, he was nothing short of a godlike presence. Wei Ming! Lin Wanqiu exclaimed, overwhelmed with indescribable emotion. Believing herself to be on the brink of calamity, she was astonished to find a turn of fate. Wei Ming actually had a gun. Wei Ming nodded and then turned to the others. Remove the body. Under the threat of the weapon, the man pointed it was compelled to step forward, grabbing Zhou Xing's wrist and dragging him away. Wei Ming smiled and said, thank you. The man, feeling exceedingly awkward, mumbled a "you're welcome," while inwardly cursing. Wei Ming ushered Lin Wanqiu inside, and with a thud, the door closed behind them. Ah, how refreshing! Lin Wanqiu exclaimed immediately. She hastily tore off the fabric that had enveloped her. Previously, it had been to shield her beauty and alluring figure from prying eyes, but now, such concerns were rendered moot. Go wash up in the bathroom. Tie up these rags in a bag and dispose of them later, Wei Ming instructed, pinching his nose as he gestured towards the basement, which also housed a restroom. Lin Wanqiu, rather than feeling embarrassed, gasped in surprise, we can still take a shower? Seeing Wei Ming's composed demeanor, she felt a wave of self-approval for her decision. To Wei Ming's astonishment, Lin Wanqiu was still a virgin. According to her, she had previously dated a boyfriend who had nearly assaulted her, which led to her developing social anxiety, isolating herself at home. Unexpectedly, she had a rather lewd nature, becoming increasingly adventurous in her escapades. Wei Ming mused internally. However, the alluring little ant had indeed given him a considerable surprise. When given a choice, who wouldn't prefer a new car? Unable to sleep, he turned to his phone. Sure enough, the homeowners group chat had become lively once more. A gun. This was the most terrifying of weapons. Who among modern society is not afraid of guns? Yet, in the country, firearms are strictly prohibited, with some of the most stringent regulations worldwide, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to acquire one. So, how had Wei Ming come into possession of a firearm? Everyone was abuzz with speculation, declaring that Wei Ming must not be allowed to keep the gun, as it posed a grave threat to the entire community. They demanded that he surrender it. However, while the chatter was fervent, no one was willing to take action to seize the weapon. You push me, I push you. No one was willing to be the first to step forward, and so discussions led nowhere, amounting to mere empty talk. Fear gripped everyone. Even Zhang Shi's group saw many of their members falter. Perhaps we should return Zhuo Qingqing to him, someone suggested. After all, we can coerce others to venture out for food, and we've already had our fill of this woman. Several voices echoed their agreement. And we could also trade her for some food and water. Zhang Shi coldly surveyed these individuals, scoffing, you brainless fools. What do we need food for? We need guns, guns. Chapter 60, do you wish to watch a show? Wei Ming soon received a friend request, with the note and Yang, the community director. After some contemplation, he decided to accept the request. Mere seconds later, Aunt Yang sent a voice message, Little Wei, I've heard from others that you possess a firearm. Is it true? He chuckled inwardly at the fact that I own a gun and have even used it to take a life is already common knowledge throughout the entire community, and yet she still comes to inquire? Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, indeed. Little Wei, possessing a firearm is illegal in our country, even though it may seem that the national authority is currently incapacitated, this is merely a temporary state. Once the catastrophe passes, the government will strike back with great force to restore order, Aunt Yang hastily explained. How about this, you hand over the gun to me for safekeeping, and should the state pursue this matter later, I will speak on your behalf, claiming you are capable of reform and still a good comrade. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile at her transparent intentions, cloaked in such grandiloquent rhetoric. TSK, she truly lives up to her role in the community committee. I'll think about it, he replied, refraining from an outright refusal. Having revealed the secret of his firearm ownership, he pondered whether Zhang Shi might leverage his lingering feelings for Zhuo Qingqing to coerce him into surrendering the gun. It seemed quite plausible. This could be quite entertaining. Though Aunt Yang felt disappointed, she understood that it would take more than a few words to persuade Wei Ming to relinquish his firearm. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she ended the voice call. Wei Ming chuckled as he approached the bedside. Lin Wanqiu was still asleep, albeit in a rather ungraceful manner, sprawled out like a starfish, occupying most of the 2-meter wide bed. Anyone attempting to share the bed with her would likely awaken on the floor, yet, despite her less than elegant sleeping position, it could not obscure the fact that she was a stunning beauty, scoring over 90 points on any scale. Her visage resembled a blooming rose, enchanting and captivating, with a figure that commanded attention, boasting an imposing F-cup chest. While her waist may not be the slimmest, it was perfectly complemented by her voluptuous hips, forming a flawless S-curve. This alluring aunt seemed to possess no apparent faults, aside from perhaps being a tad provocative, yet, even that could hardly be deemed a flaw. Wei Ming merely feared that her boldness might influence the other girls negatively. After all, it would be rather dull if they all exuded the same overwhelming allure. For instance, Song Qingyun's style should embody a blend of purity and innocence. Should she lose that unique charm, she would merely become a hollow vase. Women, of course, must have their own distinctive qualities, what one might call a soul. Why do those celebrities fervently strive to cultivate their personas? It is simply to project that they possess intriguing souls. Lin Wanqiu finally awoke around 6 in the evening. Oh dear, I've overslept, I must hurry to write, she exclaimed, leaping up without donning any clothing, rushing to her computer, her back as fair as jade, ready to begin typing. Truly dedicated, however, with those two ample bosoms swinging about, is she not enticing me? Let us eat. Wei Ming said with a smile. Only then did Lin Wanqiu nod, throwing on a robe and following him. Upon reaching the first floor, Song Qingyun and the other three had just finished preparing dinner and were about to call for Wei Ming when they were taken aback by his entrance alongside an enchanting, sensual beauty. Nevertheless, they were aware of Lin Wanqiu's existence, as Wei Ming had been delivering leftover meals to her daily via drone, something they had all witnessed. However, they were astonished to discover not only her beauty but also her striking figure. Today marked the 6th day of the apocalypse, and Wei Ming had accumulated 5 women. Previously, he had 4 girls in 4 days, which meant his efficiency in attracting beauties had seemingly declined. The 4 women internally grumbled about this. I'm Lin Wanqiu, and from today onward, I shall be a part of this household, she announced with a smile. Though I am the eldest, I arrived later, so I will refer to you all as sisters from now on. Wei Ming could not help but roll his eyes. Did she believe this was the old society? She is my newly acquired 5th concubine, yet it seems quite thrilling in its own right, but didn't she claim to be afraid of socializing? Does she truly appear to be someone who fears interaction? I haven't unlocked her energy channels. How could she suddenly transform so drastically? With her declaration, she swiftly bridged the gap among the 5 women. Moreover, even the earliest arrivals, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, had only known each other for a few days. Before long, they were affectionately calling her sister Wanqiu, displaying a harmonious camaraderie. Wei Ming was aware that this was merely a fade. It is said that a dormitory with 4 women could generate numerous factions, how much more so when they share a man, especially in an apocalypse where resources are exceedingly scarce. Would it be possible to avoid the intrigues and rivalries? Thus, their friendliness was inevitably superficial, a mere performance for his benefit. After all, he resembled an old-time patriarch, and should anyone be cast out, it would spell disaster for them all. Wei Ming merely smiled, content to maintain the appearance of amicability. What transpires behind the scenes among them is of little concern, as their ultimate aim is to please him. The more fiercely they compete, the more devotedly they will serve him. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, the community grew lively. The evening brought a welcome coolness, marking the peak of everyone's activity. The 6 of them were enjoying fruit, watching online television, and discussing the impending power outages and internet disruptions, causing Lu Qing and the others to hastily post several Douyin videos and updates on moments. It is no easy feat to maintain an air of sophistication. One must cherish the act. Ding, a message popped up on his phone. It was from Zhang Shi. Do you wish to reclaim your woman? Not particularly, Wei Ming thought to himself, yet when he replied, he typed, what are your terms? Ha! Straightforward. Zhang Shi responded. I'm currently at the garage beneath your villa with my people, come down and let us talk. Wei Ming smiled clearly. Zhang Shi had come to discuss the matter of firearms, which was entirely within his expectations. Would you like to watch a show? He asked the 5 women. Yes, they all nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether they genuinely wished to see, since he posed the question, how could they not oblige him? Follow me. Chapter 61. The grand performance directed by Wei Ming. The 5 women followed Wei Ming into the basement. He first surveyed the area through the surveillance cameras, noting that there was no one near the entrance and the entire corridor lay deserted. Clearly, Zhang Shi had orchestrated this to convey his sincerity in wanting to talk, while also fearing that Wei Ming might suddenly burst through the door and fire his weapon. Who would not fear a gun? What does Zhang Shi intend to do? Changya asked anxiously, her heart racing. What was her greatest fear at this moment? That Zhang Shi would use Zhuo Qingqing as leverage against her. Wei Ming feigned retrieving a gun from his pocket, stating, he desires this. Song Qingyun felt a tightening in her chest. We cannot give it to him. She even contemplated safeguarding the weapon herself. In the entire community, aside from her, there was no other security officer present, therefore, she was undoubtedly the most suitable custodian of the gun, and she would never misuse it. Wei Ming smiled slightly, why not? Except for Lin Wanxiu, the other 4 women were taken aback, unable to believe their ears. Lin Wanxiu was unaware of the complex relationship between Wei Ming and Zhuqingqing, but the others were acutely aware. They even knew that Wei Ming had deliberately set up a scenario for Zhang Shi to torment Zhuqingqing. Zhuqingqing and her family certainly deserved it, they had dared to covet this villa. Should they succeed, the women would become mere playthings for the Zhou father and son. What woman could endure being toyed with by a pair of men? Look, the Zhou family of 3 was trapped in a cage, without anyone to provide for them. With the heat intensifying, they were barely clinging to life, likely not surviving until the morrow, yet here was Wei Ming, willing to relinquish his gun to save Zhuqingqing. This was utterly absurd. Wei Ming laughed heartily, that is precisely why I brought you down to witness the spectacle. Just watch closely. With that, he opened the basement door. It could be unlocked by the remote in his hand, his fingerprint, or even his voice, remarkably convenient. He stepped outside. Wei Ming, be careful. Don't mess this up, the 5 women cautioned urgently, their fates irrevocably intertwined with his. Wei Ming merely smiled faintly. As he emerged, the motion sensor lights in the corridor illuminated automatically, revealing him to a group of people in the distance. Wei Ming! Zhang Shi shouted, gesturing for someone to push Zhuqingqing forward, a fruit knife pressed against her neck as a precaution against Wei Ming's gun. You have a firearm, and I have a hostage. In just 2 days, Zhuqingqing had endured enough torment, her hair was disheveled, her body covered in bruises. Upon seeing Wei Ming, her chest heaved with emotion. Compared to her parents and brother, she at least had food and water, for Zhang Shi needed her alive to course Wei Ming. In this apocalyptic world, being able to eat once a day and drink some water was already a privilege far exceeding that of many others. Zhang Shi, let her go. Wei Ming feigned anger as he drew his gun. But Zhang Shi was unafraid. If you dare to fire, your girlfriend will lose her life. However, I can return her to you on one condition: you must hand over your gun. Currently, he wielded the most power in the community, but he still could not dominate all factions. Yet with a gun in hand, everything would change. Even a few bullets would instill such fear that no one would dare defy him. He could reign as the king of the entire community. At that point, he could compel the residents to venture out for supplies and retaliate against anyone who dared to vandalize the villa. With enough effort, how could they not dismantle Wei Ming's abode? If he acquired the firearm, his first act would be to eliminate Wei Ming, not kill him, but cripple his escape, allowing him to savor the torment of his captive. Thus, securing Wei Ming's gun was paramount. The outcome hinged on Zhuqingqing's worth. Wei Ming pretended to hesitate. However, this time Zhuqingqing did not offer any further pleas. Enduring the daily intrusion of rough men had become unbearable, and Zhang Shi sought the gun, not the villa. Brother Wei, save me. Please, she pleaded with a pitiful tone. Wei Ming feigned distress, his forehead veins bulging as if grappling with a monumental decision. Let me think it over, he finally said. Hurry, I give you 10 minutes, or I will execute her. Zhang Shi felt victory was within his grasp. Wei Ming retreated to the basement, closing the door, and his pretense of excitement vanished. He took out his phone and messaged Aunt Yang. Zhang Shi is using my girlfriend as leverage. I am preparing to give him the gun, but he only allows me 10 minutes to decide. He had not concealed this maneuver from Song Qingyun and the others, who were bewildered. This was entirely out of character for Wei Ming. What was he really up to? Wei Ming smiled faintly, first storing the gun in his alternate space before modifying it. In this realm, he was akin to a deity. Even mountains could be reduced to mere dust with a thought, and modifying a gun was but a fleeting notion. His operation was quite simple. He wedged a piece of metal into the chamber, ensuring that should anyone fire it, the bullet would explode in the chamber, shattering their hand. Time flew by swiftly, yet Aunt Yang's actions were even swifter. Could Wei Ming truly hand over the gun to Zhang Shi? Would that not allow Zhang Shi to reign supreme in the community? In truth, although Wei Ming possessed a firearm, he had not resorted to any extreme measures. Zhou Xing's death was self-inflicted, a consequence of pursuing Wei Ming's woman. Did Wei Ming ever threaten anyone in the community for supplies or to seize women? Not at all. However, if the gun fell into Zhang Shi's hands, he would become the true tyrant of the community, and everyone would be subjected to his oppressive rule. Therefore, Aunt Yang not only rallied her building's residents but also summoned others from different buildings, gathering over 20 factions. Damn it! Zhang Shi cursed as darkness enveloped the sky and temperatures plummeted to nearly 45 degrees. The air conditioning could be turned on. Why weren't they at home enjoying the rare coolness? Why had they come out? Was it Wei Ming, or had he planted informants among other factions? This was not surprising, for other factions primarily operated within their own buildings, while he was isolated in Building 8, a solitary villa. Thus, it was entirely plausible that his subordinates included infiltrators from rival factions. At that moment, Wei Ming emerged, declaring, Zhang Shi, I accept your terms. Chapter 62:1 Moment of elation, the next of despair. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Shi was, of course, overjoyed. Equally elated was Zhuqingqing, who felt she could finally escape the depths of her misery, so much so that she was moved to tears, though, due to severe dehydration, no tears would flow. Absolutely not. Wei Ming's voice rang out, met with a chorus of objections from the crowd. Did Zhang Shi wish to wield a firearm? That was entirely unacceptable. Without firearms, they could only engage in close combat with kitchen knives, where no one need fear anyone else. However, the possession of a gun changed everything. It allowed for long-range killing, and once shot, there would be no hope of survival even without hitting a vital spot. The lack of medical facilities meant that mere infection could prove fatal. Wei Ming, undeterred by the descent, forcefully tossed the gun to Zhang Shi. Here is the gun, now, release her. Such an heroic act naturally left Zhuo Qingqing deeply moved, any lingering doubts she had previously evaporated. The sheer power of a firearm was evident to anyone with sense, and Wei Ming's willingness to relinquish his weapon for her sake was ample proof of her significance to him. A smile broke across her face. The suffering she had endured over the past few days had not been in vain given Wei Ming's regard for her. She was confident she could find a way to oust any rivals he may have, regardless of how many women he had. Even if Wei Ming possessed abundant resources, the villa was limited in size and could not sustain a lavish lifestyle indefinitely. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable to evict the other women residing there to conserve resources. Furthermore, should resources truly dwindle, she would not hesitate to discreetly eliminate Wei Ming, ensuring her survival for a longer duration. As long as she continued to live, there remained a glimmer of hope for witnessing the end of the calamity. The handgun clattered to the ground, the metallic sound echoing against the concrete. The crowd momentarily froze before they all surged forward. "Grab the gun!" Zhang Shi dashed out, shouting, "Keep an eye on that woman. She must not escape." Wei Ming's willingness to part with his firearm for her was a testament to her importance, and Zhang Shi sought vengeance against Wei Ming, knowing he must hold such leverage. Otherwise, Wei Ming could easily retreat into hiding. Zhuo Qingqing was initially stunned, but then erupted into a hysterical scream. "Oh Zhang Shi, you despicable bastard, you break your promise, I swear I will kill you. I will kill you." Zhang Shi, lacking the time to respond, was already embroiled in a scuffle. Meanwhile, Wei Ming retreated to the entrance of the basement, relishing the cool air that flowed from within, chuckling, "Isn't this exciting? You truly have the ability to manipulate everyone in this neighborhood at will," Lin Wanqiu remarked in awe. "However, to toy with so many lives, is it worth the price of a gun?" Lu Qing and the other women nodded in agreement. In a world ravaged by disaster, firearms were indeed invaluable, yet, Song Qingyun wore a troubled expression, knowing that regardless of who ultimately wielded that gun, it would not bode well. It was akin to unleashing a demon upon the world. Wei Ming smiled and produced another gun from his pocket, displaying it to the five women. Song Qingyun gasped in surprise, "Was the gun you threw a fake?" Recalling Wei Ming's earlier deception with a fake bomb vest, she quickly pieced together the truth. Wei Ming shook his head. "Of course, it's real." Song Qingyun was momentarily perplexed. "You have two guns?" Lu Qing exclaimed. Wei Ming feigned surprise, glancing down and chuckling, "What nonsense are you spouting? I only possess one gun, as you all have seen, right? TSK, I wish I had two, but alas, it is not possible." "Well, perhaps by altering it with an alternate space, but what if it exploded?" The five women exchanged incredulous looks. Did he truly believe he could operate that vehicle? Wei Ming collected the gun, aware he had quite a stockpile capable of inflicting harm. He knew that at the location of the beautiful woman, firearms were available for trade, and during his zero-cost acquisition, he had frequented such establishments. Not only handguns and rifles but also heavy weaponry were among his possessions. Thus, he maintained that his arsenal was sufficient to decimate the entire neighborhood. Meanwhile, in the underground parking garage, a fierce struggle ensued over the coveted phone. Even at night, temperatures hovered around 40 degrees Celsius, a heat that could easily lead to heatstroke. Although the individuals remained alive, they were all clearly suffering from inadequate nourishment and hydration, their physical condition far from optimal. It was not long before they grew fatigued and breathless, perceiving stars dancing before their eyes. On the brink of collapse, suddenly, the fray came to a halt. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Shi laughed boisterously. "Everyone, step aside." He brandished the gun with fervor, reveling in his triumph. With the gun in his hand, he believed the neighborhood belonged to him. However, fueled by malice, Zhang Shi aimed the gun at Wei Ming from a distance. "Wei Ming," he bellowed. Wei Ming raised his hands, feigning panic. "We had a deal. I give you the gun, and you release her. The gun is now in your possession. Will you not uphold your end of the bargain?" "Indeed," Zhang Shi replied, brimming with arrogance. "Now that the gun is in my hands, my word is law. Kneel before me." Wei Ming scoffed. "A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. I shall kneel to heaven, kneel to the earth, kneel to my parents, but I will never kneel to someone like you." He darted towards the basement. "Oh, you're quite brave, aren't you? Then perish." Seeing this, Zhang Shi had no choice but to fire without hesitation. He could not allow Wei Ming to retreat into his shell. This act was both a release of his pent-up fury towards Wei Ming and a means to instill terror among the neighborhood's inhabitants. He, Zhang Shi, was not afraid to pull the trigger. Bang, a flash of fire erupted, the sound of gunfire ringing sharply. Why did this sound differ slightly from what he had heard in television dramas? Zhang Shi emitted a wail, his right hand drenched in blood, fingers apparently severed, lying scattered on the ground, the gun now grotesquely deformed. What was happening? The crowd initially stood in shock before realization dawned upon them. The gun had exploded. Zhang Shi was incredibly unfortunate. After all his efforts to seize the gun, it had backfired. If Zhang Shi had merely intended to wield the gun for intimidation, forcing others to comply, he would have succeeded. Yet, having actually fired it, and in such a catastrophic manner, how could he still command any respect? "Zhang, your fingers have been blown off. Hurry, get him to the hospital. Even though it's night, the emergency room is open." The crowd exchanged mocking remarks. Who among them would fear Zhang Shi now? It's getting late, let us head home, wash up, and get some rest. Indeed, it's a rare opportunity to enjoy the air conditioning at night. It's sweltering outside, and I've lost quite a bit of moisture. Let us go home. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling garage had emptied, leaving only Zhang Shi and his group behind. Zhang Shi was in excruciating pain, blood dripping steadily to the ground, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. With a resounding slap, he struck Zhuo Qingqing with his uninjured left hand, bellowing, "Take her back and make her pay." Curse! Curse, curse! Chapter 63 Yu Chutong is indeed quite astute. Zhuo Qingqing has fallen from the clouds into the mire. She is but a step away from freedom, yet what is the outcome? "Zhang Shi, you scoundrel! You have broken your promise." As she struggles, she curses, "May you meet a wretched end." Zhang Shi's countenance is grim, so dark it seems as if water could drip from it. Upon returning home, he hastily tends to his wounds. Ordinarily, he could have gone to the hospital to reattach his severed finger, provided the procedure is prompt and the doctor skilled. The finger could be rejoined with minimal impact on its dexterity. But now, he can only perform a rudimentary treatment on the injury. Fortunately, although the finger is severed, it was accompanied by intense heat, effectively cauterizing the wound and significantly reducing the risk of infection. The more he ruminates, the angrier he becomes. He seizes a stick and strides into the room where Zhuo Qingqing is confined, his expression fierce. If he cannot contend with Wei Ming, how can he not handle a mere woman? Crack, 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 Zhang Shi lashes out, venting all his fury upon Zhuo Qingqing. Wei Ming sits on the balcony, cloaked in anonymity. In truth, as long as he remains indoors, Aunt Yang and the others would not be disturbed, thus preventing the chaos that ensued previously. Though no one perished, many were injured. With the current severe shortage of medical resources, injuries could easily lead to a slow demise. Everyone is within his grasp. "You truly are remarkable," Lin Wanqiu sincerely remarks. "I must pen this in my novel." You are the very embodiment of a heroic protagonist. The four women, including Song Qingyun, openly expressed their admiration. Initially, they were perplexed as to why Wei Ming would relinquish the gun. To advance this performance, he was willing to forfeit a firearm that seemed an exorbitant price, yet how could a handgun explode? "Did you already know the gun would misfire?" Song Qingyun inquires. "Of course, it was I who crafted it." Wei Ming chuckles, "Indeed." Song Qingyun appears bewildered, "But how did you know?" Wei Ming chuckles, "It's simple, just insert a stone into the barrel, and it will suffice." This explanation is readily accepted by the four women, though Song Qingyun remains somewhat skeptical. After all, while a stone in the barrel may lead to a misfire, what if it doesn't? You were being aimed at with a gun. What if you were hit? In truth, her concerns are unfounded. Wei Ming has consistently opened the portal of space before him, so even if the gun had not misfired and the bullet had indeed been fired, it would merely be consumed by the portal. Wei Ming, acting in concert with the unfolding drama, would never risk his life. Observing the performance must inherently rest upon the foundation of one's absolute safety. Ironically, the gun was ultimately seized by Zhang Shi, which resulted in the mutilation of his right hand. Zhuo Qingqing must be enduring considerable hardship now. The crux of the matter, he is willing to trade the gun for Zhuo Qingqing, which must lead her to ponder deeply. Wei Ming loves her, and profoundly so. TSK, she must still harbor immense hope, indeed, great hope, that Wei Ming will rescue her. "So, when I reveal the truth to you, what kind of blow will you receive?" Wei Ming muses internally. He feels it is nearly time. Should Zhang Shi threaten him with Zhuo Qingqing again, he would cease the charade. It is time to draw the net. Suddenly, the light on the adjacent balcony illuminates, revealing Yu Chutong stepping out, a bottle of red wine and a tall glass in hand. For the first time, when she gazes at Wei Ming, her eyes do not reflect disdain. Though she has not emerged, being next door, how could she be unaware of what has transpired? Under Wei Ming's gaze, she surprisingly initiates a video call. Wei Ming answers. "Quite the spectacle," Yu Chutong remarks. "You do not truly love that woman, rather, you have manipulated her to toy with the entire community." While Zhuo Qingqing and Zhang Shi are undoubtedly embroiled in the affair, the other residents have also been compelled to participate due to the presence of a firearm. Wei Ming is mildly astonished. This woman has discerned the truth merely by observing from the sidelines. Is she simply perceptive, or is she exceptionally clever? Wei Ming does not deny it. "We are celebrating. We do not mind an additional participant." Observing Wei Ming's unabashed possessiveness, Yu Chutong scoffs, "I will not share a man with another woman. If you truly wish to pursue me, first sever all ties with other women. Only then will I consider it." This is obviously a jest at Wei Ming's expense, showcasing her arrogance. The four women, including Lin Wanqiu, are incensed. This is utterly excessive. Even Song Qingyun is somewhat angered, rolling up her sleeves, feeling an impulse to strike. Wei Ming laughs. "I would not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. You, my dear, do you have enough provisions to last you a few days? You need not concern yourself." Yu Chutong retorts decisively. Wei Ming nods. "It seems you are running low. You are welcome to surrender at any time. I will reserve a room for you." Lu Qing leans in, grinning. "However, you must come in second place. Otherwise, you will only be known as the sixth sister." "Sixth sister, you should surrender sooner rather than later, lest you find yourself demoted to the seventh or eighth sister," Chengya chimes in. After all, Yu Chutong had just offended them all. Why? Yu Chutong, filled with pride, scoffs, "Do you think I am like you?" Denying the women a chance to retort, she shamelessly ends the call. Lu Qing and Chengya can only gesture rudely at Yu Chutong through two layers of glass, who decree that beauty must be genteel. Yu Chutong casts a disdainful glance and turns back inside. Once she enters, her haughty facade crumbles. Just as Wei Ming predicted, her food supply is indeed dwindling. Just days ago, she had contemplated borrowing a car from Wei Ming, but after all that has transpired, she has certainly abandoned that notion. Borrow a car? She might as well be offering herself up. But to live off of dwindling resources, what is to be done? Must she truly surrender to Wei Ming? Never, she has spoken so definitively. If she were to surrender, how scathing would the remarks from Song Qingyun and the others be? And never mind, she will go to bed and forget everything. Chapter 64. The curtain falls on Zhangshi this night. The springtime radiance was boundless. While others seized the rare coolness of the evening to rest, knowing that only then could they find slumber amidst the oppressive heat that soared above 50 degrees, nearly reaching 60, Zhangshi was different. Within the villa, the temperature was consistently maintained at a comfortable 28 degrees, neither too cold nor too warm, allowing one to don summer attire while also engaging in vigorous activities without feeling a chill. Perfection. On the seventh day of the apocalypse, Zhangshi endured an entire night of agony, resulting in his sleeplessness. The toll of the night, compounded by the trauma of his incapacitated right hand, left him looking considerably haggard, while his fury escalated to a fever pitch, bordering on madness. "Take this wretched woman to Wei Ming," he uttered coldly. "This time, if Wei Ming does not surrender the villa, I shall make her pay." The pain had robbed him of his reason. His subordinates hesitated, choosing silence. In truth, even if Wei Ming refused to relinquish the villa, there was no need to kill the woman. At the very least, they could barter for some supplies, could they not? Yet Zhangshi was clearly in a state of rage, and his subordinates dared not provoke his wrath. No, Zhuqingqing struggled desperately, her body marked with bruises and welts, all the result of Zhangshi's violence the previous night. But what could she do? She was shoved toward the base of Villa 28. "Wei Ming, surrender at once, or I shall kill her." Zhangshi sent a video message to Wei Ming, directing the camera towards Zhuqingqing. "For every day she remains in my grasp, she will suffer anew. Wei Ming, you surely do not wish for her to endure a slow and torturous demise at my hands?" Zhangshi sneered. Yesterday, Wei Ming had been willing to relinquish his weapon for Zhuqingqing's sake. Thus, he was convinced that with sufficient pressure, Wei Ming would capitulate. Wei Ming pondered, wavering in his resolve. After having toyed with Zhuqingqing and Zhangshi for several days, he was beginning to tire of the game. Perhaps it was time to reel it in. But one last round of play. Wei Ming messaged the owner group. "Everyone, Zhangshi has taken my girlfriend hostage, coercing me to surrender the villa. Rather than give in to him, I would prefer to offer you the opportunity. Whoever can rescue Zhuqingqing, I am willing to provide 10 boxes of water, 100 pounds of rice, and 20 pounds of cured meat." Was that a tempting proposition? Indeed, immediately, numerous leaders within the group began to Wei Ming, seeking confirmation. "Wei Ming, we will help you retrieve her, but should you have a change of heart, it would mean turning against everyone in the community. Ha, if I truly wanted to eliminate you all, you would merely be pawns in my game." Wei Ming typed, "It's a deal." Thus, over 20 factions mobilized. Currently, Zhangshi wielded the greatest influence, instilling fear in all. Yesterday, they had united over the gun incident, but with the weapon having malfunctioned, they found little reason to continue their struggle against Zhangshi, lest they become fodder for others. Yet today was different. 10 boxes of water, 100 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of cured meat. This was sufficient leverage, and the annihilation of Zhangshi's group would benefit all parties involved, providing enough incentive for them to take a risk. Consequently, they summoned their men to gather in the underground parking lot. Meanwhile, Wei Ming emerged from the basement but did not stray far from the entrance, feigning indignation as he proclaimed, "I cannot possibly relinquish the villa. Where would I reside, and what would I eat? I couldn't care less." Zhangshi thought to himself, though he could not voice such sentiments. Instead, he replied, "Very well, I will allow you to retain 1/10 of your supplies." "I will consider it," Wei Ming responded. That phrase sounded eerily familiar. Zhangshi paused, recalling that Wei Ming had uttered the same words yesterday, which had led to the arrival of the community members. Could it be? He hastily added, "Do not attempt any tricks. I shall grant you 10 seconds, and if you have not made a decision by then, I will execute the agreement. 10, 9, 8. He began the countdown, while Zhuqingqing anxiously watched Wei Ming. Although she wished for him not to yield supplies, she dreaded death even more. Earlier, she had been confident that Zhangshi would not kill her if he could not obtain what Wei Ming possessed, but after last night, she realized that Zhangshi had lost all patience. "Wei Gu, save me. Please," she called weakly. Wei Ming gritted his teeth, appearing ready to acquiesce, but just then, a surge of individuals burst forth from the basement levels of various buildings, charging toward Zhangshi's group. "Finish them. Kill." Zhangshi was taken aback. Why were they willing to risk their lives against him? Yesterday had been a chaotic melee, as everyone had been vying for the weapon. They had struck at each other, creating a tumultuous scene. But today, the singular target was his own faction. Why was this happening? Yet these individuals charged forward with murderous intent. Did they wish to be slaughtered? "Kill, kill, kill." Zhangshi bellowed. Thus, the battle erupted. Wei Ming watched, a smirk on his face, relishing the chaos he had instigated. Unlike the previous day's haphazard brawl, today was a coordinated assault of thousands against hundreds, even in the sweltering heat, with their strength waning from hunger. 10 fists striking at once were enough to deliver a sound thrashing, especially as they wielded weapons, knives, drying racks, each capable of inflicting considerable harm. How could Zhangshi's group withstand such an onslaught? In mere moments, they lay sprawled on the ground. Zhangshi, of course, fared the worst. Both legs had been severed, and he bore a wound on his back from which blood gushed forth. He crawled upon the ground, a pitiful sight, still clinging to the hope of survival. "Zhangshi has been dealt with. It is time for you to fulfill your promise," several leaders urged, their voices commanding. Wei Ming nodded. "Please wait a moment while I retrieve the supplies." He then pretended to gather his belongings, but in reality, he was merely accessing a box of water from an alternate space. In South America and North America, during his exploits, he had amassed supplies worth billions. Thus, what he was about to present was minuscule, hardly worth mentioning. However, Wei Ming feigned immense disappointment, stating, "This is nearly all I possess." Though the crowd harbored some skepticism, suspecting Wei Ming might have additional stockpiles, they acknowledged that he likely had little left. After all, who would hoard supplies without reason? With supplies depleted, who would still care about Wei Ming? "Step back, I will place the supplies in the center, you release the hostages, and I will take my leave with the rest." "Does that sound fair?" Wei Ming proposed. "Fair enough, let us proceed with the transaction." The leaders agreed, leaving the distribution of supplies to their discretion. Thus, Wei Ming pushed the supplies forward. The crowd was unafraid of the possibility that Wei Ming might flee with the goods after releasing the hostages. After all, the quantity was so significant that it would require multiple trips to transport. Release the hostages, the leaders commanded. Zhuo Qingqing was pushed forward, walking toward Wei Ming, stark naked and under the gaze of thousands of eyes. Chapter 65. Zhuo Qingqing has gone mad. Brother Wei, I am overjoyed that you are willing to sacrifice so much for me. Zhuo Qingqing exclaimed excitedly. However, Wei Ming revealed a cruel smile, speaking in a tone that only she could hear. "You are mistaken. Do you know why Zhang Shi sought you out? It is because I deliberately mentioned you in front of him, asserting that you are of great significance to me. If not, why did he choose that particular moment to come, rather than any other time? Moreover, if I genuinely wished to rescue you, I could have done so long ago. Zhang Shi and his ilk are nothing but ants in my presence. I intentionally left you in their clutches, allowing them to believe you held considerable importance to me, which is why they relentlessly tormented you, thinking it would compel me to relent. You know, I nearly laughed myself into madness. Every time I acted in front of you in Zhang Shi, I found it incredibly difficult to restrain myself. Zhuo Qingqing, this entire ordeal has been my revenge against you. Currently, in my villa, there are 5 stunning beauties, each one more exquisite than you, each possessing a better figure. If you possessed any semblance of intelligence, you would acknowledge that the woman you saw the night your family visited, named Song Qingyun, is at least 10 times your superior. With such breathtaking beauties at my disposal, why would I ever look your way? Ha 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 ha. Wei Ming revealed the truth, though he refrained from mentioning the fact that Zhuo Qingqing's family had caused his demise in his previous life. His rebirth was his greatest secret, more confidential than the existence of alternate realms, and he would never divulge it to anyone. Zhuo Qingqing stood frozen in place, the weight of Wei Ming's words crushing her spirit. Just when she believed she could finally endure the hardships and ascend from hell to paradise, Wei Ming delivered a heavy blow, thrusting her back into the abyss, and even deeper than before. The suffering she had endured was all orchestrated by Wei Ming, yet, there she was, foolishly believing that Wei Ming loved her, convinced that she could reside in a luxurious villa, enjoying a temperate climate and delectable food, free from the worries of hunger, heat, and thirst. What was the outcome? This revelation struck her with an overwhelming force. No, this cannot be true, she cried, shaking her head repeatedly, her facial muscles twitching from intense agitation. Of course, it is true. Wei Ming replied coldly, slamming the door shut. Bang! The door's closure dealt Zhuo Qingqing one final blow. She stood there, her expression morphing through a myriad of emotions within mere seconds, until suddenly, she broke into a smile. I am Wei Ming's wife. I possess an abundance of resources. Kneel before me and beg. I might generously share some food with you. I am now the queen. Your queen. She leaped and shouted, embodying madness, not merely resembling madness. She had truly lost her sanity. The stimuli were overwhelming, compounded by her immense despair, the torment she had suffered over the past few days, and her fear of the apocalypse. She had indeed gone mad. Wei Ming observed her through the surveillance cameras, remaining unfazed, merely offering a cold smile. She deserves it. Finally, he had eliminated his last adversary, and a sense of clarity washed over him, bringing him immense satisfaction. Thus began an extravagant spree that lasted for hours. Even with Wei Ming's exceptional physical prowess, he felt as though his back might break. He entered his room, locked the door, and refused to let anyone in, finally drifting off to sleep. His dreams were relentless. Sometimes they were nightmares, wherein he was dismembered by Zhuo Qingqing's family. At other times, they were blissful dreams where he reveled in the company of beauties like Song Qingyun, living in a world of unrestrained pleasure. He even dreamed of his parents, witnessing the car accident unfold, and he remembered classmates from elementary, middle, and university, all attending class together, only to wake up urgently when he could not find a restroom. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 4 in the afternoon. He had slept for an extensive period. I even dreamed of several girls I had a crush on back then. Wei Ming shook his head. He had been precocious, developing crushes in elementary school, and of course, there were others in middle and high school, but he had never confessed his feelings. It seems unlikely I will see them again. Wei Ming did not dwell on it. In his youth, he had been easily captivated by beautiful girls, but time had dulled those infatuations. This was not love, merely admiration. Having remembered them, he picked up his phone and checked the groups from elementary, middle, and university, discovering numerous messages, all lamenting their plight, with some complaining about the government and why they had not come to rescue them. Isn't that amusing? You can't leave your house, but others can. Who isn't an ordinary mortal? Wei Ming searched through the group members for the girls he had once liked, opened their moments, only to find they had set them to display only posts from the last 3 days. And what was there to post about during this time? Were they starving? Thus, he saw nothing. Forget it. Did he really lack women? Yet, humans are peculiar creatures. Even though these girls were not breathtakingly beautiful, nearly on par with Lu Qin, he felt a slight twinge of regret when he thought of them. Was it because he had not attained them that he felt this way? Wei Ming shook his head, setting his phone down, letting go of that fleeting regret. What right did he have to lament the passing of spring or autumn? If others were in his position, they would be overjoyed, soaring to the heavens. At that moment, Song Qingyun and the other four were preparing dinner, and Wei Ming chuckled. You all need not cook today, I shall be your wish-granting genie. Write down anything you desire to eat, and I will surely fulfill your wishes. Ah. Lin Wanqiu was the first to respond. You said it, so you must keep your word. Wei Ming merely smiled, curious to see if the 5 women could challenge him. The 5 women giggled, assuming Wei Ming was joking, and began writing on their papers. A few minutes later, when Wei Ming picked up the lists, he found them truly eclectic, containing a variety of requests. Alright, you all go upstairs, and I will call you for dinner at 6, Wei Ming said with a smile. Are you serious? The 5 women exchanged doubtful glances, but they still ascended the stairs. How could they refuse such an invitation? Of course, Wei Ming had no intention of cooking. Instead, he waited until nearly 6 o'clock, then summoned the corresponding dishes from the alternate space: lobsters, king crabs, wagyu beef, grilled lamb skewers, and even a steaming bowl of snail rice noodles, all fresh and piping hot. Dinner time, he called out loudly. Thus, when Song Qingyun and the other 4 descended, gazing at the 2 tables laden with exquisite delicacies, they were utterly astonished. How did you manage this? Chapter 66, Boasting to Wei Ming? A humiliation of one's own making. Indeed, how did you manage that? In such a brief span of time, even if you were a 5-star chef, you surely couldn't have been that swift, could you? After all, I don't actually prepare the dishes. I merely serve as a purveyor of them. Wei Ming chuckled. Am I fast? You might want to take a moment to reflect on your own C cups in comparison to your E and D cups before you speak. Am I truly fast? The 4 women, Song Qingyun and her companions, were left speechless. This fellow was once again teasing them. Time to eat. Wei Ming waved his hand dismissively. Just know that your man is quite extraordinary. Indeed, he was extraordinary. Lin Wanqiu gazed at him, filled with anticipation, and said, Can you make me a G? Wei Ming pondered seriously for a moment. Theoretically, as a godlike entity in this alternate realm, it seemed plausible to enlarge someone to a G cup. However, this wasn't merely a matter of superficial enhancement. He was uncertain whether the transformation would be temporary or permanent, or if it might carry adverse effects. Oh well, F is already quite ample. Yet, this notion took root in Wei Ming's mind, and he resolved to use others as guinea pigs for this experiment. He figured he would wait to see who dared to provoke him first. He had principles. If you didn't bother him, he wouldn't bother you either. The 5 women, feeling hunger pangs, soon set about enjoying their meal after a round of playful banter. It was important to note that while they had joked while ordering, there were indeed several dishes they genuinely longed to savor, and now that the food had been served, how could they resist? They feasted joyously, while Wei Ming remained indifferent. He could procure whatever he desired from the alternate realm. Most of his wealth had been spent on lavish banquets and takeout, over 100 million. Just think how long a few people could dine on such a sum. He picked up a lobster and began to gnaw at it. This wasn't a pre-cooked dish, rather, it had been obtained free of charge from the beautiful lady at the market, transported alive into the alternate realm. Now, it was freshly dead, but still remarkably fresh. After a quick dip in the hot pot, it was ready to eat, wrapped in a soul sauce. Oh my, the taste was exquisite. Ding, a message notification popped up. Who could it be? Wei Ming was somewhat intrigued. Ever since he had relinquished all his assets, no one had reached out to him again, for his lone possession was this villa. Who could possibly be interested in a house? Surely, no one would think this villa was particularly cool. Curiosity piqued, Wei Ming opened his phone, and to his surprise, the message was from Li Jing. Li Jing, who was she? She was the woman infamous for her schemes, previously scouring the internet for clients, only to drug them and take their money once they were at the hotel. Just days ago, she had set her sights on him. Of course, Wei Ming was unaware of the ulterior motives of this mother-daughter duo. He simply thought they were unattractive and merely a facade. Wei Ming, I heard you've given away all your supplies. Tut tut tut, for a woman, you truly are a romantic. Just as Wei Ming finished reading, Li Jing sent a second message. Fortunately, you turned me down before. Otherwise, we would still be suffering alongside you. Hee, we have food and drink. She sent a few photos, showcasing ordinary frozen food, like dumplings. Wei Ming had been quite low-key, but did being low-key mean he had to endure humiliation? He possessed the power to annihilate an entire neighborhood. Was he to swallow his pride and act subserviently? You see, I had no intention of flaunting my wealth, but who compelled me to retaliate? A magnanimous person should not stoop to the level of such a woman. Would I let an opportunity to strike back slip by? With Zhuo Qingqing gone and Zhang Shi deceased, he needed a new toy. Since she had come knocking, it would be her. Wei Ming initiated a video call. Li Jing hesitated for a moment before accepting. She had expected him to plead for mercy, which was one of her motivations for messaging him. Previously, he had hung up on her without a second thought, which she found utterly humiliating. Wei Ming, she was about to launch into her mocking tirade, chiding him for his lack of appreciation, when he switched the camera to the rear view, shaking it a bit before revealing a table laden with food. My goodness, Li Jing was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this the state of someone who had given away all their supplies? No, even before the apocalypse, how many households could indulge like this? She spotted numerous exquisite ingredients, including but not limited to king crabs and other top-tier seafood. Wait, was that caviar? People typically dab a bit on their dishes, but he was mixing it directly into rice? What kind of ocean fish was that? It was clearly something she could never afford. Indeed, I have run out of supplies and can only indulge in these, Wei Ming said, switching the camera back to himself with a feigned expression of helplessness. I truly envy you. What the hell? Li Jing's expression soured instantly, but she forced a sultry smile. Wei Ming, I was being unreasonable earlier, let us not dwell on it, how about you let me and Xiao Xiao stay with you? Absolutely not, you're far too unattractive. Wei Ming flatly rejected her, then turned the camera to showcase the 5 uniquely beautiful women in the villa, who waved at Li Jing in unison. Madam, at your age, you should refrain from trying to ensnare me. Goodbye. Wei Ming abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Li Jing stared blankly at her phone screen. Once again, she had been hung up on what did that brat just say, ugly, old, I'm only 37, hardly ancient. She simmered with anger for a while before slowly calming down. Wei Ming still had supplies, and unexpectedly, he had not been depleted but was instead abundantly wealthy. Though Li Jing was clueless as to how he managed to store such an abundance of food, the reality before her was undeniable. If you want tea, give it to me, I shall seize it. She promptly stood up, sashaying out of the room, and spotted a burly man in his 30s seated in the living room. Upon seeing her, he patted the empty seat beside him, calling, come here. She hurried over, exclaiming, Chang'e, that brat Wei Ming is hiding a massive stockpile of supplies. Chapter 67, Attempting to pick the lock of Wei Ming's residence? You will regret it. Chang, whose full name is Wang Chang, is an indolent and gluttonous unemployed individual, recently released from prison after serving time for violent crimes. Upon his release, his parents, having drained their savings, purchased a modest apartment for him in this community. However, within 2 months of his return, he had driven his parents to their graves, showing no remorse as he pawned the property to indulge in extravagance. Before the lenders could reclaim the house, calamity struck. Initially, Wang Chang's life was far from pleasant. After all, he had no habit of stockpiling provisions, yet, upon realizing the impotence of the law, he thrived in chaos. With nothing to eat or drink himself, he decided to rob others instead. When Zhang Shi and his cohort began their plundering, Wang Chang's own ferocity propelled him to a leadership position within Building 14, amassing a following of hundreds, ensuring his needs for food and drink were no longer a concern. Women even began to gravitate towards him, including Li Jing. Thus, Li Jing moved into Wang Chang's abode, assuming the role of his partner. Wang Chang inquired, how did you find out? I just had a video call with Wei Ming and saw it with my own eyes, Li Jing replied hastily. With a swift motion, Wang Chang slapped her across the face, causing Li Jing to stagger and collapse onto the sofa. You wretched creature, are you trying to entice another man? He coldly questioned, his temperament fluctuating between fury and cruelty. Despite the stinging pain on her face, Li Jing dared not show any sign of anger. Instead, she forced a smile and said, how could I wouldn't even dream of it. Brother Chang, I merely wanted to flaunt my wealth to him, but then he posted a video showing his dining table laden with seafood, king crabs, lobsters, and many fish I couldn't even name. Wang Chang paused, taken aback, before casting a suspicious glance at Li Jing. Are you deceiving me? You tell me there's seafood now, how do they preserve it? Do you take me for a fool? I have screenshots. Li Jing hurriedly asserted, retrieving her phone to show him a photo. Wang Chang glanced at the image, but his gaze did not initially settle on the table, rather, it was drawn to a woman behind it. Wow, she is stunning, so alluring. The woman was Lin Wanxiu, clad in a red cheongsam that accentuated her perfect figure, her exceptional beauty earning an immediate sense of awe from Wang Chang. The sultry allure of this enticing woman evoked thoughts of intimacy. Only after appreciating her did Wang Chang finally regard the array of dishes on the table, diverse and lavish. The spread starkly contrasted with his own meager meals of instant noodles and frozen foods. The disparity felt monumental. What excited Wang Chang the most was the knowledge that Wei Ming's residence housed not just one, but 4 exquisite beauties. Li Jing, perceptive to Wang Chang's lascivious thoughts, stoked the flames, saying, there are 4 more beauties like her in the villa. Wang Chang was seized by overwhelming excitement. How could he endure this? Why should Wei Ming revel in the company of 5 stunning women? They should all belong to him. He fixed Li Jing with a warning gaze, you had better not be lying to me. I wouldn't dare. Li Jing insisted fervently. Indeed, you wouldn't dare, Wang Chang responded coldly, his mind racing with thoughts of Lin Wanxiu, a burning desire igniting within him. However, he quickly considered the previous attempt by Zhang Shi to break into Wei Ming's villa, which had failed despite a night of hammering. The villa was fortified like a fortress, and it was evident that brute force would not suffice. Is there anyone skilled in lockpicking? He inquired within his small group, comprised solely of his subordinates from Building 14. Brother Chang, I am a locksmith, came a reply shortly thereafter. Wang Chang smiled broadly. Zhang Shi was a fool, why bicker with a solid iron door when a locksmith could solve the issue in mere minutes? Lin Zi, Maho, Zhang Shangming, take 2 men each and assemble in the garage shortly, Wang Chang commanded, then turned to the locksmith, bring all your tools and come down immediately. Understood, Brother Chang. 10 minutes later, Wang Chang and a dozen men gathered in the underground garage, brimming with confidence. Once they managed to unlock the villa's door, overpowering Wei Ming should be a mere formality. Let us move. Moments later, they arrived beneath Villa 28. Lu Jinsong, it's your turn, Wang Chang said, patting the locksmith on the shoulder. Lu Jinsong nodded, setting down his toolbox by the iron door and getting to work. Meanwhile, Wei Ming had just finished his meal and was enjoying the night view from the balcony, indulging in fruit. He didn't even need to lift a finger, as Lu Qing and Changya sat on either side, peeling grapes and feeding them to him, or cutting cherries and removing the pits before offering them. In essence, all Wei Ming had to do was open his mouth, embodying the very essence of royalty. Next door, Yu Chutong reappeared, sipping wine while casting disdainful glances. Wei Ming paid her no mind, speculating that her resources were dwindling and that it wouldn't be long before she capitulated. The more arrogant she became now, the more embarrassing it would be for her later. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on his phone, distinct from previous alerts. Wei Ming immediately understood that someone was attempting to pick the lock. The sound of an alarm triggered by a door being smashed was entirely different. Nevertheless, Wei Ming remained calm. It would be absurd if the specialized lock he had installed at great expense could be so easily breached. He nonchalantly retrieved his phone and tapped on an app. Off below, Lu Jinsong trembled uncontrollably, plopping down onto the ground. "What's wrong?" Wang Chang asked, furrowing his brow. "Don't mess this up now." After a moment of shaking, Lu Jinsong stammered, "There's electricity, I got electrocuted." "Electricity?" Wang Chang and the others exchanged glances, bemused. How terrified of death must Wei Ming be to install such a thick door and electrify it as well? This turtle shell is electrified. How do we proceed? They pondered, all at a loss. However, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers equal a zhuge liang. With enough heads together, brilliance is bound to emerge. Zheng Shangming promptly suggested, if there's electricity, we can just cut it off. Chapter 68, The Smart Ones Indeed. Wang Chang slapped his thigh. Go pull the circuit breaker. However, after searching high and low, they discovered that the circuit breaker of the villa was different from the one in their residence. It was not located in the safety corridor, but rather within the villa itself. This presented a paradox. To cut off the electricity, they had to enter the villa, yet to enter the villa, they first needed to cut off the electricity. It was a closed loop. There is another way. Chen Shangming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. We may not be able to access the circuit breaker, but we can go to the substation and cut off the power there instead. Ah, that makes sense. The community had a total of 6 substations, but they didn't need to search extensively. They could simply find the nearest one. Yet, 3 of the substations were clustered closely together. Which one to target? Pull them all. Wang Chang declared with a wave of his hand. They began to force their way in. It was quite troublesome, as the entrance to the substation was at ground level, and with acid rain falling, though light, they still needed to take precautions. Otherwise, a single drop could burn a hole in their skin. At last, they broke in and entered the first substation. They pulled the switch instantly. 5 entire buildings were engulfed in darkness, the air conditioning ceased to function, and the occupants erupted into terrified screams. In such sweltering heat, a power outage without air conditioning at night would feel like a descent into hell. Fortunately, they quickly noticed that other buildings were still illuminated, indicating that only a select few had experienced the blackout. Quick, fix it. Wang Chang urged. However, he was disappointed to see that Wei Ming's villa remained lit. Let's move to another one and continue. After spending another 10 minutes, they finally broke into the second substation. They pulled the switch again. This time, they succeeded. Villa 28 was suddenly plunged into darkness. Quick, let's return and unlock the door, Wang Chang urged. It wouldn't be long before the angry residents would come looking for answers, and if they discovered that it was they who had tampered with the power, they would be easily overwhelmed by the furious crowd, given their numbers. Meanwhile, inside the villa, the lights abruptly went out, startling Song Qingyun and her companions. Wei Ming, however, remained unfazed. He lit a candle and said with a smile, continue enjoying your candlelit dinner. I'll take care of some trash. Descending to the basement, he activated the generator, but only powered a portion of the circuits. Defensive measures for instance, the anti-intrusion current at the main gate, the mechanical devices controlling the steel panels over the windows, and the surveillance systems. Wei Ming sat, observing 9 screens, and before long, Wang Chang and his group stealthily approached. Among the 3 surveillance feeds, one was infrared, capable of capturing clear images even in the absence of light. Wei Ming watched as Lu Jinsong retrieved tools and began to work on the iron gate. Ah! Lu Jinsong screamed again, landing on the ground in dismay. What now? Wang Chang fumed, exasperated by his incessant interruptions. There's still power, there's still power. Lu Jinsong trembled. The circuit breakers have all been pulled. Where could the power possibly come from? Wang Chang retorted angrily, pressing against the iron gate. Where is the power? Power? His body shook violently, his hair standing on end, transforming him into a sight reminiscent of a punk rocker. Wei Ming burst into laughter. He had merely increased the electrical current. Regrettably, he had initially intended to raise it to a lethal level, but Xia Bing vehemently opposed, claiming it was against regulations. Nevertheless, under Wei Ming's insistence, the current to the iron gate was divided into 3 levels, with the highest still being quite uncomfortable. Wang Chang trembled for a moment before finally sitting down, though he still occasionally shivered. Brother Chang, the others called out in concern. What were they to do? This guy has a backup power source. Wang Chang, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced the reason, which only fueled his anger to a boiling point, yet he found himself at a loss for a solution. A direct assault was out of the question. Zhang Shi had already proven that, but could they cleverly bypass it? That was also unfeasible. The main gate was electrified, how could they possibly pick the lock? Wang Chang felt utterly dejected. Why was it so difficult to simply enter a door? How does it feel to be shocked? Wei Ming's voice echoed mockingly. Damn, Wang Chang and his group were filled with rage. As thieves, they should have felt guilty, yet they found themselves humiliated by their host, transforming their guilt into fury. Wei Ming, are you brave enough to come out? Wang Chang provoked. If you have the guts, don't hide in your turtle shell. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Why should I come out? If I wanted to kill you, there are plenty of ways. Oh, give it a try, Wang Chang sneered. If he tried, they would surely meet their demise. Though Wei Ming was in the basement, he could open the spatial door through walls, as long as it was within 5 meters. Thus, he opened the spatial door in the corridor, and arrows began to rain down. These were arrows he had shot into the spatial door out of boredom, using a compound bow. In the alternate space, where even time did not exist, and with Wei Ming being the god of that realm, adjusting the direction of the arrows he had shot was not an issue. Consequently, when released, they became a deluge of arrows. Ah! Cries of despair erupted. What is piercing me? It hurts. It seems to be arrows. How can there be arrows? Forget it, run. The group bolted towards the corridor, blindly colliding with walls in the pitch darkness, but they paid no mind. They relied solely on instinct, unable to afford to stop even upon crashing into a wall. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Ming had already ceased his assault and opened the spatial door at the corridor's entrance. Thus, one by one, they charged headlong into it. Had they not cut off the power, they would have noticed their companions disappearing eerily ahead and would have naturally halted, but since they had severed the electricity, coincidentally, the garage's power was also cut, rendering them unable to see anything. Unable to see their companions vanish, how could they possibly stop? In less than a minute, the cries in the corridor abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence. 3 minutes later, the garage lights flickered on, revealing an empty corridor, save for several pools of fresh blood indicating that people had indeed been present moments before. The circuit breaker had been restored. A multitude of curses filled the air. Who the hell is this, breaking into a substation in the middle of the night to pull the switch? What a fool! Moments earlier, Wei Ming smiled slightly, and with a thought, a living person materialized out of thin air. Wang Chang, his consciousness still lingered from seconds ago. In the alternate space, there was no concept of time, and he had no awareness of what he had just experienced. He was shocked to find himself no longer in the underground garage but within a room. What was happening? The lights flickered off and then on again. How did it come to this? Wei Ming, he shouted, his voice low and fierce. The man before him, calm and composed, was none other than Wei Ming, the very target of his mission. Where are my men? Wang Chang glanced around, but his subordinates were nowhere to be seen. A hint of panic flickered in his heart, yet he remained composed. After all, Wei Ming was but a single individual. He had to remember that he was imprisoned for intentional injury, and brawling was a daily occurrence for him. If I kill you, everything here, including the women, will belong to me, he said venomously. Chapter 69 Is surgery developing new functions in alternate space? Wei Ming chuckled. Have you not noticed anything amiss about yourself? Amiss? Wang Chang furrowed his brow, for he had indeed appeared here under peculiar circumstances, and an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Instinctively, he began to explore his own body. Upon hearing Wei Ming's words, however, he found no discernible changes. Wait, that's not right. There is. He gazed in disbelief at his left hand. After more than 30 years of familiarity, he could easily conjure its shape even with his eyes closed, yet now, he found himself questioning everything. How bizarre, it resembled a pig's trotter. Why has my left hand become so unfamiliar? Are you truly my hand? Wang Chang stood there, utterly bewildered. Did I merely blink, and now my hand has transformed? Why, how is this even possible? This shouldn't be happening. What have you done to me? Wang Chang looked at Wei Ming, instinctively believing that everything was somehow connected to him. Wei Ming smiled faintly. I've merely made some modifications. Aren't you grateful? Is it really you? Wang Chang struggled to comprehend. How did you accomplish this? It truly was just a blink of an eye, and he felt no trace of any surgical intervention. You mean concern yourself with the details? Wei Ming waved his hand, and suddenly, an iron cage materialized beside them, identical to the one that had imprisoned the 3 members of the left family. Please, step inside. This scene left Wang Chang in a state of shock. How could an iron cage simply appear out of thin air? Are you performing magic? Wang Chang felt his worldview shaken profoundly. However, surrender was not an option. I won't go down without a fight, he charged at Wei Ming. Alas, what was the point? Wei Ming shook his head, and with a few swift punches, Wang Chang found himself sprawled on the ground under the weight of absolute power. His fighting spirit was rendered useless. Wei Ming shoved Wang Chang into the iron cage, intending to observe the effects of the surgery over the next few days and whether there would be any aftereffects. By the way, why did you come looking for me? Wei Ming inquired, considering that he should have been devoid of any assets, and since he and Wang Chang had no prior interactions, what could have prompted Wang Chang's focus on him? Wang Chang, now completely devoid of the will to resist, answered without hesitation, it was Li Jing. He recounted the events that had transpired. So it was her. Which building and room do you reside in? Wei Ming asked. Building 14, room 902, Wang Chang replied candidly. Wei Ming chuckled. Since Li Jing had instigated Wang Chang to take action against him, it was only fitting that she would not escape unscathed. He had no desire to impose on others, but if someone insisted on provoking him, they would taste the bitterness of his righteous wrath. Let us move. Without opening the door, Wei Ming directly activated the portal to alternate space, first withdrawing himself into it before emerging once more, executing what appeared to be an instantaneous teleportation. Wang Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wei Ming vanished like a specter, leaving him utterly terrified, and now he truly regretted provoking such a monster. Wei Ming walked through the garage, the temperature hovering around 40 degrees Celsius, truly sweltering. Fortunately, his physical abilities had been significantly enhanced. While he could not entirely disregard the effects of heat, his tolerance had greatly improved, allowing him to merely feel discomfort without succumbing to heatstroke. Building 14 arrived. Taking the stairs, Wei Ming swiftly reached the 9th floor. 902. He refrained from knocking, pondering the possibility of a knife slicing through the moment the door opened. Better safe than sorry. He vanished from sight and reappeared inside room 902. A quick scan revealed a young girl seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, while sounds of a television echoed from the bedroom. Wei Ming cleared his throat softly. The young girl was Li Xiaoxiao, who, startled, looked up at Wei Ming and exclaimed, "Mom, Mom." Li Jing rushed out, inquiring, "What is going on? What is happening?" Upon seeing Wei Ming, her expression morphed into one of disbelief. "What the hell? How could you be here?" Li Jing stammered, a chill running down her spine. Wei Ming spoke ominously, "You incited Wang Chang to have me killed. I have come to exact my revenge." "A ghost?" Li Jing's face drained of color, a wave of terror overwhelming her as she felt a warm stream trickle down her thigh. She had been so frightened that she lost control. One would think a modern individual could not be so easily frightened by a ghost, adhering instead to materialism, yet, how could Wei Ming's eerie appearance be explained? The door had not opened, yet he had entered. Was he not a ghost? The crux of the matter was that Wang Chang had indeed gone after Wei Ming, thus, it seemed entirely plausible that Wei Ming, having perished at Wang Chang's hands, had returned as a ghost seeking vengeance. Moreover, the temperature had inexplicably dropped. She glanced at the air conditioning display, which read a chilling 18 degrees. Could an ordinary air conditioner possibly lower the temperature to such an extent in the midst of summer? Certainly not. Therefore, Wei Ming must be a ghost, capable of plunging the temperature so low, and the mist that filled the air, was it not characteristic of the supernatural? In truth, Wei Ming had released a substantial amount of dry ice in the kitchen, causing the temperature to plummet and the mist to form. "Return my life." Wei Ming extended his arms, continuing in his eerie tone. Li Jing, overwhelmed with fear, lost all composure and fled to the balcony. Li Xiaoxiao, equally terrified, followed her onto the balcony. The problem was, it was raining acid outside. While the balcony offered some shelter, it lacked glass, and the wind blew the rain into their faces. Li Jing, already pressed against the edge of the balcony, felt the sting of the acid rain against her neck. In a panicked attempt to evade it, she overexerted herself and tumbled over the railing. Save, the word never left her lips as Li Xiaoxiao reached out in desperation. However, Li Jing's slightly plump physique meant that Li Xiaoxiao lacked the strength to save her. The result of this frantic grasp, she too found herself dragged over the balcony. In an instant, piercing screams filled the night sky, but the drop from the 9th floor to the first was merely 20 meters. Moments later, 2 thuds echoed as they struck the ground. Even if they survived the fall, it was raining acid that night. Any delay in finding shelter would mean the loss of their skin and bones. Was there still hope for them? They were doomed. Chapter 70. Leaving future troubles. They are all my toys. Wei Ming found himself at a loss for words. Although he had no intention of letting this mother-daughter duo off the hook, their demise unfolding in such a manner was indeed unexpected for him. Very well, death extinguishes all grievances, leaving nothing unresolved. With a swift teleportation, Wei Ming departed. Indeed, even Conan would be unable to unravel this locked room murder mystery. Some individuals were roused from their slumber by the screams, yet in this era, incidents of robbery and murder had become commonplace, failing to elicit any significant reaction from them, as long as such horrors did not befall themselves. Consequently, they returned to their restful slumber, even muttering in annoyance, after finally enjoying a cool night for sleep. "You dare to scream and shout, have you no sense of public decency?" Wei Ming made his way to the garage, deliberately taking a detour, which led him to the 4 members of the Zhou family. 3 were confined within a cage, while 1 stood outside. Zhou Qingqing was animatedly recounting something to her parents, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that Zhou Fugui and the others had already succumbed to death. Strangely, Zhou Qingqing seemed to be engaged in cheerful conversation with the 3 corpses, creating a rather unsettling tableau. Wei Ming's heart was devoid of turmoil. In his previous life, this family of 4 had met a brutal end at his hands. In this life, he was merely repaying vengeance. What was amiss in that? Did they expect him to repay malice with kindness? To become a paragon of virtue and goodness, he might as well hang himself with a rope. Turning away, he decided to leave Zhou Qingqing to her own devices. Upon returning to the villa, no one was aware that yet more souls had departed the community that night. Well, that was not entirely true. Someone did know. Wang Chang. The sight of Wei Ming materializing before him sent the ruffian into a state of panic, shrieking, "Are you even human? Are you a ghost?" Wei Ming merely shrugged. "Of course, I am human. However, you, with your nefarious heart and callous hands, truly lack the qualification to be called human. You haven't killed enough, have you?" Wang Chang retorted, "My subordinates were certainly slain by you. And what were you up to just now? Did you kill Li Jing and her daughter? How dare you accuse me?" Wei Ming chuckled. "I never initiate conflict. It is only when imbeciles like you provoke me that I am forced to retaliate. But why bother discussing this with you? Your guilt or innocence holds no significance for me." Wang Chang's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions: curiosity, fear, and resentment. "How on earth did you manage to do this? Tell me, tell me." Naturally, Wei Ming had no intention of satisfying his curiosity. Noticing Wei Ming's silence, Wang Chang suddenly smirked. "Wei Ming, do you think that by killing me and Li Jing, you can safeguard your secrets?" "Ha, I'm not as foolish as you believe. Before I left, I informed one of my subordinates that if I failed to return at the appointed time, he would spread the news of your substantial resources. Look at the group chat now. Aren't there plenty discussing this matter?" Wei Ming raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Given Wang Chang's brash demeanor, he hadn't expected such intricate plotting. He pulled out his phone to check. Indeed, the homeowners group was abuzz with chatter, though most had already retired for the night, resulting in fewer participants. However, come daylight, the discussions would surely escalate to a frenzied pitch. Scrolling to the top of the chat history, he found a video screenshot featuring Lin Wanqiu and a lavish spread of food, prominently displaying king crab and lobster. How could one indulge in such a sumptuous feast amidst the apocalypse? Might there be even more supplies hidden away, even if this was Wei Ming's final meal before his demise? Would anyone believe it? Many in the group had already begun clamoring for Wei Ming to share his bounty, warning him that his selfishness could incite a collective uprising against him. See that? Ha ha ha. Wang Chang laughed triumphantly. Though I've fallen into your hands, you shan't enjoy your spoils in secret. Wei Ming glanced at him, a smile creeping onto his face. Do you truly believe that if I feared the residents of this community, I would have sent that video to Li Jing? He shook his head. Do you think I am unaware that Li Jing might share that screenshot with others? This time, I'm operating from a position of strength. Just as he had previously stated, even if the entire community banded together against him, he would merely respond with a dismissive smile. Wang Chang began to tremble. If everything was indeed part of Wei Ming's grand design, then this individual was utterly terrifying. No way, you must be feigning composure to avoid my ridicule. Think what you will. Wei Ming shook his head, disregarding Wang Chang further as he ascended to the first floor, locked the basement door, and leisurely made his way to the third floor. By this time, Song Qingyun and the others had nearly finished their meal and were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Wei Ming return, they all exhaled in relief. Although they harbored immense faith in Wei Ming, any misfortune that befell him would inevitably affect them as well. How could they not worry? Now that Wei Ming had returned safely, they could finally relax. Lin Wanqiu, ever the gossip, smirked and inquired, Your Majesty, what transpired just now? Wei Ming responded lightly. A group attempted to disable the villa's security measures to break in and was dealt with accordingly. Lin Wanqiu shook her head, but we want the details. Wait, why the added flair with that gesture? Was she trying to provoke him? Did she understand the gravity of such enticement? As midnight approached, the girls retired to their respective rooms for rest, while Wei Ming returned to his own quarters. Having slept extensively in the afternoon, he felt invigorated and unable to fall asleep. Thus, he retrieved his phone to scroll through. To his surprise, many night owls were still active in various groups. The most lively was the fishing group, where a bunch of anglers lamented that they had been unable to fish for 7 days, each growing increasingly impatient. They were discussing how to create superior materials to withstand acid rain. Remarkably, a few individuals in the group were quite the geniuses, discussing nanomaterials and the like, leaving Wei Ming momentarily astonished. Ultimately, he decided not to engage in the discussion. After reading for a while, he finally felt drowsy, tossed his phone aside, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 71 High Temperature Warning Apocalypse, Day 8. At the crack of dawn, the leaders of various factions convened a small group to deliberate on the incident concerning Wei Ming's substantial stockpile of resources. The public sentiment is boiling. We must compel Wei Ming to relinquish his supplies for the collective survival. This matter requires careful handling, Zhao Jihu remarked, his brow furrowed. As the first individual to venture out and return with supplies, he naturally commanded immense prestige and was elected as the leader of Building 13. However, Zhao Jihu was a man of integrity, wholly devoted to leading the inhabitants of Building 13 in their quest for self-sufficiency. He had never entertained thoughts of plundering others. Establishing a faction was merely a means of self-preservation, to avoid being consumed by others. Now, with the residents of Building 13 in turmoil, pressuring him to force Wei Ming to share his resources, he found himself in a most challenging predicament. There were indeed a few individuals with a sense of conscience who echoed his sentiments, albeit in muted tones. Sun Dai, the de facto leader of Building 1, had been a prominent figure in a large corporation prior to the apocalypse, possessing exceptional linguistic and organizational skills. Previously serving as the building's supervisor, he naturally ascended to leadership when the community began to delineate factions. Unlike Zhao Jihu, Sun Dai had a reputation for ruthlessness in the corporate world, where exploiting male subordinates was commonplace. His inclinations deviated from societal norms. Thus, when it came to strategizing against Wei Ming, he remained unfazed. In fact, he was rather eager. The prospect of compelling Wei Ming to capitulate, he chuckled to himself. We need not waste words on trivialities. Let us focus on how to induce Wei Ming's surrender, he asserted. As the ancients wisely said, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Although we currently occupy this position, mishandling this situation could lead to our downfall. Very well, allow me to propose a strategy, interjected Tu Lei from Building 3. Convincing Wei Ming to surrender poses a challenge, given that his villa is as impregnable as a tortoise shell. However, we could consider an alternative approach. Why must we breach his defenses? Why not entice Wei Ming to exit voluntarily? He paused, continuing, with temperatures soaring close to 60 degrees Celsius, enduring the heat by day is impossible, yet at night, the temperature drops, allowing for some respite with air conditioning. But what if the air conditioning fails at night? 1 or 2 days of discomfort can be tolerated, but what about 3 or 5? Isn't it likely that Wei Ming would ultimately emerge to surrender? Tu Lei proclaimed triumphantly. To achieve this, we merely need to cut off the electricity from the transformer station. Astonishingly simple. The eyes of the assembled leaders brightened. Indeed, why must they rigidly adhere to the notion of assaulting his stronghold? A shift in perspective could yield boundless possibilities. However, someone pointed out, several buildings share the same transformer as Villa 28, and cutting the power would also plunge those buildings into darkness. That's straightforward. We can have the residents of those affected buildings mingle with others. Within 3 days at most, Wei Ming will surely falter, Tu Lei replied with a grin. Nods of agreement followed, as the plan was deemed sound, even by the more compassionate Zhao Jihu. In their eyes, sparing Wei Ming's life would be a significant act of clemency. Sun Dai added, as the saying goes, do not say that we did not forewarn you. We shall first negotiate with Wei Ming, urging him to surrender peacefully. Should he refuse, he will surely face dire consequences. This is what we call an overt strategy, making him acutely aware of his predicament. Indeed, if Wei Ming surrendered directly, they would not need to resort to cutting the power. Let us invite Wei Ming into the group. Thus, they extended an invitation to him. However, it took a full hour before Wei Ming finally joined the chat. Why the delay? He had been reclining in bed, with Lin Wanqiu gently massaging him. Earlier, he had been the laborer. Now, it was her turn to exert herself. The beauty was captivating, exuding an alluring charm. Wei Ming admired Lin Wanqiu's enchanting demeanor as he queried in the group, what do you want by adding me to this conversation? Hee, we hope you will cooperate and surrender all your supplies, after which we shall manage and distribute them uniformly, Sun Dai replied. Wei Ming was inattentive, his focus entirely on Lin Wanqiu, whose allure was simply irresistible. After at least 3 minutes, he finally responded, are you all still dreaming? Wei Ming, I concede that your villa is as secure as a tortoise shell, nearly impossible to infiltrate from the outside. However, do you know what our greatest fear is? Sun Dai understood the origin of Wei Ming's skepticism and remained unfazed, sending voice messages one after another. The temperature. If we cut off the electricity to your home, how long do you think you can endure the oven-like conditions? Tu Lei interjected. And I forgot to mention, we could start a fire. There are plenty of vehicles in the garage. We could collect gasoline, douse your walls, and set them ablaze. That would truly transform your abode into an oven. This man was indeed ruthless. Wei Ming chuckled softly. I'll remember you, you'll be the first to perish. Would Tu Lei be intimidated? He burst into laughter. Then I genuinely look forward to your attempt to take my life. Once outside the villa, what could Wei Ming accomplish alone? Tu Lei was eager for this confrontation, hoping to swiftly seize Wei Ming's resources. Unlike Sun Dai, Tu Lei was only interested in beautiful women, and upon seeing Lin Wanqiu's photograph, he was smitten, determined to pursue her. Very well, tonight I will take you down, Wei Ming declared, tossing his phone aside. This promised to be entertaining. He wore a broad smile, feeling a rush of excitement. After all, being cooped up in the villa, indulging in dramas, novels, and beautiful women could become monotonous. Are they planning to cut the power again? Lin Wanqiu caught a glimpse of the conversation. Wei Ming nodded. Last time, Wang Chang and his crew cut the power to force entry. At this time, however, they've learned their lesson. They aim to drive us out. Lin Wanqiu's brows furrowed with concern. Wei Ming embraced her, relishing the sensation of her presence, and chuckled, I've told you before, there's no need to worry, I've got everything under control. But how will you resolve this? Lin Wanqiu queried, still troubled. She could be flirtatious, but when it came to serious matters, she was astute. Although the villa uses ice to cool, ultimately, ice still requires electricity to be made. Wei Ming feigned ignorance. If the power is cut, can't we just plug it back in? Lin Wanqiu rolled her eyes, her expression indicating that she found his antics rather tiresome. Let us see what you all come up with, Wei Ming said, carrying Lin Wanqiu outside. Song Qingyun and the others were in the living room, some watching television, others exercising. Despite Wei Ming and Lin Wanqiu emerging in the nude, they were unfazed. They had grown accustomed to such sights. Lin Wanqiu quickly urged Wei Ming to set her down and informed the others about Sun Dai's threats regarding the power cut. This revelation, Song Qingyun and her companions halted their activities, all frowning in concern. Wei Ming, what shall we do? They inquired, their gazes fixed upon him. Chapter 72 Power Outage. Chuton was in a frenzy, exclaiming, what should we do? Wei Ming chuckled, just make a cold dish. However, upon witnessing Wei Ming's calm demeanor, exuding confidence, Song Qingyun and the others felt a sense of reassurance. Since the onset of the apocalypse, how many had coveted the villa? Yet, had anyone succeeded? Naturally, this had instilled in them a profound faith in Wei Ming. However, this time the adversaries were different. They were not seeking to invade the villa but rather to force them out. Wasn't this a complete shift in the dynamics of offense and defense? Could Wei Ming still conjure a solution? They found themselves uncertain, a hint of anxiety creeping into their hearts. Wei Ming laughed heartily, fear not, the villa is equipped with a generator, and we have ample resources. A collective sigh of relief escaped the 5 women. As long as they conserve their usage, they should be able to endure for quite some time. Their own circumstances may be dire, but what of others? Undoubtedly, their plight was even worse. As long as they could persevere, victory would surely be theirs in the end. Michelle Lu found it hard to believe, we are all from the same community, why are they being so ruthless? Sister, this is the apocalypse we're in. Changya replied. Indeed, in this world turned upside down, no act of depravity was surprising. Wei Ming merely smiled, having amassed countless supplies, and thus felt no twinge of worry whatsoever. But of course. He glanced towards the neighboring villas, numbers 18 and 28, both controlled by a single transformer station. Thus, their power outage was inconsequential. Could Yu Chutong remain so composed? Were they unwittingly pushing her into his embrace? He was grateful for that. Seeing Wei Ming refuse to surrender, Tu Lei and his cohorts were not overly disheartened. After all, it was human nature to persist until the bitter end. We act tonight. Cut the power. Prepare the other buildings to receive the fallout. We must work in unison on this matter. Agreed. The leaders of these factions nodded. The 8th day of the apocalypse had arrived, and under the extreme heat, the community had already witnessed a significant number of deaths, predominantly among those with frail constitutions, particularly the young who lacked physical fitness, proving less resilient than the elderly and children. Each building had suffered severe attrition, and while cutting the power would affect several blocks, the actual number of residents was not substantial. They procured the community's structural map and identified which buildings were serviced by the transformer for Villa 28. They promptly evacuated the residents of these buildings, urging them to retrieve any remaining food from their refrigerators and leave their homes, for the electricity would cease come nightfall. Once the power was cut, the food in the refrigerators would quickly spoil, and the elevators would cease operation. Descending from higher floors in such sweltering heat would surely lead to heatstroke. After a day filled with preparations, everything was set that night. A group donned raincoats and approached the transformer station, which was conveniently close and had already been breached. They effortlessly shut off the power instantly. Villas 28, 18, 8, and 3 nearby buildings plunged into darkness. Wei Ming, you forced our hand. With nighttime temperatures soaring above 50 degrees, let's see how you managed to sleep. Surrender now, lest your phones die and you can't even send a message to capitulate, haha. By the way, I'm still waiting for you to come and kill me. The various leaders bantered in their group chat, the last remark coming from Lei. Wei Ming could not be bothered to engage in their verbal sparring. No electricity, there was no rush to activate the generator. Instead, Wei Ming set the stage for a candlelit dinner on the balcony. Under his request, Song Qingyun and the other women donned kipeos, each possessed a perfect S-shaped silhouette, though Song Qingyun, Mi Xiaolu, and Chanya appeared more slender, while Lin Wanxiu and Lu Qing exhibited a more voluptuous charm, presenting a delightful array of aesthetics. What would they eat? Hot pot? Heh, you cut off my power, and I shall enjoy hot pot in your face. Of course, hot pot didn't require electricity, they used charcoal, opting for a dual flavor pot, one side beef broth, the other seafood. Wei Ming took a taste. It was exquisitely delicious, surrounded by an array of ingredients: wagyu beef, salt-baked lamb, various seafood, everything one could desire. The aroma wafted, enticing Song Qingyun and the others to join him. Despite the ambient temperature being a mere 29 degrees, the hot pot caused them to sweat lightly, prompting Wei Ming to fetch several bowls, filling them with ice and placing one at each woman's feet. Suddenly, they all considered whether they should don an additional layer. While they were immersed in their meal, Yu Chutong emerged. Upon noticing the light from next door, she froze momentarily, only to realize it was candlelight, which momentarily seemed normal. But wait, what was normal about this? With the air conditioning out of commission and the temperature still hovering around 50 degrees, they were audaciously enjoying hot pot? Were they not concerned about overheating? Wait, what was that by their feet? Oh my heavens, ice. No wonder, as the ice melted, it would absorb a significant amount of heat, causing the temperature to drop immediately. Those ice cubes must have been from the refrigerator's reserves. Now that the power was out, they would inevitably melt. Were they reveling in a frenzy before their demise? Yu Chutong furrowed her brow and sent Wei Ming a voice message. Video calls were too power intensive, and her phone was low on battery. Even with a power bank, she had to conserve. Why is there a power outage? Does it have anything to do with you? She inquired directly. Wei Ming boldly admitted, indeed, someone is attempting to force me to surrender by cutting off the transformer's power. Yu Chutong trembled in anger. Did this mean she was caught in the crossfire? Wei Ming glanced towards the neighboring villa, chuckling, you needn't feel you've been dragged into my troubles with your beauty. Many would desire to force you out, regardless of my involvement. There are plenty of men eager to toy with you. Now, this is merely coincidental, just a matter of timing. Yu Chutong initially wanted to retort, but as she opened her mouth, she ultimately fell silent. Wei Ming had a point. She was astute enough to recognize the harsh reality. A beauty like her, lacking formidable strength, would inevitably become a plaything. Did she truly believe that if she pleaded with Sun Dai and the others, claiming no association with Wei Ming, they would spare her? She was undoubtedly a coveted prize among these men. What are your plans? Surely you won't just wait for death, she taunted. Wei Ming beamed. If you're willing to come over, I wouldn't mind taking you in. Look, it's rather cool here, and I'm enjoying hot pot without feeling the heat. Lu Qing chimed in cheerfully, come on, sixth sister. Sixth sister. Chenya echoed, for this woman had previously exuded an air of unmatched arrogance. Yu Chutong would never acquiesce, retorting coldly, don't you have a limited supply of ice? Regardless of how much you have, it will all melt within hours of the power being cut. Wei Ming, I hope you remain this optimistic when that time comes. Chapter 73. The annoying relative finally departed. Yu Chutong stormed back into the house, filled with irritation. The oppressive heat made her parched, yet her supply of purified water had been exhausted. Reluctantly, she resorted to red wine, and soon found herself intoxicated. Perhaps it was for the best, for she sprawled on the floor and succumbed to sleep, only to be awakened shortly thereafter by the sweltering heat. The crux of the matter was that alcohol induced warmth, making her discomfort all the more unbearable. She curled up in a ball, unable to contain her tears. In that moment, thoughts of suicide flickered through her mind, but her strong-willed nature rebelled against the idea of surrendering so easily. She could not concede defeat so swiftly. She resolved to hold on. At the very least, she wanted to witness the outcome for Wei Ming and his companions. That night, she was utterly exhausted but found herself in a restless slumber, repeatedly awakened by the heat. By morning, she bore the weight of 2 prominent dark circles beneath her eyes, yet, even though she knew the garage would offer some respite from the heat, she was too afraid to venture outside. Surely, someone was stationed to guard Wei Ming, preventing him from seeking coolness in the garage. Although she was not the primary target, her extraordinary beauty would undoubtedly attract the attention of any man who might see her. Would they let her off the hook? If this state of affairs persisted for another 2 or 3 days, she feared she might lose her sanity. And what of Wei Ming? He, of course, slumbered peacefully, and he had no intention of seeking out Lei. Even if he believed he was merely intimidating him, Lei would undoubtedly take precautions. After all, it is said that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. While Wei Ming was unafraid of a frontal assault, he was wary of being caught off guard. Thus, he resolved to exercise caution. What difference did it make if he delayed taking Tulay's life for a day? On the 9th day of the apocalypse, early in the morning, Tulay tagged Wei Ming in their group chat, jesting, "Hey, I waited for you all night yesterday. Why didn't you show up?" Wei Ming replied, "I have no interest in men." Tulay chuckled, "You can be tough with your words now, but how long can you maintain that bravado? The sun has risen, and the temperature is climbing. Wei Ming, how long can you endure?" Until I naturally wither away," Wei Ming mused. This foul-mouthed Tulay was certainly marked for death. Furthermore, every participant in this scheme would meet a similar fate. It was merely a matter of timing. No one could take action against him and expect to emerge unscathed. Wei Ming descended to the basement, where Wang Chang had been confined for over a day and a night. Upon entering, he was met with the grim sight of Wang Chang's lifeless body. He had not succumbed to starvation, thirst, or heat, but rather, he had bled out. How could this have occurred? His left hand had exploded, leaving a gruesome, gaping wound. The sight was quite horrifying. It is inconceivable that Wang Chang would deliberately shatter his own hand. He lacked both the courage and the motive. Even if he had the heart to do so, it should not have resulted in this. Could it be an explosion? Wei Ming accessed the surveillance footage and discovered that, the previous night, Wang Chang had suddenly screamed in agony as blood gushed from his left hand, and within moments, he had perished. Calculating the time, it aligns perfectly with the 24 hours following his surgery. Thus, even though I used the alternate space to temporarily extend life, it can only last for 24 hours, and there are significant side effects? Phew, thank goodness I did not extend my own life. This seemed to Wei Ming the only plausible explanation. Then, if I were to draw someone into the alternate space before the 24 hours elapse and stabilize them, could I not refill them? I would need a new experimental subject. Wei Ming gathered the iron cage, along with Wang Chang's corpse, but cleaning up the blood on the floor proved a bit troublesome. Since he had no other pressing matters, he set to work on the cleanup. Once finished, he returned to the first floor to have breakfast with Song Qingyun and the others. After their meal, Song Qingyun approached him, her cheeks flushed, and softly murmured, my relative has left." Wei Ming, elated, scooped Song Qingyun into his arms and dashed upstairs. He could hardly contain his eagerness to indulge in this exquisite delicacy. From morning until evening, Wei Ming and Song Qingyun remained ensconced in the bedroom, much to the astonishment of Lin Wanqiu and the others, who whispered amongst themselves, acknowledging that Wei Ming's true affections lay with Song Qingyun. Just look at how utterly captivated he was. They had not even taken lunch. It was not until nightfall that Wei Ming emerged from the bedroom, cradling Song Qingyun, who was utterly spent and unable to lift even a finger. Thankfully, her years of fitness training had endowed her with far superior physical stamina compared to Lin Wanqiu and her 3 companions. What a beast! Does he not feel any pity? He has been exhausting her for so long. As Lin Wanqiu and her friends teased, Song Qingyun's face turned a deeper shade of crimson, and she shyly buried her head in Wei Ming's embrace. Wei Ming, on the other hand, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Song Qingyun was indeed perfection, without a single flaw. What was for dinner tonight? Barbecue. Wei Ming lit the fire on the balcony, using smokeless coal, lest they suffocate in the smoke. As the grilling commenced, Yu Chutong reappeared. She stood dumbfounded, gazing at the flickering flames on the neighboring balcony, utterly questioning her existence. It was sweltering. How could they possibly be igniting a fire indoors? Was this a form of self-immolation? No, she spotted ice cubes. How could that be? Yu Chutong quickly sent a voice message to Wei Ming, and once connected, she inquired, "How do you still have ice cubes?" "They're in the freezer. I simply took them out." Wei Ming responded with a chuckle. He had indeed emptied 2 polar icebergs. If used solely for this purpose, they could last conservatively for over 100 million years. Yu Chutong was utterly exasperated. "You can't just state that as if it's a given. The power is out," emphasizing that, the power is out, given the current heat, after a day and night. How could any ice cubes possibly remain? Wait. She realized she had overlooked the simplest detail. You have so much water. Melted ice cubes equated to water, and water symbolized life. How precious it was. How could he simply leave it to melt in a basin? Her own supply of clean water had run out, and for the past 2 days, she had been quenching her thirst with red wine. Now, upon seeing the half-melted ice water, she could not help but swallow hard, but her mouth was so parched that no saliva would flow. In that moment, her resolve faced a tremendous test. Her body's instincts urged her to surrender and seek the refreshing water that would quench her thirst. However, she was a person of immense pride. Surrendering to Wei Ming? She could not bring herself to do it, not now. At least, she could endure a little longer, though she herself remained uncertain of the significance of this persistence. Did she truly believe that by holding on for a few more days, the apocalypse would simply pass? Wei Ming picked up a freshly grilled beef skewer, devouring it in a single bite. As he chewed, the marbled beef burst with juiciness in his mouth, the flavors exploding forth, prompting Wei Ming to smack his lips in satisfaction. Delicious. What would barbecue be without cola? He took a sip, unperturbed by concerns of weight gain or health issues. Thanks to the alternate space, the 5 women gazed longingly at the drink yet hesitated. The sugar content is too high. Indeed, it would take considerable exercise to burn off the calories from just 1 can. Just a tiny sip. Seeing the 5 women fretting over potential weight gain, Yu Chutong felt a surge of jealousy. If they did not want it, they could give it to her. At this point, she could scarcely care about gaining weight. Are you preparing to surrender, Wei Ming? A message popped up on Wei Ming's phone. Chapter 74 The Demise of Tulay. The message came from Sun Daifa. After a day and night, Wei Ming must have endured quite a hardship. As someone who understood the complexities of male desire, Sun Di was particularly enthusiastic about this matter, as he was eager to seduce Wei Ming. It was not merely due to Wei Ming's looks, rather, it was the challenge she presented, a tough nut to crack, and conquering such a person would fill Sunde with a sense of accomplishment. Wei Ming casually sent him a photograph. Upon seeing it, Sunde could hardly believe his eyes. How could you still have the appetite for barbecue, without air conditioning? The room temperature there must be at least 50 degrees Celsius, and with a stove on top of that. Are you out of your minds? However, narrowing his eyes, he realized that Wei Ming was still able to feast on barbecue, indicating that the supplies in his possession were indeed substantial. Let's see how long you can keep up that bravado, he remarked coolly, choosing not to elaborate further. Wei Ming tossed his phone aside, resolved to take action tonight and eliminate 2LEI. It couldn't always be you launching attacks, although I've been passing the time with you, it doesn't mean I must endure and submit like a subordinate. I am the one playing you, not the other way around. Next door, Yu Chutong watched for a while before trudging back into her room. She could no longer bear to watch. The longer she did, the more she felt compelled to concede to Wei Ming. Meanwhile, Wei Ming continued to indulge in the barbecue. Although he had consumed an excessive amount of nutrients today, a bit of exercise later would surely burn it all off. They finished their dinner by 8 o'clock, during which the 5 women showcased their talents, some singing and others dancing. Wei Ming had a particular fondness for Song Qingyun. This woman was nearly perfect and the only one who still yearned for light and possessed a sense of justice, yet she was not an idealist, never urging Wei Ming to rescue anyone or refrain from violence. How could he not favor a woman who embodied both kindness and pragmatism? Wei Ming took a brief nap in the dead of night. He quietly rose, descending to the first floor. He utilized his ability to teleport into the adjacent villa number 18. If Yu Chutong happened to be in the living room, she would undoubtedly be terrified. You must be a ghost. He then teleported to villa number 8 before entering the garage. Glancing around, he noted that there were a full 12 individuals guarding the entrance to the basement of villa number 28. He chuckled softly. You may continue. Wei Ming stealthily approached the entrance of the basement of building 3, swaggering inside before heading straight for the 14th floor. TSK, old two's choice of floor is rather unfortunate. Isn't the 14th floor synonymous with death? Consider it a favor. Room 1402. Wei Ming smiled faintly. He had checked the name Lei used in the homeowners group, 3-1402 Old Tuesday. Teleporting once more, he entered the room. There it was. In the master bedroom, the sound of snoring was thunderous, and the other rooms were empty. After confirming it was safe, Wei Ming pushed open the master bedroom door and turned on the light. On the bed lay 2 figures, one male and one female. The male was undoubtedly Lei, but the woman was not his wife. She was a divorced woman from building 3 whom Lei had half persuaded, half threatened into moving in after the disaster. Consequently, her status had risen with Lei's ascendance in building 3, and she had now willingly accepted her position. As the room was suddenly illuminated, the woman jolted awake. There was an extra person in the room. How did he get in? She hurriedly tried to rouse Lei, but he was the sort who could sleep through a thunderstorm. No matter how much she shook or prodded him, he continued to snore, causing her to break into a cold sweat from anxiety. Wei Ming chuckled. I'm here. He produced a fruit knife, sending the woman scurrying beneath the bed in terror, trembling as she stammered, Brother, please don't hurt me. If you want something, I can give it to you. Absolutely not. Wei Ming wore an expression of disdain. Wouldn't my energy be better spent on Song Qingyun and the others? With your looks, only old two would be unfazed. Wei Ming approached and plunged the knife into Lei's arm. What the hell? Lei yelped in pain, finally awakening. Wei Ming. Seeing Wei Ming, his immediate reaction was disbelief. How could Wei Ming possibly be here if this weren't a dream? Yet, the searing pain in his arm and the blood streaming down confirmed the grim reality. How did you get here? Lei stammered, flustered. Wei Ming held the knife, rendering Lei defenseless and even more vulnerable than usual. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Didn't we agree I would take your life? Did you think I was someone who didn't keep his word? As Lei subtly signaled to the woman, he attempted to stall for time, feigning calmness. You're quite impressive. With 12 guards in the garage, you still managed to arrive here. And what of those men? Did you kill them? At that moment, the woman stealthily opened a drawer and reached for a sharp knife. I advise you to be prudent, Wei Ming directed towards her. The woman hesitated, gripping the knife tightly. Throw it over here. Lei urged, biting her lip. She steeled herself and flung the knife at Lei. He caught it, disregarding his precarious situation, and brandished it with confidence, declaring, You showing out this perfect. I'll kill you, and all the supplies will be mine. With that, he charged at Wei Ming. However, before he could reach him, he vanished into thin air. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Wei Ming smiled slightly as he approached her. Naturally, she was terrified, letting out a scream and fleeing, but she too vanished into thin air after just a single step. Alright, that's a wrap. Wei Ming retraced his steps, employing the same method without alarming anyone. He returned home, took a shower, and then peacefully fell asleep. That night, he slept soundly, awakening just past 7 o'clock. Song Qingyun and the others had already risen. As Wei Ming had opened the doors to each floor in advance, they were busy in the kitchen, and when Wei Ming finished his morning routine and made his way to the dining area, breakfast was perfectly prepared. While they enjoyed a harmonious breakfast, a storm brewed for Sunde and the others. Lei had vanished. Chapter 75 Is arson forcing Wei Ming to show himself? Yu Chutong is in despair. Alongside Lei, his mistress has also vanished, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. It seems implausible that Lei would simply run away, especially given the ghastly weather. Where could he possibly go? Could it be that Wei Ming is behind this? After all, just 2 days prior, he had made threats to eliminate Lei. Yet, the dilemma lies in the fact that Wei Ming has not left the villa, and the 12 individuals present adamantly assert that he never made an appearance. Is it conceivable that he exited through the front door? While the acid rain is indeed terrifying, a short distance could be traversed with a raincoat for effective protection. However, Tu Lei is not foolish. If Wei Ming had come to his residence, would he have cheerfully opened the door to him? Moreover, upon examining the entrance to Tu Lei's home, there is not a single sign of violent damage. Therefore, unless Wei Ming possesses a key to Tu Lei's abode, it must have been Tu Lei himself who opened the door. Both scenarios seem highly improbable. Thus, the situation grows increasingly bizarre. If Wei Ming is not the culprit, what could have led to Tu Lei's disappearance? Could it be that Tu Lei's subordinates are involved? Sun Dai proposed a new line of thought. That is indeed a possibility. The group nodded in agreement. Who would willingly submit to being ruled, especially in a society like ours, where being ruthless could allow one to rise to power and act without restraint? Thus, the notion of assassinating one's own leader to ascend is not beyond the realm of possibility. In this case, the mystery surrounding the incident dissipates. If Tu Lei's subordinates had knocked on the door, would he have opened it without a second thought? Yet, a new question arises. There are no signs of struggle within Tu Lei's home. Given Tu Lei's ferocity, how could he have been taken down without resistance? Could there have been someone with a gun? Zhao Jihu speculated. If Tu Lei had been coerced at gunpoint, would he dare to resist? That would certainly account for the absence of any evidence of a struggle. The group deliberated tirelessly but arrived at no conclusive answer. Let us set aside our concerns regarding Tu Lei for the moment. Sun Dai frowned. It has been 2 days, yet Wei Ming remains unyielding. My subordinates are losing their patience. Moreover, added Feng Lily, the leader of the 5th floor, we have taken in numerous individuals in our building, leading to incessant conflicts. If we do not restore power and allow people to return, an internal uprising is imminent. Chen Yulon, the leader of the 6th floor, chimed in. The situation is growing increasingly dire. Let us face a stark reality. The water supply has ceased, yet we still require basic necessities. How foul must our homes be without water to flush toilets? I propose that, in addition to swiftly apprehending Wei Ming, we must also devise a solution for our sanitation issues. Otherwise, the group nodded in agreement. The sanitation problem is manageable. At worst, we can collect the acid rain. While it may be undrinkable, it certainly suffices for flushing toilets. In truth, they were reluctant to employ such a tactic. After all, igniting a fire within their own community could result in uncontrollable flames. Where could they possibly seek refuge? Sunlight can indeed be lethal. Yet, considering that Wei Ming has withstood this for 2 days, they felt compelled to unleash their ultimate weapon. With determination, they sprang into action. They proceeded to the garage, gathering gasoline, and dousing the walls of Villa number 28. Wei Ming, this is your final opportunity. Surrender immediately, or we will set fire to the place, Sun Dai declared coldly. Wei Ming paid no heed to the threat. He was engrossed in studying Song Qingyun's exquisite form and remarked with a smile, I have thoroughly examined you. Astonishingly, you possess not a single mole. Song Qingyun languidly reclined on the bed, utterly spent and unable to even lift her eyelids, yet she inquired, are you not the least bit concerned? Ha! Your man is quite formidable. Did you not just experience this firsthand? Wei Ming teased, nibbling at her ear, unable to contain her laughter from the ticklish sensation. Song Qingyun's body quivered with delight, captivating Wei Ming's attention. Why are you always so irreverent? She chided. Wei Ming burst into laughter. Fear not, simply wait and see. Outside, witnessing Wei Ming's indifference, Sun Dai and the others scoffed, ignite it. A lit cigarette was hurled toward the wall, and as sparks danced, the entire surface caught fire in a blaze. However, the wall was composed of a special alloy, not only resilient but also resistant to high temperatures. The mere flames from the burning gasoline were insufficient to melt or deform the metal. Instead, the heat merely accelerated the melting of the ice within. Beyond that, it had no other effect. When Wei Ming initially established the safe house, he had already considered the threat of fire. It was only through Xiaobing's assistance that modifications were made, placing the ice cave within the walls, which proved to be more effective and aesthetically pleasing. As the flames roared, the ice quickly melted and flowed into the basement, causing the indoor temperature to rise. However, before Song Qingyun and the others could express their concern, Wei Ming utilized the spatial portal to replenish the ice, stabilizing the temperature within the villa. It remained at a comfortable 28 degrees, even dropping by a degree. Ah, perhaps I added too much ice. No matter. Song Qingyun and her companions gazed at Wei Ming in astonishment, while others set fire to their villa. How is it that the temperature inside was not only stable but actually decreasing? How did you achieve this? Indeed, do enlighten us. The 5 women were filled with curiosity. Wei Ming merely smiled. A sage possesses his own ingenious methods. Lin Wanqiu nestled into his embrace, adopting a seductive tone. Satisfy my curiosity, and I shall grant you free rein. The positions you have long desired can be unlocked for you. Even Song Qingyun, her curiosity piqued, declared that should Wei Ming reveal his secret, she would don any attire and engage in cosplay with him. Just then, as Wei Ming prepared to respond, he received a video call from Yu Chutong. This woman is willing to use video? Is she not concerned about draining her battery? Wei Ming answered the call. Yu Chutong immediately shouted in a feeble voice, I am on the brink of death because of you. Wei Ming, remember, you owe me a life. What trouble had she stirred? Yet, her home was also plunged into darkness, the crucial factor being that Sun Dai and the others were setting fire to Villa number 28, and since her villa was adjacent, even if it was not directly ignited, the rising temperature was undeniable. How hot was it inside during the day? Even with the curtains drawn, it soared above 50 degrees, and with the added heat, it could easily exceed 60 degrees. I refuse to perish this way. Yu Chutong began to weep, but her tears evaporated almost immediately, unable to fall. I despise you. I loathe you. Wei Ming chuckled. Are you willing to come over now? To die alongside you? Yu Chutong scoffed. No thanks. She abruptly halted, for she beheld Wei Ming's unruffled demeanor. There was not a hint of distress about him. How is this possible? She shrieked. I am not the main character, yet I am on the verge of being scorched. Shouldn't the temperature be even higher where you are? Wei Ming smiled broadly. Did I not mention that I possess an abundance of ice? Chapter 76. Yu Chutong's refuge. Yu Chutong could scarcely believe her eyes. Even with ice on hand, should it not have melted by now in the absence of electricity? Yet, Wei Ming and the 5 women, including Song Qingyun, remained utterly unperturbed, appearing not the least bit like individuals on the verge of being roasted alive. In fact, Wei Ming even showed her the thermometer, a mere 28 degrees. Goodness, only 28 degrees. Sister 6, if you don't surrender, do you truly wish to become a roasted pig? Lu Qing teased. Yu Chutong could only manage a wry smile, regretting her earlier bravado. It had once been a simple matter to reach Wei Ming's abode, just a few steps through the underground garage, but what of now? Could she still traverse the garage? Certainly not, with a throng of people stationed there, not to mention the roaring inferno. Charging through would be akin to courting death, thus, she had no choice but to venture above ground. However, the sun was merciless, radiating lethal rays. She had to ensure absolute protection, allowing no beam of light to touch her skin, otherwise, the excruciating pain would overwhelm her, leading to further exposure and, ultimately, a slow death by sunburn. Moreover, the heat, with no alternative, Yu Chutong donned layers of clothing, almost fainting from the oppressive warmth, yet, the conviction to survive propelled her forward, prompting her to open the door to her home, unfurl an umbrella, and hasten towards Wei Ming's villa. In such sweltering heat, dressed so heavily and compelled to run, she was soon drenched in sweat, which only exacerbated her discomfort. Nevertheless, the villa drew nearer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The door swung open, and she dashed inside, the umbrella knocked aside and left behind, only to collapse from heat exhaustion. Wei Ming caught her in a swift embrace, hastily stripping away her clothes. It was no lecherous intent, rather, he feared for Yu Chutong's life under the sweltering heat. Once she was down to her undergarments, he paused only to fetch pure water, offering it to her in small sips. The cool liquid slid down her throat, reviving her, and she eagerly drank with fervor. In a playful twist, Wei Ming mischievously moved the bottle away, taking a large swig himself, cheeks bulging, yet refusing to swallow. Yu Chutong, perceptive as ever, grasped his intention, having mustered the courage to approach him, and finding the few sips of water insufficient to quench her thirst, she leaned in to kiss him, greedily drawing the water from his mouth. Each sip he took was met with her continued kisses, until they had consumed 2 bottles, and only then did she begin to regain her composure. Sister 6. Sister 6, how delightful. Hee, little 6. The 4 women teased, while only Song Qingyun, with a kind heart, refrained from joining in, yet offered no rebuke to her companions. Yu Chutong could only endure the blushing embarrassment, for she had previously been so haughty, deriding Song Qingyun and the others, and now she found herself in this position, having to submit. The greater her past arrogance, the more pronounced her humiliation now felt. Wei Ming chuckled heartily, giving Yu Chutong a pat on the back. Go take a shower first, we must thank those waiting outside. The water is warm and ready for use. Ah? Yu Chutong stared at Wei Ming, bewildered. You actually used precious clean water for a shower? She was on the brink of dying from thirst. Wei Ming shrugged. If you don't wash, I might just complain about your odor. No matter how enchanting a woman, if she went 7 or 8 days without bathing, would she not still emit an unpleasant scent? Yu Chutong's reluctance to waste water stemmed from survival instincts, yet Wei Ming's demeanor suggested an abundance of clean water at his disposal. Eventually, she found herself swayed. As someone who cherished beauty, how could she bear to remain filthy and odorous? But in comparison, survival was paramount. She descended to the basement, where the melted water had pooled, and with swift motions, she shed her garments and stepped into the bathtub, the faucet running continuously, filling the basin with pristine water. The moment she entered, tears of joy streamed down her face. She had thought she would never bathe again in her lifetime. To her surprise, Yu Chutong had expected Wei Ming, the notorious lecher, to seize the opportunity to intrude upon her privacy, leaving her powerless to resist. Yet, remarkably, he did not enter. After more than half an hour, she reluctantly emerged from the water. Drain the water, Wei Ming's voice called out leisurely. Why Yu Chutong could hardly believe her ears. This water is merely dirty. It contains no poison. With a bit of filtration, it could be consumed. Alternatively, it could be used for laundry or even to flush the toilet. Just drain it as I asked, Wei Ming replied with a smile. We are not lacking in water here. Yu Chutong paused, then reluctantly pulled the plug from the bathtub. As the water gushed out, she felt a pang of regret. Suddenly, she halted, exclaiming, Can you see me? Of course, Wei Ming laughed. This is my home, after all. I must keep an eye on you. What if you decide to steal something? No, you are merely spying on me while I bathe. Yu Chutong wanted to express her anger but ultimately conceded, recognizing that her pride had been stripped away. She was now entirely at Wei Ming's mercy. In this post-apocalyptic world, to find such a habitable space was a rarity, and having witnessed the wealth of resources Wei Ming possessed, how could she possibly wish to leave? Once one has tasted comfort, no amount of coercion could persuade her to depart. To remain here, she would pay any price. Her pride had been thoroughly eroded by the days of apocalypse, especially after the villa had been engulfed in flames. She genuinely believed her fate would be to become a mere corpse. In light of this, her former nobility, dignity, and principles had been utterly shattered. Don't put that on, it stinks, Wei Ming said, halting Yu Chutong's attempt to don her previous dress. Although it was a limited edition Chanel piece, once worth a fortune, now it was simply a soiled garment. What am I to wear then? Yu Chutong retorted, feeling a tinge of humiliation. Am I to be left unclothed? Yes, I may have looked down upon you all, but must you humiliate me so? Wei Ming chuckled. Provide me with your height, weight, and measurements, and I shall prepare something for you. Did you not see everything already? Yu Chutong gritted her teeth, aware that he was being deliberately provocative. Yet, seeing that Wei Ming ignored her, she relented, stating, I am 172 centimeters tall, weigh 49 kilograms, and my measurements are 34D, 22, 33. TSK, just as I estimated, Wei Ming whistled, acknowledging her devilish figure. A waist of only 22 inches, comparable to Song Qingyun's, yet while Song Qingyun stood at 170 centimeters, Yu Chutong had the advantage of an additional 2 centimeters in height. He retrieved clothing of the appropriate size from another realm and proceeded to the basement, hanging the garments on a rack. While Yu Chutong covered her vital areas with her hands, and when she noticed that Wei Ming showed no intention of leaving, she inquired, Are you going to watch me? Indeed. Wei Ming nodded, unabashedly straightforward. Chapter 77 The Lady's Curiosity. The women were filled with curiosity. Just how much stock did Wei Ming possess? Could Yu Chutong truly refuse? If she could refuse, what was she even doing here? As a formidable female CEO, she exuded a remarkable resolve. Since resistance was futile, it was best to comply. Much like at a banquet, when a subordinate offered her a toast, she could choose to decline if she wished, but when a major client raised a glass, unless she wanted to forego the deal, she had no choice but to drink. The situation was no different now. This transaction involved her very life, leaving her with no option to abstain. Moreover, had Wei Ming not just witnessed everything, in fact, he could effortlessly claim her for himself. Thus, she hastily donned her attire, only to realize something amiss. It was exceedingly difficult to wear. Why? Because it was definitely a size too small. Yet, what choice did she have? After considerable effort, she finally managed to put it on, but upon glancing down, her face flushed with embarrassment. The garment was far too tight, creating an exaggerated effect. Didn't you ask me for my size? Yu Chutong retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Indeed, Wei Ming replied with a smile, how else could I have accurately prepared an outfit one size smaller for you? It was evident that he had done this on purpose. Yu Chutong felt a surge of indignation, but she managed to put on the undergarments and quickly slipped into the skirt. Seeking a semblance of comfort, however, once clad, she could not help but grimace. The dress resembled something a stepmother would wear. How excessive! She was accustomed to the high and aloof demeanor of a powerful woman, and yet here she was in a dress reminiscent of a wicked stepmother. Looks stunning. Wei Ming applauded, genuinely impressed. Nevertheless, with Yu Chutong's beauty and figure scoring above 90%, she would look good in anything. Yet, this particular dress, well, it certainly catered to Wei Ming's peculiar curiosity. Let us eat. The two descended to the first floor. So soon? Lin Wanqiu was taken aback. Darling, have you been burning the midnight oil and jeopardizing your health? Wei Ming was momentarily stunned before chuckling and playfully swatting her rear. You little vixen, I merely delivered her some clothing. Nothing else transpired, all right? Oh. The five women, including Song Qingyun, feigned understanding but wore unmistakable expressions of disbelief. How ridiculous they were. Although it was true that he was fond of beautiful women and had long harbored intentions toward Yu Chutong, he still held principles. If he were truly that desperate, he could have simply teleported over and taken her by force. Did he think she could resist? Now, although Yu Chutong had willingly come to him, she had been starved and parched for days, her lips cracked and bearing dark circles under her eyes. How could he bring himself to act? He ought to nurture her first. After all, the finest delicacies must be savored slowly. Of course, this was predicated on the fact that he had already indulged in exquisite pleasures. When he had brought Song Qingyun back, he had not restrained himself in the slightest. Ugh, let us not dwell on that. In any case, he had experienced the finer things in life, so he could approach good food with composure. Naturally, the five women would not dare to mock Wei Ming. They exchanged a few teasing remarks before busily heading to the kitchen. As Yu Chutong was new to the environment, she endeavored to contribute, but was swiftly sent away. They think I'm more of a hindrance than a help, Yu Chutong lamented, visibly hurt. Coming from a wealthy family, she had never set foot in a kitchen. Even the simplest task, like chopping vegetables, might result in her injuring herself. Her presence would only cause chaos. Wei Ming smiled slightly. You'll have to settle for pre-prepared meals. However, everyone has their role. Since you can't assist in the kitchen, why not serve me instead? How shall I serve you? Yu Chutong adjusted her demeanor. Typically, such remarks would prompt her to deliver a slap. Can you knead my shoulders and massage my legs? Wei Ming inquired. I can. Yu Chutong quickly agreed, moving to tend to him. Over an hour later, Song Qingyun and the others emerged, presenting a myriad of dishes. Outside, the heat was oppressive, even scorching, yet inside, a refreshing chill prevailed. It was as if they had entered two different worlds. Wei Ming, how long can we endure this? Song Qingyun asked earnestly after a few bites. Indeed, the villa is limited in size. Even if you can hoard supplies, they will eventually run out, especially with more people at home, Lin Wanqiu added. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Changya all regarded Wei Ming with anxious glances. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. In terms of beauty, they could not rival the likes of Song Qingyun, and having been married before, they deemed themselves second-hand goods, incapable of competing with the original. They were not foolish. Why had Wei Ming chosen them? Was there not an element of revenge in his selection? Thus, they felt particularly insecure. If they truly faced a shortage of food or clean water, would they be cast aside? They would rather perish. Yu Chutong, upon her arrival, was purely driven by curiosity. How could Wei Ming possess such an abundance of resources, setting aside other considerations? Merely the ice was perplexing. After 2 days without power, how could any ice remain? In truth, the 5 women had long harbored similar doubts but had kept them bottled up. However, with the onset of the power outage and Wei Ming's ability to produce copious amounts of ice, their curiosity reached a breaking point. It was unbearable not to inquire. Wei Ming merely smiled. As long as I am here, you need not worry about food or water. He would not divulge the answer just yet. When would he reveal his secrets? After the internet was cut off, Wei Ming needed to ensure that his secrets could not be disseminated online. Thus, when society regressed to a primitive state, with communication relying solely on voice and transportation on foot, even if he disclosed his secrets, it would only be to a minuscule audience. Otherwise, if these women boasted of his possession of an alternate space filled with countless provisions, would it not attract unwanted attention? Let us not even mention the possibility of a missile strike. Could Wei Ming withstand that? Unless he could enter the alternate space at the moment of detonation and emerge a minute later, allowing the shockwave to pass, but would those launching the missile provide such courtesy? Even if they did, how fast would the missile travel? Would he have time to enter the alternate space? He could barely dodge bullets, let alone missiles. Thus, he would not allow anyone to learn his secret unless their demise was imminent. In this apocalyptic setting, where laws, morals, and order had vanished, why would Wei Ming act so ostentatiously, inviting scrutiny? Seeing that Wei Ming remained tight-lipped, the women were left with no recourse. Nonetheless, they had received his assurance. While uncertainty lingered, at least they felt a modicum of comfort. Let us eat. Wei Ming proclaimed with a smile. Chapter 78, A complete power outage. Neighbors in despair. After lunch, Wei Ming still did not rush to enjoy Yu Chutong. There was no urgency. In fact, he did not take advantage of Yu Chutong at all. Instead, he was engrossed in flirtation with Song Qingyun. Among the women, his fondness for Song Qingyun was the most profound, albeit merely a fondness. Love, he had long forgotten what love truly meant, only knowing how to act upon it. After all, having just transformed Song Qingyun into a woman, he felt a pang of tenderness for her. Lin Wanxiu's jealousy was palpable, yet they dared not show any hostility towards Song Qingyun. Instead, they quietly resolved to be more diligent in vying for Wei Ming's affections whenever they had the chance to be favored by him. Yu Chutong observed all this with a sigh. Wei Ming had them all firmly in his grasp. With a mere flick of his hand, the women found it impossible to unite against him. They could only vie for his favor should she also become one of them. She smiled wryly. Within Wei Ming's villa, spring flourished, yet those outside suffered immensely. Even in the underground garage, the temperatures soared above 45 degrees Celsius during the day, and now, due to the raging fire, the heat had escalated beyond 50 degrees. It was hardly different from being inside the house, and the acrid smell that lingered after the fire made one feel faint after prolonged exposure. The critical factor was that this situation had persisted for over a day and a night. Wei Ming had yet to surrender. Could he already be dead? Feng Lily remarked in the group chat of the leaders. Uncertain. Ask him. Wei Ming, are you dead? Before long, Wei Ming sent a photo of himself dining with the 6 women. The image depicted the 7 of them smiling at the camera, making peace signs as if participating in a corporate team-building event. What the hell? Upon seeing this photo, the group of leaders felt an urge to curse and then fell into despair. 2 days of power outage, a day of fire, yet Wei Ming appeared so leisurely, surrounded by abundant food and drink. Each person had either cola or plain water at their side, and the photo was crystal clear, showing ice cubes floating in both beverages. You've been without power for 2 days and endured a day of fire, yet you still have ice cubes. The leaders were incredulous. Could it be that he has a generator? Sun Dai furrowed his brow. That seems likely. Otherwise, how could he produce ice? Chen Yulong concurred. What should we do? Are we to exhaust ourselves waiting for him to deplete the generator's energy? The group frowned in unison. What to do? Let it go. We can't keep wasting our efforts on him. Zhao Jihu was the first to speak up. We should focus on gathering supplies. Entangling ourselves with Wei Ming is merely internal strife. Sun Dai displayed his displeasure. After 2 days of fruitless efforts against him, you want to give up just like that? Boss Sun, we Haven Tea managed to subdue Wei Ming in 2 days. I don't know how things are on your end, but my subordinates are on the verge of revolt. Qin Shang, the leader of Building 7, said, his face betraying clear anxiety. Not just him, others felt the same. How did they become leaders? Typically, they either had considerable prestige from being former building heads or were formidable fighters. Like Tu Lei, the threat posed by Zhang Shi forced the homeowners in each building to unite, necessitating a leader, hence their selection. Such leaders are inherently unstable. When things go smoothly, it's fine, but upon encountering setbacks, loyalty wanes, and thoughts of replacement arise. They didn't want to be ousted, as power is intoxicating, even in the apocalypse. Sun Dai snorted. Do you all wish to give up? Most remained silent, but silence often speaks volumes. Fine, you all can give up, but I will not. Sun Dai said coldly. However, let me make this clear. If I obtain Wei Ming's supplies, none of you shall share in them. The leaders merely chuckled. Sun Dai scoffed and tossed his phone aside. He was determined to conquer Wei Ming. What he needed to do was straightforward. Continue the fire and send a few people to monitor the underground garage. Zhao Jihu and the others messaged Wei Ming. Their words varied, but the essence remained the same. They would no longer target him, advocating for a peaceful coexistence. Why the show of weakness? Previously, several had conspired against Wei Ming, and none had met with a favorable end. The most telling example was Zhang Shi. Reflecting on it, Zhang Shi had been outmaneuvered by Wei Ming himself. Thus, having resolved not to engage Wei Ming any longer, they naturally sought to diffuse his animosity. Wei Ming glanced at their messages and couldn't help but chuckle. When you sought to deal with me, you acted ruthlessly. Now that you cannot eliminate me, you expect a smile and a truce. Your audacity is astonishing. Wei Ming did not issue threats. From the moment these people banded together against him, he had already signed their death warrants. His intent was to play a long game, and with the internet still operational, he feared that any displays of violence might be recorded and shared online, especially when utilizing his abilities such as spatial movement. Moreover, why provoke a missile strike? In comparison to his life, everything else seemed trivial. Having experienced death once, Wei Ming cherished life all the more. Thus, these individuals could be dealt with gradually. There was no need to rush. However, it is evident that some have not yet given up. Let us start with this fellow. Wei Ming sneered. As night fell, Wei Ming activated the generator, illuminating the villa brilliantly. He was unperturbed by energy consumption. After 4 months of extensive zero-cost shopping abroad, the supplies he had amassed were unimaginable. Zhao and others in the high-rise naturally noticed the glow, exclaiming, "Oh! Indeed, Wei Ming had a generator." No wonder he could produce ice, yet what puzzled them was that although they also had power, why couldn't they manufacture ice in bulk like Wei Ming to cool their homes? Smash! At that moment, the lights in the entire community suddenly went out. Damn it, who pulled the switch in the substation? This was everyone's initial reaction. However, those living on higher floors merely needed to glance at the balcony to notice that the entire city was engulfed in darkness, with only the moonlight shining down from the sky. A wave of despair washed over everyone's hearts. The power was out not just in one household or one building, but the entire city. It was catastrophic. In such sweltering heat, how could one survive without power? Yet, amidst this blanket of darkness, Wei Ming's villa remained a beacon of light. In an instant, everyone felt a surge of determination. They aimed to enter Wei Ming's villa. What did having electricity mean now? The air conditioning could operate, allowing them respite from the oppressive heat, and they could finally sleep soundly spontaneously, without anyone issuing commands. They all converged upon the garage. Meanwhile, Sun Dai's people attempted to continue dousing the flames with gasoline, but they were forcibly halted. These individuals, their eyes bloodshot, armed with hammers and crowbars, were intent on forcibly breaking into the villa. Chapter 79, unveiling a modicum of secrets. I possess a spatial warehouse. Faced with such a torrent, would the people of Sun Dai dare to intervene? Bang, 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 these individuals commenced their assault on the grand door, and what of its alloy steel? If the foolish old man could move mountains, surely they, a multitude, could not shatter a mere iron door? A thunderous clamor erupted, and the 7 of Wei Ming, engaged in their evening repast, were inevitably disturbed. They had previously paid no heed to the outside world and were unaware of the power outage. However, upon checking their phones, they discovered the absence of signal. With the electricity halted, the base station ceased to function, rendering their mobile devices mere relics unless equipped with satellite capabilities. As for the internet, undoubtedly severed and now, everyone's phones had become mere ornaments, serving only to capture photos or revisit previously stored videos. The power is out. Yu Chutong articulated with a parched expression. If electricity still flowed, it would signify the flickering ember of civilization yet ablaze, but with the cessation of power, human civilization dimmed alongside the extinguished lights. Tomorrow, the sun would rise anew. However, the regression of civilization was an inevitability. Let us not underestimate the significance of a single light. While it shines, the darkness within the hearts of the populace remains subdued, yet once that glimmer is extinguished, how chaotic might the world become? Who knows what unspeakable atrocities may transpire tonight, sending shivers down spines and shattering moral compasses. Within the confines of Qidong City, the allure of Wei Ming's villa, illuminated amidst the darkness, naturally attracted all manner of malevolence. Each resident of the community yearned to breach the villa, to seize this sanctuary that still boasted electricity, light, and a semblance of coolness. The expressions of Song Qingyun and her 5 companions were equally grim. If they had previously harbored a flicker of hope in the power of the state, believing that calamity would ultimately pass, this moment delivered a heavy blow, shattering all vestiges of their optimism. The apocalypse, indeed, it was an apocalypse, one that instilled despair and obscured any hint of light. Observing the 6 women trembling, Wei Ming could not help but chuckle. What are you afraid of? Am I not here? The 6 women glanced up at him, in the face of despair. To find someone so optimistic was indeed uplifting, albeit momentarily. As they had worried during the daylight, survival necessitated resources, yet the villa was hardly expansive. How much could one possibly store? This was an exceedingly pragmatic question. Wei Ming smiled, having previously contemplated revealing some secrets to the 6 women only after the network was interrupted. Yet here they were, the power had ceased, and with it, the network had vanished. Very well, let us soothe your hearts. Are you not curious about how many resources I possess? He inquired. The 6 women perked up slightly, though not significantly. Wei Ming continued with a smile. After the sudden disappearance of the polar icebergs, I do not know whether it was due to fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field or something else entirely, but I acquired a certain ability. Ability? The 6 women of Song Qingyun stared at him, incredulous. Were they in a science fiction film? No, this was not fiction, this was fantasy. Wei Ming nodded. I refer to it as spatial ability. With that, he pressed a button, and before him appeared a basket of bayberries. Instantly, the 6 women stood in unison, gazing at him and the basket with shock and disbelief, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Wei Ming continued, unperturbed, I have gained a spatial warehouse, quite expansive. After the disappearance of the polar icebergs, sensing a foreboding of impending calamity, I began to renovate the villa, creating a safe haven, while simultaneously stockpiling resources. Luching suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "You previously mentioned zero-cost shopping at Depletion, were you not jesting?" Wei Ming smiled faintly. "Indeed, I journeyed northward from a country, continuously engaging in zero-cost shopping, gathering resources. I cannot assert that I have amassed a surplus, but surely hundreds of billions are within reach." Initially taken aback, the 6 women of Song Qingyun gradually revealed expressions of joy, culminating in a collective cheer. Lin Wanxiu's enthusiasm propelled her into his embrace, kissing him fervently, overwhelmed with emotion. "Wei Ming, take possession of me," she purred seductively. "At this moment, I desire nothing more than for you to claim me." While his understanding of her excitement was palpable, the sudden urgency for intimacy was unexpected. Nonetheless, it was not entirely unwelcome. Eventually, after 10 o'clock, the 7 of Wei Ming resumed their seats at the dining table, continuing their meal. What of the cold dishes? With a sweeping gesture, Wei Ming stored the remnants in the spatial realm and summoned a fresh array of dishes, procured from a restaurant. Although Song Qingyun and her companions had heard of his abilities, witnessing it firsthand left them in awe, truly miraculous. "Fortuitously, you possess a sense of crisis, otherwise, even with such a warehouse, without preparation, it would be utterly futile," Yu Chutong remarked thoughtfully. Now, she felt no regret about her decision to join him. Perhaps the continuation of human civilization will rest upon our shoulders," Lin Wanxiu mused with a hint of aspiration. The others chuckled. Was it merely the 7 of them, 1 man and 6 women, even if they were to procreate incessantly? What of the next generation? Incestuous unions, preposterous. To genuinely sustain humanity as a species, their numbers were insufficient. Wei Ming, however, shook his head. "Fear not, humanity is remarkably resilient. How could it be extinguished by such trivial disasters? I firmly believe that the state possesses large-scale shelters. Well before the polar icebergs melted, esteemed scientists had already taken residence. Given our nation's grain reserves, sustaining a small portion of the populace for several centuries is not an insurmountable challenge." His concern lay in whether, after the collapse of social order, these shelters might devolve into private kingdoms for those with ambition. Never mind such thoughts, he need only safeguard his own territory. Why had he remained so low profile? It was merely to avoid drawing attention not from the residents of the community, but from potential large-scale shelters. He was convinced that if such shelters existed, they would undoubtedly be equipped with comprehensive facilities, including law enforcement and even military presence. Should there be a military, the presence of fighter jets and missiles was plausible. Furthermore, after a period of exploration, scientists might devise specialized tires to withstand the harsh daytime temperatures. At that juncture, the power of the shelters could extend beyond their confines. Thinking too far ahead, Wei Ming chuckled. He did not wish to provoke such forces, yet that did not imply he was truly fearful. Should he provoke them, unleashing his full might could indeed obliterate a shelter, but that would undoubtedly place him in peril as well. Thus, Wei Ming wished to keep his secrets closely guarded, maintaining a delicate balance of coexistence. Outside, chaos continued to ensue. A growing impatient, Wei Ming recognized that while the ruckus outside rendered a breach improbable, the incessant noise was indeed bothersome. He decisively activated the electric grid. ZZZ. Chapter 80. Everyone wishes to enter Wei Ming's villa. The individuals who were attempting to break through the wall cried out in agony, trembling uncontrollably, with some even losing control of their bladders. "There's electricity. There's electricity." The others were puzzled. Isn't electricity a common occurrence? Without it, they wouldn't have ventured here. However, they soon grasped the reality of the electricity referred not to the villa itself, but to the electric shock emanating from the front gate. A mere touch would send one's soul soaring. What to do? Who would dare continue hammering at the door? To breach the entrance, one would require metal, a substance sufficiently sturdy, yet metal is conductive. What could be done? Nothing at all. As the crowd realized that forceful entry was futile, many began to plead. "Wei Ming, it's too hot outside, let me in, just for a moment. I haven't had a drop of water in over a day. Could you spare me some?" Such requests were straightforward. "Wei Ming, if you let me stay inside, I'll become your loyal servant, I'll do your bidding. From this day forth, I recognize you as my leader. I would even kill for you." This kind of desperation was predominantly expressed by men, the more hardened ones among them. Of course, there were women too, who, aware of their own allure, resorted to seduction. "Wei Ming, let me in. I wish to be your woman. Choose me, I am far more beautiful." Zhao Cixi, the daughter of Aunt Chang, once brimming with confidence, now devoid of any pride, directed flattering words toward the surveillance camera, believing herself to have a selection of 30 million men at her disposal. Yet, they all misjudged the situation. The surveillance cameras had been rendered inoperative by the raging fire, leaving Wei Ming oblivious to their pleas and antics. Thus, this farcical scene persisted until midnight, with the crowd feeling weary, hungry, and exhausted. What to do? Return home to sleep, of course. Meanwhile, individuals like Zhao Jihu and others from his building ventured out to scavenge for supplies. In these times, relying on others is far less reliable than self-sufficiency. One must be self-reliant to survive. Even if one is a beauty, relying solely on one's looks for sustenance is impractical, as not every man is a Wei Ming, and where would all the resources come from? As the night passed, the 11th day of the apocalypse dawned. Thanks to the disappearance of the polar ice caps, most households had stockpiled food, but few had stored water. Thus, for the residents of Qidong City, the greatest dilemma was not the lack of food, but the scarcity of drinkable water. What to do? When pushed to the brink, people can devise all manner of solutions. Some had begun collecting acid rain for distillation. Though it might cause stomach aches, it could alleviate their immediate thirst. Zhao Jihu and his group returned after a night of scavenging, bearing even graver news. Nearby convenience stores and small supermarkets had been completely looted. To acquire more supplies, they would need to venture farther to larger supermarkets. The question was how to go. During the day, in such extreme heat, venturing out in protective gear was impractical. One could succumb to heat stroke or dehydration long before facing radiation, and at night, the temperature might drop slightly, but the journey was perilously long, and acid rain could easily penetrate raincoats, posing a lethal threat. Thus, transportation was essential. Even at night, they unanimously resolved that, regardless of the risk of a flat tire, they would attempt to drive tonight. Otherwise, they would merely be waiting for death. To Wei Ming's astonishment, another group had come to set fire to the place. 4 individuals, masked and carrying bottles filled with freshly collected gasoline, approached. Although Wei Ming was unafraid of fire, it was unreasonable to refrain from retaliating indefinitely. He opened the basement door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Wei Ming emerge, the 4 were momentarily taken aback. Wei Ming. Kill him. Seize his villa. Charge. Ha ha. After their brief surprise, they surged forward joyfully. Bang, 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 bang. Yet, before Wei Ming, they were quickly defeated, sprawled on the ground, groaning. First, Wei Ming's physique was extraordinarily formidable, a pinnacle of human strength. Second, these 4 were weak from hunger and sleeplessness, their stamina severely diminished. Thus, even 4 of them were no match for him and were swiftly incapacitated. Wei Ming wore a cruel smile as he doused the 4 with gasoline. Who sent you? He asked, brandishing a lighter. Sun Dai, they quavered, kneeling in unison. Wei Ming, please spare us. We were merely following orders. I promise, from this moment forth, I will sever ties with Sun Dai and no longer heed his commands. Yes, I promise too. Wei Ming chuckled derisively. Just moments ago, you were so fierce, intent on killing me and seizing my villa. Now, what has caused your cowardice? I truly look down upon you. With that, he tossed the lighter aside. Run. The 4, gripped by terror, attempted to flee, but the lighter had already been thrown. Boom, gasoline is highly flammable. One by one, they ignited. Amid their screams, they flailed wildly, only to collapse to the ground shortly thereafter. Wei Ming felt no sympathy. Others had come to burn his home. Why should he extend compassion? Had he lost his mind? Sun Dai, is it? Wei Ming sneered. Tonight, he would eliminate Sun Dai. The basement had been engulfed in gasoline flames for over a day, and the stench was overwhelming. Thus, despite the cooler air, no one dared descend. Wei Ming did not linger outside. After resolving the disturbance, he returned to the villa, closed the door, activated the air purification system, and prepared ample oxygen, ensuring he had contingency plans for extreme situations. Outside, the heat was oppressive, permeated with acrid odors, yet within the villa, it felt like early summer, with a pleasant temperature perfect for a short-sleeved shirt. Neither cold nor hot. Wei Ming's target for the day was Yu Chutong. After a night of recuperation, Yu Chutong had nearly regained her youthful radiance and was now brimming with vitality, ready for harvesting. Chapter 81. The community enters an era of darkness. Wei Ming suggested, savoring the moment slowly, but what was the outcome? There was no time for slowness. Truly a remarkable individual. As he gazed at the already slumbering Yu Chutong, he gently caressed her delicate back, yet she remained utterly unresponsive, clearly exhausted beyond measure. What could he do? His insatiable desires were too much for a novice like Yu Chutong to withstand. Were it not for this calamity, would he ever have had the fortune to possess such a treasure? Certainly not. Such an exquisite beauty was beyond his reach. I must express my gratitude for this disaster, otherwise, even someone like Zhuo Qingqing could dangle me like a puppet, forcing me into the role of her devoted admirer. What a gem! Of course, it was not solely due to the disaster, but also because he possessed ample resources. Otherwise, how could beauties like Song Qingyun willingly stay by his side? Even now, if he were to urge them to leave, would they? At noon, Wei Ming and his family gathered for a meal. Since he had already revealed the secret of his spatial warehouse, he allowed them to order whatever they desired, whether it was international delicacies or local specialties, he had it all. And as for fruits, the variety and quantity were so abundant that they could feast for several lifetimes. The 6 women felt utterly at ease and developed an intense reliance on Wei Ming. He simply could not afford to encounter any mishap, otherwise, their fates would be sealed. With this understanding, the 6 women not only grew closer to Wei Ming but also sought to please him even more. Wei Ming was indifferent to whether their affections were genuine, he merely wished to indulge in the pleasures before him. If anyone were to be trusted, Wei Ming believed Song Qingyun would be at the forefront. After all, she hailed from a law enforcement background, and even amidst this apocalypse, she retained her goodness and yearned for light. As for Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, their selfishness had been fully revealed. Thus, Wei Ming's preference for Song Qingyun was an undeniable fact. Of course, it was merely a preference. If Song Qingyun were to request his assistance for others, let alone the fact that he would refuse, what if she was a gem? Out she would go. What is most feared in the apocalypse, a self-righteous saint. In the afternoon, the 7 of them sat on the balcony sipping tea. Although the sun emitted deadly rays, dealing with it was quite simple, merely drawing the curtains would suffice. Moreover, the sunlight streamed in from only one direction, so it was enough to close the curtains on that side. Suddenly, Wei Ming's peripheral vision seemed to catch something, prompting him to turn and quickly glance downward. Bang! A loud thud echoed from not far away. Song Qingyun and the others hastily stood to investigate, only to find a corpse lying grotesquely beneath building 14, its innards likely shattered, blood gushing forth. It was a woman, completely naked, her body marred by numerous wounds, clearly having endured severe torment. She had not yet succumbed to death, coughing up blood incessantly, yet, even under the relentless rays of the sun, she did not utter a cry of agony. Instead, her pupils dilated, and soon she lost her spark of life had she been unable to bear it and jumped to her demise, but Song Qingyun immediately dismissed the notion, stating, no one would take their own life in such a manner. They would surely put on clothing. Furthermore, even from this distance, one can see the marks all over her body. It must be, she sighed before continuing, she must have been violated and, taking advantage of the moment, jumped to her end. What she did not voice was that this woman had likely endured the violation of multiple assailants. Otherwise, it would be difficult for one individual to inflict such extensive injuries. Yu Chutong and the others were filled with sorrow. Although the community had descended into chaos, it had never been this outrageous. Yet, after the power outage yesterday, such malevolence had arisen in the darkness, humanity had been utterly extinguished, and primal instincts were fully unleashed beneath the veil of night. This is merely the beginning, Wei Ming remarked. As long as the apocalypse persisted, such scenes would continue to unfold. One must understand that in times of turmoil, the populace suffers greatly, let alone during the end of days. Without legal repercussions, evil and bestiality would not be restrained, they would only grow more ferocious, consuming all in their path. This was certainly not good news, although the 6 women had no worries about their sustenance. Witnessing the erosion of humanity in the apocalypse weighed heavily on their hearts. Suddenly, Wei Ming's phone emitted an alarm. He picked it up and saw that there were individuals at the entrance to the basement. He had installed new surveillance last night. There were 4 men in total. Wei Ming pondered for a moment before heading to the basement, activating the intercom, and inquiring, what brings you here? Wei Ming, why not step outside for a chat? One of the men replied, I am Sun Dai. So, you are the scoundrel. Wei Ming's heart turned cold as he retorted, no need for a chat, if you have something to say, spit it out. Sun Dai hit a brick wall, his expression darkening momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. You possess resources, and I have manpower. If we collaborate, we can seize the entire community for ourselves. You must have seen it, since the power outage yesterday, at least 100 people have perished in this community. This world has descended into complete chaos. You enjoy women, do you not? Coincidentally, I have a preference for men. There is no conflict between us. Join forces, and you may choose any beauty from the community. If you have the skill, you can even have 10 at once. As for me, I am only interested in strong men. Consider it. You're bent. I hadn't anticipated that. Wei Ming chuckled. Sun Dai, you truly are a ruthless character. While others have given up, you alone sent people to stir up trouble. What is the matter? Did the loss of your 4 subordinates frighten you into seeking cooperation with me? I reiterate, there are no eternal enemies, Sun Dai emphasized once more. Not interested, I am a man of petty grievances. Once you have been an enemy, you will forever be an enemy, Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. Sun Dai's expression darkened. Why go through this? It is indeed necessary. Wei Ming chuckled. Sun Dai shook his head. I had originally prepared a gift for you, but alas, with a snap of his fingers, a woman was pushed forward from the passageway, clad only in lingerie, her fair skin fully exposed. Though her face was etched with weariness and fear, her beauty was undeniable, nearly reaching the level of Lu Qing, albeit lacking an ample bosom. At most AB cup. Wei Ming could only rate her an 80. Here, this is the gift I prepared for you. Her husband has already been taken by me. Originally, we would cooperate, you could enjoy her while I entertained her husband. How delightful it would have been, what a pity. He ran his hand across the woman's neck, and with a swift motion, blood gushed forth. The woman hurriedly covered her neck, attempting to stem the flow of blood, but it was futile. Soon, she collapsed, convulsing for a moment before falling still. Even Sun Dai's subordinate shuddered at the sight, yet Sun Dai appeared unfazed, treating it as a trivial matter. He wiped the knife's blood on his subordinate's clothing, stowing it away before stating, unappreciative. Let us go. He departed first. Chapter 82 Sun Dai becomes an experimental subject. Sun Dai is a ruthless individual. If he is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly pose future threats. Wei Ming's lips curled into a cold smirk. This man will not see the sunrise tomorrow. He has spoken. Wei Ming has pronounced Sun Dai's death sentence, yet he pays him no mind. It is merely a matter of taking action. He engages in some games, finding solitary play rather dull. He invites Yu Chutong and 5 others to join him in a fighting game, effortlessly defeating the 5 women, except for Song Qingyun, against whom he finds himself utterly thwarted, winning not a single round. How is it that this woman is so formidable at gaming? As night descends, the last rays of twilight fade, and the temperature begins to drop gradually. Even at night, the heat lingers at a sweltering 40 degrees, posing a risk of heatstroke. With the power out, every household struggles to endure this tormenting existence. Wei Ming does not rush to find Sun Dai. Instead, he eats, sleeps, and plays until nearly midnight, then he acts. Even in the absence of electricity, he could boldly step out of his house unnoticed, yet he chooses to navigate through neighboring properties before finally entering the underground garage. Donning night vision goggles, the darkness presents no obstacle for him. With the elevators out of service, he must ascend the stairs. How many floors does Sun Dai reside on? Not too high, just the 8th floor. As Wei Ming climbs the stairs, he muses on how convenient it would be to see in the dark. Ah, he possesses spatial abilities. It seems reasonable that he should have a small skill for spatial detection, does it not? Wei Ming contemplates, but how does one utilize such a power? Within the alternate dimension, he is indeed a god, omniscient and omnipotent, but beyond that realm, the rules differ. Thus, how can he achieve this? Lost in thought, he reaches the 8th floor. Never mind, let us subdue Sun Dai first. Wei Ming swiftly enters Sun Dai's abode and finds him alone in the bedroom. Thankfully, he is by himself. Wei Ming breathes a sigh of relief. After all, this man has a preference for other men. Had he stumbled upon a scene of 2 men entwined, it would have sickened him for days. What a loss that would be. Approaching, Wei Ming delivers a punch to Sun Dai, rendering him unconscious. He did not intend to kill him so swiftly, for he requires Sun Dai for certain experiments. Off he goes. He replicates the process, as transporting a person is not beyond his capabilities. Given that a living being can remain in the alternate dimension for under 1 minute without perishing, Wei Ming tosses Sun Dai into that realm, releasing him every 50 seconds or so, thus effortlessly bringing him back to the villa. Confirmed. Exceeding 1 minute in the alternate dimension results in death, but this time does not accumulate. On the return journey, Sun Dai has spent a total of over 8 minutes in the alternate dimension, yet when he arrives back at the villa, he is still alive. Wei Ming descends to the ground floor, opens the villa's front door, ties a rope around Sun Dai's waist, and unceremoniously tosses him outside. Bang! The impact jolts Sun Dai awake, but before he can comprehend his situation, he utters a horrified scream. Acid rain has begun to fall upon him. Ah! Sun Dai cries out in agony, rolling on the ground. Wei Ming waits 3 seconds before pulling the rope to drag Sun Dai back inside. Unfortunately, in those fleeting moments, Sun Dai's eyes have been corroded, rendering him blind. Otherwise, it would be intriguing to know if he is cursing or begging for mercy. Wei Ming chuckles softly and returns Sun Dai to the alternate dimension. Heh, it is time for the divine to get to work. In an instant, Wei Ming completes his task, and with a thud, Sun Dai reappears, crashing to the floor. Wei Ming. Sun Dai gazes at him in disbelief, but immediately begins to check himself. How is it that he feels no pain? Surely, he must be dreaming. Just moments ago, he was being corroded by acid rain, even losing his sight, yet now, he feels perfectly fine, and his vision has returned. Wei Ming pays him no mind, instead kicking Sun Dai out the door. Sun Dai screams in excruciating pain. 5 seconds pass, time to bring him back. Wei Ming drags Sun Dai back once more, then swiftly throws him into the alternate dimension, releasing him almost instantly. Once again, Sun Dai emerges unscathed, but will Sun Dai still think he is dreaming this time? Was that previous, crippling pain merely an illusion? No, one does not dream of such discomfort. What have you done to me? Sun Dai asks incredulously, his voice trembling. Wei Ming ignores him, murmuring to himself, indeed, I can heal all injuries in the alternate dimension. At least the damage from acid rain can be repaired, but what about the rays from sunlight? Furthermore, is this healing permanent, or does it last only 24 hours? I shall investigate further tomorrow. Wei Ming yawns, closing the door and allowing a wave of heat to fill the room, raising the temperature on the ground floor by several degrees. He hoists Sun Dai down to the basement. Naturally, Sun Dai does not submit without resistance, but is his struggle of any consequence? Wei Ming's physical prowess is at the pinnacle of human capability. It would take at least 3 or 4 robust men to contend with him. How could a mere office worker, who only knows how to scheme, possibly compare? A schemer indeed. Is this fellow not more suited to the light? Wei Ming confines Sun Dai in an iron cage in the basement, granting him the same treatment as Wang Chang before him. Wei Ming! Sun Dai shouts desperately, but as the basement door slams shut, his voice fades into silence. The villa boasts excellent soundproofing. Wei Ming returns to his room, locks the door, and settles in for a restful sleep. Yet, before drifting off, myriad questions swirl in his mind. If the alternate dimension can truly heal injuries from acid rain or even sunlight, does that not grant him the freedom to roam at will? Should he sustain injuries, he could simply retreat into the alternate dimension, heal instantaneously, and emerge, repeating the process ad infinitum. However, such a scenario would be a form of torment. Yet, if he continuously exposed himself to acid rain and sunlight, could he develop immunity? If this were feasible, might he not endure such hardships? After all, possessing the ability is one thing. Lacking it is another. Let us first see whether Sun Dai lives or dies, Wei Ming resolves. Now, it is time to sleep. A night passes. On the 12th day of the apocalypse, as the sun rises, Wei Ming descends to the basement to retrieve Sun Dai, then opens the villa's front door, pushing Sun Dai outside. During this process, Sun Dai dares to threaten him. Wei Ming, I now know your secret. If you wish for me to keep quiet, half of this villa must belong to me. Chapter 83. Bounty on the leaders. Everyone eagerly participates. Has this fellow gone mad? It has only been a single night. How has it come to this? Wei Ming paid no heed to him and kicked him out the door with a swift motion. Sun Dai let out a wretched scream. As the villa was positioned on the front row, while someone might hear his cries, they could not see him at all. Wei Ming left Sun Dai to bask in the sunlight for a few seconds before retracting him and then casting him into a spatial realm for treatment, ultimately confining him to a cage in the basement. Well, let us see if he meets his demise tonight. As it stands, all of his injuries have been fully healed, and even the hidden afflictions within his body have been eradicated by Wei Yang, rendering him a completely normal individual. Coupled with the pleasant temperature within the villa, theoretically, Sun Dai should not perish in the short term. Therefore, should Sun Dai unexpectedly die, it would be attributed to the aftereffects of treatment. It is best that it does not come to that. Having exited the basement, Wei Ming opened the doors to the various floors, and before long, Song Qingyun and the others descended. Time for breakfast. Observing the circle of beautiful women seated around him, Wei Ming could not help but feel a sense of accomplishment. By noon, the 7 indulged in a hearty meal before turning to fruit. What a pity, it would be wonderful to have a swimming pool, Lin Wansu said wistfully as she ate. I was part of the swimming team in college. Wei Ming wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, how splendid it would be to have a swimming pool. 6 mermaids gliding through the water. What a picturesque scene that would be. Well, going out is feasible since he has a car, but lowering the temperature of a swimming facility, that insulation work would be exceedingly challenging. If insulation is not applied, simply tossing ice cubes into the pool, it is possible, but one must be vigilant about continuously releasing the ice, otherwise, the temperature would swiftly rise to 60 degrees Celsius. He chuckled, recalling how a shower at 60 degrees could scald one's skin. The ice cubes in his possession were certainly sufficient. He could readily afford such extravagant consumption daily. Fine, let us make a note of this for future consideration. Wei Ming pondered for a moment. Now that he had dealt with Sun Dai, should he not also administer proper punishment to the leaders of the remaining factions? After all, they had attempted to take his life and seize his assets. Could he simply let them off the hook? Wei Ming produced a loudspeaker, opened the window, and turned the volume to its maximum, proclaiming, "Dear neighbors, I am now placing a bounty on several individuals. Anyone who can capture these individuals, alive or dead, and bring them to me will be rewarded with 5 boxes of water, 5 pounds of meat, and 50 pounds of rice. I shall now read the names of these individuals. Be sure to remember them. Feng Lily, Chen Yulong, Qin Chang, Zhao Jihu." Wei Ming recited the names from the Big Shots group, having already resolved the matter with Tu Lei and Sun Dai, who were no longer in need of bounties. He repeated the names 3 times before closing the window. He chuckled to himself, tonight would surely be lively. Am I being excessive? He inquired of Yu Chu Tong and the 6 women. Lu Qing was the first to scoff. These people cut off our electricity and even set fire to our place. If we are truly forced out, first, they will undoubtedly seize our supplies, and second, what fate would await us women? Chengya added, we would surely become playthings for others, and Wei Ming would be beaten to death. Mi Xiaolu nodded vigorously, exactly. Even Lin Wanxiu remarked, when I came over earlier, I almost got captured. The people out there are truly vile. Yu Chutong merely nodded. She was a quintessential second-generation rich kid, inherently indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. Only Song Qingyun exhibited a semblance of internal conflict. This contradicted her principles, yet she had not been blind to the darkness of human nature in the post-apocalyptic world. If the villa were truly breached, she too would be unable to escape a fate of humiliation. She held her principles and ideals, but that did not mean she was inclined to assist a pack of beasts. Thus, while she refrained from vocal agreement, she also offered no words of counsel. Wei Ming was quite satisfied with the women's reactions. Even Song Qingyun did not cling to an outdated notion of being a peacekeeper, believing that one ought to refrain from retaliating against violence with violence. Then let us. In truth, food was not the most critical shortage, rather, it was clean water. Wei Ming's offer of 5 boxes of pure water instantly captivated many. They quickly banded together, secretly convening to strategize. If Wei Ming is genuinely willing to part with such resources, damn it, I would be willing to kill. Indeed, I have a wife and children to support. They are on the brink of dying from thirst. What if Wei Ming is deceiving us? There is no doubt that this fellow has ample supplies. The question is whether he will uphold his promise. This is simple. We can just bring the people to him. If Wei Ming keeps his word, we hand over the individuals. If not, we release them, and he will merely be left with false expectations. Alright, let us proceed with that plan. Throughout the entire neighborhood, such sentiments echoed. There was no alternative. The people had reached a point of desperation, and the generous terms offered by Wei Ming made them willing to sacrifice even their own kin. Loyalty? What a jest. They had originally formed their factions out of fear of Zhang Shi. Surely, a leader had to be chosen, which is why Zhao Jihu and others were selected, not because they had made any significant contributions. Killing them, they felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Chapter 84. The overnight demise of numerous forces. Wei Ming remained indifferent to the opinions of the individuals within the community. In truth, even if the bounty proved futile, it mattered not. He could always take matters into his own hands, undertaking a few more trips if necessary. His focus was now directed towards Sun Dai. Late into the night, he positioned himself by the iron cage, meticulously observing Sun Dai's condition. Would he succumb to sudden death, perhaps? Wei Ming, with your formidable abilities, we should collaborate. Sun Dai audaciously insisted, seemingly oblivious to his precarious situation. You possess strength, and I possess intellect. Together, we would form a formidable alliance, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Furthermore, I have a preference for men, so there is no conflict to be had between us. Wei Ming sighed, contemplating whether he ought to silence Sun Dai permanently. This individual seemed ill-fitted for conversation. After a mere 24 hours, he would reassess. Should Sun Dai still draw breath, he would perform another procedure on him. Wei Ming counted the time, half an hour. 10 minutes. 1 minute. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. A full 24 hours had passed. As he gazed at Sun Dai, he noted the man still appeared robust, showing no signs of impending death. Thus, if I merely restore injuries without altering the bodily structure, one cannot die suddenly? Wei Ming pondered, and in the blink of an eye, he transported Sun Dai into a different dimension. In less than a second, Sun Dai reappeared within the iron cage, for in the alternate space, time stood still, rendering him unaware of his fleeting absence from this world. He wished to speak, but as he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Where is my tongue? Sun Dai trembled, cold sweat beading on his brow. Wei Ming tossed some food and water into the cage, laying a plastic sheet beneath it. Regardless of Sun Dai's struggles, he would simply discard the plastic sheet later, eliminating the need for a laborious cleanup. This was a lesson learned from Wei Ming's previous experience with Wang Chang's confinement. This is much better, Wei Ming remarked with a smile before turning to leave. Sun Dai, however, watched him with eyes brimming with terror. This was no man, it was a demon. How had he managed to provoke such a fiend? Wei Ming had initially intended to retire to his room for some rest, but having stayed awake until this hour, he found himself devoid of sleepiness. Where shall I go for some enjoyment? He mused, retrieving a die. In accordance with the order of entry into the villa, 1 corresponds to Lu Qing, 2 to Mi Xiaolu, whichever number it lands on shall be my destination. He cast the die. Ah, 6. Yu Chuton, you are fortunate. Wei Ming chuckled as he entered Yu Chuton's room. Over an hour later, he returned to his own quarters, locked the door, and finally settled in for a peaceful slumber. However, the following morning, Yu Chuton faced a misfortune, emerging with a pair of panda eyes. She was the type who found it exceedingly difficult to fall back asleep once awakened, and so, during the latter half of the night, she counted thousands of sheep but remained wide awake, exasperatedly casting glances at Wei Ming. Wei Ming, with an exceptionally thick skin, merely smiled in response. Before long, a knock echoed from the basement door, signaling the arrival of visitors. Wei Ming accessed the surveillance feed and beheld 5 burly men escorting an individual. He descended into the basement, activated the corridor lights, and commanded, "Speak." One of the large men replied, "This is the Chen Yulong you requested." "Proof?" Wei Ming inquired. The man produced an identification card, raising it high for the camera to capture clearly. In truth, he need not have held it so high. The high-definition camera could magnify the image significantly without distortion. Wei Ming scrutinized the card, confirming that the name indeed read Chen Yulong, and the photograph matched the individual they had bound. "Very well, you may exit for now. I shall prepare your reward, and when I am ready, you can bring him forward for the exchange." The men complied. Wei Ming intentionally delayed for a moment before retrieving the corresponding supplies, stepping back a few paces. "Bring him forward." These men were acutely aware of Wei Ming's ruthless reputation. Wang Chang and Zhang Shi had both fallen to his hands, and the mysteriously vanished Tu Lei and Sun Dai were likely intertwined with him as well. Given that Wei Ming had promptly agreed to their payment, they dared not play any tricks. Thus, after the exchange was completed, the 4 men swiftly departed. Wei Ming then returned with Chen Yulong to the basement. New experimental material had arrived. Those who sought to seize his possessions and wished him dead would not be granted a swift demise. Chen Yulong's hands were bound, and his mouth gagged, rendering his struggles futile. Though he attempted to cry out, only muffled sounds escaped his lips. Wei Ming smirked coldly as he pressed a button, sending Chen Yulong into the alternate space. "May you contribute before your demise." In the next instant, Chen Yulong materialized in a second iron cage, yet his tongue remained intact, still obstructed by the cloth. Wei Ming returned to the first floor, opened a window, and announced through a megaphone, "Dear neighbors, Chen Yulong has been delivered, and the bounty has been fulfilled. For those who have yet to act, hurry. Delay, and others may claim the reward." He repeated his proclamation twice more before closing the window. Soon after, the second boss was brought in to Qin Chang. Another 20 minutes passed before the third boss was delivered, but this one was merely a corpse, presumably having perished in a desperate struggle. Wei Ming paid no heed. If dead, there would be no experiments to conduct. The night was indeed lively, with living and deceased individuals arriving regularly in exchange for resources. Wei Ming upheld his promises, and curiously, his reputation seemed to rise. Being reliable and generous had become his new moniker, which was quite surreal. The number of cages in the basement grew to 7. Out of over 20 bosses, only 7 remained alive, the others mere corpses, which Wei Ming had naturally refrained from bringing into the villa. Yet, 5 individuals still eluded capture. By the following morning, 3 more bosses' corpses were delivered, leaving only 2 remaining, Zhao Jihu and Feng Lily. To Wei Ming's surprise, even by midday, he had yet to encounter either of them or their corpses. Ordinarily, with the night cloaked in darkness, it was understandable for people to go into hiding, but why were they still untraceable during the daylight? Wei Ming exchanged 5 bottles of water for an answer. Zhao Jihu had not been captured because he led the residents of his building on nightly expeditions for supplies, gaining immense prestige. The residents were not foolish, they recognized that the meager offerings from Wei Ming could only alleviate immediate hardships, while following Zhao. As for Feng Lily, it was not a matter of prestige but rather of cunning. 8 men were willing to fight for her, rendering her untouchable by others. 1 relied on power, the other on allure, and thus they had evaded capture. Wei Ming chuckled softly. It mattered not that the bounty could not reach them, he would take matters into his own hands. He had proclaimed that no one could strike against him and live to tell the tale. The night would be the time for action. Chapter 85 of The Invasion of Outsiders, Humans Inferior to Dogs, Building 5. Feng Lily wore a grim expression. Under Wei Ming's bounty, the power she once wielded dissipated into thin air. Previously, she commanded the loyalty of around 200 households, nearly 500 individuals. Now, how many remained? Nearly 8. She was a stunning beauty, the star attraction of the Golden Ocean KTV before the apocalypse. Her honeyed words could charm men into willingly parting with their money, and her prowess in manipulating them was unparalleled. Many patrons sought her out repeatedly, with some extreme admirers even divorcing their wives to be with her or to spend every day by her side. As a KTV hostess, she had no habit of stockpiling food, yet she swiftly ensnared a legion of devoted admirers with her allure. Remarkably, these infatuated suitors were aware of one another's existence yet refrained from jealousy, coexisting harmoniously. One could not deny the remarkable prowess of this woman. However, with Wei Ming's bounty in place, most of her admirers abandoned her, leaving only 8 staunch supporters. It was these 8 who fiercely protected her. Otherwise, she would have been captured by Wei Ming long ago. Yet now, she had become a pariah, and the moment she exposed herself, she would be besieged by all, bartered away for the bounty. Concealed within her dwelling was somewhat bearable, for she could not venture elsewhere. However, survival necessitated sustenance and hydration. How would she resolve the issue of food? Previously, she had an entire building's worth of people to cater to her needs, but what now? She was consumed by despair. Wei Ming, you despicable bastard. Regret washed over her. Why had she ceased her campaign against Wei Ming? Had she not done so, would he have had the audacity to issue a bounty? If he dared, it would only attract greater envy. With the morale shattered and her faction in disarray following Zhang Shi's death, the community naturally lost its cohesion. Even if someone withdrew from a particular faction, would they not face the risk of being eliminated? Everyone was destitute and struggling, who would dare to rob. Now, Wei Ming held dominion over resources, and his villa was akin to a fortress, impervious to assault. Moreover, he was remarkably formidable, having bested many. Presently, no one dared confront him. Instead, like loyal hounds, they would scurry to snatch whatever scraps he offered. How could one possibly oppose Wei Ming? What was the alternative? Await death. She had contemplated using her charm to entice Wei Ming, to make him her subordinate, yet she was acutely aware that his abode housed 6 other beauties, 3 of whom surpassed her in allure, and the other 3 were nearly her equals. Where, then, lay her advantage? She lacked the confidence. Wei Ming was ruthless. Should she willingly walk into his trap, the outcome would not be her charming him but rather her demise. She dared not take that risk. She paced restlessly within her room, and before she knew it, darkness had enveloped her, yet she remained oblivious. Lily. Suddenly, one of her sycophants called out. Phone Lily, in a fit of annoyance, retorted, "What is it?" "A vehicle. A vehicle is coming in." What do? Phone Lily rushed to the window, and indeed, a peculiar vehicle was slowly making its way inside due to a flat tire. It could only move at a snail's pace, jostling violently as it progressed. The vehicle was headed for a building, and with a crash, it slammed into the apartment complex, becoming wedged in place. Curiosity piqued, Phone Lily wondered what this vehicle was and who was aboard. Han Zhengyuan leaped from the vehicle, followed by a cadre of burly men, most of whom were bald and bare-chested, their bodies adorned with tattoos. They were a band of convicts. Following the apocalypse, prison management had become increasingly lax, culminating in Han Zhengyuan leading this group to successfully escape. More perilously, they had acquired firearms. Howl, howl. We finally escaped that hellhole. Ha, this is a community, and it shall become our kingdom. Brothers, summon everyone to recognize their new leader. With a wave of his hand, Han Zhengyuan commanded the 24 convicts to split into groups of 5, knocking on doors one by one. If met with resistance, they would break down the doors, firing at anyone who opposed them. The sound of gunfire rang out, compelling more people to emerge from their homes and gather in the underground garage for a meeting. The entire community could now only accommodate a few thousand individuals in the garage. Too many had perished, leaving only a few thousand. Half an hour later, all the residents had congregated in the garage, including Phone Lily and Zhao Jihu, though notably absent was Wei Ming. "Is everyone here?" Han Zhengyuan casually inquired. "Boss, there's still one villa we couldn't access. It'll take some time," one of his underlings quickly responded. Han Zhengyuan dismissed the concern, stating, "Then we shall not wait, everyone, we will hold a brief meeting. The theme is quite simple. From now on, we are your leaders, and you must comply, or else." He toyed with his gun and, with a bang, shot a man, obliterating his head like a watermelon. Before his imprisonment, he had enjoyed hunting and had crafted his own shotgun, boasting remarkable accuracy. In an instant, the women screamed while the men fell silent, paralyzed by fear. The man who had just been shot had done nothing wrong. He was merely a target to establish Han Zhengyuan's authority. Satisfied with the fearful response, he continued, "Now, everyone, go fetch all the food and water from your homes. Anyone who dares to hide anything." Heh. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and an innocent soul became a lifeless body. Han Zhengyuan blew on the barrel of his gun, complaining, "The temperature is too high. I've only fired twice, and it's already scorching." The residents had never encountered true ruthless criminals and were instantly intimidated, obediently returning home to gather their provisions. When they reconvened in the garage, Han Zhengyuan added, "All men will reside in buildings 1 to 5, while women will occupy buildings 10 to 15. Under no circumstances may anyone close their doors. Otherwise," he waved his handgun, causing everyone to cower in fear. Ha ha ha. Han Zhengyuan and his gang burst into laughter. "All right, men, you may leave first." The single men were indifferent, but those with wives and daughters hesitated, glancing back in trepidation at the fierce men. Would they not pose a threat to their families? But with 24 armed men present, who would dare resist? In no time, the men had departed. Han Zhengyuan turned his gaze to the women, leering, "Allow me to assign you your quarters." Chapter 86. Han Zhengyuan's malevolent scheme to blow up the villa. Han Zhengyuan divided the women in the community into 2 distinct groups. It was immediately apparent that one group consisted of younger, relatively more attractive women, while the other comprised the older and less appealing, with the number of truly beautiful women being scant. Consequently, Han Zhengyuan arranged for the more youthful and beautiful women to reside in Building 10, leaving the remaining women to occupy the other buildings. Once these women had departed, Han Zhengyuan sneered, "Eliminate everyone except those in Building 10. We wouldn't want them to squander food and water." "Understood, big brother." The 10 men promptly set off. They had a significant number of people to kill that night. Plenty of work lay ahead. "Let us go, we should unwind a bit. After being locked up for years, even seeing a few sows just made me feel like I was in the presence of Diaochan." Han Zhengyuan chuckled as he made his way towards Building 10. "Big brother." At that moment, 2 of his subordinates rushed over. "One of the villa doors just 1 budge." "Eh?" Han Zhengyuan paused momentarily before laughing. "Forget about it for now. My brothers have worked hard. Let us leave 2 to keep watch, and everyone else can join me in Building 10 for some fun." Fun. 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 The gang erupted in loud cheers, marching toward Building 10. As the leader of this group, Han Zhengyuan naturally claimed the courtesan for himself. Phone Lily, however, as a woman of her profession, Phone Lily was unfazed by such trivialities. Upon seeing Han Zhengyuan approach, she not only complied but also displayed an eager and enthusiastic demeanor, which afforded Han Zhengyuan immense pleasure. "Damn, she's truly provocative," he remarked. Phone Lily, beaming with a smile, retorted, I only act this way in front of you, big brother, I maintain my aloofness before others. Saying this, she deliberately suppressed her smile and adopted a haughty posture. Han Zhengyuan observed her and couldn't help but chuckle, nodding, indeed, she resembles the wives of the wealthy. I've been looked down upon by such women many times when I was a security guard. But now, who would dare to look down on me? Phone Lily grinned, of course not. Now, whoever wields a gun is the master. Han Zhengyuan was quite pleased with Phone Lily's perceptiveness, and coupled with her exceptional skills, he had developed a certain infatuation with her. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, do you know who resides in the villas of this community? Phone Lily eagerly nodded, of course I do. She didn't keep him in suspense and continued, the villa's owner is Wei Ming, who has transformed his residence into a veritable fortress, and he possesses a vast supply of resources. Oh, and he has also taken in 6 beautiful women. She recounted Wei Ming's recent actions, limited to what she was aware of. In her description, Wei Ming was merely someone with considerable martial prowess, primarily relying on the villa's fortifications to fend off intruders. Han Zhengyuan felt a surge of excitement. Wei Ming had spent over 100 boxes of water and thousands of pounds of rice on bounties, and 6 beautiful women. Phone Lily's phone still had a sliver of battery left. She pulled up a photo Wei Ming had shared in the group, featuring him alongside the 6 women. They were truly stunning. Among them, 3 were of Phone Lily's caliber, while the remaining 3 were even more beautiful by a significant margin. A turtle shell? Han Zhengyuan scoffed, before a lion like me, I'll pierce through any turtle shell. Phone Lily quickly interjected, brother, once we breach the villa, may I be allowed to take care of Wei Ming? Do you dare to make a move? Han Zhengyuan was taken aback. Phone Lily's face twisted with spite, that bastard has placed a bounty on my life, I would relish the opportunity to tear him to shreds. Han Zhengyuan burst into laughter, alright, that fellow is yours to deal with. Brother, you're truly kind. Allow me to serve you well. While Phone Lily was more than willing to be a willing accomplice, not all women shared her openness. That night, Building 10 was filled with the sounds of women's screams and cries. Meanwhile, from Building 11 onwards, one woman after another was coerced at gunpoint to rush into the acid rain, collapsing one by one. There were those who attempted to resist, but after a few gunshots, the remaining individuals had no choice but to flee, hoping to escape the community and find a safe refuge, though this was destined to remain a mere fantasy. By the following morning, the entrances of buildings 11 to 15 were strewn with corpses, having been corroded by the acid rain throughout the night. The bodies had been reduced to mere skeletons. In comparison to truly malevolent villains, the likes of Zhang Shiji were merely child's play. In the morning, Han Zhengyuan summoned all the men in the community to gather in the garage, then assigned them a task: dismantle the fuel tanks of all vehicles on the premises. Brother, what are you planning to do? Phone Lily asked, perplexed. Han Zhengyuan unabashedly toyed with her posterior in front of everyone, laughing, isn't that little turtle shell rather sturdy? I'm curious to see if it can withstand the force of an explosion. Detonating the fuel tanks would be akin to unleashing grenades, wouldn't it? Phone Lily gasped, what if it affects the other buildings? We can always choose a different location, can't we? Han Zhengyuan replied nonchalantly. But I heard from Zhao Jihu that the roads outside are heavily congested. Having a vehicle doesn't guarantee we can escape, Phone Lily quickly cautioned, otherwise, they would have long since driven out to scavenge for supplies. This was indeed a problem. Han Zhengyuan recalled their journey from the prison. The roads had been littered with abandoned vehicles. During the onset of the apocalypse, many didn't have time to retrieve their cars, leaving them behind as they sought refuge in nearby stores. Why had they stopped in this community? Simply because the vehicle they had commandeered had sustained significant damage, rendering it nearly inoperable. Thus, the current dilemma was not whether they could drive out, nor whether they could shield themselves from the acid rain, but rather the fact that the roads were too congested. What good was a vehicle then? At worst, we'll just drive back, Han Zhengyuan declared with a wave of his hand, demonstrating his decisiveness. He was not one to dither. They had cleared a path from the prison by crashing through, so retreating was a viable option, as there were many other communities and shopping centers along the way. Phone Lily, recognizing his resolve, refrained from further protest. Han Zhengyuan waited patiently. Dismantling fuel tanks was no easy task, requiring a measure of patience. Wei Ming, of course, was aware of Han Zhengyuan's group's arrival last night, which was precisely why he had refrained from seeking out Phone Lily and Zhao Jihu. However, he had not anticipated the sheer brutality of these individuals, who had first segregated the genders and then ruthlessly slaughtered over 1,000 women and children. Though he harbored no fondness for the individuals within the community, witnessing them being herded like cattle into the acid rain, reduced to mere skeletons, was deeply distasteful to him. The crux of the matter was that Han Zhengyuan posed a significant threat to him. He had firearms, however, he also possessed a safe house. Xiaobing assured him that even with C4 explosives, he need not worry unless it was a substantial amount. Should he plan an operation tonight, perhaps to eliminate a few, they were numerous and armed, so a strategy of taking them down one by one was essential. Thus, the decision was made. Wei Ming descended into the basement, where 7 experimental subjects awaited in varying states. Chapter 87 of the explosion was catastrophic, yet it consumed its own. 4 out of Sun Daichi's 7 companions met their demise. Wei Ming conducted a thorough examination and confirmed that the cause of death for all 4 was identical. Their bodily structures had undergone a transformation, such as arms twisted into spiral shapes or pieces of iron embedded in their skulls, protruding like makeshift umbrellas. After a span of 24 hours, their bodies would revert to their original forms, leading to an explosive rupture of the deformed areas, except for one individual whose skull had been violently dislodged. The other three succumbed to excessive blood loss. Conversely, even if one were to interchange their arms and legs, a person could still survive, albeit in a somewhat awkward state. Wei Ming arrived at a conclusion: employing an alternate dimension for surgical procedures posed no issue for healing. Liposuction or even the removal of certain ailments was feasible. However, attempts to alter size or shape would result in the effects dissipating after 24 hours. For instance, the individual with iron embedded in their brain would face rejection of the foreign object once the time elapsed. What would happen to an average person with an iron piece inserted into their skull? The outcome would be no different. Thus, I surmise that utilizing an alternate dimension to elongate, enlarge, or enhance my appearance is futile. I would revert after 24 hours, and severe hemorrhaging would ensue. Without timely intervention, death would be inevitable. Nonetheless, when it comes to healing and restoration, the alternate dimension is a miraculous tool. In other words, as long as I still draw breath, I can seek refuge in the alternate dimension to restore myself instantly. Including myself. Well, I shall refrain from testing on myself. I have no desire to inflict severe injury upon my own being. This remains my ultimate life-saving strategy. Wei Ming's confidence surged with this knowledge. Barring an instantaneous demise, as long as he had even a breath left, he could retreat into the alternate dimension, ensuring his immediate revival. Thus, his greatest threat now lay in missiles. A single strike could obliterate him entirely, leaving no chance for salvation. Otherwise, even amidst a hail of bullets, he might endure a second or two, ample time to retrieve himself. Wei Ming collected the bodies of the 4 deceased, while the remaining 3 living subjects continued with the experimentation. A larger dataset would undoubtedly yield more accurate results. This would pertain to his own life, so caution was paramount. The more detailed the experimental data, the better. Only then did he shift his focus to Han Zhenyuan and his group. To his astonishment, they were armed. Where had they procured firearms? Given their impoverished and sinister demeanor, they were evidently not military personnel or law enforcement. Could it be? Wei Ming nodded. They were likely criminals following the natural disasters. The oversight in prisons had undoubtedly diminished, perhaps even to the point of neglect. Thus, it was not difficult to comprehend how these inmates could seize weapons and escape. This presented a complicated situation. Wei Ming did not fear direct confrontation. By merely opening a portal to the alternate dimension, he could confiscate all incoming attacks while retaliating through the portal. Who could stand against him in a head-on clash? But could he rely on a band of criminals to engage him in a fair fight? That was laughable. I can operate under the cover of night. The entire city is plunged into darkness, and the night is my domain. He possessed night vision goggles, but would Han Zhenyuan and his cohorts have access to such equipment? In the underground parking garage, he had also installed several infrared cameras powered by lithium batteries, requiring recharging every 2 days. These were installed post-blackout. He activated the surveillance feed on his screen and immediately spotted Han Zhenyuan and his entourage. So this is how you look. He smirked lightly. What are these individuals up to? Wei Ming pondered, observing them in the stifling underground garage, where groups of men were inexplicably flipping vehicles over and busily working beneath them. After a moment, he was struck with realization. They were dismantling the fuel tanks. What purpose did the fuel tanks serve? To create an explosion, transforming them into bombs. Goodness, these individuals were ruthless, willing to resort to such tactics. Wei Ming contemplated whether to act now or wait a while longer. If he intervened at this moment, he might become the target of concentrated fire from Han Zhenyuan and his group, who were armed with numerous firearms. What if someone caught him off guard? Did they intend to blow him to bits? No, their objective was to blast open the villa's door, seize the supplies within, and capture Yu Chutong and her 6 companions. His own survival was of little consequence, so where would they aim their explosives? Undoubtedly at the basement door. According to Xiaobing, the villa's defensive capabilities had reached a level where even several hundred pounds of C4 explosives would not suffice to breach it. However, unless absolutely necessary, Wei Ming did not wish to put the villa's fortifications to the test. A smile crept across Wei Ming's lips. Very well, he would indulge them in their game. He refrained from making a move, while Han Zhenyuan took precautions against his potential emergence. After all, they had heard rumors of Wei Ming possessing a firearm. Despite surrendering one, who could ascertain if he had a second? These individuals were cold-hearted and brutal, yet exceedingly cautious. After waiting for a considerable time, the group's laborers finally disassembled multiple fuel tanks. Han Zhenyuan was indeed meticulous, instructing the workers to transport the tanks into the basement corridor, 11 in total, while spilling gasoline along the way for a remote detonation. With a sinister grin, Han Zhenyuan flicked away his nearly finished cigarette, igniting the gasoline, which blazed forth like a fiery dragon toward the 11 tanks. In a panic, Han Zhenyuan fled, followed quickly by the others. If he was fearful of the explosion's aftermath, were they made of steel? As they scattered like the receding tide, a figure burst forth from the basement door. It was none other than Wei Ming. Armed with a fire extinguisher, he unleashed a white foam that promptly extinguished the burning gasoline. Damn! Han Zhenyuan had not anticipated Wei Ming's boldness or the presence of a foam extinguisher, effectively thwarting his plan. Before he could even issue a command, Wei Ming waved his hands, sending the fuel tanks crashing down, spilling gasoline everywhere. With a slight smile, Wei Ming drew his firearm and fired. His aim may have been off, but that was inconsequential. He did not intend to hit anyone. The bullet struck the concrete floor, sparking a fire. The flames swiftly ignited the spilled gasoline, and then, an enormous explosion erupted as the tanks detonated, triggering a chain reaction as one after another exploded, resulting in a colossal blast within the garage. The parking garage was no open space, the violent energy could not dissipate immediately and instead surged within the subterranean confines. In an instant, a scorching wave of heat engulfed the area, causing intense discomfort. Yet, Wei Ming remained entirely unaffected. He opened the portal to the alternate dimension, absorbing the shockwave and rendering it harmless. However, the garage was equipped with civil defense mechanisms, and its blast resistance was commendable. The explosion of a mere few fuel tanks was insufficient to cause significant damage. Should they have been directly attached to a support column, they might have ruptured it, risking the collapse of the entire complex. But with just these few tanks detonating on the ground, their power was far from adequate. Wei Ming nodded. These tanks barely scratched the surface of the support columns, exposing only the rebar within. To obliterate his villa, which was encased in a layer of special alloy, was indeed a futile dream. No wonder Xiaobing was so confident. Wei Ming, amidst the swirling smoke, Han Jingyuan's voice echoed through the chaos. Chapter 88, Public Discord. Wei Ming's machinations. Who is it? Wei Ming asked nonchalantly, opting to use a loudspeaker instead of shouting. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired in response, one of which fortuitously struck a dead rat, traversing through the dense smoke towards the passage, only to be whisked away by the spatial portal. A fair exchange is no robbery. Do you think you alone possess a firearm? I possess a Maxim gun. After all, instantly, machine gun fire erupted. Curiously, not a sound was emitted, as if a silencer had been affixed to the barrel. This was because Wei Ming was not merely firing indiscriminately, he had long since absorbed the discharged bullets into an alternate dimension. Manipulating them within that realm posed no challenge for him. Thus, what appeared to be a barrage from a machine gun transpired in eerie silence, akin to the use of cold weapons. In truth, should Wei Ming desire, he could even make a sniper rifle deliver a volley reminiscent of a machine gun, equally silent as if equipped with a suppressor. However, following a significant discharge of bullets, tranquility was a luxury that could not last. The air was suddenly filled with screams, and the walls reverberated with the dull thud of bullets striking them. The entire underground space, already shrouded in dust from the earlier explosions, was now further obscured, rendering visibility nearly impossible. How could one aim under such circumstances? Only wild shooting was feasible. Yet, Wei Ming stood alone. What of Han Jingyuan and his multitude? The sheer number of adversaries favored chaos. Thus, who truly benefited from the pandemonium? Undoubtedly, it was Wei Ming, who could randomly strike a few targets, while Han Jingyuan and his cohort struggled to even lay eyes on him. Setting aside the issue of aiming, even if they could, the bullets would simply vanish into the spatial portal. At last, as the dust from the great explosion settled, the limited debris raised by the bullets against the walls became apparent, granting a clearer view of the garage. However, the mobile phone used for illumination had been destroyed in the explosion, rendering the basement still cloaked in darkness, even in daylight. I never anticipated your firepower would be so formidable. Han Jingyuan exclaimed, concealing himself behind a pillar. I am Han Jingyuan. Wei Ming, shall we converse? Sure, let us converse, Wei Ming replied indifferently. Follow me, and I shall appoint you as my second-in-command. What do you say? Han Jingyuan proposed, painting a pleasant picture for Wei Ming. Should he genuinely believe such treachery, stepping out would surely lead to a fatal encounter. Yet, Wei Ming was unperturbed by such underhanded tactics, replying with displeasure, I absolutely detest being second-in-command. A slip of the tongue, Han Jingyuan continued. Let us do away with the notion of a second-in-command. I shall be the leader, and you can be the third. Why not allow me to be the leader? Wei Ming retorted coolly. Very well, we shall compete. If you defeat me, you shall be the leader, Han Jingyuan readily agreed. He was indeed a character. As long as it meant eliminating his opponent, he was unconcerned about minor verbal concessions. Would Wei Ming fear him? He declared, all right, you come to me, and we shall engage one-on-one. Would Han Jingyuan accept such a challenge? He sought to draw Wei Ming out to shoot him. Did he not fear being shot himself? I have already agreed to a one-on-one duel. Naturally, I shall decide the location. I cannot. Han Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Wei Ming would truly acquiesce. He casually replied, Building 10, Room 202. He had no fixed abode, but rather occupied whichever room was available based on his whims. Sounds good. You choose the place, and I shall choose the time. I will come to find you tonight, Wei Ming stated. Damn, what a cunning fellow, Han Jingyuan cursed inwardly, while outwardly he said, Wei Ming, I assure you, I am quite sincere. The world is in chaos, those with strength can seize everything. You have managed to contain so many of us single-handedly, and I hold you in high regard. I too admire you, but I admire your intellect even more, Wei Ming proclaimed through the loudspeaker. I am placing a bounty of 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice on Han Jingyuan's head. Whoever brings him to me shall receive their reward immediately. I have fulfilled numerous bounties before, my credibility is well known, feel free to inquire, he continued. Ha. Han Jingyuan's expression darkened abruptly. To whom was Wei Ming addressing his words? Clearly, it was directed at his subordinates, the other escapees. What was there to discuss with the weaklings in the vicinity? This was an overt attempt to sow discord within his ranks through the lure of profit. Remarkably, this strategy could indeed yield significant results. They had united solely due to the prison break. Were they truly a cohesive unit comparable to a regular army? Absolutely not. Had it not been for this calamity, they would have scattered the moment they escaped prison. Of course, they would not have escaped without the disaster. Not to mention, within their ranks, the second-in-command, Wu Hui, harbored designs on his position. If personal interests were at stake, Wu Hui would not hesitate to turn against him, especially if there was no advantage to be gained. Betraying him could lead to injury or even death, but what if there were 10 boxes of water and a plethora of other supplies? Would Wu Hui be swayed? Even if he could suppress the temptation and recognize Wei Ming's scheme of discord, could he still trust Wu Hui? Moreover, how would Wu Hui perceive this? Would he not fear that Wei Ming might harbor murderous intentions and act preemptively? Damn it, Han Zhenyuan felt an urge to curse. Wei Ming had merely uttered a single sentence, yet had instigated an irreparable rift within their group. This was a blatant scheme. Naturally, for Wei Ming's ploy to be effective, he would need to back it up with substantial resources. However, his confidence suggested that verification with the residents in the vicinity would reveal the truth. Cursed be this moment, Han Zhenyuan was utterly discontent. He had initially considered Wei Ming a mere pawn, easily dispatched, yet now the situation had become increasingly untenable. Could this be considered a case of losing the chicken and gaining the rice? Wei Ming, do you wish to play games? Han Zhenyuan finally snapped. Very well, I shall destroy you. Wei Ming remained unfazed, replying, he, who was truly playing whom? Enough. I shall not waste time with you. I must return to dinner, and oh, 6 beautiful ladies await my attention. Gentlemen, I bid you farewell. He then executed a sudden teleportation into the villa. Han Zhenyuan, of course, did not dare to trust that Wei Ming had truly departed. He waited several minutes before instructing someone to illuminate the mobile phone screen and toss it into the passage. As expected, it was empty, devoid of life. Only then did Han Zhenyuan emerge, his face grim as he counted the remaining members die in the chaos. Over 20 men from the community had perished, while his own group had lost 3 and sustained 2 serious injuries. In these times, what medical resources remained? Thus, the gravely injured were as good as dead. Out of 24 escapees, 5 had already met their demise by the second day. Han Zhenyuan's countenance was understandably darkened. In the dimness of the basement, their faces glowed eerily in the light of the mobile screen, rendering them all the more ghastly. Let us retreat, Han Zhenyuan spoke in a low voice. By uttering those words, he effectively declared the mission a failure, prompting a smirk to form at the corner of Wu Hui's mouth. Chapter 89 Delivering smoke to suffocate Wei Ming. The prison break was orchestrated by Han Zhenyuan, who also procured the firearms. And what of myself? Though I possess greater martial prowess, I am merely a dim-witted brute lacking strategy. However, Wu Hui does not regard himself as lacking intelligence. That he has always believed that Han Zhenyuan is adept only in the art of deceit. Should they face off directly, he could easily vanquish Han Zhenyuan with a single hand. Yet, now that everyone is armed, and given Han Zhenyuan's exceptional marksmanship, he feels a twinge of apprehension. Now, the situation has turned. Han Zhenyuan's mismanagement in command will undoubtedly tarnish his image and diminish his prestige, thereby significantly lowering the difficulty of seizing power. What must he do now? Verify Wei Ming's claims. Once the value of the bounty is established, he can secretly ally with others to usurp Han Zhenyuan from his throne. Thus, all retreated. The men of the community returned to buildings 1 to 5, while Han Zhenyuan and his associates returned to building 10. Upon exiting the basement, they were assaulted by bright light, causing their eyes to adjust painfully, each tightening their grip on their weapons. All were fugitives. Who could they trust? Put down your weapons, Han Zhenyuan commanded in a deep voice. He now truly regretted his decisions. All this trouble for dealing with Wei Ming had transformed a once cohesive team into a disarrayed group, teetering on the brink of internal conflict. What madness is this? How could one mere individual cause such chaos? Boss, what should we do now? One subordinate inquired. He has killed 3 of our brothers, and both Mouse and Sanpao are nearing their end. Are we to let this slide? Another demanded. Wu Hui feigned ignorance, scoffing internally. Aren't you the clever one? Why not devise a plan yourself? Though Han Zhenyuan felt displeasure, he maintained an impassive facade and replied nonchalantly, of course, we shall not let this go unpunished. Wei Ming is merely one man. If our previous tactic faltered, we shall employ a different approach. His schemes were indeed numerous, as he promptly suggested. That fellow has fortified his villa against fire and violence. Thus, we shall locate his ventilation shaft and fill it with smoke. I refuse to believe he can endure in there. Instantly, his subordinates brightened at the notion. Indeed, even Wu Hui couldn't help but nod in agreement, realizing that when it comes to intrigue, he truly could not match Han Zhenyuan's cunning. However, if Han Zhenyuan could indeed force Wei Ming out, then the bounty would lose its significance. Everything you possess is now ours. Do we still require your cooperation? How then could he ascend? Patience, Wu Hui told himself. Han Zhenyuan regained the trust of the others with a mere utterance. Should he confront Han Zhenyuan now, how many would support him, and how many would rally to Han Zhenyuan's side? Endure a little longer. Han Zhenyuan turned to him and instructed, Wu Hui, take a few brothers to locate the villa's ventilation shaft and connect a pipe to it, fill it with air. The target was swiftly set upon him? Wu Hui felt a surge of irritation. The ventilation shaft would undoubtedly be outdoors, and during the day, they would be exposed to searing heat and deadly rays. At night, acidic rain would pose a perilous threat. Why must he be the one to undertake this task? Was this aimed specifically at him? Yet, Han Zhenyuan chuckled. No worries, enlist the residents of this community to assist. Indeed. Wu Hui paused, realizing that as long as he wielded his weapon, who would dare refuse? Thus, Han Zhenyuan was not targeting him after all. He merely felt his intellect was lacking. After all, he earned his keep through brawn, not brains. Very well, I shall see to it. He departed with 2 subordinates, while Han Zhenyuan wore a smile, internally scoffing. Clearly, it was time to consider a new second-in-command. Upon returning home, Sun Lily greeted him eagerly, asking, Did you capture Wei Ming? Having heard the thunderous commotion, she assumed Han Zhenyuan's crew had stormed Wei Ming's villa and returned with him in tow. Smack, Han Zhenyuan delivered a stinging slap. Irked, what business is it of yours? Do not forget your place. You are but a plaything. Initially, Sun Lily was unaware that she had pressed Han Jingyuan's buttons, but it soon dawned on her Han Jinyuan had failed to apprehend Wei Ming. She was, of course, astonished, and a sense of disdain blossomed within her. Last night, he had boasted so grandly. What had come of it, had he not simply met the same fate? Yet, she dared not offend Han Jinyuan. She still relied on this man for sustenance, so she quickly donned a pleasing smile to appease him. As the star of the KTV, her silver tongue worked wonders, and soon she had soothed Han Jinyuan's ire. However, the oppressive heat of the day dulled his interest, and he merely sat smoking. Sun Lily refrained from provoking him further, instead sharing some risque anecdotes from her previous work, and as she continued, Han Jingyuan's interest was rekindled. Just as they were about to become intimate, an external voice interrupted, "Boss, the pipe is ready." So swiftly, Han Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Let us go." He leapt from the bed, pulling Sun Lily along. "You shall witness how I compel that scoundrel Wei Ming to surrender." Sun Lily harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wei Ming and eagerly followed suit. Shortly thereafter, Han Jingyuan's crew reconvened at Villa 18. A pipe had been connected from the wall of Villa 28's first floor. Wu Hui eyed Sun Lily up and down, his gaze lecherous, while she felt a twinge of fear. Standing nearly 190 centimeters tall and built like a bear, he was the type of man who could either exhaust a woman over time or resort to violence in brief encounters. Both scenarios terrified her. Noticing Sun Lily's evident avoidance, Wu Hui smirked. He was determined to claim this woman for himself. This community was built collectively, so why should Han Jinyuan alone enjoy such treasures? "Ignite the fire, release the smoke, and do not afford that fellow any time to prepare," Han Jinyuan coldly commanded. Thus, they began to stoke the flames. The materials were simple. They merely needed to dismantle furniture. Once ignited, they fanned the flames, directing the smoke into the pipe. Although modern exhaust systems feature backflow preventers, no system can guarantee that all smoke will be expelled entirely, and with the additional wind, at least 50 of the smoke would surely infiltrate. Han Jinyuan smirked. The previous setback had diminished his stature, and this time he was determined to force Wei Ming into a humiliating surrender, thereby restoring his authority in the eyes of his subordinates. Would Wu Hui dare to harbor ulterior motives then? As the first floor became increasingly stifling, they ascended to the third. Yet, after several minutes, the basement door of Villa 28 remained unopened, as did the front door. Could Wei Ming endure so well? Wait, what was that? From the adjacent Villa 28's third-floor balcony, he beheld Wei Ming surrounded by 6 women, all casually dressed, seemingly unfazed by the heat, as they arranged an impressive spread of food over a dozen dishes, bountiful and lavish. What on earth? Chapter 90. Are you really still thinking about eating? Wei Ming and his companions were dining. How could they still have the appetite to eat while their house was being filled with smoke? Han Jinyuan was utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? How could this be possible? Damn, those girls are truly something. Many onlookers swallowed hard as they spoke. Indeed, Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, and Lin Wansu were all exquisite beauties, each possessing their own unique charm, one exuding an air of aloofness, another radiating elegance, and the last one being alluring, all with figures that could be described as commanding. Even from behind 2 layers of glass, one could see their stunning curves. "Hey, that girl lives in this house," one of Han's subordinates remarked, noting the several photographs of Yu Chutong displayed within the room. How on earth did all the beauties end up with this guy? Several men gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush over and strangle Wei Ming. But with 2 layers of glass in between, what could they do? No matter how many they were or how strong they felt, Wei Ming naturally noticed those on the adjacent balcony, reminiscent of the way Yu Chutong had observed him earlier. He poured himself a glass of cola, casually tossed in a few ice cubes in front of Han Jinyuan and the others, and raised his glass in a mock toast. This was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Han Jinyuan and his crew were livid, with some even drawing guns and opening fire towards Wei Ming through the window. However, a steel plate swiftly rose on the neighboring balcony, effortlessly deflecting the bullets. Clink, 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 the bullets ricocheted, rendering their efforts futile. "Cease fire!" Han Jinyuan barked, "Don't waste your ammunition." After a minute, the steel plate on the adjacent balcony was lowered, revealing the 7 individuals who had now commenced their meal, some sipping red wine, others enjoying cola, while a few opted for plain water. This sight filled Han Jinyuan and his companions with envy. What did they lack the most at that moment? Clean water, and not only did the neighbors have it, but they also had ice cubes to boot. On such a sweltering day, a glass of ice water would be incredibly refreshing, yet, hadn't the electricity been cut off? The villa has a generator, came the realization, prompting Han Jinyuan to feel vexed. Why did this villa have one while his did not? However, who would install steel plates on their balcony, or fortify their walls and doors with alloy steel? How fearful of death could one be? "Gather more wood for me to burn, and increase the toxic gas," Han Jinyuan commanded. Smoke was one thing, but carbon monoxide was another. Inhaling a sufficient amount would lead to poisoning, robbing the blood of oxygen, and ultimately causing everyone inside to suffocate. At this point, Han Jinyuan was willing to sacrifice the 6 beauties if it meant eliminating Wei Ming. He was quite ruthless. "If I cannot have it, then I shall destroy it." With a single order, his men began to dismantle more furniture and toss it into the flames, fanning the fire vigorously, the heat singeing their eyebrows. But did this hold any significance for Wei Ming? He merely needed to align the portal to the exhaust vent, ensuring the distance did not exceed 5 meters. From where he sat to the vent on the first floor was roughly 4 meters. If it exceeded 5 meters, he could always dine on the second-floor balcony instead. They burned and burned. For a full hour, the fire tenders had changed several times, many succumbing to heat exhaustion. With no possibility of cooling down or hydrating, these individuals were likely to never awaken again. Han Zhangyuan, however, paid no mind to their lives. They were merely residents of the community he had planned to dispose of anyway. Yet, as time passed, Wei Ming and his companions had nearly finished their meal and were already indulging in desserts, but none of them showed any signs of oxygen deprivation or poisoning. Not a single one. At that moment, Wei Ming approached the window, still holding a glass of cola. After taking a sip, he opened the window just a crack and remarked, "I didn't expect you all to be so united. You still haven't taken down Han Zhangyuan. Alas, with all this food and drink here, it seems I must enjoy it all myself." Wu Hui's eyes visibly sparkled with interest. Clearly, Han Zhangyuan's plan had once again failed. Wei Ming remained lively and unscathed, leaving him to contemplate the option of eliminating Han Zhangyuan. If he succeeded, he could ascend to the position of leader and even leverage Han Zhangyuan's corpse for personal gain, a twofold benefit. Should he proceed, his hand instinctively reached for his gun. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out, startling Sun Lily into a state of panic. Han Zhangyuan coldly regarded Wu Hui, whose pupils dilated in shock as a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. His hand had instinctively risen, gun aimed at Han Zhangyuan, but alas, his reaction was too slow. In a fistfight, 3 of Han Zhangyuan would not have been his match, but in a gunfight? He was no match at all. "Do you really wish to court death?" Han Zhangyuan said coldly. The surrounding subordinates fell silent, unable to fathom why the leader and his second-in-command would suddenly turn on each other, firing at such close range. The sound was deafening, ringing painfully in their ears. They looked at Han Zhangyuan with a mix of awe and fear. At that moment, they dared not harbor even a flicker of rebellion. While Han Zhangyuan appeared composed, as though he had anticipated this turn of events, internally, he was deeply frustrated. Since the onset of his conflict with Wei Ming, there had been 3 deaths and 3 serious injuries. One could argue it amounted to 6 fatalities. And yet, how much time had passed? From morning to noon, not even 6 hours had elapsed, yet losses were already so severe. Who could have possibly predicted that this fellow's villa would be so resilient, and that Wei Ming would possess a firearm? Was this even logical? An ordinary resident in a neighborhood had fortified his villa to such an extent and armed himself. Was this a joke? Even a deity would not have envisioned such a scenario. Han Zhangyuan stood there, lost in thought. What was to be done now? Continue the assault? What a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Wei Ming continued to taunt him. "Oh dear, you're so worked up that you ended up killing your own." Han Zhangyuan, there is no need to indulge me so. Han Zhangyuan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, said nothing but merely gestured, "Leave." As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1, he would gather the thoughts of his subordinates to devise a strategy. If they could not come up with anything, he would execute 1 person each hour and see if they dared to slack off in their brainstorming. Thus, they retreated, leaving the smoldering fire and the corpses behind, indifferent to the aftermath. Not long after their departure, a figure abruptly appeared in the room. Of course, it was Wei Ming. How uncivilized to leave corpses lying about without concern for the stench, Wei Ming muttered, collecting the dead into his alternate space before extinguishing the flames on the first floor. "Heh, I'll play with you again tonight," he whispered to himself. Chapter 91 Wei Ming takes action. Han Zhangyuan, you should hit the road in the afternoon. Wei Ming embraced Yu Chutong, indulging in several hours of cinematic delight. As for his beloved, Wei Ming endeavored to ensure equitable attention, for they were destined to share a long life together. The harmony of his inner circle was of paramount importance. Merely wielding material resources as a means of coercion could foster resentment. Thus, a dual approach was essential to ensure his everlasting bliss. Of course, Yu Chutong was a paragon in her own right. Spending hours in her company could hardly induce any impatience. If he were ever to feel vexed by her, she would never have found her way into his home. Engaging in affectionate banter with Yu Chutong, the ever-proud CEO, was a habitual pastime for him, and he relished the sight of her flustered expressions, laughing heartily at her discomposure. This also filled him with quiet gratitude, for the beautiful women in his life were far from superficial. They were not mere products of a standardized assembly line, but individuals of unique character, each possessing a distinct soul. Otherwise, 1,000 identical faces, coupled with a singularly petulant demeanor, would feel indistinguishable. As evening descended, Song Qingyun and the other 5 women prepared dinner. Yu Chutong, at last, lent a hand, washing vegetables, while no one dared to trouble her with chopping or cooking. Should they insist, she might just retaliate by severing a finger or dousing the pan with oil. By 7 o'clock, the 7 of them gathered on the balcony once more to enjoy their meal. The city lay shrouded in darkness, with only a few dim lights flickering here and there. "It seems we are not the only ones with a generator," remarked Lu Qing. Indeed, the other 5 women nodded in agreement. Wei Ming felt a sense of satisfaction at the phrase "our home," and the nonchalant expressions of the 6 women signified their internal acceptance of belonging to this family. He couldn't help but reflect on the profound impact of harsh realities on human nature. The transformation was remarkable. It had only been a fortnight since the calamity, yet the 6 women had effortlessly embraced the new reality of living with Wei Ming, displaying no signs of resentment or bitterness. It could only be said that even the most obstinate individuals would eventually yield to the weight of reality. Thus, the notion that a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles could lead once proud starlets and the wives of CEOs to compromise was not an exaggeration. Humanity's resilience knows no bounds. In the quest for survival, the sacrifices one is willing to make often surpass the principles they once held dear. Reflecting on this, he contentedly began to eat. After all, he had no need to feel constrained. Why should he fret? Could he perhaps take a stroll outside? Although he had previously driven out once, it was merely to the edge of the community to fetch Song Qingyun, who had been within the commercial complex adjacent to the neighborhood. He could have easily walked there from inside the community, but he had chosen to drive to preserve the secrecy of the alternate space. So, did that really count as going out? Certainly not now that Wei Ming had confirmed the extraordinary and even terrifying healing capabilities of the alternate space. With his meticulous preparations, what was a simple outing? For others, the dilapidated vehicles strewn across the streets might pose a significant challenge, but for me, they are of little concern. Simply dispose of them. The only issues are the heat during the day and the darkness at night. However, solutions exist for both. Yes, tonight's focus remains on Han Zhengyuan. First, we must deal with this group. Otherwise, they will continue to be a nuisance. After all, these individuals were armed and warranted careful handling. After dinner, Wei Ming took a moment to relax. After a refreshing shower, he stepped out to find that it was already past 1 in the morning. Time to move. He swiftly transported himself to Villa number 8, entering the garage with the aid of night vision goggles. He felt no trepidation about the impenetrable darkness. Upon exiting the garage, he spotted 2 men stationed at the stairwell as sentinels. The first floor of Building 10 was an open space with no residents, and with the power out, the elevator was inoperable. Thus, guarding the stairwell sufficed. Wei Ming thrust the portal of the alternate space before the 2 men, and with a mere thought, 2 silent bullets shot forth, embedding themselves in their foreheads. In a flash of crimson, both men crumpled without a sound. Wei Ming approached and disposed of the sentinels' lifeless bodies. Ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor, he was taken aback to find the door ajar. Had societal conditions deteriorated to the point where doors remained unlocked at night, a fleeting thought clarified it for him. This was a convenience afforded to Han Zhengyuan and his entourage for their entertainment. No need to knock. He could simply walk in and proceed if he found satisfaction. This arrangement was fortuitous, as it negated the need for him to teleport. He entered the room, advancing toward the bedroom, where he discovered a woman lounging on the bed, sleeping with the window open. In the sweltering heat of 40 degrees, the risk of catching a chill was non-existent. Wei Ming moved on, searching through rooms 202, 203, 204, 208, but found no men. Naturally, they were not part of Han Jingyuan's crew. He ascended to the 3rd floor, rooms 301, 302. He had found them. 2 individuals lay on the bed, 1 male and 1 female, but perhaps due to the oppressive heat, they lay quite distant from one another, as if contact would only increase their discomfort. Wei Ming approached, placing his hand upon the man, who was sleeping soundly, oblivious to the intrusion. The next moment, he vanished. Theoretically, anyone touched by Wei Ming's right hand would be rendered immobile, directly sent into the alternate space. With Wei Ming's current level of proficiency, he can complete the entire process of making contact with the right hand and subsequently transporting it into another dimension within a mere 0.001 seconds. Such swiftness would leave even a cat struggling to react. Continuing on, Wei Ming meticulously searched each floor, and by the time he reached the 10th level, he had already captured 12 individuals. However, he had yet to locate Han Zhengyuan. It was not until he ascended to the highest 32nd floor that he encountered a closed door. Han Zhengyuan must be inside. This individual is evidently far more cautious, even close. Indeed, with sentinels stationed below and the looming threat of firearms, who among the residents would dare to resist? It can only be said that Han Zhengyuan is excessively careful. In his view, should the residents dare to rebel, the sound of a breaking door would be sufficient to rouse him, and with a gun in hand, he is confident that no one could rival him. Alas, with a mere instant of teleportation, Wei Ming entered the room. He found himself in the master bedroom, where he beheld a couple on the bed, Han Zhengyuan and Sun Lily. Counting the individuals, it seemed that Han Zhengyuan was the only one who had slipped through the net. He approached, pressed a button, and then retreated. It was still early, and he had time for a little amusement. He switched on a bright flashlight, illuminating Han Zhengyuan's face. Chapter 92, not a single one left. It must be said that Han Zhengyuan possesses a commendable level of vigilance. The moment light pierced through, he was instantly roused from his slumber, and his hand instinctively reached for his firearm. "Who goes there?" he barked, directing his weapon towards the source of illumination. His exclamation startled Sun Lily awake, causing her to sit upright. Immediately Wei Ming adjusted the flashlight to a diffuse setting, illuminating the entire bedroom with brilliance. "Wei Ming!" both Han Zhengyuan and Sun Lily exclaimed in unison. Without casting a glance at Sun Lily, Wei Ming simply smiled at Han Zhengyuan, saying, "Did we not agree to a duel tonight? Yet, you seem to lack the fortitude to confront me in the room you specified." Han Zhengyuan nearly gasped in disbelief. Wei Ming had indeed dared to approach under the cover of night. However, with 2 sentinels stationed below and the knowledge that Wei Ming could not possibly be aware of his presence on this floor, it was evident that he had conducted a systematic search from one level to the next. How could he have done so without alarming anyone? Moreover, he had locked the door. Could it be? He cast a furtive glance at Sun Lily. Was it possible that this woman had secretly communicated with Wei Ming, alerting him to her presence on this floor, and had even aided him in gaining entry? Given his inherently suspicious nature, particularly when his life was on the line, trusting Sun Lily was out of the question. This profound confusion bred a sense of trepidation within him, as he feared that Wei Ming might possess some ulterior motive, which is why he refrained from firing immediately. Nonetheless, with the gun in his possession, Han Zhengyuan felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of Wei Ming's schemes, with a firearm aimed at him, he was certain that he would not emerge as the loser. "Wei Ming, you truly are audacious to venture here." Han Zhengyuan sneered, "I am curious. Do you not fear for your life?" Wei Ming shrugged nonchalantly, "Can you truly kill me?" Han Zhengyuan gradually rose, distancing himself from Sun Lily. He was uncertain whether she was an informant for Wei Ming, but for the sake of safety, he resolved to avoid precarious situations. Trust was a luxury he could not afford. Maintaining his icy demeanor, Han Zhengyuan remarked, "The gun is in my possession. What can you do besides beg for mercy?" "Kneel," he shouted with sudden ferocity. Wei Ming's calm demeanor took him by surprise, causing Han Zhenyuan to worry that firing prematurely might lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he aimed his weapon at Wei Ming, intent on uncovering the source of his audacity. Wei Ming replied with unwavering composure, "Are you certain that gun is functional?" Had the weapon been tampered with, Han Zhenyuan felt a jolt of alarm that he recalled his conversation with Sun Lily, who had informed him of a series of events involving Zheng Shiming. Why had the gun exploded after he fired it? It was the very firearm that Wei Ming had handed over. Thus, Wei Ming naturally bore the greatest suspicion. Had he meddled with it to cause Zheng's misfortune? Now, had Wei Ming similarly sabotaged his own gun, would it explode upon firing? Yet, how could he have remained oblivious to such tampering while in close proximity to Wei Ming, lulled into a deep sleep? Furthermore, if Wei Ming had already obtained the firearm, why would he go to the trouble of sabotaging it? Would it not be far simpler to simply shoot him instead? Was Wei Ming merely seeking amusement? Unthinkable, given the gravity of the situation. Who would risk their life for a trivial game? Thus, the conclusion dawned on him. Wei Ming was attempting to deceive him. Han Zhenyuan scoffed, "If you choose not to speak, then I shall send you on your way." He decisively pulled the trigger. He had considered every possibility, regardless of any hidden tricks Wei Ming might possess. They should prove ineffective at bang. The gun discharged, yet the sound was utterly incongruous. Han Zhenyuan stared, dumbfounded, at the colorful streamers erupting from the barrel, his expression one of sheer disbelief. How had his gun transformed into this? What a delightful surprise! Wei Ming chuckled, "Should I sing a rendition of Happy Birthday?" He had just modified the handgun. Han Zhenyuan trembled all over, finally grasping why Wei Ming appeared utterly unperturbed. The situation was as it was. "When did you switch my gun?" he asked, begrudgingly. In that moment, he truly wished that Wu Wei had not perished and was present, for in a physical confrontation, Wu Wei could easily have bested him threefold. Wei Ming smiled faintly and pointed a finger at Han Zhenyuan. A portal to another dimension opened directly before him, and with a whoosh, 4 arrows materialized out of thin air, striking his limbs with a spray of blood as Han Zhenyuan let out a harrowing scream. Ah, he cried, racked with excruciating pain. Sun Lily trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, she rushed to Wei Ming's side and bowed deeply, pleading, "Father, please do not kill me, father, please." She gazed at him with a blend of desperation and allure, as if to convey her willingness to do anything for him. Wei Ming could not help but shudder. "Repulsive," he retorted disdainfully, firing a bullet that struck Sun Lily squarely in the forehead, causing her to topple backward. Han Zhenyuan felt a chill seep into his bones. To his mind, Wei Ming ought to be a man of carnal desires. Sun Lily, after all, was undeniably beautiful. One might even call her a stunning enchantress. A woman like her, kneeling before you in supplication, offering you her every desire, would surely prompt any man to at least consider his options. Yet Wei Ming, he executed her without hesitation. "You truly are the embodiment of ruthlessness. What? How did you achieve this?" Han Zhenyuan's voice quivered with fear as he contemplated another possibility. He had been struck by 4 arrows. Did Wei Ming possess a crossbow or compound bow, and how had he shot Sun Lily without a sound? This cascade of questions momentarily distracted Han Zhenyuan from his agonizing pain, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. "A dying man has no need to know so much," Wei Ming replied with a laugh. At this moment, Han Zhenyuan managed to muster a semblance of his former bravado, even managing a laugh of his own. "Well, I'm about to die anyway, what does it matter if you tell me? Are you afraid of others discovering the truth? Ha, it's simply unnecessary." Wei Ming approached and pressed down on Han Zhenyuan, transporting him into another dimension. As he had stated, it was not that he could not. It was simply without purpose. "This is dull," Wei Ming mused, shaking his head. These adversaries had appeared formidable, yet he had effortlessly dispatched them under the cloak of night. Of course, had both sides been prepared, Wei Ming might have faced danger. The portal could only shield him from one direction. A barrage of gunfire would still pose a threat, let alone grenades, which inflicted area damage. One must not let their guard down. Wei Ming descended to the first floor of Building 10, methodically arranging the corpses of Han Zhenyuan and his associates, before dipping a cloth in blood and inscribing, "Those who commit unworthy deeds shall meet their end, white-browed hero." Well then, time to call it a night and return home for some rest. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his little prank as he strode away. Chapter 93 Wu Mofeng usurps credit in the apocalyptic world. On the 16th day, the women of Building 10 found themselves perplexed. As the clock struck 9, the notorious gang had yet to make their appearance or stir any commotion. Some audacious souls stealthily ventured outside for a glimpse, only to be met with a gruesome sight of numerous corpses on the first floor. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entirety of Building 10, prompting the men from Buildings 1 to 5 to receive the news. Upon discovering the demise of Han Zhenyuan and his cohorts, they initially breathed a sigh of relief, only to subsequently unleash their fury upon the lifeless bodies, eventually discarding them outside to be exposed to the elements. The intention was clear: let them be ravaged by the acidic rain until nothing remained but a pile of bones. This act served not only as a means of vengeance but also contributed to environmental preservation. Once the flesh was dissolved, the stench would be alleviated. Curiosity soon enveloped the crowd. Who is the white-browed hero? This individual is frightfully formidable, having wiped out Han Zhenyuan's gang in a single night. Could it be Wei Ming? Someone ventured. Impossible. This suggestion was swiftly dismissed by many. That man is exceedingly selfish, only concerned with his own well-being. Indeed, he resides alone in a villa, indulging in luxuries and entertaining beautiful women. Would he possess such altruism? Besides, he is undoubtedly wrapped in the embrace of a woman at night. The chorus of dissent echoed loudly. At that moment, a man stepped forward, grinning. All right, to quell your wild speculations, I confess, I am the white-browed hero. Last night, I took advantage of their inattention and dispatched them one by one. Numerous women nodded in agreement. These ruffians prevented us from closing our doors, sowing the seeds of their own calamity. Ah, it seemed plausible. Many women began to gaze at this man with admiration. This man was named Wu Mofeng. His declaration was, of course, a fabrication. However, upon witnessing the adoration in the women's eyes, he realized his scheme was secure. Whether he was indeed the perpetrator mattered little. What was crucial was that others believed him to be. Wasn't Wei Ming the one who placed a bounty on Han Jingyuan's head? He seized the moment to shift the conversation, ensuring that with time, he would solidify his identity as the white-browed hero. Should anyone dare to challenge him, they would be met with a collective uproar from the others. We shall present his corpse to claim the reward. At this proclamation, a wave of cheers erupted. They had clearly heard that Wei Ming had offered a bounty of 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice for Han Jingyuan's life, a sum that was nothing short of astonishing. Thus, the crowd, undeterred, hoisted Han Jingyuan's corpse and made their way to the underground garage. Meanwhile, Wei Ming slumbered soundly until after 9. Having ventured out in the dead of night, he naturally awoke later. Why rise early? For morning exercise, perhaps, yet it was not a pressing necessity. Though he had lifted the curfew, he still slept alone, with his door securely locked, accessible only by him. Upon emerging, he found Song Qingyun and the 6 women gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. With a chuckle, he tossed some dice. It landed on 3. He grinned and approached, scooping up Changya and carrying her away. Song Qingyun and the others were unfazed, continuing their meal as if nothing were amiss. Wei Ming was interrupted by the shrill sound of his phone alerting him. Glancing at the screen, he was astonished to see the residents of the community animatedly carrying Han Jingyuan's corpse to the entrance of the underground garage, chattering excitedly. Wei Ming activated the monitoring system and inquired, "What are you all doing?" Wu Mofeng immediately replied, "Aren't you the one who placed a bounty on his life? I have just eliminated him, so it is time for you to honor your promise." Wei Ming was taken aback. If memory served him correctly, he was the one who had dispatched Han Jingyuan and his gang. How audacious of Wu Mofeng to claim credit for another's deeds. In truth, as long as someone other than Wei Ming had done. However, to take advantage of his efforts was a bold move indeed. "Did you truly slay him?" Wei Ming inquired, gesturing for Changya to put the ice cream back in the freezer. "Of course," Wu Mofeng declared with pride. "Ah, the more one lies, the more one begins to believe their own fabrications." Wei Ming chuckled. Han Jingyuan was pierced by 4 arrows through his limbs. "Do you possess the skill to shoot arrows?" I certainly do," Wu Mofeng stammered, his bravado faltering slightly. "Very well, procure a bow and arrows, and shoot a few more into the corpse. Then I shall reward you." Wu Mofeng's bravado crumbled. He could not possibly comply and retorted angrily, "Wei Ming, are you attempting to renege on your promise?" Wei Ming laughed, "I am the organizer, all rights of interpretation rest with me. Furthermore, I merely require you to prove that you are indeed the rightful claimant. Is it not my duty as the organizer to prevent fraudulent claims? I have run out of arrows, and the bow has been discarded. It cannot be replicated." Wu Mofeng whined. Wei Ming replied coolly, "Without evidence to substantiate your claim, I am afraid you cannot collect your reward." Wu Mofeng erupted in protest, and under his influence, the others began to hurl insults at Wei Ming. Wei Ming guffawed, "One must possess a fundamental sense of decency, do not let it be devoured by ignorance. Are you not harming the true hero by coming to claim rewards that do not belong to you? Let us not forget, you were all imprisoned yesterday, a group of men who did not dare to resist, and a group of women reduced to mere objects. Now that you have been liberated, you do not express gratitude, but rather rush to claim what is not yours. Truly, you are all despicable." Having vented his frustration, he turned off his phone and tossed it aside. At that moment, the ice cream had melted beyond recognition. Outside, Wu Mofeng and his companions were seething with rage. This scoundrel is indeed trying to wriggle out of his obligations. Wu Mofeng hurriedly sought to divert suspicion, swiftly redirecting the group's focus. The others, hearing this, joined in the tirade. "Let us return," one suggested. As they made their way back, Wu Mofeng gathered a group of robust men to confer. After some time, they returned, their faces betraying uncontainable excitement. "It is time for us to go home," many declared. "Wait." Wu Mofeng raised a hand. "Everyone, allow me to speak for a moment. Due to the actions of these ruffians, we have lost far too many, particularly our female companions. Only a little over 100 remain." Wu Mofeng paused, his gaze sweeping over the women. "Many have lost their wives to this violence, yet we are all human, and as humans, we possess needs. Therefore, I declare that all women shall continue to reside in Building 10, and at no time shall the doors be permitted to close." What? The women, alongside some men, were left in disbelief. What did this mean? Having just slain Han Jingyuan and his gang, were they now to take their place? Was this not akin to driving away wolves only to welcome tigers? The dragon-slaying youth had become a dragon himself? "Wu Mofeng, what do you mean by this?" a woman shouted. "It means nothing. Simply that there are too few women now, and we shall share resources," Wu Mofeng replied nonchalantly, his eyes greedily roaming over the women. This particular woman had been his neighbor, and he had long desired her. He approached and hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Put her down, you scoundrel, that is my wife." A man rushed forward, only to be restrained by a throng of others, who laughed heartily. "From this moment forth, she is no longer yours. Do not be so stingy. Let us all share. Ha ha ha." Chapter 94 Only darkness awaits. Wu Mofeng has unleashed yet another massacre. A total of 107 women have survived, while the majority of their husbands and families have met their tragic fates. What remains? They have all been slaughtered. Consequently, when Wu Mofeng and his cohorts indulge in these women, will there be anyone left to oppose them? They are all in this together now. With a formidable force of over 800 individuals, suppressing more than 100 men poses no challenge, resulting in yet another scene of carnage under the sun. Of course, Wu Mofeng's side has also incurred some losses, but given their numerical superiority, their toll was minimal, only a little over 30 lives lost, with nearly 800 still standing. Once these men had satiated their primal desires, they convened to deliberate. Brother Feng, our food and clean water supplies are dwindling, we must devise a solution swiftly, one suggested. The others concurred, and another, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, remarked, if only we could seize Wei Ming's village. Yet, I cannot fathom how such a small space could possibly contain so many resources. Perhaps he has converted the entire basement into a storage facility, others speculated. That scoundrel is utterly untrustworthy. It was our brother Feng who eliminated Han Zhenyuan, yet he dares to play tricks, someone protested on behalf of Wu Mofeng. Wu Mofeng, equally incensed, waved his hand dismissively, stating, there is no point in lamenting. Wei Ming will not provide us with resources, and we cannot breach his defenses. We must seek alternative methods. What methods? The crowd inquired. Wu Mofeng scoffed, since those ruffians can invade our community, cannot we venture elsewhere? But Zhao Jihu previously stated that the nearby convenience stores have been thoroughly looted. We must travel far to procure supplies, one countered. However, after yesterday's garage explosion, there are hardly any vehicles left. If we cannot ride, we shall walk, Wu Mofeng replied coldly. If we do not go out to find supplies, we shall merely await our demise. Do any of you wish to die? No one did, yet the question remained who would venture out to seek supplies. Let us draw lots, Wu Mofeng declared. Naturally, as the one overseeing the draw, he would ensure that he did not select himself. Discontent began to simmer. Previously, Zhao Jihu had personally led the search for supplies, but under Wu Mofeng's command, he merely issued orders while others risked their lives, leading to a rift among those who drew the short straw. They had once shared common interests, all eager to enjoy the remnants of the women, but now, as the task of gathering supplies loomed, discord arose. Wei Ming, however, remained unconcerned. His willingness to take action against Han Zhenyuan stemmed from the latter's armed entourage, which posed a genuine threat to him, but Wu Mofeng's gang, a mere rabble in his eyes. To Wei Ming, they were simply a farce. He had no intention of personally dealing with them, preferring to let them remain as entertainment. He predicted that it would not be long before infighting among them would ensue. Descending to the basement, he provided Sun Dai and two others with some food. Wei Ming, are you even human? Sun Dai trembled, his gaze towards Wei Ming devoid of any hatred, replaced solely with fear. How could one not be afraid, including himself? What difference was there between their transformed selves and monsters? Wei Ming nodded slowly, murmuring, even if one is altered beyond recognition, as long as the procedure is repeated within 24 hours, restoring the original appearance, there will be no lingering consequences. However, if modifications are continued, before he could finish, a scream erupted as one individual's chest exploded. Wei Ming made no attempt to intervene, he had already witnessed the effects of the experiment. Continued alterations are futile. After 24 hours, the body will forcibly revert to its original form, he concluded. I can temporarily alter human structure. Theoretically, could I not create a super soldier, either discard them after 24 hours or restore them before that time, thus allowing for continued use? Not only others, but I could also undergo transformation. In the face of grave danger, could I not modify my skin to be as tough as iron? Or endow myself with immense strength and speed, perhaps even sprout a pair of wings? Wei Ming's thoughts soared. Based on the current experimental results, as long as he restored himself within 24 hours, he would be fine. Never mind, even contemplating this is terrifying. I shall not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. With a faint smile, Wei Ming addressed Sun Dai and the others, I appreciate the contributions you have made. Now, it is time for you to depart. No, no. Sun Dai screamed hysterically, while another closed his eyes, having endured enough suffering. Death, to him, would be a release. Wei Ming, indifferent to Sun Dai's protests, ushered the two into an alternate space. Upon returning to the third floor, he was surprised to see a flicker of light in the darkness. A group of individuals was emerging from the community. Had they finally ventured out to gather supplies? Wei Ming glanced at the time. It was only a little past 7 p.m., and they had set out quite early. He could only wonder how many of the dozen or so who had departed would return. His curiosity piqued, he was soon approached by Lin Wanxiu, who brought a dish to the table, cheerfully exclaiming, Darling, it's time to eat. The seven gathered around for dinner, and once they finished, they each returned to their pursuits. Some watched dramas, others played games, exercised, or engaged in writing. Lin Wanxiu had come to embrace writing as both a habit and a passion. Should humanity face extinction, perhaps my writings will serve as materials for new species studying humankind, Lin Wanxiu said excitedly. Hee, I must include plenty of scenes about intimacy, so that these new beings understand how pleasurable it can be. Indeed, one could not help but admire her spirit. Wei Ming felt an urge to applaud her enthusiasm.